Chapter 1. Drawing the template of a supreme villain. Plop. A splash erupted on the surface of the lake. At the lake's bottom, a stream of bubbles ascended. Shun Yin slowly sank to the depths. The icy water penetrated his bones, as if it sought to encase him in ice. If he did not awaken soon, he would surely drown in the lake's depths. Ding! The system has detected a suitable target. Binding initiated. Binding successful. Host detected in danger. Activating protective functions. A circular barrier enveloped Shun Yin, keeping the frigid water at bay. A faint current stimulated his mind. Shun Yin's hand twitched slightly. Gradually, his consciousness began to awaken. Where am I? The system flooded his mind with information about this world and the functions it possessed. Shun Yin had acquired the Supreme Boss role-playing system. By embodying the characters drawn by the system, he could gain corresponding abilities. I've crossed into another world. Upon reviewing the information, Shun Yin comprehended his predicament. He had traversed into a parallel universe, but unfortunately, he had fallen into an alternate dimension, referred to by its inhabitants as Despair Hell. This realm harbored countless dangers, where death could strike at any moment. Once a person fell into this alternate space, escape was nearly impossible. It could take an hour before one might be expelled from this dimension. Since March, numerous individuals had unwittingly descended into this alternate time and space. At times only a few, but at times as many as 100. The staggering number of missing persons had attracted the attention of many nations. After a designated time, those who had fallen, along with their belongings, would be ejected. So far, only footage captured by recovered devices had informed others of the existence of this alternate space. All who had entered this realm had perished, not a single soul had survived. In the murky depths of the lake, dozens of unknown tendrils writhed eagerly. They emerged from the silt, undulating in the water, resembling aquatic plants growing at the lake's bottom. However, they were far from harmless like mere water weeds. A multitude of tendrils surged toward Shun Yin, yet halted upon reaching the system's defenses. They could not breach the protective barrier. Shun Yin noticed their presence and, relieved that they could not penetrate the defense, exhaled. But in the next moment, ding! The system's energy is insufficient to maintain the defense. Please extract a boss template promptly. The system's energy was waning. Shun Yin had to escape the lake's depths quickly otherwise. If the system's energy ran out, he would be torn to shreds by the tendrils lurking below. With a powerful kick, Shun Yin propelled himself toward the surface. The tendrils pursued him upward, elongating for several meters before they could stretch no further. They could only watch helplessly as Shun Yin broke through the water surface, thrashing in futile rage before ultimately relinquishing their pursuit. They sank back into the silt, awaiting their next prey. Splash! Shun Yin burst forth from the water, the protective barrier dissipating as he swam to the shore and climbed out. Drip, drip! Water cascaded from his body. System, initiate character extraction, Shun Yin commanded. He found himself in Despair Hell, a realm fraught with peril. Even a seemingly tranquil lake harbored endless dangers. The first drawn character was of utmost importance. Whether he could survive hinged upon the abilities he would acquire from this character. Ding! Random extraction of Supreme Boss template activating boss role-playing mode. The closer the embodiment is to the character's essence, the more abilities can be unlocked. The more people believe in the role portrayed, the greater the subversion value gained. Commencing template extraction. Template extraction successful. Shun Yin gazed at the drawn template. Astonishment etched across his features. To think I drew a celestial level template. Fortune seems to favor me. The following lines were inscribed. First extraction grants a complimentary Supreme Boss template. Ding dong. Congratulations on acquiring the celestial level villain boss template. Character. Illusionist potential. Celestial personality. Calm yet frenzied. Elegant and extraordinary. Obsessive. Striving for perfection. Ability to be generated. Ding. Commencing role embodiment. Swish. A black and white jester mask enveloped Shun Yin's visage, its mouth adorned with crimson makeup. The corners of the mouth twisted upward, imparting an eerie and absurd essence. Simultaneously, the features beneath the mask transformed, becoming sharper and more resolute. A raspy yet magnetic voice emanated from Shun Yin's lips. His appearance, stature, and attire underwent a complete metamorphosis. Now, Shun Yin had fully transformed into the illusionist. Draped in theatrical garb, he exuded grace and composure, his fingers dancing lightly, as if he were an artist steeped in poetic inspiration. System. Commencing ability generation. This setting is a new player benefit. No subversion value will be deducted, and abilities will be automatically designed to align with the character's essence. The dialogue and attire must be crafted by the host. The more vivid the character's depiction, the more powerful the abilities. If tasked with crafting dialogue, Shun Yin found himself at a loss for words, however. An idea struck Hema, character whose lines resonated deeply with the illusionist persona. Though the theatrical garb was dramatic, it lacked an air of mystery. Shun Yin made adjustments, connecting a cloak to the shoulders, with the hem of the cloak igniting in eternal flames. As the illusionist's hands, he wielded art, striving for perfection thus. They too became a pair of flawless hands. Just the sight of these hands ignited fantasies of a transcendent performance upon the piano. Yet something was still missing. With a mere thought, 6 rings manifested upon his fingers. Blood-red rubies adorned his exquisitely perfect hands, exuding an aura of captivating mystery. First ability, unlock control. Control. The illusionist is inherently capable of manipulating hearts. Even the corporeal form becomes a mere puppet under the illusionist's command. Special. Can convert enemies below one's own level into puppets, limited by one's own rank. With the ability unlocked, Shun Yin instantly mastered it, wielding it with finesse. Celestial level characters possessed 4 abilities, yet he could currently unlock only 1. Only through gaining the recognition of more individuals could he access the subsequent abilities. With the ability acquired and the attire ready, what remains? Let me ponder. A grand stage for my entrance to this performance shall be a flawless spectacle. Perhaps it was his inherent talent for dramatization now. He was the illusionist, and the illusionist was he. System materializes stage. System. Stage materialized due to new player benefits. This instance of materialization incurs no deduction of subversion value. Excellent. Everything is in place, now we await the audience's arrival. Chapter 2. My theater, named the Heart Lian Qian, is a broadcaster who delights in live streaming her culinary explorations, garnering a modest following of several tens of thousands. One day, as she prepared to broadcast from a bustling food street, the very fabric of her surroundings warped unexpectedly, along with dozens of others. She was suddenly swept into an alternate dimension. In an instant, several individuals were devoured by peculiar, grotesque creatures that lay camouflaged upon the ground. Their skin mirrored the earth, and should one inadvertently tread upon them, their gaping maws would open wide, swallowing the unwary whole. Panic ensued as the crowd hurriedly attempted to flee. Witnessing this horrifying scene, they instinctively recalled the recent viral rumors circulating online about alternate dimensions. Despite the widespread chatter, few had encountered such phenomena personally. Most dismissed it as mere jest. It was not until they faced genuine peril that they realized the veracity of those tales. Help! There are monsters! Mama, I want my mother! Is anyone out there to save us? They cried, engulfed in despair. This is a hell of hopelessness. It is over. We are all doomed. No one can escape this place alive. The cries of anguish resonated, and fear enveloped each individual, a palpable dread capable of shattering the strongest of wills. Lian Qian's visage turned pale. Her beauty, not typical of a social media star, was delicate and enchanting, growing more poignant in her moment of terror. Regrettably, amidst the overwhelming panic, no one could spare a thought for the appearance of those around them, each consumed by the fear of becoming a meal for the lurking creatures. Are we to remain trapped here indefinitely? A young man inquired, flanked by several companions who appeared equally anxious. We are perilously close to the territory of those creatures. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? A middle-aged man remarked. After deliberation, they collectively resolved to vacate the area. As they traversed the desolate expanse, one by one, individuals inexplicably vanished, their disappearances shrouded in mystery amidst the barren land, heightening the eerie atmosphere. The group advanced, hearts pounding, a chill creeping from their feet to the nape of their necks. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped them, obscuring their vision further. Then came the sound of gongs and drums. A cacophony reminiscent of a theatrical opening, drawing their attention despite the ominous implications of such a sound in their current predicament. Compelled by curiosity, they followed the rhythmic clamor through the mist, soon stumbling upon a pre-erected stage, shrouded in curtains, yet not yet unveiled. Rows of chairs awaited beneath the stage, indicating an audience area. As they drew nearer, the intensity of the drums escalated, yet the source of the sound remained elusive. The bizarre stage and the haunting rhythm instilled an unsettling apprehension within all present. A moment of hesitation enveloped the crowd, each person uncertain whether to approach, fearing that this place might be even more perilous than the monstrous creatures outside. Even Qian felt a wavering resolve. The stage constructed in this alternate realm appeared increasingly bizarre, and she mused that anything out of the ordinary could only be deemed sinister. She was unwilling to sacrifice her life for mere curiosity. Most shared her apprehension. Yet, there were a few audacious souls, eager to court danger. A young man ventured toward the audience, exclaiming that he must investigate this stage. Perhaps it would yield clues for their escape. The chairs were immaculate, as if untouched by time. Upon entering the audience area, the surrounding sounds of drums and gongs ceased abruptly. Soon after, a voice emerged, hoarse, magnetic, and tinged with madness, commanding all to take their places as the performance was about to commence. The revelation that someone was present sent shockwaves through the crowd. To their horror, they soon discovered their bodies were no longer under their control. Initially intent on fleeing this eerie locale, they found themselves, inexplicably, compelled to take their seats. One by one, they complied, as if puppets on strings, unable to resist the unseen puppeteer. Only upon sitting could they turn their heads to see the expressions of terror reflected in their neighbors' faces. Ding. Acquired disruption value, 330, particularly for Li. The first to disturb the audience, sweat poured from him, and regret washed over him for his reckless curiosity. They all experienced the acute discomfort of being ensnared. The curtain on stage rose. Boom. In the center, a golden lotus unfurled and began to spin. Subsequently, more golden lotuses blossomed upon the stage, and fiery flames ignited from their petals. Amidst the flames and smoke, a figure clad in theatrical garb and donning a jester's mask emerged. I rise from the filth and mire. I am the blazing azure lotus, the singular embodiment of beauty. As he spoke, all the lotuses withered, affirming his claim to uniqueness. His entrance was nothing short of breathtaking. Had it been in a different venue, he might have received a deluge of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Hall of Artistry. His mask bore a mocking grin, the exaggerated upward curve of its crimson mouth strikingly vivid. The audience trembled in fear. If given a choice, they would rather confront the grotesque creatures than this enigmatic figure. Let me ponder what I should say. I always feel anxious before a performance. Yet that sensation is essential. I must orchestrate a flawless spectacle. My theater is called the heart of humanity. The individuals below are not merely spectators, but integral to my performance, both audience and actors. The illusionist gracefully bowed, embodying the essence of a true artist, poised and composed. Yet the smile upon his mask radiated an unsettling madness. Lian Xian sat trembling in her chair, her phone dangling before her. The recording continued to run, capturing every moment. This was a feature of a website. She had activated the recording for synchronization, and if there was internet access, the footage would be uploaded immediately. The audience could move and make sounds, yet they were unable to leave. The illusionist extended his hands, palms facing down, his fingertips dancing gracefully. 5 individuals in the audience rose to their feet. They were mere puppets, and at my command, they began to dance. Chapter 3. He is a madman. They swayed in unison with the illusionist's gestures, performing a rigid dance. Lian Xian felt a chill creeping up her spine, her scalp prickling with fear. A shriek escaped her lips involuntarily. She was not alone. Others joined in with screams of terror. Quickly, she covered her mouth, fearful of incurring the wrath of that terrifying madman. Indeed, everyone in the audience regarded the figure on stage as a lunatic. No one but a madman would force others to witness his performance, let alone treat the audience as part of his spectacle for amusement. Was this not the very definition of madness? The 5 dancers moved stiffly, their faces devoid of expression, resembling lifeless puppets. The illusionist clapped his hands, seemingly dissatisfied. Don't be so serious. Everyone is watching. Smile, smile please. The 5 figures, resembling corpses, donned identical smiles, as if wearing masks. Those who beheld the smiles on their faces could not help but mimic them, unaware of their own expressions. It was only when they caught sight of those beside them, their faces reflecting the same eerie smiles, that an icy dread welled up from within. All present watched the silent performance, gripped by a profound fear. Terrified of becoming puppets under the madman's control. Ding. You have gained 10 disruption points. Ding. You have gained 10 disruption points. Ding. Out of 37 individuals, 33 contributed a total of 370 disruption points during this performance. The illusionist, transformed into his ethereal self, danced his fingers, and the 5 figures spun rigidly in circles. From the moment these people arrived, the illusionist sensed that some unearthly beings had infiltrated their ranks. This was likely why, intermittently, individuals seemed to vanish. These entities were to blame. Just as his performance required, he decided to make an example of these few. He hummed a lively tune, his fingertips fluttering as if manipulating invisible strings. They could sing, they could dance, and they would die. As if under unseen control, the 5 individuals danced until, suddenly, their heads jerked back violently. In full view of the audience, they transformed into wooden puppets. A collective gasp erupted. Everyone understood that this could not merely be a performance. These 5 individuals were indeed dead. In their eyes, those were 5 living individuals transformed into mere puppets by the madman on stage. He is nothing but a lunatic. Oh, save me. I do not wish to perish. Woe is me. Who will rescue us? Surely we shall not be turned into puppets like them, will we? After witnessing this peculiar performance, the audience began to unravel emotionally. The illusionist, reveling in the terror displayed upon the faces of the spectators, found great delight in this extraordinary show, where smiles and screams coalesced. He took a bow to the audience, and as the flames extinguished, he vanished from the stage. The curtain descended once more, shrouding the entire stage from view. Suddenly, the audience realized they had regained their freedom and could finally escape that accursed seating area. The spectators closest to the 5 puppets were stricken with fear. Some lost their footing and fell from their chairs, while others were so terrified that they soiled themselves. Gazing at the 5 figures that remained motionless, a chilling sensation enveloped the hearts of all. Now that they could depart, they scrambled away from their seats in a panic. They vowed never to return to such a bizarre place. Even Lian Xian joined the throng in their hasty exit. There is safety in numbers, and despite being strangers, they banded together. After a while, luck was on their side as they encountered no further strange occurrences. The group stumbled upon an abandoned cave and entered it. Exhausted, they paid no heed to the dirt and promptly sat on the ground to rest. Among them was the reckless Li Yi, who felt the silent disdain of the others. His impulsiveness had cost 5 lives. Aware of his transgressions, he withdrew to a corner, avoiding conversation with anyone. Lian Xian sought a clean nook, where she found solitude, and retrieved her phone from its pouch. This pouch had a hole through which she could capture images of the outside world. She switched off the recording that had been running and began to review the footage she had previously captured. As she watched, she discerned something amiss with the individuals in the video. Being an avid seeker of culinary delights throughout the city, Lian Xian typically focused her lens on crowds or scenery, seldom on herself. This time, however, due to her prior haste, she had only recorded the backs of those in front of her. Fortunately, having lagged behind due to fatigue, most of the group appeared in her footage. At first, the video seemed unremarkable, capturing scenes of insects preying, followed by their departure. Yet, as the journey progressed, individuals from the group began to vanish one by one. Lian Xian slowed the video playback and increased the brightness. She realized that those who disappeared did not do so without reason. In the footage, all the vanished individuals had previously approached certain others. The faces of those individuals were etched in her memory, the very ones who had been transformed into puppets. Lian Xian replayed the video several times, and as she continued to watch, her complexion grew increasingly pale. She turned her head tremulously, casting a glance at the others within the cave. Silently, she began to count in her mind. 1, 2, 3, 41 individuals. Lin Qian thought she must have miscounted, yet after several attempts, the number remained at 41. Suppressing the overwhelming shock that threatened to erupt into a scream, she recalled distinctly that when they departed from that eerie audience chamber, their numbers totaled only 33. Her mathematical prowess had always been exceptional. There was no way she could have erred. Who then were these additional 8 individuals? Terror surged within her. Lin Qian dared not speak, nor engage with anyone else, let alone voice her unsettling discovery. She pondered that perhaps the peculiar figure on that stage had intervened to save them. The 5 who had been transformed into puppets may not have been living beings at all. Casting her gaze upon the others in the cave, she realized she did not recognize any of them, thus she could not identify who the newcomers were. Quietly, Lin Qian slipped away from the cave. Upon exiting, she sprinted toward the direction of the stage. The fog here had dissipated, and she swiftly returned to the vicinity of the stage. Chapter 4. The broadcast begins. The eerie puppets in the audience. The 5 puppets were sluggishly wiping down the chairs with a cloth. Their movements, though stiff, were meticulous. Shun Yin had not departed. He remained on stage, idly manipulating the puppets in the audience to clean the tables. Ordinarily, when time elapses in an alternate space, it would expel those within. After an hour, the alternate space would begin to reject any objects that had fallen inside. An hour had now passed, yet there were no signs of expulsion. System. When will the exit of the alternate space be activated? System ding. Information inquiry requires a deduction of 2 points from the subversion value. Deduct it then. Also, disable the system sound effects. The incessant dinging is rather bothersome and unnecessary. System. Understood. Deduction completed. The conditions for the alternate space exit to activate are: all individuals who fell into the alternate space must perish. Shun Yin was taken aback by this condition. No wonder no one had ever emerged alive from the alternate space. As long as there were living beings, the space would not expel them. This alternate space resembled a monstrous entity that consumed the living, digesting them while discarding the remaining equipment as mere refuse it found unworthy. As for why the previous conclusion suggested expulsion would begin after an hour, it was likely that none of the individuals had survived that long. Only upon the demise of all could the alternate space open. Was there truly no other option? Shun Yin was no deity. He too required sustenance. Remaining here indefinitely, devoid of food, would eventually lead to his demise. Regardless of how many subversion points he could exchange for provisions, there would inevitably come a time when they ran dry. System. An alternative option is to hunt the master of the alternate space to acquire the core of the alternate space. The master of the alternate space? Is it governed by someone? Shun Yin was astonished. He had initially assumed the alternate space to be ungoverned. If there was indeed a master, it implied that the timing of the alternate space's activation was dictated by this entity. As for the previous question of why it was concluded that the alternate dimension would open an hour later, it is likely due to the fact that all individuals who fall into this space can only endure for 1 hour. After that, they perish. Shun Yin, controlling the puppet, bowed his head in contemplation. System. What is the level of the master of this alternate space? How many tiers above me are they? System. 10 points of subversion value will be deducted for inquiry. From now on, if the deduction is minimal, there's no need to consult me. Just proceed with the deduction. Deduction completed. Information on the alternate space master is as follows: Shadow Lord, level, Lord class, ability, unknown. Warning. It is advised not to confront it within the alternate space. The Lord is nearly invincible. Hiss. Lord class. After reviewing the information on the Shadow Lord, Shun Yin gasped in astonishment. Its power exceeds his current capabilities by an entire tier. He has drawn a celestial level entity, beneath which lie terrestrial and human levels. Celestial beings have transcended the mundane realm, possessing extraordinary powers. Some celestial beings can even defy gravity and traverse the earth. Above the celestial level is the Lord class. Lord class individuals are essentially formidable figures. They command their own domains and are nearly invulnerable within them. Though Shun Yin has drawn a celestial level entity, he has only unlocked a single ability thus far, leaving 3 abilities yet to be revealed. Given his current state, he is indeed unable to contend with the Lord, to say nothing of confrontation. The Lord could easily snuff out his existence. Unless Shun Yin manages to unlock all abilities, he may still possess a fighting chance. However, merely the few dozen individuals who have fallen into the alternate space are insufficient for this purpose. He must gain more visibility, convincing a greater number of people of the character's existence. The faster he unlocks his abilities, the more subversion value he will accumulate. Shun Yin glanced at his performance panel. Following his recent appearance, the progress had surged significantly, nearing the unlocking of his second ability. Yet, this was still inadequate. He remained far from fully unlocking all his powers. At that moment, footsteps echoed from below the stage. A striking young woman, holding her phone, cautiously approached the audience. It was evident that she was terrified, flinching at the slightest sound. Upon seeing the phone in Lin Qian's hand, Shun Yin suddenly pondered whether it was possible to connect to the outside network from here. The answer, of course, was negative. System. Connect her phone to the network and initiate a live stream. However, the system could resolve this issue. System. 50 points of subversion value deducted. Connected to the network, live stream has been forcibly activated. Lin Qian was unaware that her phone had connected to the internet and that the live stream had automatically begun. After she approached the audience, it wasn't long before the 5 puppets that had been gliding across the chairs halted their movements. Their bodies remained still, yet their heads rotated ominously, fixating on the intruding Lin Qian. Startled, she gasped. At that moment, the live stream initiated. As soon as it opened, the fans who had followed the streamer received notifications and flocked into the live stream. Sister Qian, why did the previous stream suddenly cut off? I have heard that there has been an incident on that food street, with dozens of people suddenly vanishing. In such occurrences of abrupt disappearances, It is generally believed that one has encountered an alternate dimension, and falling into such a realm often signifies a grim fate. Given that Qianjia is still able to broadcast live, it seems she has not been affected. Perhaps the chaos led her to temporarily halt her stream. In the midst of all eyes, dozens of individuals vanished from the food street, causing the crowd to panic and flee, fearing they too might stumble into the alternate dimension. The scene was one of utter disorder. Even Qian did not notice that she had begun her live stream, failing to see the barrage of comments flooding the chat. Why isn't Qianjia speaking? Indeed, why is she silent? Look at those figures in the camera. They're moving. Oh my. High alert. This is terrifying. The fans in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Soon, one keen observer pointed out something amiss. Isn't Qianjia at the food street? I recall there being no such stage there. Those figures make me uneasy for some reason. I was so startled I dropped my newly purchased phone. Now I'm watching the stream on my computer. Qian, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. After a while, seeing that the figures did not launch an attack, she began to relax. It appeared her suspicions were correct. Those entities bore no malice. Qian bowed toward the stage, expressing her gratitude for the assistance rendered. Perhaps they were merely performing, yet they had unwittingly saved their lives. Chapter 5. Only perfection is acceptable. The eyes of the figures rotated slightly, emitting a mechanical sound. The performance had concluded, and the next act would commence at midnight, allowing the audience to enter at that hour. Subsequently, their heads turned back, continuing to polish the chairs until they gleamed. With newfound courage, Qian approached the audience seating. The event had yet to begin, and she hesitated to sit in the chairs, opting instead for the ground nearby. She reasoned that since this enigmatic stage master could transform 5 monsters into puppets, remaining here should be safer than elsewhere. What is Qianjia doing? Indeed, what does she mean by her words? I don't quite understand. Where is Qianjia? I just observed the desolate surroundings through the camera. No one in the chat offered any answers. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Qian stood alert, realizing she could not rely on the stage masteress in action. If they did not intervene, she would have to fend for herself. The newcomer was Li Yi. He had noticed Qianjia's pallor and followed her shortly after she emerged from the cave, though he had encountered some danger along the way, causing a delay. It's me. I am Li Yi. Upon seeing Qianjia's wary expression, he quickly spoke up. Recognizing him as someone she had met before, Qian's caution remained intact. Just stay there and don't come any closer. Li Yi had no choice but to halt his advance. Do not be afraid. I noticed a peculiar expression on your face earlier, and out of concern and curiosity, I followed you. Have you discovered something? Otherwise, a fragile woman would not choose to leave the main group alone, for to be solitary is to invite peril. Qian hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose her findings to Li Yi. Observing her expression, Li Yi realized his intuition was correct. Qian had indeed uncovered something of significance. We are all human, and if you have stumbled upon any clues, feel free to share them. Only through unity can we survive in this abyss of despair. In such a dire place, only those who fall together into the depths of despair can be considered true companions, faced with the lurking dangers of this hellish realm. Perhaps collaboration is our only chance of survival. Qian felt a flicker of doubt in response to Li Yi's words. Just as she was about to speak, her peripheral vision caught sight of a shadow behind Li Yi. To her astonishment, Li Yi's shadow split into two. One of the shadows writhed menacingly, resembling a living creature. The words she meant to utter were swallowed back, and she gazed at Li Yi in horror. She found herself unable to discern whether the figure before her was human or a monster. If he were human, why did his shadow appear so bizarre? Instinctively, Qian took a few steps back. What on earth have they said? An abyss of despair? Could it be the same hell I envision? Impossible. Can one still connect to the network in such a place? What is happening? Is Sister Qian truly in this abyss? Are we witnessing the scenes from this hellish realm? Quick, record it. Fans expressed their shock, voicing their disbelief that Qian was in such a dire situation. I will post about this. Many began to share, calling friends to join the live stream. In no time, the viewer count swelled from a mere few thousand. Li Yi noticed Qian retreating. His gaze grew peculiar. What was the matter? Why was she so frightened? He was not a villain. Gradually, his eyes transformed into an inky black, the whites entirely consumed by darkness. He approached Qian, extending his hand, urging, "Don't leave, come closer, what are you afraid of?" Qian, her face stricken with terror, stepped back further until she collided with a chair behind her. The sound echoed. Nearby, a puppet turned its head a full 180 degrees. Upon seeing Li Yi, it dropped the cloth it was holding, and 5 puppets began to approach him with a rhythmic clatter. At this moment, Li Yi had succumbed to the influence of the monstrous shadow, completely controlled by it. The shadows on the ground manipulated Li Yi, seeking to capture Qian, the living soul, as its next host. The puppets advanced with a clatter, seizing Li Yi's arms and lifting him. Subsequently, one puppet reached for the shadow on the ground. The shadow was ensnared in the puppet's grasp, emitting a wretched howl as it struggled. It was adorned with long, sharp appendages, covered in bristly spines, writhing like a mass of flesh in turmoil. The sight is utterly repulsive. Only perfection is deemed acceptable. A conjurer materializes in the audience. His face is concealed behind a mask, obscuring any semblance of emotion. His tone is frenzied, as if he has encountered something intolerable that must be eradicated. He manipulates marionettes, shredding the shadowy monstrosities on the ground into fragments. The shadow creature emits a piercing scream before dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The shadow monster has met its demise. The uncontrolled Li Yi collapses to the ground, his mind utterly shattered. Even with the monster's removal, he cannot return to normalcy. The conjurer does not spare a glance at the fallen. With a snap of his fingers, Li Yi's body stirs, and in an instant, he transforms into a puppet, standing rigidly from the ground. The puppet joins 5 others, dutifully laboring for the conjurer. Qian dares not utter a word, for she realizes that although he has not harmed her, his demeanor is so malevolent that she feels compelled to remain silent. The conjurer pays her no mind. Having vanquished the monster, he vanishes. After his departure, Lian Qi's legs weaken, and she collapses, gasping for breath. She had been so tense that she could barely breathe audibly. It appears that remaining here was indeed the correct choice. The master of the stage stands in opposition to the monsters that inhabit this place. No, that is not entirely accurate. It is not opposition, but rather an existence that detests imperfection. Once a monster intrudes, it will be eradicated or transformed into a puppet. Such a being, consumed by malevolence, obsessive madness, and an unyielding pursuit of artistic perfection, would surely be difficult to coexist with in reality. Lian Qi herself is not fond of associating with such individuals, as they are hard to please, often offending others without realizing it. Yet now, she feels a sense of relief. Unexpectedly, in this perilous, desolate hell, it is this very being who has saved her life. Were it not for this intolerant entity, she would likely have gone unnoticed, merely a trivial figure. In the live streaming room, the comments flood the screen. What on earth did I just witness? Oh my god. Forgive me for only being able to exclaim, oh my god. Chapter 6. A video with enchantment. Is the streamer truly in a hell of despair? What was that dark figure? Yikes. Its cries give me a headache. These puppets are simply incredible, tearing it apart in an instant. A figure wearing a clown mask has appeared. It seems those puppets are under his control. He actually transforms people into puppets. Could it be that these puppets were once humans? No wonder I increasingly feel that the features of the puppets resemble those of actual people. The implications are terrifying. I can no longer bear to look at those puppets. Goodness, could this masked clown be the ultimate boss? Sister Chi's analysis has left me bewildered. What does it mean? It feels as though I've overlooked a crucial part of the plot. Everyone, hurry and watch. Sister Chi's previous video has been uploaded. Where? I must take a look. I'm coming too. After a while, those who returned from watching flooded the comments with screams. Ah, how striking. The master of the stage possesses an undeniable allure, exuding an enchanting charisma that is both captivating and sinister. His entrance left me utterly spellbound. I would willingly become his marionette. As his fingertips dance, so too does the puppet sway. The unique visage of this malevolent archetype radiates an irresistible charm, particularly for the fairer sex. In the video, the illusionist's appearance, imbued with an air of mystery, entices one to delve deeper into his enigma. His performance is a masterclass in artistic ingenuity, and I find myself utterly entranced. His hands are flawless, and he himself embodies perfection, mirroring the excellence of his craft. He is the epitome of beauty. These are merely the musings of enamored female fans. What is happening? Have these women lost their minds? I echo their sentiments. What are they discussing? You must observe the videos released by the host to comprehend. Upon viewing, I returned with astonishment. Have you not witnessed him transform 5 living beings into puppets? Adorned with masks, one can only speculate about the visages concealed beneath. Perhaps they are grotesque, which is why they remain hidden. Some have begun to express envy at the multitude of women captivated by the master of the stage. The moment disparagement arises, defenders swiftly emerge to rebut. The host claims that the master cannot tolerate imperfection, yet he seems to overlook the host and the audience accompanying her. What could be the reason? I ponder whether this notion of imperfection refers specifically to the monstrous shadows lurking in the background. Indeed, those 5 may not even be human. As the video suggests, please watch it thoroughly before forming an opinion. Regardless, I am utterly smitten with him. How I envy the host for being able to witness his performance from the audience. Alas, why am I not the one descending into this abyss of despair? Oh, enough. If you truly fell into such despair, you would be among those devoured by the insects from the outset. How amusing. Do you truly believe that this realm of despair is a paradise? Do you know why it is dubbed the abyss of despair? So far, no one has returned unscathed. Understand? That was in the past. Why do you not believe in the occurrence of miracles? The live chat erupted in chaos. Some opine that the master of the stage acts with too much wickedness, casting doubt on his benevolence, suggesting that he has yet to act against the host simply because she poses no threat, akin to a human ignoring an ant, which one might choose to crush or simply overlook. One cannot assert that the master's restraint implies he is harmless. Conversely, others posit that since he stands in opposition to those peculiar shadows, he may be harnessed to aid the host, allowing her the chance to escape this abyss, perhaps becoming the first to emerge from the abyss of despair. Fear and trepidation surround the existence of the stage master. A single comment peers through the discord. May I timidly inquire, did you smile while watching the performance? Smile? What smile? I felt nothing but terror and chill. How could one possibly smile? Only that group of women still finds it appealing. Previously, while watching a live stream, I urgently needed to use the restroom. Upon raising my head, I was startled to see myself smiling in the mirror. How frightening. Could it be that I am so unattractive? You will understand if you take a moment to glance at your own reflection midway through. Alright, let us take a look. Goodness, who just suggested looking in the mirror? I did just that, and to my horror, I shattered the mirror with a single punch. I am currently on my way to the hospital. Terrifying. I was not smiling. Yet after the host's words, I found myself mirroring the doll's smile. Indeed, did you notice? The others in the audience were also smiling. I only just realized. The thought is chilling. I dare not look any longer. This video possesses an uncanny allure. Everyone seated behind their screens, upon reading the comments flashing by, feels a shiver run down their spine, an icy dread settling deep within. Unconsciously, they reach to touch their own faces, checking if they too are smiling without awareness. Some even avoid mirrors, fearing the sight of their own smiling reflection. This entrancing performance, coupled with the enigmatic host, has led them to believe all the more in the despairing abyss from which the streamer emerges. Previously, many had thought the streamer was merely seeking attention, citing the absence of signal in the depths of despair. Otherwise, with so many having fallen into that abyss, why had no one ever sent a distress call? If there were a signal, it would be impossible for no one to attempt to reach out for help. Nowadays, everyone carries a mobile phone, if there were connectivity. Wouldn't the chances of survival increase significantly by sending out a cry for assistance? Yet, there has been no such signal. Those who have plunged into the despairing abyss have mostly vanished without a trace. The outside world has only garnered some footage recorded on their phones, serving as evidence for the existence of the abyss. Thus, even though Qian can stream live and post videos, many initially doubted her existence within that realm of despair. A netizen commented, "If this truly is the abyss of despair, then the videos and live streams provided by the streamer offer invaluable insights. Her contributions are immense. With this information, our understanding of the abyss can advance, increasing the likelihood of survival." No one dares to dispute this fact. The video was edited and uploaded to other video sharing platforms. The term despairing abyss has captured the attention of people worldwide. Chapter 7. Prepare and expand the puppet army. Videos bearing the title Despairing Abyss skyrocketed in popularity, drawing countless viewers. As the video circulated, many watched and became familiar with the mysterious and sinister illusionist depicted within. This surge directly granted Shun Yin over 5,000 points of transformative value, unlocking a second ability. Ding. The character you are portraying aligns remarkably with the established narrative. Earning the approval of the majority, the second ability has been unlocked. The revival of puppets is the foundation of the illusionist's existence. Upon death, one can sacrifice a puppet to be revived from its location. Following the unlocking of this ability, Shun Yin's physical constitution has correspondingly strengthened. Shun Yin felt the extraordinary nature of his ability. It was indeed remarkable. For every puppet he possessed, he essentially held another life. Upon Shun Yin's demise, a puppet would take his place, allowing him to resurrect in its stead, if he left a puppet concealed in a hidden location. Even if he encountered a formidable enemy and met an untimely end, he could revive from 1,000 miles away, unbeknownst to his adversaries. This afforded Shun Yin the opportunity to confront such foes once he had gained sufficient strength. At the pinnacle of the illusionist class, one could command up to 1,000 puppets, equating to 1,000 lives. Illusionists rely on their puppets for combat. As described, they possess little inherent offensive power, relying entirely on their puppets to execute attacks. Thus, puppets are foundational to the illusionist's existence. To contend with the Shadow Lord, Shun Yin must amass all his puppets to combat an opponent who transcends an entire realm. While resurrection is advantageous, it diminishes his offensive capabilities, necessitating the unlocking of further abilities. The combination of control and resurrection alone is insufficient to challenge the Shadow Lord. Moreover, he pondered whether the acquired subversion points could enhance his strength. System, how many subversion points are required to elevate my power to that of a lord? 10 million subversion points are necessary, the system replied. Apologies for the interruption, I bid you farewell. Shun Yin observed Lian Qian in the audience. It was evident that he needed to unlock all his abilities promptly to prepare for the next phase. As night fell, the eerie shadows multiplied, with dozens approaching. Yet, as they neared, they were swiftly transformed into puppets by Shun Yin. These newly formed puppets varied in form, some resembling multi-legged creatures akin to spiders, while others appeared as grotesque clumps of flesh. Their strength was relatively feeble, mostly akin to that of ordinary humans. Their abilities were peculiar. While ordinary individuals could not resist them, they struggled to approach anyone of significant prowess. These minions of the Shadow Lord were tasked with eliminating anyone who fell into the alternate space. Shun Yin departed, seeking to gather more puppets. For the rate of acquisition here was far too slow. Leaving a few puppets to guard, he could remotely control them, overseeing all that they saw and heard. He set out to find the group that had previously fallen into the alternate space, desiring to accumulate as many puppets as possible. Along the way, any monsters weaker than Shun Yin were instantaneously transformed into puppets. His puppet army had now surpassed a mere 10. Surrounding him, his puppets paved the way. For puppets bore a palanquin, within which sat Shun Yin, moving swiftly. The palanquin was exchanged for a small amount of subversion points. As he sat within, he gazed upwards. The sky above was a dull gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The alternate space was merely a realm established or seized by the Lord, its characteristics reflective of the Lord's strength. If the Lord is powerful, this otherworldly space can be as vast as a city. However, if the Lord has just advanced and their strength remains unstable, it may only encompass an area the size of a village. The puppet, carrying Shun Yin, moved with an eerie creaking sound. Although it appeared to be walking, its speed was astonishing, capable of covering 100 meters in a mere second. In one moment, it was in one location, and in the next, it seemed to have teleported to another place. This was merely an illusion caused by its incredible velocity, which the human eye could not keep pace with. The puppet's swiftness was remarkable. Within mere minutes, it located the previous group of individuals. Regrettably, they had all perished, their ranks decimated, with most succumbing to the corruption of shadowy entities, transforming into mindless beasts that attacked anything alive. The remaining few had been slain by these monsters. The cave was littered with dismembered limbs and severed body parts. A bald, black bird descended upon the remnants, incessantly pecking at the flesh. Without Shun Yan's protection, even Lian Qian would have been vulnerable to attacks from other creatures upon discovering the plight of these individuals. Her survival would have been fleeting. Once all were dead, the otherworldly space would begin to reject the remaining entities. These remnants, along with some mechanical apparatus, would be expelled as well. However, only two individuals remained alive, Lian Qian and Shun Yin. As long as they drew breath, the otherworldly realm would remain sealed. Shun Yan's gaze was icy as it fell upon the scattered remains, though he was no saint. Witnessing his kin being slaughtered by other creatures ignited a flicker of fury within him. Such imperfect existence was destined for annihilation. With a snap of his fingers, the black birds feasting upon the ground's flesh had their heads explode without warning, showering the area in crimson mist. The headless birds collapsed, their forms transforming into wooden puppets. The newly formed avian puppets regained their heads, and with a cry, they took flight, swirling in the skies above. the individuals who had morphed into monsters, alerted by the commotion, lunged forth from the shadows. Shun Yin remained still, allowing the puppets surrounding him to converge. With over 100 pairs against the mindless adversaries, the puppets, guided by Shun Yan's control, dispatched the monsters with ease, snapping their legs with a series of decisive movements. Shun Yin transformed them into puppets as well, augmenting his army by dozens, bringing their numbers close to 200. Leading his burgeoning legion of puppets, Shun Yin commenced a sweep of the nearby area, converting any encountered monsters into puppets. Such expendable forces were always welcome. During this endeavor, Shun Yin encountered several Earth-level shadow creatures lurking within the woods, which swiftly eliminated 6 of his puppet insects. However, this also unveiled their presence to Shun Yin. To transform an enemy into a puppet, merely catching a glimpse was insufficient. A medium was required, whether it be sound or direct eye contact. Chapter 8. Life as Theater. Theater as life. Each time Shun Yin transformed the shadowy monsters into puppets, his intention was not solely to display his prowess. He also relied on the sound of his snapping fingers to penetrate the ears of his adversaries. With this medium, those ranked 2 levels below him found themselves virtually incapable of resistance, succumbing to the transformation in the blink of an eye. For those merely 1 level beneath him, such as the Earth-tier creatures, he was required to inflict some form of injury before the conversion could take place. To convert an enemy of equal standing into a puppet, it was imperative that the opponent lacked any capacity for retaliation, otherwise, the likelihood of failure was significantly heightened. The shadowy monsters lurking in the forest bore a striking resemblance to enormous lizards. Their bodies seamlessly blended with the surrounding trees, rendering them nearly undetectable unless they initiated an attack. However, at this moment, they had launched their assault. Although they swiftly incapacitated 6 of Shun Yan's puppets, he felt no sorrow. After all, they were merely human-tier puppets, and their losses were inconsequential. The abundance of monsters in this area allowed for easy replenishment. In contrast, Earth-tier monsters were a rare sight. After an extensive search, Shun Yin had finally encountered these few Earth-tier lizards. Commanding his puppets, he encircled the creatures. The puppet insects charged forth, attempting to bite into the lizard's flesh. With a fierce flick of its tail, the colossal lizard sent several puppet insects flying, crashing into nearby trees. With a roar, Shun Yan's fingers drummed lightly on the armrest. A mere handful of puppet insects were no match for the lizard, but a swarm, dozens, or even 100, could certainly challenge even an Earth-tier beast. The puppet insects, undeterred by the threat of death, surged forward, managing to tear away several scales from the lizard's body. Infuriated, the lizard attempted to shake off the puppet insects, shattering one with a swipe of its claw. Yet, it proved futile. For every few it cast aside, another wave of puppet insects descended upon it. Gradually, the lizard sustained more wounds, and ultimately, it could no longer sustain its own weight, collapsing to the ground. 3 colossal lizards, besieged by the relentless assault of the puppet insects, eventually succumbed to exhaustion and were bound tightly, lifted before Shun Yin as though presented as offerings to a deity. Shun Yan's drumming fingers came to a halt. He lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the 3 great lizards. In an instant, the powerless creatures transformed into puppets under his command. The strength of a puppet, to a certain extent, depended on the abilities of the illusionist. The more formidable the illusionist, the stronger the puppet. Yet, the inherent rank of the puppet also held significant weight. Lower-tier puppets were comparatively fragile and easily shattered, while higher-tier puppets exhibited greater resilience. In this battle, Shun Yin lost 16 puppet insects, and with the 6 previously lost, the total reached 22. However, the acquisition of 3 Earth-tier puppets rendered the losses negligible, as replenishing human-tier puppets was a trivial matter. With the addition of the lizard puppets, Shun Yan's capacity to expand his puppet army accelerated. As nearly 2 hours elapsed, Shun Yin had transformed all the nearby monsters into puppets. He now commanded a total of 678 human-tier puppets and 52 Earth-tier puppets. At present, Shun Yin has yet to encounter a celestial-level puppet. He refrained from bringing all these puppets back. Instead, he dispersed them to seek out formidable earthly or celestial creatures. Before confronting the Lord, Shun Yin must amass a greater number of puppets to enhance his chances of success. Continuously exterminating the beings from the Yingjian will naturally attract the attention of the Space's master. Shun Yin is playing a game of timing. He must eliminate the majority of the monsters before the Lord becomes aware of his actions. Those that possess immense power will be transformed into puppets under his command. Utilizing several hundred earthly-level puppets, he spread them out to search, while the dark bird above also conducted its patrols. Soon enough, Shun Yin discovered additional earthly creatures along with 2 celestial beings. Apart from these, the only area he had not allowed his puppets to tread upon was the very center of the Yingjian, which surely harbors the Lord. He does not wish to confront the Lord just yet. Through remote control, Shun Yin methodically subdued all the earthly beings, converting them into his puppets. Such a considerable commotion surprisingly did not attract the Lord's attention. It seems that prolonged invincibility has rendered the Shadow Lord somewhat complacent. After all, within its own domain, it is virtually unbeatable, with its powers maximized. Even an adversary of a higher tier would fare poorly within its territory. Shun Yin certainly hopes the Lord remains oblivious to his presence. He utilized over 50 earthly puppets and more than 700 human-level puppets to besiege the 2 celestial beings, systematically bringing them down. The tumult of their battle caused the ground to fracture several inches, devastating everything in the vicinity. Shun Yin lost all his human-level puppets and a dozen earthly puppets before finally subduing the 2 celestial creatures. Subsequently, he expanded his search area to other locations, gathering human-level puppets to replenish his losses. With everything in readiness, Shun Yin silently returned to the wings of the stage. During this period, not only had the number of his puppets increased by several hundred, but with the dissemination of video footage outside, an ever-growing audience began to witness Shun Yin's portrayal of the illusionist. The third ability of the illusionist has also been unlocked. The Konghuang illusionist possesses an innate capacity to manipulate the hearts of men. The grand performance commences, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. As life mirrors art, and art mirrors life, this ability resembles an advanced form of illusion, surpassing mere trickery, for illusions are ultimately not reality. This power holds the potential to transform illusions into reality, albeit at the cost of a considerable amount of energy. Energy encompasses spiritual power, elemental force, magical energy, and all that is cultivated falls within this category. Although the systems may differ, they ultimately converge. The illusionist's energy is particularly unique. Akin to a chaotic void or a hazy gray, it straddles the line between the illusory and the tangible, much like the illusionist's own existence. This energy, which they have designated as ink, serves as the formidable source that empowers the illusionist to control their puppets. The illusionist possesses but a few phantoms, with each puppet he animates. A fragment of his essence splits off and attaches itself to the marionette. This is the reason behind the limitation on the number of puppets he can control. Should the illusionist's prowess be sufficiently formidable, the number of puppets he can command increases accordingly. Moreover, the phantoms of the illusionist can be cultivated, their strength deriving from the phantoms themselves. Once these phantoms are affixed to the puppets, the latter will instinctively draw phantoms from the cosmos to replenish their master. The higher the puppet's rank, the greater the return of phantoms. Thus, the illusionist's strength is fundamentally reliant on the existence of his puppets. In Chapter 9, The Raging Tide, it is noted that when an illusionist is weak, he is most vulnerable to being hunted. If all his puppets are vanquished, he is left with no means of offense. However, once an illusionist matures in power, he becomes a formidable entity, and at that point, none shall be able to slay him. Lian Qian sat on the ground, her head nodding with fatigue. The hour was approaching midnight, after a frantic escape that had left her body taut to its limits. The safety of her surroundings made her drowsy. Previously, she would have feared the puppets moving about her, but now, their presence brought her a sense of reassurance. As midnight drew near, Lian Qian steeled herself, rising from the ground to stretch her numb legs, and she settled into the front row of the audience. Her anticipation grew. What would the next performance unveil? Behind the stage, Shun Yin focused his gaze on a puppet insect. He had unlocked his abilities to the final stage, mere moments away from achieving the fourth power, undoubtedly the most potent. Just a little more patience was required before the grand spectacle commenced. The audience had taken their seats. It was time for the performers to prepare. The puppet insect moved towards the center of the alternate realm. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the central region, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding space. The sky was veiled in a crimson hue as the ruler of this realm unleashed his wrath. With a crack, the final image was of a shadowy figure standing 2 meters tall. The puppet insect was destroyed, severing Shun Yan's connection to that domain. Yet, despite the puppet's demise, Shun Yan's objective was fulfilled. Tick-tock. The clock suspended above the stage struck midnight. The curtain rose, heralding the commencement of the second act. Lian Qian's eyes widened in curiosity, pondering what breathtaking scene would unfold next. She was not alone. Over 500,000 viewers had gathered in the live stream, all eagerly awaiting this moment. The stage was set, the curtain drawn back, and the master of the stage was about to make his entrance. Instruments, untouched, began to resonate. Amidst the flourishing of the azure lotus, the illusionist appeared, humming a lively tune with a violin in hand. A melody of exuberant joy emanated from his fingertips. The exquisite melody of the violin, imbued with a celestial essence, enveloped all who listened in a gentle embrace, uplifting their spirits and washing away their discontent and fatigue. Even Lian Qian and those in the live stream were entranced, spellbound by the music. Not a single soul dared to disrupt the moment with a comment. This performance transported them to the hallowed halls of art, where they surrendered themselves wholly to the piece, their minds awash with boundless, beautiful reveries. No one could resist the allure of the music. Even those tone-deaf and unversed in melody found themselves lost in its embrace. Some envisioned their childhood, running through fields fragrant with blossoms. Others saw themselves stepping into the sanctity of marriage, standing atop the pinnacle of power, or becoming the wealthiest individuals in the world. Each listener was enraptured by their deepest desires. The sound of the violin seemed to possess a peculiar magic, stripping away all facades, leaving everyone spellbound, for within the music, they glimpsed their most fervent aspirations. The virtuosity of the performer reached sublime heights, yet it was his emotional depth and expressive prowess that truly breathed life into the piece, infusing it with a soul. This was not mere performance. It was a heartfelt communion with the music itself. The resonance stirred within each listener, captivating them utterly, a state of existence every musician aspires to achieve. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the enchanting melody. The once buoyant strains of the violin transformed into a tumultuous tempest. With a jarring crash, the beautiful illusions before them splintered, and they plummeted from their celestial reverie. A tempest of wrath assailed their spirits, crashing down upon them like a sudden tsunami. In the chaos, they trembled, akin to driftwood bobbing helplessly upon the waves, subject to the whims of the storm. Their emotions surged in tandem with the music, the fury resonating within them quickening their hearts. The blood coursed rapidly through their veins, and their breaths grew heavy and urgent. One individual, overcome by a sudden pain, gasped, jolted back to the stark reality the music had evoked. He felt a tickle at the tip of his nose, only to discover blood flowing forth when he touched it. As he glanced back at the live stream, he instinctively muted the sound, unable to bear the hauntingly powerful notes that seemed capable of seizing one's very soul. As the music ceased, all hastily fled from the overwhelming wave, their hearts still trembling as they silenced the live stream. There are always distractions attempting to awaken me during my performance, which infuriates me immensely. The illusionist sighed, setting down his instrument, the violin vanishing into the flames. Lian Qian clutched her heart, for she had been the closest to the stage and was most profoundly affected by the music. The furious emotions of the performer had nearly drowned her. Had the performance continued even a moment longer, she would surely have collapsed. What had just transpired? Within the music, she had heard a tempest of rage. Who had provoked him? Oh no, the host was so near. Would they be caught in the fallout? Was the host guilty of some transgression? Otherwise, what could have provoked such an outburst? The audience in the live stream, filled with trepidation and nowhere to channel their emotions, inundated the screen with their frantic comments. Lin Qian, bewildered, had been lost in the melodies and had not perceived the furious roar intermingled with the music. It was only when the surrounding puppets began to multiply, initially numbering in the dozens, then hundreds, that they swiftly encircled the entire stage. Amidst the host's fury, Lin Qian sensed, albeit vaguely, that something momentous was about to transpire. In a state of confusion, she was uncertain whether to remain. She was certain that the one who had angered the stage master was not herself. A resounding rumble filled the air as the puppets converged, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Fear surged within Lin Qian, as if some terrifying entity were drawing near, eliciting a primal instinct of dread. A glance at the illusionist standing on stage offered her some solace. At least the stage master was present, ensuring her relative safety. Trembling, she found no refuge nearby, nor any tools at hand, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Chapter 10. The Puppets. The perfect masterpiece, she understood the concept of collateral damage. When titans clashed, they would scarcely notice a mere weakling like her. But the residual shockwaves of their battle would likely be beyond her endurance. The battlefield was dangerously close, and time for escape was non-existent. She could only remain seated, entrusting her fate to destiny. With no means of escape, all she could do was lie back and accept her fate. The audience in the live stream also heard the commotion. What was happening? What was that sound? Was it thunder? Are we going to have rain? An ominous feeling crept over them. Ah, so many puppets, so many insects. Could these all be under the stage master's control? Just how formidable was he? They pondered whether, should he emerge from the abyss of despair into their world, they would stand a chance against him. Surely the creatures from that nightmarish realm couldn't cross over. Otherwise, Blue Star would have descended into chaos long ago. Who was he? Was there a human beneath the mask, or was he some kind of monster? Lin Qian had little time to contemplate these matters, for she had already identified the architect of the stage master's wrath. It was a colossal creature, towering at 10 meters, composed entirely of stone, radiating an aura of rage as it strode toward the stage with heavy steps. Each movement sent tremors through the ground, leaving deep impressions in its wake. Shun Yin recognized the immense rock monster and realized it was not the Shadow Lord. This was a rock giant of celestial rank, likely dispatched as a vanguard by the Shadow Lord, underestimating the strength of those causing the disturbance. A celestial rock giant would suffice to clear any obstacle. Little did it know, however, that 2 celestial puppets, over 60 earthly puppets, and hundreds of human puppets were prepared to confront it. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps struck a chord of anxiety in the hearts of all present. Faced with such a colossal creature, the hearts of all present sank. Although the master of the stage possessed unfathomable power, he still appeared to be merely human when juxtaposed against the towering 10-meter-high rock monster, which seemed to be in a completely different league. Streamer, flee quickly. Indeed, once combat commenced, the repercussions would be easily felt by all. Streamer, hide behind the stage. Upon witnessing the immense rock monster, Lin Qian's mind went blank, paralyzed by fear that rendered her immobile, let alone capable of escape. The rock monster loomed large, its massive form encased in rugged stone, with protruding shards resembling vicious stone spikes. A grotesque and hideous beast. The illusionist snapped his fingers, and 2 puppets brought forth a chair for him to sit upon, while they stood silently behind him like knights guarding a king. Such repulsiveness, I cannot abide. How dare it disrupt my performance? Go, bring it before me. The illusionist's voice was low, yet Lin Qian, seated closest to the stage, caught his murmured command. Simultaneously, the audience in the live stream heard it as well. At the illusionist's behest, all the puppets surged forward, intent on tearing this audacious foe to shreds. With a roar, the rock monster opened its gaping maw, unleashing a fearsome bellow. Its fist, as large as a sandbag, was raised high and swung down upon a puppet that lunged toward it. This puppet was a crocodilian-grade creation, boasting formidable defensive scales. Though its agility on land paled in comparison to its prowess in water, Shun Yin had commanded it to take the lead, merely utilizing its defense as a shield. The true lethal strike came from the panther puppet that had been lurking in the shadows. Seizing the moment as the rock monster struck at the crocodile puppet, it leapt from behind, sinking its teeth into the creature's neck. Crack! The rock crumbled effortlessly between its jaws, shattering into several pieces. Roar! The rock monster retaliated, striking at the panther puppet, which adeptly evaded in midair, landing a few meters away. Surrounded by layers of puppets, the rock monster found itself unable to pursue, its body encumbered by the weight of its assailants. Though the human-grade puppets could not inflict wounds upon it, they effectively constrained its movements. The rock monster, already slow in speed, was now engulfed by so many puppets, rendered impotently furious. Seizing the opportunity, the panther attacked relentlessly, tearing through its flesh and leaving a series of gaping wounds. The rock monster, overwhelmed, attempted to retaliate against the panther but was hindered by the other puppets, particularly the crocodile puppet. As another celestial-grade being, the crocodile's defenses were robust, making it difficult for the rock monster to inflict serious harm despite its powerful strikes. With resounding roars, the rock monster's every attack sent tremors through the ground, cracking it deeply with each blow. Many human-grade puppets were caught off guard, crushed underfoot. Yet concurrently, the panther continued to inflict damage, leaving numerous wounds on its body. Now, the creature bore a multitude of gashes, with stones continually cascading from its form, which was marred and pockmarked, with several areas even beginning to fracture. As others observed, they recognized that despite the rock monster's formidable size, it was no match for the multitude of puppets in battle. Soon, its limbs were severed, and dozens of puppets hoisted it aloft, carrying it before the illusionist. Upon glancing at the rock monster, the illusionist spoke in a low, gravelly voice. I have an affinity for the wild's creations, yet I cannot abide the grotesque. I shall transform you into my puppet. Thus shall you become a flawless masterpiece. In the illusionist's eyes, all else was deemed ugly, save for the puppets he commanded, which danced gracefully, embodying perfection. The rock monster roared in fury. Even as it was carried by numerous puppets, its severed limbs did not quell its desire to retaliate. As a minion of the Lord, it was bound to obey only his commands. It lifted its gaze, intending to bellow at the figure seated high upon the stage, only to be met with a pair of profound black eyes. Those eyes were unfathomable, like an endless abyss. In that moment, the rock monster's roar abruptly ceased, its head tilting back in silence as it transformed into a wooden puppet. Its severed limbs reformed perfectly. Although appearing crafted of wood, its strength was augmented rather than diminished. Thus, yet another celestial puppet was subjugated. The confrontation between the puppet and the rock monster left all viewers in the live stream in awe, deeply impressed by the illusionist's enigmatic prowess. Faced with such a formidable creature, the illusionist, commanding countless puppets from his elevated position, needed not to engage directly. His adversaries fell effortlessly. His uncanny ability to transmute foes into puppets evoked a profound sense of both reverence and fear in those who bore witness. Chapter 11. The emergence of the Shadow Lord. Humans often harbor a fear and trepidation towards the unknown. At this juncture, all present felt a sense of relief, grateful that the mysterious master of the stage was a being from another realm, incapable of manifesting in reality. What calamity might ensue if such a capricious figure, embodying both malevolence and righteousness, were to tread upon Blue Star? Could its inhabitants withstand the enigmatic powers he wielded? Would he transform all into his puppets? As these thoughts raced through their minds, a chill of fear gripped them, a primal terror of the unknown and of beings more potent than themselves. Humanity had only recently ascended to the apex of the food chain on Blue Star, and they could not fathom a fall from such heights. That would spell disaster for all humankind. Once the celestial rock monster was converted into a puppet, its connection to the Lord would be severed. As it had been dispatched by the Lord, any misfortune befalling it would surely be sensed by the Shadow Lord. Celestial beings were scarce, and Shun Yin speculated that there were likely no more than 5 celestial entities within the entire alternate realm. The central region was the dominion of the Shadow Lord, who would not allow many celestial beings to encroach upon its territory, leaving only 1 or 2 nearby to serve the Lord. Advancement to the celestial rank is exceedingly arduous, and the Shadow Lord possesses but a handful of celestial subordinates. With the recent loss of one such celestial being, it is certain that the Lord will personally come to investigate. In their own domain, the master of the alternate realm is invincible, for the domain bestows upon the Lord a particular power. This ability is immensely formidable, enabling the Lord to claim invincibility within their territory. Even Qian observed that the once ferocious rock creature, after being transformed into a puppet, now behaved as docile as a grandchild, obediently responding to the commands of the illusionist. She inwardly mused, surely this must be the end? What a pity, such a splendid performance interrupted mid-course. Was the illusionist's fury truly a result of the disruption to the show? The puppets remained steadfast, encircling the stage entirely, with hundreds of them ensuring that no escape was possible. The illusionist was powerful, yet simultaneously vulnerable. Should one penetrate the puppet's defenses and seize control of the illusionist, no number of puppets would prove effective. Typically, illusionists retain a few puppets nearby to guard against surprise attacks from foes. Dingling. The bells that had hung silently at the edge of the stage began to chime without the slightest breeze. Whoosh. A dark figure emerged from the stage, brandishing a black sword, aimed directly at the illusionist's back. With a swift motion, the illusionist summoned a puppet that instantaneously positioned itself behind him, intercepting the strike. The Shadow Lord's abilities are undoubtedly linked to shadows. Shadows are mere silhouettes. The beings formed from these dark shapes are unique creatures spawned by the Shadow Lord. As for the crocodiles, monstrous insects, and rock creatures, they are entities from the alternate realm, born from absorbed otherworldly energy. Strictly speaking, they do not qualify as subordinates of the Lord. The relationship between the Lord and the shadows mirrors that of the illusionist and their puppets. It is a bond that is unbreakable. The creatures born from the alternate realm typically do not heed the Lord's command unless reclaimed by them. One can discern the power of the alternate realm and its Lord by observing the creatures within, as well as the shadowy beings. Shun Yin had long since realized that this Shadow Lord had likely only recently ascended and had not held dominion over this space for long. Most of the shadow creatures under its command were at the human and earth levels, with no celestial shadows having yet been spawned. The Lord was reliant on celestial beings birthed from the alternate realm to maintain a semblance of authority. It must be said, to find a Lord in such a state is rather unfortunate, especially when compared to Shun Yin, who had fared so much better despite having arrived not long ago. As a shadow creature launched an attack on Shun Yin from the stage, its initial strike failed, and it withdrew its sword to attempt another assault. Unfortunately, its power was merely at the earth level, while the puppet remaining by Shun Yan's side was also of the earth level. Its attack was thwarted by the puppet. The puppet seized the sword, swinging it with force, and sent both the weapon and its wielder tumbling off the stage. With a resounding thud, they struck the ground, creating a large crater. Countless puppets surged forward, quickly subduing the shadow creature, pinning it to the ground in a flurry of limbs. A momentary scene where the numbers of attackers far outweighed the prey. Most of the puppets outside are devoid of any room for intervention. The illusionist remains seated, his demeanor unperturbed, as if he were not the one nearly pierced by a sword moments ago. His gaze shifts to the shadows. his voice laced with a hint of derision, suggesting that those hidden in darkness are akin to filthy, wretched rats in a gutter. Your actions evoke unpleasant memories. I abhor such imperfect behavior, for it nearly sullies my domain with your foul stench. Provoked by his words, the Shadow Lord, concealed in the darkness, could no longer contain its tumultuous emotions and emerged from the shadows. The Shadow Lord, enveloped in a shroud of blackness, looms like a towering silhouette, belonging to and shrouded in darkness. It is no wonder that this alternate realm is predominantly desolate, the sky perpetually shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of light. The illusionist's words strike at the very core of the Shadow Lord's anguish. Born from darkness, it resents being likened to a rat in a gutter, and thus, it begins to seethe with rage. Countless shadows fracture from beneath its feet, alongside a celestial-grade creature, a colossal, mutated rhinoceros, charging towards the puppets. The Shadow Lord retains two celestial-grade creatures by its side, both of immense stature, one towering at 10 meters, while the mutated rhinoceros exceeds 6 meters. Shun Yin gestures, directing the rocky creature, once a subordinate of the Shadow Lord, to confront the mutated rhinoceros. Witnessing its minion defect, the Shadow Lord's fury intensifies. It emits a cacophony of sounds, akin to a torrent of curses, for a schemer like Shun Yin is indeed infuriating. The entirety of this alternate realm's resources has been seized by him. The illusionist's puppets not only outnumber those of the Shadow Lord, but also surpass them in strength, gradually overwhelming the shadow creatures. Many shadows are torn asunder by the puppets. Even Qian has retreated to a corner beneath the stage, crouching in a ball, hoping to remain unseen, terrified of being caught up in the chaos. The live stream's camera is obstructed, leaving the audience in a state of anxious anticipation. What is happening? The screen has gone dark. Streamer, what is wrong? Hurry and stabilize the camera. We cannot miss the pivotal battle. How is it possible that I have bared myself only to be met with this? The audience in the live stream is filled with resentment, yet they find themselves powerless against the streamer. Chapter 12. I am an artist. The clash between shadows and puppets is fiercely contested. Currently, the shadows find themselves at a disadvantage. Yet the Shadow Lord has yet to make a move, leaving the outcome uncertain. It watches helplessly as its minions are ripped apart one by one. Gradually, from hundreds of shadows, only a few dozen remain. Shun Yin, commanding the puppets, incurs minimal losses as he bides his time, awaiting the unlocking of his fourth ability and the Shadow Lord's intervention. As the master of this realm, the Shadow Lord undoubtedly wields an invincible power granted by its domain, yet it refrains from acting, observing as its subordinates fall. This restraint suggests that its formidable ability is not without limitations. Perhaps it demands an excessive amount of energy, preventing its easy activation. Until at last, the final shadow under its command meets its demise. The celestial phenomena shifted dramatically, an invisible pressure instantaneously enveloping the area within 100 miles. Sensing the anomaly, Lian Qian swiftly turned around, her pupils dilating as her expression fluctuated with trepidation and anxiety interwoven. Everything around her seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, and within it, she felt the passage of time slowing to a crawl. The movements of the puppets decelerated to an extraordinary degree, appearing as if suspended in midair. Lian Qian instinctively recoiled, minimizing her presence. Such a formidable entity, capable of manipulating time itself, was beyond the reach of an ordinary mortal like her. Merely escaping unscathed would be a stroke of fortune. As she shifted, the previously obscured lens came into view, allowing the audience in the live stream to once more witness the unfolding battle. The domain was established. After the Shadow Lord enacted its realm, it uttered its first inquiry. Who are you? How did you come to exist within my space? The illusionist rose from his seat, caressing the mask adorning his face. Who am I? To question a masked figure is to invite a response devoid of authenticity. Thus, what difference does it make? I am a lie. I am an artist. I am everything. A frenzied malice glimmered in the Shadow Lord's eyes. Regardless of the illusionist's identity, to dare lay hands on its subordinates was tantamount to courting death. The illusionist raised his hand, causing the heads of all the puppets to rotate 360 degrees, their gazes fixed upon the Shadow Lord. Your minions have disrupted my work. My performance was destined for a flawless conclusion, and this incites my ire. Furthermore, both your existence and those grotesque entities are profoundly inferior. You ought to be grateful, for I have rendered them more exquisite. They have achieved sublimation, and I have derived pleasure from it. This is the essence of art. The mask upon the illusionist's face seemed to erupt in laughter, his voice resonating with delight, perceived by the Shadow Lord as mockery. Yet, the illusionist merely recounted a truth. The Shadow Lord, indifferent to whether it was indeed being ridiculed, felt its authority challenged, and thus the one who provoked it must atone with blood and death. Beneath its feet, a vast pool of darkness emerged, teeming with shadows that multiplied, surpassing even the number of puppets. In an instant, the count swelled from hundreds to thousands. And some of these shadows bore a striking resemblance to those who should have perished, alongside others that ought to have been torn asunder by the puppets. The shadows continued to swell, densely emerging from beneath the Shadow Lord, many possessing earth-grade strength. You have offended me. You shall repay with your blood. Countless shadows surged towards the puppets, and in but a moment, dozens were annihilated. My inspiration is surging forth. I foresee a perfect portrayal unfolding. You shall be imbued with poetry. You shall be breathtakingly beautiful. This is the final chapter one composed for you. As the illusionist spoke, he remained upon the stage, and upon concluding his words, he materialized behind the puppets. Though the puppets had been devastated by the shadows, some of those very shadows were torn to shreds by the puppets. The illusionist hummed softly, transforming the fragmented shadows into puppets once again. Moreover, upon the illusionist's arrival on the battlefield, the behavior of the shadows grew increasingly bizarre. They began to turn against their own kind. The shadows commenced a fratricidal conflict, while the puppets stood by, delivering the finishing blows. A phenomenon known as void illusion disrupted the shadows' perception, causing them to perceive the puppets as allies. In reality, however, they were attacking their own, mistaking the puppets for comrades. The Shadow Lord's mouth twitched in fury, his inner rage intensifying. This band of fools. Soon, he discerned the source of this chaos. It was that puppet master, who referred to himself as an artist. The Shadow Lord narrowed his eyes, secretly gathering his strength. As the number of puppets continued to swell, the shadows found themselves at a disadvantage once more. In the live broadcast room, a voice exclaimed, "Who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle?" Presently, the shadows appeared to be losing ground. If the shadow leader possessed no other means, then the artist would undoubtedly triumph. Is this truly the extent of human capability? That artist, capable of standing against such formidable shadow monsters. Is he truly human and not some creature? We must have faith in science. Science? Can science elucidate the existence of a realm of despair? Can it explain why shadows, once static, can now move? Can it account for a living being suddenly transforming into a wooden puppet? The very existence of the artist defies scientific explanation. Fortunately, they cannot escape from that place. Thus, they could only console themselves with this thought. As long as they remain trapped in the abyss of despair, the world will still adhere to the laws of science. Suddenly, the Shadow Lord let out a derisive laugh. "In my domain, I am invincible, no matter how you struggle. It is all in vain." With those words, countless shadow monsters emerged from beneath his feet, doubling in number. What had once been a mere few thousand shadows now swelled to nearly 10,000. The shadows seemed inexhaustible. No matter how many were slain, they multiplied exponentially. Were it not for the illusionist's ability to convert foes into puppets, even an equally ranked powerhouse would be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of attacking shadows. The illusionist's power proved to be a perfect counter to the Shadow Lord's. While the Shadow Lord excelled in tactics of attrition, the illusionist also thrived in such strategies, even converting enemies into his own ranks. The greater the number of adversaries, the more puppets he could summon. If this continued, it would ultimately come down to who could endure the longest. Clearly, the one unable to sustain this struggle would be the Shadow Lord, as his domain could not remain activated indefinitely. Thus, with a culmination of pent-up energy, he unleashed a devastating strike. It pierced through the gaps and struck the illusionist directly. Chapter 13, The Indestructible Monster. With a piercing sound, this blow was the full-force strike of a lord-level power, so swift that no one noticed. The illusionist perceived it, yet was unable to evade. The speed of the attack was too rapid and unexpected. After all, a significant stage of transcendence may be overwhelming. Although the illusionist possesses the ability to transcend realms and confront the Lord, it is merely a battle of equals. A black energy coalesced into an arrow, which instantaneously pierced the illusionist's heart and exploded within his body. Boom. Blood erupted like a blooming crimson firework. The barrage of comments in the live stream abruptly ceased. After a considerable pause, someone incredulously typed, "No, it can't be. The artist is dead? Impossible. How could the artist possibly die? Just a moment ago, he had the upper hand. I refuse to believe it. Oh no, how could he perish?" The Shadow Lord finally erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. Merely a celestial tear. Daring to provoke me, the Lord. This is your fate." Creak. All the puppets suddenly halted their attacks. Witnessing this, the viewers in the live stream began to accept the grim reality. The artist may indeed be dead. Only with his demise could the puppets cease their movements. For without the individual controlling them, they could no longer act. The barrage fell into a deathly silence. They understood that though the artist acted with reckless abandon, he was primarily absorbed in his art. As long as he was not provoked, all would remain well. The Shadow Lord, being the master of shadows, had previously witnessed the shadow's assault on the broadcaster. The shadow posed a far greater danger than the artist. If the artist was defeated, the broadcaster would surely not survive. Even Qian sensed a sudden stillness in the surrounding chaos. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze, only to behold the illusionist, with a massive hole blown through his torso, collapsing. Her breath caught, sorrow surged within her, and her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. The victorious Shadow Lord laughed maniacally. Suddenly, the fallen body of the illusionist ignited in a searing blaze, vanishing within the flames. In the next moment, I flourish amidst the slaughter, akin to a flower blooming in the dawn. One puppet disintegrated, and the illusionist emerged from the remnants, his skin ablaze with scorching azure flames, reborn from the fire. The Shadow Lord's pupils widened in shock. That strike had undoubtedly connected. Why had he not perished? It preferred to believe that the earlier blow had missed the illusionist rather than accept the notion of resurrection. After all, how many yearn for a return from death? And how many desire immortality? Alas, no matter how fervently one wishes, resurrection remains an unattainable luxury. Unless one is a being of immense power, such entities are not easily encountered. Even if one were to cross paths with them, lacking sufficient strength, one could not compel their intervention. The Shadow Lord was once human. Yet in pursuit of power, it ultimately devolved into this grotesque form, neither human nor ghost. Had it been able to resurrect, it would not have been reduced to its current state. Thus, it cannot fathom that a mere celestial tier individual could achieve what even the Lord could not. Impossible. The Shadow Lord was filled with astonishment. Although the expression on its black visage was inscrutable to others, the tone of its voice betrayed its inner feelings. The illusionist elegantly emerged from the shattered puppet, softly humming an enigmatic melody, imbued with a surreal and eerie quality. What is real? What is illusory? What is life? What is death? Death is not a hasty passage. It is an opera, an art form that should resonate deeply within the heart. Suddenly, all the puppets unveiled a silent, haunting smile, evoking both eeriness and terror. For the first time, the Shadow Lord experienced the sensation of fear. What manner of creature are you? As a being of monstrosity itself, it found the audacity to label others as monsters, illuminating the profound shock the illusionist had instilled within it. Falsehoods, all falsehoods. The entity that had just appeared was not the true you. Indeed, only this could elucidate the impossibility of your resurrection, for you are merely at the celestial level. If I slay this version of you, you shall perish, die? I cannot be defeated. The Shadow Lord abandoned its ranged assaults, instantly materializing before the illusionist. Within the realm, it could teleport to any position instantaneously. The Shadow Lord's abrupt appearance did not startle the illusionist. Instead, he opened his arms wide. Art is worth suffering for. The Shadow Lord, in a frenzy, attacked the artist. Die? Die? The warmth of blood and the sound of flesh tearing only drove it further into madness. This sensation affirmed that the figure before it was indeed real, not an illusion. Thus, it must die. The Shadow Lord beheld the artist, now a grotesque shape, and revealed a savage, bloodthirsty grin. In the next moment, under its incredulous gaze, blinding flames ignited once more. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, he perished within the flames, only to revive amidst them. He was an indestructible monster. Upon realizing this, an unprecedented wave of fear and jealousy surged within the Shadow Lord. Another puppet shattered. The illusionist was reborn yet again. All of this unfolded before the viewers in the live stream. Those who had wept for the artist now began to express their astonishment. Remarkable. The artist is extraordinary. Who is he? Is he an invincible monster? Amidst the collective astonishment, the illusionist's role template finally reached completion. The fourth ability began to unlock. This is the final and most formidable ability of a celestial figure. Ding. The fourth ability has been unlocked. The mad illusionist can enhance the capabilities of puppets, determined by the illusionist's strength. Puppets of the same tier can receive an 80% enhancement, while those of a lower tier can directly ascend one level. Upon unlocking this ability, Shun Yin finally gained the assurance needed for battle. Otherwise, regardless of how the shadow and the puppets clashed, the existence of the Shadow Lord itself was already invincible. Its attacks were insurmountable by the illusionist. The disparity in strength between the puppets was too great, entangling with the shadow and unable to assist the illusionist. However, this ability allowed the illusionist's over 500 human-level puppets to ascend directly to the Earth level. Over 80 puppets of the Earth rank have ascended directly to the Celestial rank. Moreover, there are celestial puppets whose powers have been augmented by 80%, collectively formidable enough to rival a lord. The Shadow Lord sensed the powerful aura emanating from the surrounding puppets, and in the next moment, all the puppets advanced a level. The celestial puppets exuded an overwhelming presence, each possessing the might of the pinnacle celestial rank. Chapter 14, A Desperate Flight, the terror of the illusionist amidst the chaos. Even the Lord felt threatened by the celestial puppets. How could this be possible? Why have you suddenly grown stronger? Have you been concealing your true power all along? The Shadow Lord exclaimed in disbelief. Is it truly possible for such a monster to level up in battle? Isn't that akin to being invulnerable? Only growing stronger with each blow? At this rate, surrender would be the most sensible option. Even Xia, amidst tears, found herself laughing. It was wonderful. He was alive. The puppet's strength surged instantaneously, rendering the predominantly human and a few Earth-rank shadow creatures utterly incapable of opposing them. They were crushed in an instant. A dozen celestial puppets swiftly encircled the illusionist, providing steadfast protection, while another 60 or so surrounded the Shadow Lord. Despite the Shadow Lord's formidable strength, it could not contend with so many puppets at the peak of the celestial rank simultaneously. Furthermore, the illusionist's puppets were still multiplying. After eliminating a wave of shadow creatures, over 10 controlled Earth-rank puppets ascended to the celestial rank in mere moments. Such terror, in the face of life and death. The Shadow Lord recognized its inability to withstand these puppets. It fled, teleporting to a different location, escaping the encirclement. However, the illusionist would not permit its escape. Countless puppets surged forward. The speed of the celestial puppets was beyond human comparison. They could leap hundreds of meters, traversing kilometers in an instant. The domain scope was merely 100 miles. As numerous puppets dispersed, the range of the domain remained limited, with puppets lurking everywhere. The Shadow Lord dared not continue producing shadow creatures, for that would merely gift the enemy with numerous celestial and Earth-rank puppets. Unable to endure such losses, the Shadow Lord, under relentless pursuit by the puppets, felt akin to a rat fleeing the street, relentless in its flight. The dignity of the Lord had been utterly obliterated. Now, the Shadow Lord cared not for appearances. Disgrace was trivial compared to the urgency of survival. As long as it could escape, it would bide its time until its strength was restored, ultimately regaining complete control over this alternate space, thus avoiding such a predicament. It was its own fault. Believing that possessing an alternate space rendered it invincible, leading to a considerable laxity in its cultivation. Most importantly, it had not fully mastered the control over the alternate space. On one hand, it had acquired the alternate space too recently. On the other, it had indeed grown complacent. After all, mastering an alternate space is tantamount to being nearly invincible, as formidable beings of Lord rank are repelled by a claimed alternate space and cannot enter another's domain. Only those of lesser strength, or even ordinary individuals devoid of power, can gain entry. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a prodigious, celestial powerhouse? Who, with merely heavenly strength, could compel a lord to retreat in utter disarray? The lord was driven to a state of frantic desperation, a true spectacle of misery. For an entire hour, it struggled to maintain its domain, but once it lost the ability to teleport, evading the relentless pursuit of the puppets became an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, endowed with lordly prowess, it remained a formidable force despite the absence of its domain support. Alas, its strength proved to be futile against the multitude of heavenly puppets. It could sacrifice itself to slay dozens of them, yet what would that achieve? As long as the illusionist persisted, the puppets would continue to replenish. The prospect of vanquishing the illusionist seemed impossible. This was a conundrum without resolution. Even a celestial illusionist posed such a formidable challenge. One could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue as the illusionist matured. These thoughts eluded the Shadow Lord as exhaustion overtook it, ultimately ensnared by countless puppets. However, even heavenly puppets required a considerable duration to inflict harm. To slay it would likely necessitate days of effort. It fervently hoped to seize control of the entire alternate space. Given 10 more days, it would achieve mastery over all. At that moment, regardless of the prowess of this artist, it would execute a spatial strangulation, ensuring the demise of all. A sinister smile twisted upon the Shadow Lord's visage. Thus, it refrained from resistance, allowing the puppets to convey it before the illusionist. The Shadow Lord was a tall, slender figure, cloaked in darkness, obscuring both its visage and gender. Judging by its voice, it seemed male. Bound tightly. As it was presented before the illusionist, its mind seethed with malice. Once it mastered the space, it would rend the loathsome figure before it into minuscule fragments. A fitting retribution for its enmity. Its venomous gaze fixated intently on the illusionist, cold as a snake poised to strike. Yet, upon meeting the illusionist's eyes, it found itself ensnared within the illusionist's crafted mirage. The ability of the illusionist to transform the unreal into reality and vice versa rendered the distinction between truth and deception nearly impossible to discern. Suddenly, the Shadow Lord envisioned itself as the sovereign of the entire alternate space, commanding all its powers. Within this realm, it would be an invincible deity. It beheld the vision of annihilating that seemingly indomitable foe, extinguishing not only the body but the very essence of the soul. It erupted into frenzied laughter. With a mere gesture, countless puppets shattered into fragments. A blood-red grin split the Shadow Lord's dark visage, radiating satisfaction. At some unknown moment, it began to dance. The smile on its face grotesquely exaggerated, as if it would tear its own countenance apart. In this silent ballet, only the illusionist's gentle humming resonated, piercing the heart with an eerie resonance. Behold my puppets dance. This was the epitome of a masterpiece. The Shadow Lord, blissfully unaware, twirled and leaped with exuberance. Perhaps even it itself remains unaware, for on its countenance now rests a smile eerily reminiscent of those wooden puppets. A sharp clap resounds. The Shadow Lord silently transforms into a mere puppet. The combination of the ethereal ability and manipulation yields astonishing results. The Shadow Lord, utterly enraptured by the illusion, finds itself devoid of any resistance. When wielding this ability against an opponent lacking in defenses, one can effortlessly convert them into a puppet. The stronger the opponent, the greater their resistance, thus increasing the likelihood of failure. Yet, when paired with the ethereal, unless the adversary can see through the illusion, once ensnared, they relinquish all capacity for resistance. This amalgamation of powers is not merely a sum of its parts, but engenders a qualitative transformation. It renders even a lord of higher rank helpless against such terrifying capabilities. After the puppet completed its dance, it bowed towards the audience, marking its curtain call. Chapter 15. He is different. Witnessing this spectacle, all the spectators displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Such strangeness, such terror. It appeared that for an illusionist, no matter who the opponent was or how formidable, they could effortlessly be transformed into a puppet, manipulated at will, with their every action and even their fate resting within the illusionist's grasp. Such a mysterious, formidable individual commands both awe and reverence. The artist is extraordinarily powerful. Perhaps his strength surpasses that of the shadowy creature. Having concealed it until now, has the artist triumphed? Does this mean safety for the streamer? It is uncertain. Who knows the true nature of the abyss of despair? The streamer has been ensnared within for several hours now, yet has not emerged. Is it only the deceased who can escape? How can the dead emerge? The live stream has gone dark. What has transpired? Has the signal been interrupted? Lien Qi is at a loss, unaware of how she returned. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself on the food street. Within minutes, a group of uniformed individuals surrounds her. Ms. Lien Qi, please accompany us. The leader brandishes an identification badge before her eyes. Lien Qi barely glimpses the words Special Inspection Agency before being ushered into a vehicle. Shun Yin stands on the food street, shrouded in illusion, unseen by those around him. A gust of wind blows, and he vanishes from sight. Lien Qi is taken to a clandestine base, her eyes covered the entire way, until they arrive at their destination, where the blindfold is finally removed. She is led into a small room with walls encasing it, furnished with a table and 2 chairs. Seated across from her is a striking woman. Yu Miaoshu picks up a dossier and begins to read aloud all of Lien Qi's personal information. Lien Qi is taken aback, realizing how swiftly the state has investigated her since her disappearance. The emergence of alternate dimensions occurs randomly. Those within the same vicinity are destined to fall prey to its grasp. Those drawn into the abyss, if fortuitously situated in an area devoid of surveillance, find it exceedingly challenging to ascertain the identity of the missing. Lien Qian speculated whether, at that moment, she happened to be live streaming, only to vanish suddenly, prompting her fans to alert the authorities, leading them to conjecture that she had plunged into an alternate dimension. A complex expression flickered across Lien Qian's face. Yu Miaoshu, perceptive to her demeanor, spoke up, striving to infuse her tone with a touch of levity. Madam Lien, we have already been informed of your descent into that realm. There is no need for concern. We have brought you here solely to inquire about certain matters, as you are the first individual to emerge from that place alive. Lien Qian replied, I recorded footage on my phone. It should contain the information you seek. She extended her phone to Yu Miaoshu, who accepted it and subsequently transferred the video to another device. She then began her questioning. Were there any distinctions between the interior and the exterior? Distinctions? Lien Qian hesitated, recalling how her initial instinct was to flee. After encountering the enigmatic artist, she primarily lingered near the stage, too fearful to venture further. She had not deliberately observed other elements. Desolation, she continued. The area was profoundly barren, and it enveloped me in an oppressive heaviness, as though I were gasping for breath. The landscape visible through the lens was a desolate expanse. My range of movement was limited, and I did not witness other regions. The space within that realm of despair was undoubtedly more extensive than it appeared. As an ordinary individual, my physical capabilities confined me from exploring further, otherwise I would have met a swift demise. The authorities had long sought opportunities to dispatch personnel into this realm of despair for thorough investigation. Yet its elusive nature rendered it impossible to pinpoint its existence. Yu Miaoshu nodded, jotting down notes, then posed her second question. In your opinion, what manner of being is the artist? Is he human or a monster? Lian Xian lowered her gaze. The artist's presence was uniquely significant to her. He is akin to a beam of light. Upon seeing him, one cannot avert their eyes. Moreover, my intuition tells me he differs from those monsters. I comprehend. Yu Miaoshu nodded, proceeding to ask several more questions. Finally, she informed Lian Xian, we will now escort you for a medical examination. If any unseen dangers reside within you, they must be identified swiftly. Being the first person to return alive, Lian Xian's condition was of paramount interest to the authorities. She did not object and accompanied them for the examination, which yielded no abnormalities. After enduring further inquiries, she was eventually returned to her home. Upon her arrival, Lian Xian unlocked her phone, only to discover that her entire ordeal in the realm of despair had been live-streamed. It was no wonder the authorities had located her so swiftly. Her inbox was inundated with private messages from the livestream platform, with numerous individuals inquiring about her well-being. Some expressed concern, while others sought information regarding the artist. Lian Xian stared at her phone, lost in thought. Would she ever see the artist again? Though the realm of despair had only emerged 2 months prior, it had already captured the attention of many. Some believe, others do not, while some remain ambivalent. After all, the nation has never publicly declared the existence of a realm of despair. Even the ominous name realm of despair was coined by individuals online, inspired by certain legends. This designation for the afterlife of those who fall into despair implies certain death, leading many to consider it as the fabled hell, a domain forbidden to the living. Now that Xian has emerged alive, the speculations surrounding the realm of despair are bound to be shattered. System, please tally my current subversion value, Shun Yin inquired. System, current subversion value, 16,830 points. Why so little? Shun Yin mused. He had anticipated that broadcasting the realm of despair, such an exhilarating event, would attract a multitude of viewers. Even if merely tens of thousands tuned in, each contributing a fraction of subversion value, it should amount to more than this. In another dimension, over 30 individuals had provided him with over 1,000 subversion points. System, have you been siphoning off my subversion value? Host, the system's calculations are accurate. The subversion value acquired online tends to be slightly less than that in reality due to the lack of authenticity. There are not many who genuinely believe in the existence of characters. Hence, the subversion value is diminished. The virtual world inevitably remains distinct from reality. The emergence of the illusionist is so fantastical that many perceive him as a mere figment of imagination. An illusion, by its very nature, denotes non-existence. Akin to the characters one encounters in comic books or novels, despite their extraordinary abilities, they ultimately lack realism. Chapter 16, Drawing the Second Character. The martyr, upon hearing the system's explanation, Shun Yin finally accepted that the system had not pilfered his subversion value. System, arrange an identity for me in this world. Shun Yin, having traversed into this realm, found himself without kin or any official status, merely a ghost in the system. In reality, lacking an identity renders one's endeavors exceedingly inconvenient. Ding. Consuming 100 subversion points. Identity creation complete. Information regarding Shun Yan's identity appeared across various records, entirely authentic and devoid of discrepancies. Additionally, he received a household registration book and an identification card. Shun Yin glanced through them before stowing them away. Ding. The host's subversion value has reached the requisite amount. Would you like to consume 10,000 subversion points to commence drawing the second character template? Note, the novice benefits have been revoked, and the difficulty of the second character will be heightened. The mention of increased difficulty piqued Shun Yan's interest. The first character he portrayed had been rather simplistic. Perhaps it was due to his inherent nature as a perfectionist that he seamlessly embodied the illusionist, feeling no sense of dissonance whatsoever. It was likely that the novice benefits played a part, only requiring him to express the character's personality without any additional stipulations. Now, hearing that the challenge would intensify, Shun Yin felt a surge of anticipation. Let us proceed. Begin drawing the template. Template drawing successful. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn the Lord-level boss template. Character, martyr potential, Lord-level personality, overly righteous, intolerant of wrongdoing, compassionate, benevolent, unable to refuse others' requests, and harboring an intense hatred for evildoers. Script. Once, he was a rising star, radiant and brilliant, yet due to the nature of humanity, he became a martyr for the path, transforming into an existence that is neither human, nor demon, nor spirit, nor ghost, nor deity, an entity unaccepted by the way. Ability, to be generated. Ding. Role-playing initiated. Swish. A handsome and resolute visage emerges. He stands at 8 feet tall, with a black mark on his forehead, a symbol of rejection by the path. The martyr is bound by heavy chains, inscribed with countless mysterious runes. This is a seal that not only restrains his power, but also obscures his presence from the heavenly path. Should the seal be lifted, the heavenly path would sense his existence and descend with thunderous wrath, vowing to annihilate him without cease. Of course, this is merely a script. In this world, the heavenly path does not exist. At most, there are some indistinct instincts of the world. Ultimately, the existence of the heavenly path must be orchestrated by Shun Yin himself. A script indeed? Shun Yan's voice deepened, resonating like thunder. As for his appearance, it bore no significant difference from that of an ordinary person. Save for one detail. His scara is black, and his pupils are a pale gold, reminiscent of a serpent's slit-like gaze. Shun Yin opened the script above and perused its contents. The narrative primarily revolves around a good-natured individual, dedicated to virtue, punishing wrongdoers, and steadfastly pursuing the path of justice through diligent practice. Despite his efforts to vanquish evil and promote goodness, he ultimately succumbs to the nature of humanity, perishing and dissipating from the path, only to be unexpectedly resurrected. Shun Yin stroked his chin, noting its smoothness. Stubble was an impossibility, for this body was clearly not ordinary. What concerned him more was that, although the system did not specify whether this character template was righteous or nefarious, the personality traits undeniably suggested a protagonist. After all, which villain would be described as benevolent? The template of the illusionist, deemed villainous, displayed a character that was both just and wicked, if unprovoked. One could coexist peacefully with him. However, should he be angered, becoming a puppet would be the sole outcome. He harbored no reservations, disregarding whether his adversary was an ordinary person or otherwise, adhering solely to his artistic principles. This embodies the illusionist's sinister nature. Conversely, the martyr, by personality, is undoubtedly a protagonist. Yet, when considering the script, the delineation is not so absolute. Initially, the martyr was indeed a righteous and noble soul, yet now, having sacrificed himself for the path and unexpectedly resurrected, transformed into this monstrous entity that defies categorization, does he still embody his former self? This template harbors intricacies. After thorough analysis, Shun Yin concluded that it would be prudent not to strictly adhere to the character's traits. Instead, he should portray a being who, after death and resurrection, grapples with the complex emotions of realizing his rejection by the path. The challenge of this role indeed escalates to a new level, with pitfalls awaiting him at every turn. Shun Yin was certain that if he were to portray the character strictly according to the template, the resulting image would undoubtedly fail to meet the requirements for unlocking the abilities. Damn, were they actually waiting for me here? System. Commencing ability generation. This ability generation requires the deduction of 1,000 subversion points. Deduction successful, the first ability has been unlocked. Unlike celestial beings, Lord-level figures possess a total of 6 abilities. Insight. You will perceive all evils. By gazing at those before you, you shall witness the sins of their entire lives. This ability cannot be activated or deactivated at will. As you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. To be candid, this ability is not particularly powerful. Rather than being a boon, it feels more like a curse, as hinted by the last statement. Upon unlocking the ability, Shun Yin would acquire all pertinent information regarding it and wield it with ease. However, this ability is passive and beyond his control. Host, the system alerts you that as the difficulty of character portrayal increases, the script will begin to manifest. You may arrange the script yourself or allow the system to generate it. After some contemplation, Shun Yin decided to take a cautious approach for his first attempt at script portrayal, opting to see how the system-generated script would unfold. System. Let me review the script you've generated before I make a selection. Ding. The system is generating the script. The script has been completed. Below are the scenes produced by the system. Scene 1. Emerging from the coffin, you, who have long slumbered beneath the earth, are unearthed by others. The hatred within you remains unquenchable, and you intend to seek out your nemesis from those bygone days to exact vengeance. Scene 2. The Tao, sensing your awakening, dispatches the Tianlai sect to suppress you. The members of the Tianlai sect, once your comrades in cultivation, have now become your foes, employing every possible means to vanquish you. Scene 3. Breaking free from the cocoon, will you relinquish the hatred in your heart, or succumb to the endless abyss? Tianlai sect? If I were to enact this script, would I also have to portray the members of the Tianlai sect? Chapter 17. Grandfather Zhang's manuscript system. The members of the Tianlai sect will be automatically generated as NPCs. You may expend 100 subversion points for the system to manage them throughout the script, or you can control them yourself. The distinction is minimal, one requires expenditure, while the other does not. After pondering, Shun Yin inquired of the system, am I also responsible for designing the lines for the NPCs? The host may design them independently, or allow the system to generate them based on the context. In that case, I shall handle it myself. Relying on the system would surely incur additional subversion point costs. Although he still had plenty of subversion points left, he was reluctant to squander them in such a manner. Upon unlocking a character, Shun Yin would gain all its abilities. However, when portraying other characters, he could not utilize these abilities, lest he risk breaking character. One must employ the abilities inherent to the character being portrayed. Of course, when not in character, he could wield his abilities freely without concern. After reviewing the system-generated script, Shun Yin found it quite satisfactory. The characters and plot were far superior to his own ideas. He chose the script generated by the system. The system prompted the selection of a script, consuming 500 disruption points. Shun Yin raised an eyebrow, ultimately remaining silent. After all, exchanging 500 disruption points for this script was not a significant loss. Ding. The system reminded the host that failure in this portrayal would result in the inability to acquire the full capabilities of the character. This change marked the disappearance of the novice benefits. Previously, the system had not indicated the consequences of an incomplete character portrayal. Now, with the novice benefits expired, the system provided a warning. It suggested that during Shun Yin's first character portrayal as the illusionist, even if he diverged significantly from the character's established persona, he would ultimately receive a guaranteed ability. However, it remained uncertain whether this was due to Shun Yin's personality being somewhat akin to that of the illusionist, or if he possessed a performative disposition. In any case, his initial portrayal was remarkably flawless. For the second character, should he stray from the character's definition, he would forfeit all abilities, rendering the over 10,000 disruption points he had spent utterly wasted. A serious expression settled on Shun Yin's face. No room for recklessness. Maintain composure. Otherwise, he would lose all his disruption points without gaining anything in return, leaving him in a dire predicament. Now let us commence. Shun Yin donned a benevolent smile. Brother, are you truly certain there exists an ancient tomb here? Two men clad in gray, equipped with tools, stealthily traversed the mountainside. Their heads were wrapped in cloth, concealing their faces and revealing only their eyes. Zhang San produced a round disc, stating, I inadvertently uncovered a notebook left by my grandfather, which indeed recorded an address. Let me tell you, our family was once impoverished, but one day, my grandfather suddenly came into a windfall. Gradually, our circumstances improved. However, my father squandered the wealth, and by his generation, our fortunes declined once more. Upon investigating the address noted in the notebook, I discovered it leads to the back mountain of our village. Why would my grandfather document such an address? Where did that sudden influx of money originate? Li Si nodded, gazing at Zhang San with admiration. So, you surmise there lies a grand tomb here. Zhang San proudly lifted his chin indeed. Thus, one must engage their intellect. Otherwise, how could one achieve great wealth? Brother, you are absolutely right. You are indeed clever. You must lead your younger brother to prosperity. My future depends on you. Li Si flattered, his face brimming with sycophancy. Zhang San reveled in the praise, casually draping an arm around him. No worries, I've got you covered. Let us proceed. Once we uncover that tomb, we shall be wealthy. The two continued their journey toward the back mountain. In the dead of night, they switched on their flashlights, avoiding populated areas, as some individuals might be foraging for herbs there. They needed to be cautious not to attract attention. If others discovered the tomb and reported it, their opportunity would vanish. Being caught could lead to years of imprisonment. After climbing for over 2 hours, they delved deeper into the back mountain, where the undergrowth thrived, indicating no one had trodden there before. Brother, where is the tomb? Are we not there yet? Li Si wiped the sweat from his brow, fatigue evident in his voice. Is it possible to arrive so swiftly? The journey remains far from complete. We must locate a marker. My grandfather had once placed a stone there. After meandering through the mountains for quite some time, the two of them finally discovered the stone. Brother, is this the stone your grandfather left behind? Where? Zhang San hurriedly approached, shining his flashlight upon the stone on the ground. He noted that its size closely resembled that of the stone depicted in the black and white photograph left by his grandfather. However, due to the thick growth of moss and weeds, it was not immediately recognizable. Zhang San swiftly retrieved a sickle and began to clear the surrounding vegetation, scraping away the moss to reveal the stone's original form. Yes, indeed. This is the stone, Zhang San exclaimed with excitement. Wonderful. Li Si echoed his enthusiasm. The two of them produced their tools and commenced digging. With their vigorous efforts, a pit gradually emerged. Digging a pit required considerable strength, and after moving a mound of earth, their shovel struck something solid. Thud! The shovel collided with a hard object, producing a dull sound. They looked up, their faces brightening with joy. They had struck something. With renewed vigor, they resumed digging, and the object beneath slowly became visible. It was a large blue stone slab, approximately 2 meters in length. As they unearthed it, the task became easier, and they cautiously cleared the earth from the top of the slab. Soon, a massive blue stone slab emerged from several meters underground, upon which faint engravings appeared. Though they had become quite shallow over the years, particularly in the darkness, it was difficult to discern any patterns. Zhang San patted the dirt off the slab, exclaiming in exhilaration, "This is it. Quickly, let us uncover it." Together, they endeavored to move the blue stone slab. Yet, despite their exertions, the slab remained immovable, seemingly bonded to the ground beneath. Driven by determination, Zhang San seized his shovel and began to strike it. The resounding clang echoed throughout the mountains, startling a flock of birds into flight. Brother, such noise is too much. Li Si urgently restrained Zhang San. Although this was the mountains, where few ventured, should anyone be nearby, they would undoubtedly hear the commotion. What if the villagers came running towards the sound? Chapter 18. Outlaws and Trailblazers. Zhang San paused his assault on the slab. How did my grandfather manage to open such a hard surface? Li Si pondered. Perhaps there is a mechanism? Upon hearing this, Zhang San immediately began searching for any hidden mechanisms. After an extensive search, they found nothing of the sort and exchanged glances, contemplating whether to continue digging deeper. Then let us proceed, they declared, and resumed their digging. On the mountainside, a few tents were erected. In the center, a campfire illuminated the surroundings brightly. Several individuals gathered around the fire, roasting a chicken. From their conversation, it became evident that they were a team of outdoor adventure streamers, stationed in a remote mountain area to survive for a live broadcast. As they ascended the mountain, they bypassed nearby villages, leaving no one aware of their presence in these secluded heights. Where has Xieshan gone? One should not wander aimlessly in the mountains, lest they become lost. When Guyu frowned, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. He mentioned earlier that he had a stomachache. He must have gone to find a place to relieve himself. Xiaoming replied. When Guyu inquired, how long has he been gone? Perhaps a little over an hour? Xiaoming estimated. Such a lengthy absence? Others expressed their concern, wondering if something might have happened. Should we go look for Xieshan? When Guyu furrowed her brow, realizing that as the one who brought him into the mountains, she bore some responsibility should anything go awry. Xiaoming, Xiaoyu, let us search for him. All right. Just as the three were about to head in the direction Xieshan had taken, they spotted him stumbling out of the woods, his face pale and his pace frantic, as if pursued by some unseen force. What troubles you? You look unwell, when Guyu asked, perplexed. I just heard a strange noise. It seems there are large wild beasts lurking about. I heard their howls, and the sound was terrifying. Large beasts? The group was taken aback. When they had arrived at the mountain, they had researched the area and confirmed the absence of sizable carnivorous animals, which had emboldened them to camp there. After all, none among them were professionals, and their survival relied entirely on the provisions prepared by their crew. It was unlikely they would endure even a single night in the wilderness. How could there be large beasts? Are you certain you didn't miss here? When Guyu questioned, skeptical of his claims. given that wildlife was already scarce. The presence of large predators seemed improbable. I truly heard it, and if you don't believe me, come and listen. Xiaoshan insisted passionately. I thought I might have misheard as well, but I stayed there listening for quite some time, and it kept howling. Seeing the conviction in Xiaoshan's demeanor, the group hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Guyu decisively stated, let us go together. We won't approach, just listen from a distance. If there truly are large beasts, we must leave at dawn. Otherwise, staying on the same mountain as fierce predators would rob us of sleep. Who knows if we might become their prey in our slumber? Everyone concurred, eager to investigate further, as uncertainty weighed heavily on their minds. 7 of them followed Xiaoshan, leaving 3 behind to guard the camp. Just ahead, this is where I heard the loud noise, he indicated. After walking a few minutes, Xiaoshan led the way, reiterating his belief that he had not misheard. However, despite their collective presence, no sound of the howling he described reached their ears. As they advanced several dozen meters further, the silence persisted. Their voices lowered, and Xiaoshan questioned, Isn't it possible you misheard? Xiaoshan's expression was resolute. Impossible. I certainly did not mishear. It must be weary by now. The crowd exhibited skepticism, as none had heard the howling sound, leading them to believe that Xiaoshan had simply erred. When Guyu pulled Xiao Meng along, continuing their trek. Guyu, have you discovered something? Xiao Meng inquired, noticing Wen Guyu's focused demeanor as she listened intently and scanned their surroundings. Shoo! Wen Guyu urged Xiao Meng to lower her voice. After walking over 100 meters, both of them discerned a faint sound. The noise was amplified by the mountains, particularly during the stillness of night, allowing it to travel further. However, the source of the sound was undoubtedly within the same mountain. They exchanged glances, and Xiao Meng, feeling a twinge of fear, whispered, Guyu, could it be a large wild beast? When Guyu shook her head, after concentrating for a moment, she concluded that it sounded less like a creature and more akin to the sound of someone digging. Digging? Xiao Meng shivered. On a dark, windy night, amidst the solitude of an isolated hill, the sound of digging was disconcerting. Was it not indicative of a deranged killer disposing of a body? Clearly, both Wen Guyu and Xiao Meng arrived at the same unsettling conclusion. Besides this possibility, Wen Guyu could not fathom why anyone would choose to dig at such an hour. There were no bamboo groves on this mountain. Even for herbal gathering, one would typically venture out during daylight. The choice to do so at night suggested nefarious activities. Should we leave this place? Xiao Meng clutched Wen Guyu's sleeve, her fear palpable. No, we must investigate. The digging ceased. Upon approaching, they discovered a deep hole beside a stone, accompanied by tools and a mound of excavated earth. As Wen Guyu observed the scene, particularly the expanse of exposed blue stone slabs, she realized they had stumbled upon a grave robbery. We should call the police. They exchanged determined glances and decided to alert the authorities. Just as they turned to leave, someone approached from behind and abruptly dragged them down. Beneath the ground, Zhang Xin spat, nearly thwarted by these 2 women. Li Si prepared to bind them with ropes. Big brother, what shall we do with them? Should we? Li Si gestured to his neck, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. Are you foolish? Zhang Xin smacked his head. If we truly kill them, we cannot escape the consequences. Then shall we leave them here? Li Si scratched his head, puzzled. After a moment's thought, Zhang San proposed they use the women as scouts, as he had heard that many traps and mechanisms lay within these tombs. Truly, you are wise, big brother. Li Si's flattery pleased Zhang San immensely. When Guyu and Xiao Meng's faces drained of color and terror. Chapter 19. The Way of Heaven website, The Observer. Was this not sending them to their doom? Big brother is indeed wise. Should they perish, the blame shall not fall upon us. Zhang San and Li Si forced the 2 women to the front, using shovels to compel them to advance. When Guyu and Xiao Meng, trembling with fear, had no choice but to bend forward and proceed cautiously. Ahead lay a tunnel that had been excavated, leading to another passage. The signs of where suggested it had been left by Zhang San's grandfather. Upon traversing this corridor, they encountered a grand entrance constructed from azure stone bricks. The gate, much like the azure slabs above, was adorned with incomprehensible runes and characters, their fierce engravings seemingly etched with blades, exuding an intimidating aura. When Guyu contemplated calling the police, but just as he retrieved his phone, Zhang Xin caught him. With a swift motion, he seized Wen's phone and also confiscated Xiao Meng's device. Behave yourselves and refrain from any tricks, Zhang Xin barked. The 2, terrified, huddled together, too frightened to make any further movements. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious website had suddenly emerged online, managed by an entity named Observer, with the site itself titled Tian Dao. The moment the site went live, it drew in millions of users instantly. A comment section was created, where many began to voice their thoughts. Bring 4 pigs to the score, damn. My dad was in the middle of a match. What is this ridiculous site that suddenly pulled me in? My ranking game is ruined. Look at me show off 5. I was playing a game too when I got dragged in. Suddenly looking back, I got pulled in while watching a video. A sword floating in snow. What is this site? I don't think I clicked on anything. Am I infected with a virus? Little 6, this feels like a hacker's ploy. How did this new site manage to pull off such a stunt? A sword floating in snow. Tian Dao? That name sounds impressive. Bring 4 pigs to the score. What is Tian Dao? Information regarding extraordinary powers seemed to be absent from online discourse. Suddenly looking back, I have no idea, but it sounds incredibly grand. Look at me show off 5, damn. I think I understand what Tian Dao means. Check out the 2 characters at the top of the website. After a moment of silence, the comment section finally received replies. Suddenly looking back, damn. This is absurd. A sword floating in snow. When I saw those 2 characters, the meaning of Tian Dao suddenly dawned on me, and I realized their significance. It defies logic. Little 6, me too. How terrifying. Big C. Could this site really be operated by Tian Dao? The admin is someone called Observer? Millions were drawn in, with half opting to exit while the other half remained out of curiosity. Upon discovering the site's wonders, their intrigue only deepened. Look, they've posted a video. It seems to be a live stream. Over 100,000 users clicked to enter the live room. As they did, the initial scene unfolded, when Guyu and Xiao Meng were being dragged underground by Zhang San and Li Si. What is going on here? Are they disposing of bodies in the wild? Do these two lunatics intend to harm these lovely ladies? Hey, let those two ladies go. What shall we do? Should we call the police? What if they are murderers? I've already called the police. Me too. During the live broadcast, they traversed a tunnel so narrow that one had to stoop to advance. I can't shake the feeling that this resembles a thief's passage. Are they grave robbers? Did the two young ladies stumble upon their illicit activities, leading to their capture? Goodness. They even require someone to scout ahead. What audacity. They must be apprehended and imprisoned for decades. Inside the tunnel, although Zhang Sen wielded a flashlight, the surrounding darkness rendered visibility quite poor. However, within the live stream, this had no bearing. The imagery was not only clear but also radiant, allowing the viewers to discern the faces of those inside with utmost clarity. Remarkably, the audience seemed oblivious to this discrepancy. The broadcast shifted its focus to a cyan stone door. One viewer, a student of ancient literature, posted a comment. Is there writing on the door? It appears illegible, as it doesn't resemble our contemporary simplified characters. Surely, the inscriptions are not mere doodles? You see, ancient burial practices were steeped in significance. The characters that adorn this door must hold a deeper meaning. If only we had a distinguished translator to elucidate this. The inscriptions seem reminiscent of ancient script. Alas, I can only decipher a fragment. Let me call my teacher for assistance. My teacher is a luminary in ancient literature. Impressive. Brother, go summon your teacher. I shall await the translation with bated breath. Before long, his teacher entered the live stream. It seems one must be well read, even to comprehend a live broadcast nowadays. Greetings, teacher. Everyone, please be quiet and lend an ear to the professor's lecture. All the viewers were eager for his analysis of the inscriptions. Upon entering, Professor Chu fixated on the writing on the stone bricks, exclaiming his astonishment at encountering such characters in this setting. This script is quite obscure, originating from ancient times in our country. Each of these symbols possesses a specific significance. Allow me to examine this. I have encountered these runes in an ancient text before. They are Taoist symbols, intended for subduing malevolent spirits. Though we must still adhere to scientific reasoning. The translation of this character reads, "Entry forbidden, dire consequences await." It serves as a warning against entering, suggesting that the interior is perilous. Following the professor's translation, the other netizens erupted with applause. Marvelous, Professor. Given that the door offers such a stern warning, is it not exceedingly dangerous for them to venture inside? Alas, they cannot hear our concerns. What a pity for those two charming young ladies. Professor Chu adjusted his glasses, pondering the situation. What is this place? Which team is conducting archaeological work here? Are they so ignorant of protocol as to not understand that no materials should be disclosed during an excavation? His student, drenched in sweat, explained succinctly, Professor, there are two individuals engaged in grave robbing, and two unfortunate souls have been captured. Upon hearing this, Professor Chu's face flushed with indignation. We must alert the authorities. It is imperative to prevent these grave robbers from desecrating the ancient tomb. Having already registered, it is impossible to rush over so quickly. Chapter 20. Breaking out of the coffin, a modicum of retribution. Before the azure stone brick door, two illiterate individuals, Zhang San and Li Si, naturally could not decipher the characters inscribed upon it. Even if they could, they would never relinquish the treasures within. Although when Guyu sensed a murderous aura emanating from the characters above, she found herself constrained and unable to escape. Clang, clang, clang. Upon reaching the underground, Zhang San and Li Si cast aside their hesitations. They wielded their shovels to strike the stone bricks, creating an opening large enough to pass through. In you go, Zhang San urged, giving Guyu a shove. Reluctantly, she and Xiao Meng entered the expansive hole, stepping into the tomb. Once inside, they found no toxic gas, nor any traps or mechanisms. The only issue was the low oxygen levels, which made breathing somewhat laborious. However, as the hole was breached, fresh oxygen began to flood in, quickly enriching the atmosphere within. Observing that the two were unharmed, Zhang San eagerly plunged into the tomb, followed closely by Li Si. Ignoring all else, the two immediately began scouring the surroundings for valuable items. Regrettably, after a thorough search, the tomb, encased entirely in azure stone bricks, proved to be quite barren, save for a singular coffin that stood prominently in the center. Damn it, how can there be nothing? Zhang San lamented, astonished that after all their toil, they had uncovered not a single valuable artifact. Bah, truly unlucky. Li Si, gazing at the purple wooden coffin in the center, suggested, Brother, perhaps all the valuables were taken by your grandfather. Why not open the coffin and see if there are any treasures inside? Zhang San found this reasoning compelling. His gaze shifted to the imposing coffin, and he too was tempted. Let us have a look then. The coffin stood upright, bound by numerous massive iron chains, and a yellow talisman was affixed to its front. This talisman, seemingly crafted from some material impervious to decay, appeared as pristine as if it had only just been applied. Zhang San approached, tearing the talisman from the coffin and inspecting it closely. Is this also an antique? It should fetch a decent price, he mused, rolling it up and tucking it into his clothing. Then, the two faced a dilemma regarding the iron chains binding the coffin. With such formidable restraints, opening it would prove challenging. Zhang San and Li Si attempted to pry the chains apart, but they remained immovable. Were they to abandon their quest? Having come this far, surrender was simply unacceptable. They raised their shovels and began striking the chains, wondering if the passage of years had led to any corrosion. Clang, clang, clang. The harsh sounds of metal striking metal resonated through the air. When Guyu and Xiao Meng stood to the side, contemplating a stealthy escape while Zhang San and his companion were distracted. Yet at that moment, a clatter emanated from within the coffin, concealed by the clamor of their hammering. The sound went unnoticed. Clatter. Another noise rang out, this time coinciding with Zhang San and Li Si's momentary pause to rest. Brother, did you hear something? Li Si wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands aching from the relentless strikes, while the iron chain remained unyielding, robust as ever. What was that sound? Zhang San, drenched in perspiration, felt his hands begin to tremble. Clang. That resonant noise pierced through the silence, a sound unmistakably emanating from within the coffin. Zhang San, stricken with terror, turned to gaze at the coffin, his expression mirroring the fright shared by the others. No, could it be a resurrection of the dead? Li Si, his nerves frayed, struggled to articulate his fear. Resurrection, my foot. That corpse has been buried for years, reduced to mere bones. Zhang San cursed, attempting to bolster his own courage, though fear gnawed at him from within. The two girls, the most timid among them, could only scream upon encountering such a phenomenon, clutching each other tightly. What else with the screaming? What is there to fear? With such a thick iron chain, even if it were a resurrection, it couldn't escape. Zhang San, plagued by their cacophony, raised his voice in reprimand. Crack, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the purple wooden coffin burst apart. The once unyielding iron chains, which had withstood their relentless assaults, shattered into numerous fragments. Several pieces struck Zhang San and Li Si, knocking them to the ground. Wen Guyu and Xiao Meng, standing at a distance, narrowly avoided the calamity. From within the coffin emerged a towering figure clad in a moon-white robe, resembling a Taoist practitioner. It's a resurrection. The collective gasp of astonishment echoed, including that of the viewers in the live stream. Wen Guyu, paralyzed by fear, instinctively reached for Xiao Meng to flee, only to discover her body was unresponsive. The imposing figure advanced with heavy footsteps, chains clanking ominously around its limbs and waist, producing a dull metallic sound with each step. Its eyes, devoid of scara, bore into one's soul like a cold-blooded predator. Where am I? The martyr opened his palms, peering into them, murmuring, was I not dead? Why have I returned to life? Zhang San, struck by the chain, finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, his first utterance was a fervent exclamation. Damn it all. This hurts like hell. The martyr's gaze shifted from his hands to the recently revived Zhang San. In the blink of an eye, the martyr materialized before Zhang San, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Zhang San, on the brink of asphyxiation, struggled futilely, kicking and thrashing against the chains, only to redden his hands while his assailant remained unfazed. The martyr and Zhang San locked eyes for a fleeting moment, after which the martyr unceremoniously tossed Zhang San to the ground. Grave robbers, the martyr murmured. He then turned his attention to the remaining three, his eyes reflecting the weight of other sins. Before us stands Zhang San, a man who has spent his life engaging in petty thefts, never committing any grave offenses, save for the current act of tomb raiding. Beside him is Li Si, who has been following Zhang San around, causing trouble but refraining from any heinous acts of murder or arson. In times past, a martyr would not have acted against such individuals, as their transgressions did not merit such a response. However, now the martyr lets out a cold snort. Both men scream in despair, collapsing to the ground. The martyr does not kill them but administers a slight punishment. They are afflicted by the miasma of death, destined to be haunted by nightmares for a month unless they sincerely repent, for the miasma will not dissipate otherwise. The martyr's gaze then shifts to Wen Guyu. Chapter 21. The Millennium Corpse, disciple of Tian Lai sect. Alas, it is over. I am being targeted. Surely, the young lady will not be killed, will she? Could it be that this person has truly risen from the dead? He does not appear to be a corpse that has lain for many years. I once read in an ancient text that a corpse that remains uncorrupted for a century becomes a zombie. This is indeed a zombie. A student of ancient literature commented in the chat. A zombie? Is a zombie formidable? Does this mean that this person is genuinely deceased? What living person's eyes could appear thus? You wouldn't deny someone the use of colored contact lenses, would you? Of course, this was jest. For the strength displayed in tearing apart those robust iron chains as if they were mere paper is astonishing. Those chains showed no signs of decay, having left no mark even under the relentless assault from Zhang San and Li Si. Such immense power surely cannot belong to an ordinary individual. Now this enigmatic being, neither fully human nor entirely a corpse, sets its gaze upon the two unarmed, fragile women. The viewers in the live stream hold their breath in trepidation. When Guyu's heart races, Xiao Meng, too, senses the martyr's gaze and feels her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for Wen Guyu's steadying hands, she would have surely fallen. What year is it now? The martyr, noticing that Wen Guyu bears no taint of wrongdoing, chooses to inquire of her, his mind unexpectedly clear, devoid of malice. Wen Guyu is taken aback by the martyr's question, momentarily stunned before she gathers her wits. She responds, this year is the year 2056 of the new calendar. New calendar 2056? Upon hearing this, the martyr falls into a contemplative silence, murmuring to himself in astonishment, a millennium has truly passed. With that, he no longer regards Wen Guyu but instead throws his head back and lets out a howl, declaring that since fate has granted him another chance at life, he shall avenge his past demise. With a leap, the martyr vanishes into the ancient tomb, his destination unknown. The calm demeanor that Wen Guyu had maintained crumbles after the martyr departs. Her legs give way, and she collapses alongside Xiao Meng, who had also felt the weight of anxiety. Their phones are with Zhang San, who now lies unconscious. Summoning their courage, they search Zhang San, recovering the phones to call for help. After a while, the police, guided by the location, arrive and rescue them from their predicament. Two grave robbers were directly sent to the hospital. If the examinations reveal no issues, they will be taken away for investigation upon regaining consciousness. After all, committing grave robbery in broad daylight, while also kidnapping individuals for reconnaissance, poses a severe threat to the safety of others, and a heavy sentence is certainly inevitable. The viewers in the live stream assumed the broadcast had concluded at this point. However, the camera shifted, revealing the previously vanished martyr once more gracing the live stream. The martyr was now racing through the mountains, truly soaring, several meters above the ground, feet not touching the earth. This ability to fly was inherent to the martyr. A zombie by nature, accessible without any unlocking. Much like the aura of death, it was simply the instinct of the body. Mom, I think I just saw Superman. Come quick. Someone is flying in the sky, exclaimed a viewer. Could it be that I'm dreaming? Can a person really fly unaided? Subsequently, a user with a verified badge commented in the chat. Disciple of the 37th generation of the unfaltering Tianlai sect. This is a flying zombie. Its resentment is boundless. Calamity shall surely befall the world. I must inform my master and eliminate this zombie before it wreaks havoc. Is that brother serious? Another viewer wondered. Wow. His name is verified. Where did he get that certification? I can't seem to find it. Impressive. This brother is really into it. Yet, regardless of the chatter in the comments, the verified account did not reappear, seemingly having gone to seek his master as he claimed. Gradually, an unsettling sensation began to envelop the viewers. Anxiety crept in, their eyelids twitching, as if a great calamity was indeed approaching. Could it be true what that person said? Even if this zombie seeks vengeance for its death from a millennium ago, as he mentioned, those who harmed it have long since perished, their graves lost to time. Who would it even seek to avenge? Do you think the zombie might target the descendants of its enemies? How could we know who the descendants are? After so long, who can tell if those bloodlines still exist? If this zombie fails to find its original foes, do you think it might unleash its fury upon others? As they spoke, a chill ran down everyone's spines, the sense of unease becoming more palpable. Is everything alright? Aren't there still people from the Tianlai sect? If they are aware of this zombie's identity, they must possess a method to deal with it. An eerie silence fell over the crowd. Previously, they had engaged enthusiastically in discussions, even noticing the unusual aspects of the martyr. Though fearful, the barrier of the internet made them feel somewhat secure, lacking a sense of urgency. Now, with the potential threat looming over them, their anxiety heightened. Quickly look, a book has been published on the Tiandao website. Upon seeing this, everyone hastily exited the live stream to investigate. Some kept the live stream open in one window while opening the book in another. It was an extensive compendium on zombies, detailing their origins, formations, and the dangers they pose. The lowest tier of zombies consists of the newly formed purple zombie, followed by the white zombie, black zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, swimming corpse, and the unyielding bone. Each tier of zombies boasts distinct abilities. The lower tier purple and white zombies are relatively manageable. They fear fire, light, water, chickens, and even dogs, making them easy adversaries. One simply needs to be cautious not to be bitten, as those who fall victim to a zombie's bite will transform into one after a period. The toxin can be counteracted with glutinous rice. However, upon encountering the black zombie, one discovers that this tier of undead is no longer afraid of water or fire, and with each ascending tier, the difficulty doubles. When one reaches the hairy zombie, the creature possesses a toughened exterior and, with increasing prowess, becomes more resilient and agile, capable of leaping onto rooftops and scaling trees. Now unafraid of mundane flames and even sunlight. This is just a precursor to the flying zombie, which transcends the earthly realm. After millennia of cultivation, it can soar through the skies, adept in arcane arts, impervious to blades and flames, and generally beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners, becoming a scourge of the land. Chapter 22. Encountering a ghost in the dead of night. Such a monstrous entity, infused with overwhelming resentment and a deep-seated hatred for humanity, seeks vengeance. It is easy to imagine the chaos it would unleash upon entering a city. Prior to this revelation, the existence of zombies had been unknown. Upon discovery, the populace was astounded to learn of the existence of such formidable beings. The fact that zombies can bite and transform their victims into one of their own incited widespread terror. No one desires to become a zombie. The martyr moves with incredible speed. He races through the mountains, emerging from them in mere minutes, passing by villages, heading towards the location of his nemesis etched in his memory, flying close to the ground, perhaps due to his prolonged slumber. He is unfamiliar with the drastically changed world around him. Once he descends from the mountain, his pace considerably slows. As his speed diminishes, those in the live stream can finally discern their surroundings. Is this not the air above the mountain stream? Viewers in the live stream, recognizing the area where the martyr now resides, are engulfed by dread at the thought of such an omnipotent zombie soaring above them. The sensation is akin to plunging into an icy abyss, filled with fear and trepidation. This is far more terrifying than a descent into a hell of despair, which appears randomly and affects daily life little. Fear only arises after one has fallen in. However, the martyr is different. A colossal being capable of tearing iron chains asunder hovers above, poised to descend at any moment and shred them to pieces. Who would not be terrified? The online community surrounding the mountain stream is on the brink of panic. They fervently pray that he does not descend and does not approach the stream. Fortunately, the martyr does not linger, swiftly soaring past the mountain stream. In less than half an hour, a province was traversed, swiftly arriving at Chuanxiang. Within the live stream, there were also individuals from Chuanxiang, their hearts racing as they witnessed the martyr hovering ominously above. Panic surged through them. Please, don't come any closer. Is it too late to flee? Oh no, I'm buying a ticket to leave immediately. It's too late. We might as well await our fate. Despite the fervent desire of those in Chuanxiang for the martyr not to arrive, amidst the despair reflected in their eyes, the martyr seemed to affirm that Chuanxiang was indeed the destination he sought, beginning his gradual descent. Everyone in Chuanxiang sent out a desperate SOS. Warning. A formidable weapon has landed in Chuanxiang. Do not venture outside recklessly. Those in Chuanxiang, please stay indoors. Avoid wandering aimlessly, refrain from mocking others, and certainly do not laugh maniacally. Oh no, is there any hope for us? Where are the Tianlai sect members? Come save us. Regardless of the profound despair felt by the inhabitants of Chuanxiang, the martyr's actions faced no hindrance. Upon landing on a street in Chuanxiang, his expression was one of profound complexity. The bustling streets and towering edifices bore no resemblance to the courtyard walls of his past memories, all having vanished with the passage of time. Both people and objects had faded, leaving him burdened with resentment, uncertain of his next course. The changes here were staggering. Had the terrain not remained relatively unchanged, the martyr might not have found this place. Yet now, everything from his memories had transformed. His enemies had perished, and he could find no one upon whom to exact revenge. The martyr fell silent, engulfed in bewilderment. After slumbering for so many years, what purpose did his awakening serve? A grown man, clad in heavy robes, layered thickly, the long garment trailing on the ground, adorned with incomprehensible mystical symbols, chains clanking about his hands and feet, stood foolishly in the street. As pedestrians passed, they hastily quickened their pace to escape his presence. Neon lights flickered. The current civilization was remarkably advanced, with illumination installed everywhere, casting vibrant light even in the depths of night. The martyr wandered aimlessly. At that moment, the pedestrian signal switched to red. A vehicle, clearly speeding, came racing from a distance. The driver, having consumed some alcohol, was unperturbed by the late hour, as few ventured onto the streets, leading him to accelerate. Seeing the green light, he failed to decelerate. As he approached, the sight of the martyr standing in the middle of the road left him with no time to brake. With a resounding crash, the vehicle collided violently with the figure in the street. The front of the car crumpled deeply upon impact. Instinctively, the driver swerved the wheel, and with a series of crashes, the vehicle struck a nearby lamppost. The driver, jolted from his intoxication, along with his 3 friends in the passenger seat and back, awoke in fright, their voices rising in a chorus of alarm. What just happened? In the passenger seat sat a beautiful girl who, having indulged in too much alcohol, had fallen asleep upon entering the vehicle, only to be roused by the commotion. The 2 men in the back were similarly affected. "I think I just hit someone," Song Bo exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. "What?" The others, startled, shook off their drunken stupor. "Is anyone hurt?" They hurriedly exited the car. To their dismay, they found the front of the vehicle severely crumpled. If the car was in such disarray, how could the person they struck be unscathed? They stepped out, intent on locating the victim, only to discover the road was utterly deserted, devoid of any blood on the ground or the car. "Surely you must have misjudged due to your inebriation," Han Xinshan queried. "Impossible," Song Bo retorted vehemently. "I saw it clearly. Could it be that the person was thrown aside?" The 4 searched the street, and apart from themselves, there were no other vehicles in sight, let alone pedestrians. "You must be mistaken, there's no one else here. Surely, we aren't seeing ghosts in the dead of night," Wang Xiaowu jested, but the other 3 shuddered at the notion, their expressions betraying their belief in his words. Wang Xiaowu raised an eyebrow. "I was merely joking. Do you really take that seriously?" "Goodness. Xiaowu, what are you saying?" "I genuinely believe it." Among them, it was undoubtedly Song Bo, the driver, who was most agitated. In the dead of night, having consumed alcohol and potentially harmed someone, his anxiety escalated upon discovering the absence of any victim, as if the collision had merely been a figment of his imagination. It is only natural to feel such dread and fear in his position. Unbeknownst to the 4, a figure sat quietly in the vehicle behind them. Chapter 23. The Scent of Sin. Visitors from Tianlazing upon exiting the car, the 4 immediately focused on the supposed victim, failing to notice that a figure sat atop their vehicle. Meanwhile, the live stream was inundated with exclamations of shock. "Oh my goodness, look behind you. These people are doomed. They even dare to hit a zombie. It's over for them. When will we feast? Who knows these individuals? Can someone contact them and give them a heads up?" Indeed, it would be wise not to offend that entity, but they've already done so. With a more humble demeanor, perhaps they could escape unscathed. Unfortunately, the 4 remained oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live stream, unaware they had become part of it. The martyr had not intended for these individuals to do anything, as the impact of the collision, though seemingly substantial, had left him entirely unscathed. To him, the vehicle was as fragile as paper. Originally, he planned to depart, but before doing so, he caught a whiff of something in the air. From one of them, he detected the pungent scent of blood, a lingering, heavy stench that clung to the essence of mortality, infused with deep resentment. This odor is difficult for most to perceive, yet to the martyr, it was as evident as a beacon of light in the darkness. Only those who have met death, burdened by intense resentment and bitterness, carry this scent. It is a fragrance that clings only to those involved in a homicide or those indirectly connected to such a tragedy. This aroma instantly awakens the cadaverous instincts of the martyr. For a zombie that has slumbered for a millennium, suppressed and sealed away for eons, its own malice is nearly insurmountable. The martyr's gaze transformed in an instant. Those originally sinister black eyes now radiated an unparalleled terror, glimmering with a ferocious light. Before the 4 individuals could react, the martyr appeared among them, directly confronting the silent Rinjia, who had remained mute since the incident. "The aura surrounding you evokes memories of my adversary, a repugnant scent of sin," the martyr declared, fixing his gaze upon Rinjia. Sinister images began to materialize, and a surge of intense resentment erupted from Rinjia. A girl flashed through the scenes, once vibrant and lively, akin to the most exquisite painting. Yet ultimately, she lay bloodied in the earth. Countless wounds marred her body, yet she clung to life, cast into a muddy pit as the soil gradually enveloped her. These visions were visible only to the martyr. However, inexplicably, the live stream also displayed these images. All viewers could palpably sense the girl's anguish and struggle within the frames. She did not lack pleas for mercy, nor cries for help. Yet, amidst her ceaseless agony, she was slowly buried alive. What depths of despair must the girl have felt in that moment? Upon witnessing these transgressions, the martyr confirmed that the individual before him was indeed one of those responsible for the girl's burial. A glint of ferocity flashed in the martyr's eyes as he looked toward Rinjia. Rinjia's expression shifted. The malevolence emanating from the martyr was akin to that of a being emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This overwhelming intent to kill rendered Rinjia speechless, engulfed in a shroud of lethal energy, unable to move. The martyr's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of cadaverous energy that infiltrated Rinjia's body. Upon the intrusion of this energy, Rinjia let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony. In mere moments, dark purple spots began to appear on his body, hastening his transformation from a human into a purple zombie. Once these spots coalesced and saturated his being, Rinjia would irrevocably metamorphose into a mindless corpse. Ordinarily, this transformation occurs swiftly. However, the martyr, exerting control over the cadaverous energy, prolonged the process exponentially. The experience for a living being succumbing to this energy is excruciating, as if their body is being torn apart. All cells disintegrating, blood gradually coagulating, and circulation ceasing. Rinjia writhed on the ground, howling in pain, tears and mucus streaming down his face, contorting in anguish. At this moment, he must surely be tasting the same torment and despair that the girl endured that fateful day. The individuals in the live stream initially felt a twinge of compassion. After all, witnessing someone in such distress undoubtedly evokes sympathy. Is this not excessive? He appears to be in excruciating pain, as if on the verge of death. Is this an attempt to transform him into a zombie? Quite terrifying. I am filled with dread. How could such a malevolent entity so casually turn people into zombies? Why has no one intervened to put an end to this? Are you all blind? Have you not seen that man commit murder? Such heinous acts should be met with legal consequences, rather than a transformation into a zombie. Who will take responsibility for that young girl? She seems scarcely beyond her teenage years, having lived such a brief life only to depart in such agony. The live stream erupted into chaos. Rinjia's companion, witnessing the strange figure's wave of the hand, saw Rinjia collapse to the ground, shrieking in torment. They assumed the stranger had attacked him. Songbo immediately rushed forward, recognizing the peculiar individual as the one he had inadvertently bumped into earlier. It was I who collided with you. Why strike my friend? Songbo charged at the martyr, intent on delivering a punch. Yet the martyr easily seized his wrist. With minimal effort, a sharp crack echoed as Songbo's wrist was twisted. The martyr had restrained his strength significantly. Otherwise, dismembering an arm would have been a trivial task for him. Ah! Songbo cried out in pain. Han Xianxian and Wang Xiaowu, upon witnessing the scene, hesitated to approach. The figure clad in ancient attire appeared formidable. They decided to call the police and await their arrival. Ah! Rinjia continued to scream in agony as more and more purple spots appeared on his body, threatening to merge into a single mass. At that moment, a wooden sword suddenly soared through the air, impaling Rinjia's hand. The sword emanated a crimson glow, and moments later, the purple spots on Rinjia were suppressed. The martyr's gaze shifted towards the origin of the flying sword, sensing a familiar aura. This recognition prevented him from striking. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, approached on the sword. The Taoist, garbed in traditional robes adorned with a yin-yang symbol, exuded an ethereal presence. He descended gracefully before the astonished onlookers, gripping the sword with its tip directed at the martyr. Chapter 24, Will Hatred Be Forgiven? Brother, after all these years apart, your appearance remains unchanged, just as it was in the past. The Taoist's face bore the marks of age, with countless wrinkles etched upon it. The martyr exhibited a look of bewilderment. Having been sealed away for many years, he struggled to recognize the older man before him, whose once youthful visage had long since faded. After a moment of contemplation, the martyr finally recalled the identity of the man. You are my junior brother, Shuri? Seeing the martyr's demeanor less agitated than before, the Taoist retracted his sword and performed a respectful bow. It is a surprise you still remember me, brother. Unlike you, my appearance has aged considerably, and I am no longer as I once was. The martyr's expression turned solemn. Your fate remains unchanged from before. I would naturally recognize you. The Taoist laughed heartily. I had almost forgotten. You have always judged a person not by their appearance. The old Taoist gazed at Rinjia, who lay on the ground, restrained by a wooden sword yet tormented by the overwhelming aura of death. I understand that my senior brother was wronged in the past, but so much time has elapsed, and those involved have long since passed. Why take out your frustrations on a mere mortal? He deserves to die. The martyr, however, heeded not the old Taoist counsel. Brother, the times have changed. Even if he has committed murder, it is for the authorities of this era to adjudicate. Mortal affairs belong to mortals. Come back with me. The old Taoist sighed, fully aware of his senior brother's temperament, stubborn and unyielding, particularly towards those steeped in sin. Had it not been for the events of that bygone era, with his brother's talents, he would have likely ascended to the heavens long ago. The audience in the live stream watched intently, captivated by the sudden appearance of the ancestral master of the Tianlai sect. Hiss, did you hear? He referred to that zombie as his brother. And this undead being has at least a millennium of cultivation. How long has he been alive? The implication sent chills down their spines. Even the youngest disciple, after all this time, suggested that the old Taoist was at least several centuries old. Can a person truly live that long? Wow. What sect is Tianlai? Do they still take disciples? I'm a college student who can cook and keep warm. I beseech the great master to take me as a disciple. The existence of cultivators seemed to transcend fiction, yet the absence of special effects in the live stream confirmed its authenticity. The previous display of sword flying had been incredibly impressive, and the thought of mastering such a skill made the viewers dream wistfully of attracting admiration. What exactly happened back then? I'm quite curious. Someone remarked. Indeed. If he calls him zombie brother, it implies that this undead was once a disciple of Tianlai. What led to his transformation? Furthermore, the zombie had spoken of vengeance, indicating that someone had wronged him. If someone caused my demise, I would not rest until I exacted revenge, even if I became a ghost. Right. They talk of letting go, but that is easy to say when one is untouched by such calamity. When faced with such a situation, their attitude would surely shift. They criticize the old Taoist. Indeed, the grudge of a slain person cannot be easily dismissed. It is a rather light-hearted statement for someone who is not the victim of such a fate. The old Taoist, in their view, was overly idealistic. I support the zombie brother. Seeking revenge is only just. If one were to endure everything in this current world, they would surely be flayed alive. The martyr stood resolute, his silence betraying his disregard for the old Taoist's words. Brother, the resentment you carry is too burdensome. Lingering among mortals is harmful rather than beneficial. It would be wise for you to return to the mountains with me, the old Taoist implored gently. The martyr exuded an overwhelming aura of death, which affected everything within 100 miles. The chilling energy emanating from him was so profound that those who confronted the martyr without taking precautions risked severe illness, or, worse, the slow transformation into zombies. Although the martyr harbored no desire to turn everyone into zombies, the heavy aura of death surrounding him rendered him incapable of controlling it upon his recent awakening. Ordinary individuals could scarcely endure such proximity. It was a calamity for them. The martyr resembled a ticking time bomb, capable of causing devastation wherever he roamed. My vengeance remains unfulfilled. The martyr shook his head, unwilling to return to the mountain gate. He had transformed into an anomaly, a place no longer suited for him, especially since his retribution had yet to be exacted. Brother, are you truly intent on wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm? The old Taoist tightened his grip on the sword, stating, do not blame your junior disciple for showing no mercy. The martyr stood tall and straight, like a pine tree, pointing to Rinja on the ground. Is not a person like him, living in this world, also a source of calamity? At the very least, I would never harm the innocent. The old Taoist glanced at Rinja, believing that others would tend to his affairs. Brother, do not remain obstinately oblivious. Very well, the martyr replied solemnly, let us engage. The old Taoist brandished his sword, executing sword technique 11. The sword transformed in the air, multiplying from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4, until it became 36 swords. The blades, resembling white silk, formed a sword array in the air. 36 swords converged upon the martyr, yet he remained unmoved. Even these magical weapons could not inflict harm upon him in his current state. Once a zombie evolves into a flying corpse, blades and swords lose their efficacy, and even the mightiest of magical artifacts cannot harm the martyr. As anticipated, once surrounded by the sword array, the 36 swords lunged toward his body, striking him with a cacophony of metallic clinks. These blades were utterly ineffective, failing to even tear the moon-white robe he wore. It was evident that this garment was also a rare magical artifact. With a flick of his hand, a tremendous surge of deathly energy erupted, and the moment the swords made contact with this aura, they were repelled dozens of meters away, shattering the sword array in an instant. Upon the array's collapse, the 36 swords coalesced back into a single blade, returning to the old Taoist grasp. Indeed, your cultivation has grown stronger, brother. It seems today cannot end peacefully. No sooner had the old Taoist spoken than several figures surged forth. A group of similarly sword-wielding, yet youthful individuals whisked away the remaining ordinary people, including Rinja from the ground. Though the martyr observed their actions, he refrained from intervening, watching as they abducted the innocents. With ordinary people present, he could not unleash his full power, allowing them to take the others. Chapter 25. Brother, please return to the mountain gate. Formation, arise. The old Taoist bellowed. The ground illuminated with a colossal exorcism array. This formation had been secretly laid during their conversation, prepared for this very moment. Crafted by dozens of the finest disciples of the Tianlai sect, any malevolent entity entering the array would be suppressed, annihilating both spirit and form. Upon the array's formation, the martyr felt an immense pressure enveloping him. Bang! Crack! The ground beneath him fissured, splintering into countless cracks. The martyr's legs sank deep into the ground, a testament to the immense pressure he bore. Suddenly, the earth trembled and collapsed, revealing a gaping void. The martyr remained serene, his hands clasped behind his back, his legs suspended in midair, the array's suppression a mere trifle to him. The old Taoist's expression shifted dramatically. This was the very array that had once subdued the martyr. At that time, he had entered the formation without a shred of resistance and had been sealed away. Now, after a millennium had passed, the martyr's power had grown exponentially, rendering the array ineffective against him. Junior brother, had my heart not been extinguished back then, this array would not have held me. It was so then. And how much more so now? The old Taoist's face paled in horror. Although he had heard of the events from years past, he was unaware of the deeper implications that lay behind them. I had intended to martyr myself, yet now I find myself reborn. This grudge cannot go unavenged. The hatred festers in my heart. The martyr's eyes gleamed with an astonishing light, the hatred within them instilling fear in all who beheld them. Though he remained still, the malevolent energy within him surged like a tidal wave. The overwhelming aura of death erupted forth like a vast, dark mist, swiftly breaking the array's constraints. Akin to a balloon that bursts at a mere prick. With a gasp, the disciples of the Tianlai sect, tasked with setting up the formation, coughed up blood, their spirits considerably dampened. Once the array was shattered, they suffered grievous internal injuries. Brother, the old Taoist managed a bitter smile. The formation could not contain the martyr, nor could their cultivation impede him. The martyr was now an unstoppable force. Enough, enough. The old Taoist seemed to have made a momentous decision. Since I have come this far, I shall certainly bring my brother back with me. A divine fire, imbued with the essence of the Tao, ignited around him. In that fleeting moment, the old Taoist's power surged to near transcendence. However, the cost was steep. He would burn his very soul to forcibly elevate his strength, ultimately leading to his obliteration and eternal separation from the cycle of reincarnation. The martyr's gaze finally shifted. Why do you choose this path? Ha ha ha, brother. I have vowed to bring you back, and I shall fulfill that promise. The old Taoist laughed with abandon, raising his hand to cast an even more formidable suppressive array. The martyr found himself constrained, unable to move. The malevolent energy within him surged, yet was relentlessly subdued by the array. Ultimately, the dark aura retracted within him, and apart from his eerie black eyes, the martyr's presence became indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The martyr took a step forward. The array ignited with countless golden lights, illuminating the expanse like daylight. Golden runes cascaded into the martyr's body, embedding themselves within his flesh, leaving behind a series of golden marks, the manifestation of the Tao. The searing pain of the golden inscriptions etched deep into his flesh was a sensation he had not felt since his rebirth. Yet, the martyr's expression remained unchanged as he advanced another step toward the old Taoist. Having completed this step, the formation manifested countless colossal iron chains that descended like a torrential storm, ensnaring the martyr's entire being. The immense pressure caused the martyr to falter, his knees bending. Yet he resisted the urge to succumb, straightening his spine. A golden radiance illuminated the old Taoist's visage, signifying his embodiment of the Tao in that moment. The enormous golden chains secured the martyr tightly, suppressing the deathly aura to its utmost limit, rendering him indistinguishable as a monster to any observer. Brother. The old Taoist spoke with a serene countenance, offering a respectful salute, inviting the return to the mountain gate. The martyr's body, previously suspended in midair, descended to the ground. His feet firmly planted, he gazed with a complex expression at his former junior. Surrounded by companions from the past who had now laid a formidable array to subdue and eliminate him, the turmoil within the martyr was ineffable. Several disciples of the Tianlai sect collaboratively bore a massive coffin crafted from a mystical artifact and placed it beside the martyr. With a resounding thud, the coffin was opened. The disciples approached the martyr with utmost caution and reverence, respectfully lifting him and placing him within the coffin. The martyr did not resist, nor could he, as the full force of the Taoist suppression and sealing rendered him incapable of countering. The old Taoist spared no effort. He sacrificed all his spiritual essence, consuming his own Tao solely to seal his brother. The lid of the coffin descended, enclosing the martyr within, reminiscent of a scene from a millennium past. Only the identities of those sealing him had changed, as had the surroundings and the hearts of men. Golden imprints marred the coffin's surface. A disciple of the Tianlai sect produced a lengthy yellow talisman, affixing it to the coffin. Subsequently, all the disciples bowed deeply to the Taoist, who had transformed. With a boisterous laugh, he declared, "Are we not more than mere weeds in the wind?" As he laughed heartily, his form gradually dissipated, the golden light intensifying, embodying the Tao in that instant. Yet, the price of burning his soul was irrevocable and unalterable. In his quest to subdue the monstrous martyr, he sacrificed himself. A gentle breeze swept through, and the old Taoist vanished like smoke into the wind. In this world, the likes of him would no longer be found. The viewers in the live stream, unbeknownst to themselves, were already streaming tears. He sacrificed himself for us. To prevent his brother from wreaking havoc upon the world, he chose self-sacrifice to seal the undead. Alas, such a remarkable individual is lost. Though they had previously spoken derisively of the old Taoist, criticizing him openly, at this moment, silence enveloped them. The old Taoist was indeed great. He sacrificed himself for the world, for the salvation of others. And what of the martyr's fault? Perhaps the martyr was not entirely at fault. The desire for vengeance is a natural impulse. Anyone who experienced such events would harbor resentment. However, the very existence of the martyr posed a significant threat to the world and others. Thus, it was imperative to suppress and seal him. The old Taoist, having briefly embraced the role of a villain, personally subdued his own senior brother. Chapter 26. Grievances and Justice. All is resolved. Although he had laid hands on his senior, it was ultimately in service of a greater righteousness, leaving him neither regret nor remorse. The old Taoist's form dissipated, merging with the cosmos. Only then did the disciples, who had remained in respectful reverence, rise to their feet. The other disciples of the Tianlai sect, bearing the coffin, departed upon their swords. With the old Taoist dissolution, the martyr was subdued, and thus the matter was settled. Did you see where they went? Inquired the head of the satellite surveillance team. We only observed them flying eastward. And shortly thereafter, they vanished into the fog, leaving no trace behind. After a moment of silence, the head could only resign to the inevitability of their escape. Such individuals, capable of soaring through the skies upon their swords, were indeed beyond their reach. What manner of beings constitute the Tianlai sect? Authorities have already summoned experts to investigate this phenomenon. In this world, no extraordinary tales circulate online, yet ancient texts do allude to such matters. Albeit most are mere apocryphal accounts. In the live broadcast, fervent discussions erupted. What is the name of this venerable elder from the Tianlai sect? I wish to erect a memorial at home in his honor. At that moment, a disciple of the Tianlai sect spoke up. Indeed, as previously mentioned, our ancestral master is the 6th-generation disciple of the Tianlai sect, named Shun Yin, with the Taoist title of Yuanjun. There is no need for a memorial. We, practitioners of the Tao, do not concern ourselves with such trivialities. What is cultivation? Can it truly lead to immortality? The pursuit of eternal life is a topic that captivates and eludes many. Throughout history, countless individuals have made innumerable attempts in search of longevity, yet few have succeeded in grasping its essence. Cultivation, replied Manhwa, is the path of self-cultivation. Without great willpower or innate talent, attaining the Tao is exceptionally challenging. If one does not reach profound depths in cultivation, it offers little benefit to lifespan, granting merely a few extra decades at best. Decades are still decades. It is indeed a blessing to live a few more years. I must inquire, does the Tianlai sect still accept disciples? I second that. Please, master, take me in. The Tianlai sect accepts disciples once every century, and this recruitment will commence next month, Manhwa divulged. The online audience pressed for specifics regarding time and location, but regrettably, Wu Huo remained tight-lipped, merely stating, "It is up to fate. Those destined to encounter it shall do so, those without such fortune shall not." Luck, after all, is a vital aspect of cultivation. Those with profound luck find their paths to enlightenment significantly smoother. Despite the audience's relentless inquiries, they could extract no further information and ultimately conceded. After all, the next month was still far off. They would wait for the time to come. Initially, they believed the matter had reached its conclusion, only to be surprised when the scene in the live broadcast shifted. A disciple of the Tianlai sect, carrying the coffin, arrived at a mountain shrouded in ethereal mist. Before the mountain gate stood a grand stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters of Tianlai sect. However, the camera merely swept past, leaving many unable to discern the details as it quickly moved on. A dozen disciples forged ahead, clearing the path and safeguarding the 6 bearers of the coffin at their center. Upon entering the mountain gate, they ascended an exceedingly long staircase, its summit obscured from view. The sheer height and steepness of the steps could instill a sense of trepidation in any observer. However, for these profoundly skilled disciples, such a staircase posed no challenge. They were among the most esteemed disciples of the Tianlai sect, their combat prowess ranking among the highest. It was precisely for this reason they were entrusted with the formation. With unwavering steadiness, they escorted the coffin up the staircase, traversing what seemed like tens of thousands of steps in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the summit, they were greeted by several ethereal figures awaiting their arrival. As they noticed the absence of Shi among the returning members, tears streamed down their faces. Their master had departed. A wave of profound sorrow swept over them. After a moment of mourning, they gradually emerged from their grief. Is this where he rests? Indeed. Then let us carry him to the place of sealing on the back mountain, fulfilling our master's final wish. They bore the coffin to the rear mountain, a realm rich with spiritual energy, where luminescent spiritual materials and woods flourished, and even the local fauna radiated an extraordinary vitality. They gently placed the coffin into a central spiritual spring, collaborating to establish several protective barriers around it before departing. Their next task was to report this matter to the sect leader of Tianlai. Amidst the floating rocks, a grand and ancient hall stood proudly. The group soared on their swords, entering in a single file. The sect leader sat upon a cushion in the great hall, eyes closed in meditation. What news of Master Yunjin? The disciples, faces etched with sorrow, remained silent. The sect leader sighed deeply. Alas, this was indeed the master's will. We could not intervene. Rising from the cushion, he entered the hall, where a row of wooden plaques adorned the offering table, each inscribed with a name. The sect leader retrieved a plaque from the hanging basket, cradling it with reverence. The audience in the live stream beheld the inscription, Shi, Yunjin Taoist. This was the sacred place for honoring the deceased members of the Tianlai sect. The sect leader knelt, performing several profound bows before the plaque. Master, you have achieved your wish, yet our Tianlai sect has lost another pillar of strength. You sacrificed your cultivation to quell the grievances of that wayward soul, sealing his bitterness within yourself so that he might exist beneath the heavens. Why did you not reveal to him that your only desire was for him to return and live well? The sect leader inquired of the elder Taoist. As he gazed at the offering table, where wisps of blue smoke rose toward the heavens, he knew the elder had passed. No one could respond to the sect leader's lament. The enmities and grievances of the past remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, all was rendered insignificant by the elder's sacrifice. The vendetta had been avenged long ago by the elder. The old Taoist has successfully rescued the man. Now, he thrives within the spiritual spring of the back mountain. Regardless of whether the martyr has transformed into a monstrous being, to the old Taoist, he remains his senior brother, the one who raised him, brimming with talent and endowed with extraordinary gifts. The old Taoist's thoughts are of little consequence now. The audience in the live stream was astounded. It turns out there were so many hidden matters behind this. Why didn't the Yuanjin Taoist speak of it? After all, that is his senior brother. But what good would it do to reveal the truth? It would only deepen the sorrow. It is better for his brother to continue living with his resentment than to uncover the entire truth and feel even worse, wouldn't it? Chapter 27. Ignorance equals fearlessness. The so-called Tianlai sect's mountain gate, along with all its spiritual materials and woods, including the spiritual spring, are merely illusions conjured by the system. It cost Shun Yin a staggering 10,000 points of subversion value. Initially, Shun Yin had only a few thousand points left, but during the live stream, many viewers gradually came to believe in the martyr's existence and contributed tens of thousands of subversion points. This influx of support allowed Shun Yin to continue with the subsequent script. As for why he chose an illusion rather than directly manifesting a mountain gate, it is because manifesting a physical object consumes countless more points than creating an illusion. To manifest such a grand mountain gate, and all that it contains would require at least several million points of subversion value. Thus, using an illusion is far more cost-effective. The manifestation of physical objects will have to wait until Shun Yin has amassed sufficient subversion points. System, how many subversion points do I currently possess? Shun Yin emerged from the coffin. System, subversion points remaining, 126,809. With this wave, the subversion points have directly surpassed 100,000. The recent live stream was remarkably effective. Furthermore, as it involved their very existence, the viewers felt a sense of threat, which led them to believe more readily in the martyr's existence. However, unlocking Lord-level abilities is rather challenging, although many have come to believe in his existence. The ability bar has only just unlocked the second ability. Ding! The conditions for unlocking the second ability have been met. Would you like to consume 10,000 subversion points to generate the ability? At the Lord level, abilities can be considered divine powers. Generate. Ding! The ability is now being generated. The martyr's second ability has been unlocked. To be deemed a true Lord, one must possess a domain, influenced by the Tao imprint. Within this domain, the sensitivity to the Tao is enhanced, allowing the use of most law-based abilities. However, The duration cannot be prolonged. The closer one approaches Tao transformation, the greater the harm to the body and soul. The strength of the domain lies in augmenting a particular ability of the Lord. For instance, Shun Yin once encountered a feeble shadow lord. Its ability allowed it to create shadow monsters, but only those of a lower level. Once Shun Yin turned it into a puppet, he realized that this shadow lord had only recently ascended and had spent little time in the alternate space. Its mastery over the domain was still rudimentary, and its control over the alternate space was incomplete. Conversely, the illusionist that Shun Yin extracted possesses abilities that can precisely counter the shadow lord, and in terms of capability alone, the illusionist template surpasses that of several lords. The four abilities of the illusionist encompass control, combat, enhancement, and bear a resemblance to that of a necromancer, with the battlefield serving as his supply point. For every life extinguished on the opposing side, an equal number shall rise on his. The capacity to engage in battles beyond 1's rank is hardly surprising. Furthermore, after embodying 2 character templates, Shun Yin discovered that the abilities generated by the system were largely connected to the narratives he portrayed, particularly the dialogues exhibiting a certain correlation. Should Shun Yin desire a specific ability, he would gravitate towards that capability during his character portrayal, significantly increasing the likelihood that the next unlocked ability would align with his aspirations. For instance, the ability of domain transformation seems to have been influenced by the Elder Transformation technique, which utilizes the Dao Seal to confine and suppress the martyr. Thus, the martyr, intrinsically fused with the Dao Seal, would naturally extend his domain into the realm of transformation, a development that is quite logical. Much of the disruption value previously expended was devoted to manifesting the Dao Seal. Although it may appear superficial, the fundamental essence must be conveyed, ensuring it does not come across as counterfeit. The inability of others to discern the intricate laws and divine powers contained within the Dao Seal can simply be attributed to the limitations of ordinary perception. The martyr character template has now reached a conclusion in its narrative arc, making any further appearances somewhat jarring. Seizing this opportunity, Shun Yin resolved to explore this world further, to gain a deeper understanding of it. This world, known as Blue Star, bears a striking resemblance to Shun Yan's former realm, yet is devoid of numerous mythological tales. While some ancient texts may recount the existence of deities, such accounts have not permeated the digital realm. This lack of knowledge presents a challenge for Shun Yin in his character portrayals, as ignorance equates to a lack of fear. Without an awareness of the formidable nature of deities, how could they harbor reverence for such beings? How could they even believe in their existence? Had it not been for the bizarre emergence of the abyss of despair in March, humanity would not have realized, following their harrowing experiences, that there are indeed phenomena beyond scientific explanation. After familiarizing himself with the basic circumstances of this world, Shun Yin comprehended why the illusionist's entrance was deemed astonishing yet garnered only a scant amount of disruption value. It is likely that the illusionist was perceived as a creature of the abyss of despair, contradicting his true essence, for the illusionist is a man, albeit one who behaves wickedly, perpetually masked and in the company of puppets, yet he remains fundamentally human. Were it not for the beginner's benefits, which imposed minimal requirements on Shun Yan's character image, he might have found himself hindered from unlocking further abilities of the illusionist. The character Shun Yin is to embody next requires some groundwork. It would be prudent to first introduce the character's background, for instance, the establishment of the Celestial Dao website, for which Shun Yin expended 1,000 disruption value. This platform, managed by observers, also serves as Shun Yan's account. By leveraging a third-party presence, he can unveil the identity of his character, a far more sophisticated approach than self-revelation. Shun Yin instructed the system to activate the website, and he commenced updating his level information therein. To establish a robust combat system, the foremost task is to devise a comprehensive hierarchy of levels. This endeavor is akin to the art of crafting a novel. After some contemplation, Shun Yin decided to consult the system. System, on what basis is the character's level determined? The system responded, it is based on background prowess and inherent abilities. The strength of the character template is not fixed. Shun Yin pondered for a moment. In order to unveil the level system, it cannot be presented directly, as this would lack credibility. It would be prudent to accompany it with a modicum of convincing evidence. After careful consideration, Shun Yin resolved to use the background of the martyr as a foundation for this exposition. After all, the existence of martyrs and the Tianlai sect has already been publicly acknowledged, and the fervor of their live broadcasts has yet to dissipate. Utilizing the illusionist's abilities, Shun Yin conjured a computer and a keyboard, flexing his fingers before commencing to type with a rhythmic clatter. The cultivators are a group of individuals who pursue the great Tao, transcending worldly concerns. They devote their lives solely to the path of enlightenment. Unless faced with a cataclysmic disaster or the need to accept disciples, they seldom venture beyond their mountain abode. The Tianlai sect was established by these practitioners a millennium ago. The Tianlai sect did not shun the world to such an extent. In the realm, the Lord is akin to a deity. Though the Tianlai sect adheres to the Tao, most of its disciples harbor aspirations for the greater good, seeking to eradicate all impurities with their own strength. Among them, the foremost disciple, Tan Wenzi, possesses the most exceptional talent and character. Having cultivated for merely over a decade, he has already attained heights unattainable by his peers, even surpassing many of his senior brothers and sisters, comparable to those of an older generation. After 2 decades of cultivation within the mountain gates, Tan Wenzi felt he had reached a critical juncture in his practice. At this point, he understood the necessity of engaging with the world to achieve further breakthroughs. Thus, he descended into the mortal realm. Tan Wenzi, with his benevolent disposition and profound sense of righteousness, possesses a pair of eyes that are unlike those of ordinary individuals, granting him a low tolerance for sin. After all, if others cannot see it, they are unlikely to intervene. However, he can distinctly perceive the lingering shadows of death on certain individuals he encounters daily. He is acutely aware of the final moments of each soul who has perished, witnessing the dense, almost black resentment that envelopes the perpetrator. As a cultivator, how could he remain idle and indifferent? Thus, Tyne Wenzi took action. He eradicated all those steeped in grave sins, gradually carving out a reputation for himself in the mortal realm. Although Tyne Wenzi targeted wicked individuals to the outside world, it appeared as though he was executing senseless acts of violence. With a clear conscience and unwavering devotion to his path, Tyne Wenzi remained steadfast in his beliefs. He garnered numerous enemies, primarily composed of the families of those he had vanquished. However, Tyne Wenzi's profound cultivation rendered him exceptionally formidable. In the mortal realm, while there were some practitioners and body cultivators, none could rival his prowess. Consequently, his adversaries united, laying a trap, using the lives of an entire city's populace as bait to entice Tyne Wenzi into their snare. Tyne Wenzi was acutely aware that he had fallen into a trap, yet he refrained from fleeing alone. The entire populace of this city found themselves ensnared within a meticulously crafted formation, their lives intricately linked to its existence. Should the formation shatter, they would perish. Simultaneously, they were all afflicted by a peculiar poison, and if the formation remained unbroken within a day, they would succumb to its deadly effects. Tyne Wenzi felt powerless to save them, for he could not breach the formation. Yet, if he failed to do so, the city's inhabitants would meet their demise within a day. They were ensnared by the machinations of others who had calculated that Tyne Wenzi would not abandon them to their fate. Presently, his strength was insufficient to contend with the formation, so he resorted to burning his own path. Through this transformation, he could dismantle the formation without endangering the lives of others. Originally, after his metamorphosis, there existed a chance for him to retain a fragment of his soul and be reborn. Ironically, those he sought to rescue, the citizens of the city, were the very ones to extinguish his opportunity for reincarnation. The rationale behind this was solely for self-preservation. Should Tyne Wenzi survive, they would perish due to the poison coursing through their veins. Tragically, in the end, not a single soul from that city remained alive. All succumbed to the lethal toxin. The orchestrators behind this calamity had no intention of providing a cure. Instead, after the entire city perished, they cast blame upon Tyne Wenzi. Unbeknownst to them, the legend spoke of a place where one would face utter annihilation, yet it was, in truth, a sinister realm for the nurturing of corpses. Thrown into this graveyard, Tyne Wenzi was assailed by the oppressive energies, transforming him into a being caught between life and death. He initially sought vengeance, yet found himself reviled by the world. The elders of the Tianlai sect, upon witnessing his half-dead state, sought to subdue him. Faced with their inquiries, at that moment, Tyne Wenzi's resolve shattered. Thus, in a fit of rage, he was subdued and condemned to eternal confinement underground, hidden from the light of day. In the aftermath of the martyr's demise, Shun Yin introduced a classification of levels. For instance, while alive, Tyne Wenzi possessed strength on the earth level, nearing the celestial level. Within the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, each level comprises 10 stages. A novice cultivator, upon washing their marrow and shedding their mortal shell, becomes a first-stage human level, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. Subsequently, they must break through 9 stages to ascend to the earth level, becoming formidable beings unimpeded upon the land. Transitioning from earth to celestial level signifies a qualitative transformation. To put it succinctly, if a human-level warrior is unafraid of blades, then once they attain the earth level, firearms pose no threat. Upon reaching the celestial level, they become akin to terrestrial deities, having begun to grasp supernatural abilities. Each individual at this stage is a pillar of national strength, a veritable human-shaped nuclear bomb. Moreover, their capabilities defy conventional understanding. At the very least, projectiles follow a discernible trajectory. However, a celestial-level being can traverse an entire province in a single step, transcending earthly bounds with unparalleled prowess. The supernatural abilities of celestial-level warriors are utterly beyond reason. For example, an illusionist at the celestial level wields the primary ability of manipulation. He possesses the ability to transform all those of inferior rank into puppets. Even individuals of a significantly higher tier must not take him lightly. The transition of one object into another entirely unrelated entity involves profound and esoteric laws of divine powers. The illusionist can metamorphose flesh and blood, as well as intangible shadows, into wooden puppets or figurines. This divine ability defies conventional reasoning. To put it bluntly, for any celestial-level being, confronting ordinary humans, regardless of their numbers, is an endeavor as effortless as squashing an ant. After all, ants can retreat underground, while a celestial being, in their elevated stature, would not deign to trouble such insignificant creatures. Yet, humans are not mindless beings devoid of intelligence. They harbor emotions and myriad thoughts. They are capable of contemplation, resentment, greed, and manipulation, possessing both virtues and vices. Should they inadvertently offend a celestial being, the annihilation of an entire city could be executed with but a mere flick of the wrist. A celestial being is, in essence, a formidable weapon of destruction. Such powerful entities inherently carry an air of arrogance, particularly at the celestial level. On the other hand, a lord exists in an entirely different realm. If celestials can be likened to terrestrial deities, then lords ascend to the status of true immortals. After all, commanding the winds and rains, moving mountains and filling seas, is no daunting task for a lord endowed with dominion. A lord must possess a complete space of their own. Only those who have fully mastered and refined their domain into a cohesive space can be deemed true lords. And Shadow Lord, merely possessing a fragment of space without complete mastery, fails to qualify as a genuine lord. Within their dominion, a lord is akin to a deity. Their every utterance and action constitutes a divine decree. Much like a creator god who brings forth all existence, within their realm, the words of a lord are absolute truth. In the lord's space, if they declare the flow of time to be 100-fold, then indeed, it shall be so. Chapter 29. The Path of the Heavenly Inquirer. If a lord proclaims that flowers shall bloom, then even if the plant itself is barren, it shall produce blossoms. This exemplifies the might of a lord. The hierarchy is only disclosed up to the lord level, as Shun Yin himself is unaware of the next tier. Nevertheless, this classification suffices. Shun Yin not only announced the ranks and the origins of the martyrs, but also expended 1,000 units of subversion value, enabling the system to evolve several foundational techniques for body refinement, chi cultivation, and spiritual practice. He has discerned that the existence of alternate spaces poses a significant threat. Furthermore, since March, it has become increasingly evident that such alternate spaces are appearing with greater frequency. This is exemplified by the alternate space of the Shadow Lord. Each master of an alternate space possesses at least lord-level strength. Shun Yin must urgently enhance his power, otherwise, should he inadvertently fall into an alternate space and encounter a formidable lord, it would indeed be a significant blow to his identity as a transmigrator. By establishing this hierarchical system, the public will more swiftly comprehend the strength of the character he portrays, thereby fostering a greater sense of recognition and admiration, which is itself a form of validation. As they come to realize the authenticity of the cultivation techniques contained within, their skepticism regarding the protagonist's prowess is unlikely to persist. Shun Yin published an article titled The Tao of Tianwenzi on the Tiandao website, utilizing his identity as the administrator and observer. The number of individuals following the Tiandao website has surged to over 1 million, with several million accounts registered. As the sole administrator, the observer's article drew the attention of the masses, akin to dogs scenting meat, as they flocked to read it. The article, penned by the observer, lacks grandiose flair and employs simple language, resembling a narrative chronicling the life of an individual. This individual being Tianwenzi. It details his extraordinary talent and seamless journey of cultivation, as well as the mundane intricacies of daily life and the camaraderie shared with his fellow disciples. The narrative encapsulates the life of a man named Tianwenzi, who undoubtedly began as a winner in life, possessing remarkable intelligence and profound cultivation skills, earning the admiration of countless junior disciples and elders alike. His mentors spoke highly of him, even envisioning him as the future successor of the sect. However, the fate of Tianwenzi is undeniably tragic. He becomes a sacrificial pawn, ensnared by betrayal and calculated plots. Ultimately, he lies suppressed in a subterranean slumber, and had it not been for the intrusion of 2 grave robbers who disrupted his seal, he might have remained in eternal rest. The observer, while narrating from Tianwenzi's perspective, evokes a longing for a magnificent era from a millennium ago, even if only through a fleeting glimpse. The observer refrains from delving deeply into Tianwenzi's inner thoughts, instead offering a narrative that reads more like a detached chronicle, akin to notes taken by a spectator. True to the observer's name, he chronicles various dynasties, emulating the perspectives of exceptional individuals to document their lives. The article bears an unmistakable tone reminiscent of data records, lacking the intimacy of first-hand experience. Yet, despite this detachment, it easily allows readers to immerse themselves in the narrative. They smile at the heartwarming moments of daily life and feel indignation as the protagonist faces treachery and deceit. In a newly established group, comprised of individuals intrigued by the Tiandao website, members convene to discuss matters related to the site and promptly inform others of updates. Tian Yi Mang Mang. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Wan Shitong. I feel as if I could leap into the pages of the book and tear those villains to shreds. Tian Yi Mang Mang. How could these ungrateful wretches do this? To cast aside someone who saved them, leaving him teetering on the brink of death in the forbidden ground of death? By say, such is human nature. In their quest for antidotes, they forsake their own morality, forgetting that those capable of poisoning so many have long since lost their humanity. Their ultimate fate is merely a reflection of their own actions. The omniscient observer remarked that those behind the scenes are indeed unworthy. To speak candidly, I secretly wish for Tianwenzi to exact vengeance. Alas, it brings tears to my eyes to witness such an unparalleled figure fall midway. My mother, watching beside me, chuckles, chiding me for weeping at my age. Amidst the vast fields, I am consumed with rage, yearning to strike out and vent my frustration. It is infuriating. What a bunch of nonsense. A devoted fan of Tianwenzi exclaimed, I wish I could step into the pages of the book and avenge him, even if it meant standing against the world. White interjected, oh, why the name change? The fan replied, from this moment forth, I am a follower of Tianwenzi, a man worthy of utmost respect. The omniscient observer commented, the era depicted by the author feels so authentic that I am convinced such a time truly existed. White retorted, do you truly believe that era is non-existent? That Tianwenzi himself is a mere figment? That the Tianlai sect is but a myth? The observer countered, if such practitioners truly existed, why is there no trace of them in the present day? White responded, but the members of the Tianlai sect have indeed emerged, and although Tianwenzi has become a mere shell, his existence serves as undeniable proof. The observer insisted, my point is, why were there no signs of their presence before? No accounts of their deeds, yet they suddenly resurface now? The fan of Tianwenzi replied, isn't it obvious? They must have previously secluded themselves. Such practitioners, as you have read in the text, could be likened to terrestrial immortals. Evading the gaze of us mere mortals is a trivial task for them. As they argued vigorously, Tianai Mang Mang interjected, I shall read this article a few more times. The descriptions within are simply too captivating. And those methods of cultivation, perhaps I shall try my hand at them. Who knows what might happen if I succeed? His words carried a hint of jest. Yet the others perceived them as mere banter. They ceased their quarrel and began to tease Tianai Mang Mang. White said, are you daring to practice without certainty? Are you not afraid of becoming possessed as described in the book? The observer questioned, where are you? Surely you wouldn't actually attempt it? The fan of Tianwenzi declared, I suddenly feel inclined to practice as well. If I succeed, I could become a practitioner akin to my idol. With that, the fan logged off. Chapter 30. The art of perfect reshuffling in this world. No one has ever encountered any literature on practitioners. The writings of the observer are utterly novel to them. Driven by curiosity and admiration for the practitioners depicted in the text, they delve deeply into the article. They become enamored with the world of practitioners illustrated within. Once someone yearns to become a practitioner, they will undoubtedly attempt the foundational methods described in the article. After a period of cultivation, they may discover that they can indeed unlock certain truths. They would come to believe even more in the existence of the Tianlai sect and the martyrs among cultivators. Next, they awaited the passage of time for the truth to unfold. Shun Yin transformed into the illusionist's visage. This time, he did not wear a mask, revealing the handsome features concealed beneath it. Clad in an exquisite suit, he exuded an elegant demeanor as he strolled down the street, garnering the attention of passersby. Many young women felt their hearts flutter upon catching sight of the illusionist. One particular literature student discreetly captured a photograph of him and posted it to her social media, captioning it, "A gentleman ought to be seen only in art. In this moment, I alone comprehend the beauty. As the waters dwindle and the heavens meet the earth, he is surely no mere mortal. The traveler upon the path is as jade. This gentleman is unparalleled in the world, nothing less than this." The mask of the illusionist bore a mocking grin, yet beneath it, his face was devoid of any smile. His expression was as cold and impassive as a meticulously crafted doll. Consequently, the girls gazed from a distance, their hearts stirred, yet none dared to approach him. Suddenly, a mouse the size of a kitten emerged from a sewer grate, strutting boldly past the feet of pedestrians. "Oh, what a large rat!" cried out the young women, hastily retreating. This rodent, significantly larger than the average mouse, showed no fear, nonchalantly scurrying across the street in search of morsels. A man, eager to impress his girlfriend, attempted to shoo it away with his foot. The mouse, with a glint of ferocity in its eyes, fearlessly lunged at him, biting into his calf. He yelped in pain, kicking the mouse away, causing it to collide with a nearby advertisement board. The man, wounded by the bite, wondered if he should seek medical attention. Uncertain of any diseases the mouse might carry, surrounding onlookers murmured amongst themselves, stepping back to maintain their distance from the creature, fearful of being bitten as well. The man's girlfriend hurriedly inquired about his well-being. Meanwhile, the mouse, recovering from its daze on the ground, surprisingly did not flee. Instead, it squeaked defiantly and charged at the man once more. Protecting his girlfriend, he attempted to stomp on it, but due to his injured leg, his movements were hindered, and he found himself vulnerable to yet another bite. His girlfriend emitted piercing screams in alarm. Suddenly, a playing card soared through the air. It pierced the mouse's body, slicing it cleanly in two, embedding itself deep into the ground. It was the king of spades, stained with the rodent's blood. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although the edges of the card were sharp, one could only imagine the force and skill required to penetrate the body of a mouse so effortlessly. The man, grateful to have escaped a dire situation, turned to thank the individual who had thrown the card. To his surprise, it was none other than the remarkably handsome illusionist who had come to his aid. A deck of playing cards had mysteriously appeared in his hands, which he was deftly manipulating. The cards danced through his fingers with remarkable agility, as he executed his shuffling techniques with such finesse that they could never escape his grasp. The dazzling display of card manipulation resembled a captivating magic performance, leaving the audience in awe. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, his card skills are extraordinary. His hands are so nimble. He resembled an elegant magician," and in that moment, I found myself utterly enchanted by his charm and talent. The exquisite shuffling captivated the onlookers, diverting their thoughts from the seemingly innocuous cards and their potential lethality. After all, if a mere mouse could be easily severed, what might happen to a human throat? However, the stunning display of card tricks left them spellbound, lost in their gasps of wonder. A faint smile graced the magician's lips, for he only felt joy when performing before an audience. Habitually, as he concluded his act, he took a bow, for mastering the shuffle was indeed an art form. The crowd applauded once more, shouting, "Brilliant! Encore!" The magician stole a glance at the lifeless mouse on the ground. The man bitten by the rodent had already been escorted away by his girlfriend to seek medical attention. With the performance concluded, the magician departed the scene. Some young women contemplated approaching him for his contact information, but he swiftly blended into the crowd, disappearing with a mere turn. "Oh, why didn't I ask him sooner?" lamented one girl. "Such a handsome and graceful man. If I miss this chance, will I ever meet him again?" The magician moved away from the throng. Shun Yin had his reasons for being here. He had previously instructed the system to track the anomalies in the alternate space, allowing him to predict when it would manifest. Each detection consumed 1,000 disruption points. Fortunately, he had pinpointed the location of the nearest alternate space, set to open nearby that night. He could not linger too long, lest he arouse suspicion. Thus, during the interval before the alternate space's emergence, Shun Yin transformed into the guise of the magician, strolling along the street. That way, should anyone harbor doubts, they would suspect the magician, not him. As the magician meandered down the street, flanked by numerous shops, one establishment caught his attention. Positioned at the edge of the street, this shop had a sizable facade adorned with a vibrant splash of color. An abundance of flowers and lush greenery adorned the entrance, their fragrance uplifting the spirits of all who passed by. It was a flower shop. The stunning blooms in full bloom captivated the magician's interest. He entered the flower shop, where a youthful-looking proprietor was carefully arranging a large bouquet of lilies. Upon noticing his arrival, she looked up quickly, offering him a shy smile. "Hello, are you here to purchase flowers?" she inquired. Chapter 31. The influence of extraterrestrial energy upon entering. The illusionist fixed his gaze upon the bouquet of fresh flowers in her hands and courteously remarked, "Before they wither, flowers are perfect." He extended his hand and accepted the flowers from the florist. Mo Xiaoya tilted her head in confusion, uncertain of the intentions of this peculiar customer. upon seeing the illusionist. A hint of astonishment graced her features, a reflection of the admiration one feels in the presence of beauty, akin to her affection for the blooming flowers. Do you like lilies? You could purchase a bouquet. It costs 350 yuan. However, the illusionist did not acquire the flowers. Accustomed to the company of cold puppets, he, being a unique Shun Yin, found that other blossoms paled in comparison before him. Without uttering a word, he placed the flowers down and exited the shop. Mo Xiaoya scratched her cheek, blinked her eyes in contemplation, and ultimately picked the flowers off the ground to arrange them in a nearby vase. What a strange person. After wandering the streets for a while, the illusionist realized that his presence drew excessive attention, primarily due to his exquisitely handsome features. Thus, he cloaked himself in an illusion, rendering him as an ordinary passerby, effectively obscuring his visage from others. Finally, he managed to extricate himself from the public gaze and squatted by a flower bed. A gaunt black cat emerged from the underbrush. Its fur unkempt and dirty, with patches matted together, presenting a pitiable sight. Its eyes were wary as it regarded the illusionist, hesitating and reluctant to approach. As the illusionist raised his hand, the cat darted back into the foliage, only to cautiously re-emerge after a moment. The illusionist clenched his fist, then extended his hand toward the black cat. The feline's gaze was a mix of caution and fear, yet curiosity compelled it to inch closer and sniff. Though it remained ready to flee should the illusionist make a sudden move, the illusionist opened his palm, revealing a miraculous pouch of cat food. As he tore open the bag, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting the black cat to abandon its wariness and dive into the feast, devouring the food without lifting its head. The cat food cost Shun Yin a trivial amount of his resources, and in his current state of ennui, feeding the cat was a welcome distraction. After indulging in the meal, the black cat's apprehension toward the illusionist diminished significantly. It settled beside him, licking its paws and grooming its face. As it raised a paw, its belly was exposed, and despite its dark fur making any injuries difficult to discern, the illusionist's keen perception detected that the cat bore an injury, and a severe one at that. Typically, cats are fastidious creatures. They maintain their cleanliness unless unable to tend to certain areas. Seizing the opportunity while the cat was distracted, the illusionist grasped the scruff of its neck to examine the wound. The injury appeared to be torn, resembling bite marks from another creature, possibly a mouse. He gently tapped its nose, bitten by a mouse. How embarrassing for a cat. Meow, the black cat retorted with a sharp cry. Squeak. Another enormous rat darted out from the underbrush. Perhaps due to an abundance of food, this rat was as large as an adult cat. The rats here have developed remarkably well. Indeed, they are a testament to the southern region. The illusionist couldn't help but marvel at this. He had initially intended to ignore the rat, but to his surprise, upon detecting the scent of the cat, the rat turned and scurried toward them. Typically, when faced with a cat, regardless of size, most rats would flee at the first sight. It was rare for a rat to dare to confront a cat directly. The illusionist released the black cat, which was now on high alert, its fur bristling as it faced the rat, its back arched high. Cats rarely exhibited such a reaction when they spotted a rat. They were more inclined to tease them nonchalantly. However, instead of fleeing, the rat approached boldly, chattering defiantly. With sharp teeth bared and blood-red eyes gleaming with a predatory glare, it seemed to regard the black cat as its prey. Observing the feline's tense stance, the illusionist conjured a playing card, the same black spade king, but devoid of any bloodstains. As the rat charged forward, it was only a few steps away from the black cat, appearing almost its equal in size. With a swift motion, the illusionist flung the card. Thwack! The rat's head was cleanly severed by the card's edge. The black cat's bristled fur gradually settled as curiosity took hold. It approached the fallen rat, tentatively pawing at it to confirm its stillness before leaning in for a sniff. After sneezing, it licked its nose, seemingly uninterested in consuming the rat. Likely satiated from its earlier meal, the illusionist left the card untouched, and the cat curiously raised its paw to prod at it. How brazen these rats were! Did they dare to approach humans and cats alike? Despite the general prevalence of larger rats in the south, this one was particularly colossal, raising suspicions. System, he pondered. Is this rat's abnormality related to the emergence of the alternate dimension? Ding. Consuming 5 points of subversion value, the system initiated a scan. Upon completion, it revealed residual energy from the alternate dimension on the rodent. This rat's immense size and altered temperament, becoming aggressive and bloodthirsty, were indeed influenced by the alternate dimension. It was likely that more than just a few rats had been affected. How long had Shun Yin been here? And he had already encountered 2 such altered rats. It was worth noting that this city housed millions of inhabitants, generating enough waste daily to sustain millions of rats. If the underground rat population were to be similarly influenced by this alternate dimensional energy, the consequences could be dire. Yet, Shun Yin found himself at an impasse. Was he to venture into the sewers to exterminate these rats? Furthermore, his current puppets were nearing 800, approaching 900. Although these rats had mutated, they had yet to reach human-level threat. He had no desire for such diminished puppets. The only option left was to wait until nightfall. The nearby anomalous space has emerged. After resolving this peculiar realm, perhaps restoration is possible. Shun Yin departed from the flower bed, while the black cat had vanished without a trace. The emergence of the anomalous space is not governed by a fixed schedule. Prior to its manifestation, it emits a subtle release of energy, which opens a conduit linking the anomalous space to this world. It is through this energy that the system can detect the presence of the anomalous realm in advance. Nightfall approaches swiftly, illuminating the streets with lights. Even in the evening, the thoroughfares are bustling with pedestrians. Before the portal to the anomalous space opens, the surrounding energy becomes extraordinarily dense, a sensation that Shun Yin can immediately perceive. In contrast, ordinary individuals remain oblivious to this energy. The energy of the anomalous space fluctuates, and the streets continue to witness a flow of people and vehicles. At this juncture, even if one were to leap forth and proclaim that the anomalous space is about to open, it is likely that no one would believe such a claim. Should they believe it, the resulting chaos among drivers could inadvertently endanger more lives. Thus, Shun Yin chose to remain quietly in the area where the energy was most chaotic, the spot most susceptible to being drawn into the anomalous space. As the time predicted by the system for the opening of the anomalous space approached, a momentary disturbance rippled through the surrounding area. Within a radius of approximately 100 meters from where Shun Yin stood, there were over 10 individuals, including those in vehicles and pedestrians. They were the closest to the point of emergence, and thus the most likely to be swept into the anomalous realm. However, this time, as the clock ticked past 9:58, Shun Yin stood with a composed expression, observing that the passers-by exhibited no unusual behavior. No person or object abruptly vanished. System, did you not detect that the anomalous space was to open at 9:58? It is now 5 to 9. Host, the system has made no errors. The anomalous space has indeed opened. If the anomalous space has opened, then why are we still here? Suddenly, Shun Yin grasped the situation. After attuning to the surrounding energy fluctuations, it dawned on him. The anomalous space had indeed opened, but this particular realm was unlike any other. It was unclaimed. An unclaimed space can only be governed by a lord-level entity, and these individuals are mere civilians, unqualified to enter. While illusionists possess strength surpassing that of ordinary lords, they remain celestial beings. Until they ascend, no matter how formidable their power, they are still regarded as celestial in the eyes of the anomalous space. Preventing entry into an unclaimed realm, Shun Yin was reluctant to adopt a martyr's role at this moment. So he inquired of the system, what conditions are required for character advancement? An expenditure of 20,000 subversion points is necessary, along with the completion of a script assigned by the system. The urgency of advancing the illusionist's rank pressed upon him, and Shun Yin was eager to discover the extent of power that awaited him upon ascension. Commence the advancement. Ding. 20,000 subversion points have been expended, granting eligibility for the illusionist's advancement from celestial to lord level. An advancement script has been generated, which must be followed precisely. Failure to adhere will result in the failure of this ascension. The script unfolds as follows. The illusionist, a seeker of perfection, acts with reckless abandon and ostentation, consequently attracting numerous adversaries. The Zhao family, intent on acquiring the secrets of puppet mastery from the illusionist, has allied with several other families to launch an attack. In a bid to confront the illusionist's formidable celestial powers, the Zhao family has invested a substantial fortune to enlist a lord-level individual to aid in their pursuit. As the illusionist evades capture, the escape must be broadcast live. Any actions that contradict the illusionist's persona will result in failure to ascend. Shun Yin meticulously reviews the script. It is neither overly difficult nor entirely simple. What constitutes a flawless escape? Is a mere ordinary escape insufficient? Furthermore, the stipulation against actions that betray the illusionist's character implies that he cannot employ the abilities of a martyr this time. Shun Yin closes his eyes and mentally traverses the script once more. Ultimately, he departs from the bustling street, where the throngs of people pose a risk of collateral damage should the script commence. He seeks a more suitable location. The illusionist summons a large blackbird puppet and mounts it. As the puppet spreads its wings and ascends, it carries the illusionist aloft. He maneuvers the puppet in a sweeping arc above the city, where crowds are ubiquitous, making it exceedingly challenging to find an isolated spot, unless one ventures beyond the city limits. However, time is of the essence, and Shun Yin prefers not to stray too far from the dimensional rift, fearing unforeseen complications. Thus, the illusionist directs the puppet to land atop a factory rooftop. The puppet perches obediently beside him, retracting its wings. Let us begin. Shun Yin instructs the system, simultaneously conjuring a mask to adorn his face. This mask retains the visage of a jester, its expression fixed in a mocking grin. His attire transforms from an elegant suit into a flowing theatrical costume, the hem of which is adorned with azure flames that dance in the wind. The flames occasionally flicker outward, resembling tiny blue fireflies that drift through the air. This scene is truly enchanting. As the livestream commences, hundreds of thousands of viewers flock to witness the illusionist standing resolutely against the night breeze. Is this the stage master encountered by a streamer who fell into a dimensional rift? A self-proclaimed artist? Why is the Heavenly Tao website showcasing him this time? Could this locale be within another dimension? Since their last encounter, we had all presumed we would never see the artist again, yet here he is, visible once more on the Heavenly Tao website. The platform indeed possesses remarkable capabilities, even broadcasting scenes from alternate realms. Wait a moment, fellow viewers, someone exclaims. Look at the distant backdrop. Those lights seem oddly familiar. Goodness, this is B City. This is B City. Isn't the artist from the other dimension? How could he have emerged? Perhaps the artist is not confined to that realm after all. The chat erupts in excitement. The illusionist's presence akin to a bombshell, leaving all spectators in a state of bewilderment. The illusionist stood quietly in this place, accompanied only by a solitary puppet. All who beheld this scene felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. What purpose did the illusionist serve by standing here? Was he admiring the view, lost in contemplation, or merely daydreaming? No one could ascertain, much like the illusionist himself, who remained an enigma shrouded in mist, eluding comprehension. Ah, you linger in the shadows, where no audience shall adore you. The illusionist extended his hand, revealing a resplendent ruby ring adorning his slender, pale fingers, a sight that was truly pleasing to the eye. This gem, hidden in darkness, would go unnoticed, rendering it nothing more than a mere stone. The online spectators were baffled. What did the artist mean by such words? What lies concealed in the shadows? In the next moment of their confusion, the one hidden in darkness revealed himself. The Zhao family and their allies had made a grand display. They had not only summoned a single lord-level powerhouse, but had also enlisted numerous celestial-level experts, including their own. totaling 10 celestial beings. The Lord had yet to appear, likely holding back a contingency plan. To them, the illusionist, merely a celestial level, was already being overestimated by mobilizing 10 celestial level fighters against him. Chapter 33, Madmen? Artists are all madmen. A member of the Zhao family stood at the forefront, followed by several others from different clans. As the leading figure from the Zhao family emerged, his expression was far from pleasant. After all, being the subject of such overt ridicule was intolerable for one of his stature. How dare the masked figure claim, "We dwell in shadows"? The celestial from the Zhao family retorted. The illusionist touched the mask upon his face and replied, "Everyone wears a mask. I merely crafted my own, and mine is far more exquisite than theirs." Cloaked in secrecy, the Zhao celestial seized upon this point, unwilling to let it go. The illusionist shrugged. "I reveal my true visage solely to my audience." The expression on the Zhao celestial darkened. The illusionist's words were clearly laced with disdain. "Illusionist, I urge you to surrender the secrets of your puppet manipulation techniques. Otherwise, you shall find it arduous to depart from here unscathed." The other celestial beings began to shout in unison. The 10 celestial level experts formed a surrounding circle, some hovering midair while others stood upon formidable flying beasts, their demeanor aggressive. The illusionist tilted his head. "Secrets? What secrets?" The large black bird beside him mirrored his motion, opening its beak to emit a sound resembling a duck's quack. The celestial beings encircling the illusionist grew increasingly grim. "Illusionist, do not provoke us further." The illusionist extended his hand. The black bird rose to its feet, its wings unfurling to a height surpassing that of a man, spanning over 10 meters. It took to the air. The celestial beings immediately braced themselves, wary of the illusionist slipping away if he were to falter in his attention. The black bird merely soared around the illusionist, who showed no inclination to escape, even in the presence of 10 equally matched celestial beings. Humph! The illusionist hummed a lively tune, the smiley face on his mask concealing his true emotions. He appeared to be smiling, for the mask itself bore a grin. Fools never comprehend the existence of genius. They mistakenly believe their thoughts mirror those of a genius and endeavor to fathom their actions. Haha, forgive my laughter. I can hardly contain myself upon witnessing such imbeciles. The face of the Zhao family's celestial figure flushed a myriad of colors, from red to white, then to a shade of green, as if he had received a heavy blow to the face. "You, Zhao family celestial," suppressing a breath of frustration, declared, "you are nothing but a madman. A waste cast out by the river of forgetfulness." Madman. They label me a madman. Artists are often deemed insane. I frequently ponder why they presume that a group of fools could ever grasp the thoughts of a genius. The illusionist spread his hands wide, realizing that if they could acknowledge their errors, they would no longer be fools. The Zhao family celestial, incensed, was on the verge of continuing his argument with the illusionist when he was halted by someone behind him. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he was unwilling to surrender the secret manual amicably. There was no need for further delay. Let us proceed. Those who attain celestial status are no ordinary individuals. Their formidable strength renders them tyrants capable of suppressing entire factions within their families. The Zhao family had expended great resources to assemble 10 celestial figures. Yet their ambitions extended beyond merely acquiring the illusionist's manual. They sought the secrets of a mysterious relic intertwined with him. However, the Zhao family only disclosed the existence of the illusionist's extraordinary manual, omitting any mention of the relic. Their secrecy was so stringent that even cooperating families remained oblivious to this revelation. The Zhao family celestial waved his hand. Attack. The 10 celestial figures instantly unleashed their signature techniques, directing their onslaught towards the illusionist. He regarded them calmly, not even summoning his puppets. The illusionist possessed more than 10 celestial puppets. He even commanded a lord-level puppet. Had the Zhao family been aware of his puppet's prowess, they would never have dared to provoke him. The so-called perfect escape pales in comparison to annihilating all pursuers and departing with poise. The curtain rises. At this moment, who dances upon the stage? A blade, accompanied by the sound of rending space, sliced through the air like a dazzling meteor. Its speed was astonishing, fleeting in an instant. The illusionist's eyes reflected the meteor's brilliance. The blade shone exquisitely, yet its fierce murderous intent marred the beauty of the scene. Numerous formations arose, enveloping the entire space in an instant. Once the formations solidified, even if the factory were to explode, those outside would remain blissfully unaware. Countless spells and weapons surged towards the illusionist. The combined might of 10 celestial figures was such that even a lord would hesitate to endure it all. Yet, the illusionist remained motionless, allowing the barrage to strike him directly. The attackers soon displayed expressions of sheer horror. This, impossible. All their assaults seemed to vanish into the void, passing through the illusionist's form without inflicting a single wound. Instead, the factory beneath the illusionist was struck by dozens of attacks, collapsing into a desolate ruin. The ground was indented, forming a gaping chasm over 10 meters deep. Suddenly, azure flames erupted from the illusionist's body, transforming him into blue fire, which gradually dissolved, giving rise to a magnificent blue lotus. This colossal azure flower, imbued with profound and esoteric significance, seemed to contain the essence of unparalleled teachings. To glimpse even a fraction of its mystery would grant one instant ascension. Upon beholding the blue lotus, the 10 celestial beings were transfixed, their gazes glued to its radiant form. Their faces betrayed a frenzied obsession, filled with a covetous yearning for the supreme secrets it harbored, as they desperately endeavored to perceive and comprehend its arcane laws. Meanwhile, the illusionist silently appeared at their right side, observing the madness reflected in their expressions. He extended his hand, envisioning a day when my genius would be understood, pure and perfect, akin to my creations. His hands were exquisite, the epitome of divine craftsmanship. Yet at that moment, they grasped invisible threads. They wielded the power to control life and to extinguish it. Those seemingly flawless hands, akin to a work of art, had transformed into instruments of death. Ha ha ha, I am the silent bard, the dancer without legs. My puppets sing and dance for me. The 10 celestial beings appeared ensnared by invisible puppet strings, and with a mere flick of the illusionist's fingers, they began to move in a grotesque and comical dance, reminiscent of clowns performing in a circus, eliciting laughter. Yet, not a single viewer of this spectacle found amusement. Instead, an inexplicable sense of eeriness crept up their spines. Chapter 34. My talent will surely astound. Everyone felt as though an unseen hand had gripped their throats, rendering them voiceless. This bizarre and perilous entity was too mad, and the illusionist's actions often eluded comprehension. Whether in his words or deeds, he oscillated between madness and lucidity. Frequently, his behavior painted him as a lunatic, a zealot of art, fixated on perfection, and the madman knows not the bounds of reason. The illusionist's abilities and methods often defied logic, his power shrouded in mystery and might. Humanity typically harbors fear of the unknown. Much like society often shuns geniuses, for their elevated stature renders their actions incomprehensible, leading to perceptions of them as eccentric outliers. They are often ostracized and isolated. Genius thrives in solitude, while the masses trembled in anxiety and dread. The illusionist's hands remained unfaltering. His voice grew increasingly morbid and deep. Your lives are of no worth before me. With the utterance of these words, the 10 celestial beings abruptly ceased all movement. Their faces bore an eerie smile, seemingly filled with satisfaction, as if they were not confronting death, but rather embracing ecstasy. Thus, before the gaze of many, 10 souls surrendered their last breath. 10 celestial beings. Perhaps until now, none understood the true significance of celestial, but with the revelation of the cultivation technique by the observer, all became acutely aware of its meaning. These 10 celestial beings were effortlessly stripped of life by the illusionist, who did not even employ his masterful puppetry. A sharp clap. This sound roused all from their terror. In that moment, the 10 individuals before their eyes transformed into lifelike puppets, seemingly real, yet composed of wood. Meanwhile, the Lord-level figure, initially expected to intervene as a contingency, remained conspicuously absent. The celestial forces summoned by the Zhao family had been completely annihilated. A flawless performance, yet regrettably, there were no spectators present. Otherwise, my talent would have surely left them in awe. The illusionist bowed, as if acknowledging an audience that did not exist. Previously, in the alternate realm, the entities that had transformed into puppets could be dismissed by netizens as mere monsters, not human. Even if they were human, they were merely vessels possessed by monsters. As long as they were not perceived as human, the illusionist's puppetry would elicit little emotional response. But now, they could no longer deceive themselves or engage in clever rationalizations. These were 10 living, breathing individuals, capable of speech and movement, 10 beings of flesh and blood. In the eyes of the illusionist, they held no value whatsoever. With a mere thought, he turned them into puppets without a hint of hesitation, seemingly reveling in the act. He regarded death and puppetry as a unique form of art, one in which only perfection would satisfy him. He was an unruly, capricious being, beyond the reach of reason. Unlike the martyr, who adhered to certain principles, the illusionist was unpredictable. No one could foresee his next move, for he thrived on defying logic and transcending all rules. He was not to be trifled with. This sentiment was deeply entrenched in the minds of all who had witnessed the live stream. If forced to choose between the martyr and the illusionist, they would prefer to provoke the martyr, but would dare not challenge the madness of the illusionist. After all, the martyr might not act, while the illusionist undoubtedly would. Moral constraints and societal norms could not bind him. A great black bird circled around him, while the celestial puppets, still wearing smiles, followed in his wake. The exquisite craftsmanship of the puppets allowed for a clear view of each individual's features and expressions. They had transformed from vibrant human beings into mere marionettes, entirely at the whim of their master. Perhaps these celestial beings had never anticipated their descent into such a fate. After the initial terror, they were left in a state of disbelief. The netizens began to speculate about the reasons behind the appearance of these individuals. Who were they? Uncertain. I delved deeper. The Tiandao website had not disclosed their identities. The reason the viewers in the live stream knew that these 10 individuals were of the celestial level was that, upon their entrance, 2 prominent characters marked celestial appeared above their heads for all to see. The illusionist? So the artist is referred to as the illusionist? What a name. It exudes an air of mystery and enchantment, perfectly befitting his stature. What of the women who clamored their affection for the illusionist? Why have they not shown themselves? Surely they must have been awestruck. One must concede, aside from the illusionist's enigmatic behavior, his prowess is indeed formidable, warranting reverence. The illusionist departed quietly, his exit reminiscent of a droplet merging into the abyss. No one noticed when he vanished. In the live stream, only the remnants of the factory, reduced to ruins with a gaping crater in its center, remained. As the formation dissipated, several police vehicles swiftly arrived. At this juncture, even the most skeptical netizens had to accept that this was not a realm of despair, but rather reality. The illusionist had already departed from the otherworldly domain. Perhaps he was never truly a being of that realm. His previous encounter might have been akin to that of the host, merely a fortuitous stumble into the otherworld. They remained oblivious to the fact that the illusionist had vanquished the master of the otherworld, allowing the host to escape. Otherwise, their awe for the illusionist would have been magnified. The livestream ceased to capture the illusionist's silhouette. The scene shifted to a lofty skyscraper. Within a spacious and luminous office, a group of individuals congregated. At the head of the table sat Zhao Biao, the patriarch orchestrating this operation. His countenance was exceptionally grim. Lord Yun, you promised to intervene. Why have you reneged on your word and merely observed from the sidelines? The Lord Yun appeared to be a fairly handsome man in his mid-20s. He responded candidly. You did not inform me that we were dealing with someone as formidable as the illusionist. Do you realize that at one point, Wang Chuan dispatched 3 lords to apprehend him? Yet they ultimately failed to capture him? Zhao Biao's expression shifted. 3 lords? Were he in their place, not even 1 lord would he be certain to elude. Chapter 35. Retreat of the Lords. The Bai family withdraws. Not only Zhao Biao, but the expressions of the others also darkened considerably. Patriarch Zhao, you claimed that the illusionist was merely a celestial being, yet he possesses unparalleled secrets. We invested both money and manpower, and now our losses are substantial. Shouldn't there be some compensation from you? A representative from the Li family rose to speak. This time, the Li family had suffered the loss of a celestial-level guardian, along with 500 million spent on hiring other celestial beings and countless promised resources. If these losses were not recuperated, it would undoubtedly be a grievous blow to the Li family. Thus, they could only direct their grievances towards the instigator of this affair, the Zhao family. Not solely the Li family. The Qian, Wang, and Bai families have all suffered significant financial losses. Particularly, the Wang and Bai families have also lost a formidable expert of heavenly rank. This has left the leaders of both families with grim expressions. Zhao Biao was displeased. When he initially approached them, they had all readily agreed. Moreover, when engaging in such endeavors, one must take into account the associated risks and potential losses. Why should the Zhao family bear the burden alone? They too have incurred substantial losses. Zhao Biao remarked. The strength of the illusionist is indeed of heavenly caliber. The Zhao family has not deceived you in this regard. Who could have anticipated that a single heavenly rank would cause so many of us to suffer losses at his hands? Implicitly, he suggested that the Zhao family had not misled them. Their power and the authenticity of the technique were genuine. The illusionist, capable of defeating 10 adversaries of the same rank, subtly indicated the existence of the technique. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? The notion of him being merely a genius was one they would not accept. They were far more inclined to believe that the illusionist possessed a technique that could enhance his strength, especially considering the mysterious and peculiar nature of his puppet mastery. The existence of such a technique seemed nearly certain. The question remained, how could they obtain that technique from such an enigmatic individual? Lord Yin interjected. Do not look to me. I have no desire to provoke such a creature. I will return half of your payment, and consider the other half as compensation for my efforts in this endeavor. With that, Lord Yin exited the office. His decision to return only half the funds left those present in a state of indignation, yet they understood that even if he returned not a single coin, they had no recourse against him. The title of Lord was sufficient to quell any rebellious thoughts. The head of the Zhao family, realizing that they could not rely on Lord Yun, turned to ask, what plans do we have next? The heads of the Wang and Qian families also expressed keen interest in the forthcoming strategy. Only the Bai family appeared somewhat indifferent. Zhao Biao chuckled softly, fear not, for I have recently established contact with individuals from Wanchuan. Upon learning of the illusionist's existence, they expressed an immediate desire to send someone to apprehend him. The leaders of the Qian, Wang, and Li families exchanged glances, concerned that if Wanchuan intervened, would the technique still be within their reach? The power of Wanchuan far surpassed that of their combined forces. If Wanchuan became involved, not only would they be deprived of the technique, but they might find themselves with nothing at all. Yet Zhao Biao appeared unperturbed. Rest assured, what sort of power is Wanchuan? Would they covet such a trivial technique? Furthermore, when I contacted them previously, they assured me that they only seek the illusionist himself, leaving the rest to us. Upon hearing this, the others were intrigued. With the risks borne by those from Wanchuan, they could simply reap the rewards from behind. It certainly seemed like a promising plan. However, as they deliberated, a member of the Bai family rose to speak. I apologize, but we, the Bai family, shall withdraw from this venture. The Qian, Wang, and Li families were taken aback. Even Zhao Biao was somewhat astonished. None had anticipated the Bai family would choose to withdraw at this juncture. How is it, Brother Bai? Are you so easily intimidated by this minor setback? The head of the Qian family remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction and disdain. The Bai family, among the 5 clans, was already the weakest. Thus, the loss of a celestial-level powerhouse understandably left them faltering. The current patriarch of the Bai family was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of elegance, bespectacled, with a demeanor that radiated refinement, perpetually graced by a gentle smile. His demeanor revealed him to be a congenial individual, prone to compromising in any situation. Were it not for the Zhao family taking the lead and the involvement of the other 3 clans, the Bai family would have likely refrained from participating to avoid offending the 4 families. Now, having suffered the loss of a celestial-level powerhouse and substantial wealth, his withdrawal at this juncture was understandable, and the other 4 families had little to say. Indeed, after the Bai family withdrew, the other 4 remained silent, merely mocking the Bai family's cowardice. Once they acquired the secret techniques, they would certainly withhold them from the Bai family, despite their prior contributions. Having withdrawn, the Bai family would no longer have a share in the secrets. The 4 families were calculating their gains with great enthusiasm. Little did they realize that their discussions were being broadcast live on the Tiandao website, which had garnered over 6 million viewers. Moreover, it was certain that government officials were secretly observing the live stream, as the Tiandao website had attracted significant attention. It was likely that officials were already investigating the backgrounds of the families involved in this matter. After hearing the remarks of the remaining 4 families, the online audience was incensed. What a bunch of petty individuals. Is this really the age we live in? Do they still resort to such tactics? They are not like us ordinary people, who uphold the philosophy of the strong prevailing. Would the illusionists face any repercussions? We could only watch, feeling powerless, as they were clearly from a different realm altogether. One might wonder, if, hypothetically, such powerhouses proliferate in the future, how would they treat us ordinary folk? Indeed, ever since the emergence of the abyss of despair, various phenomena have materialized in the world. If the future is dominated by these powerhouses, what will become of our status as ordinary people? Goodness, I must strive to learn those cultivation methods and aspire to become a practitioner. I too shall cultivate. At the very least, I want to take control of my own destiny. The Tiandao website, shrouded in mystery, might just offer us ordinary individuals a glimmer of opportunity through the cultivation methods shared by the observers. As these thoughts echoed, many people hastily reopened the article shared by the observer, eager to practice the proposed cultivation techniques. Regardless of whether the text was genuine, how could one know without trying? If it were true, cultivating could enhance physical strength and provide self-defense capabilities. Everyone was resolute in their determination. Chapter 36. The audience is ready. We must diligently cultivate, not necessarily seeking grand achievements, but at least to protect our loved ones. Intelligence Special Operations Team, how is it? Have you gathered information on these families? Inquired the head of the Intelligence Special Investigation Unit of his subordinates. The team members, equally engaged in the investigation, were drenched in sweat. Chief, we have identified several families, including those you mentioned. They appear to be unremarkable, at least online, and no connections to the entities within the live stream have surfaced. The focus of the Special Investigation Unit was naturally on the 5 families, Zhao, Qian, Wang, Li, and Bai. Although these families were linked to practitioners, the state sought to engage with individuals in that realm. The methods employed by these families were indeed formidable, necessitating vigilance from Xia country. Regrettably, after a night of investigation, although several families with the same surname were uncovered, they seemed outwardly normal. Despite some radical actions and crossing certain lines, they had not employed any extraordinary powers. Continue to follow up. These 5 families remain the prime suspects. Understood, Chief. The scripted arrangement by the system was inherently based on the existing family powers. Naturally, those from the 5 families possessing practitioners were merely tools within the system's narrative. However, their identities were robust enough to withstand scrutiny. Should the state delve deeper, it would reveal significant connections between the 5 families from the livestream and their real-world counterparts. The real 5 families were indeed a splinter group, unaware of their ancestral lineage. Meanwhile, the Bai family had withdrawn from the operation, while the remaining 4 families were resolute in their determination to harness the power of Wang Chuan to capture the illusionist. They coveted the illusionist's enigmatic puppet techniques, each hoping to acquire this secret to bolster their own families. The Zhao, Qian, Wang, and Li families, along with Wang Chuan, would not relent in their pursuit of the illusionist, ensuring that his narrative remained incomplete. This meant that the illusionist would have to contend with the combined forces of 4 families and 1 superfamily. Each of the 4 families could deploy 10 heavenly-level practitioners and enlist a lord-level figure for support, while Wang Chuan, far surpassing other families, would not be easily thwarted. Previously, the Cloud Lord had revealed that Wang Chuan had dispatched 3 lords to pursue the illusionist, but unfortunately, the illusionist had managed to evade capture. This time, Wang Chuan would undoubtedly be fully prepared and confident in their ability to apprehend the illusionist, otherwise, they would not act so readily. Conservatively speaking, Wang Chuan would likely dispatch at least 4 or more lords for the capture. The illusionist had arrived on the outskirts of the city. Despite being pursued, he exhibited a leisurely demeanor, amusing himself with rabbits in the countryside. A group of over a dozen white rabbits sat in orderly rows before him, while the illusionist, with a violin in hand, serenaded the rabbits. When the livestream camera shifted to this scene, viewers were left speechless. Everyone had been anxious about whether the illusionist could escape the joint pursuit of several families. Yet here he was, playing the violin for rabbits, utterly devoid of concern or tension. Was this a case of the emperor being unhurried while the eunuchs fretted? As the illusionist continued playing, he eventually paused. As he had already heard the sounds of pursuing footsteps, he pondered, why must someone always disturb me during my performance? The rabbits seemed to sense the ominous air that lingered in the atmosphere. They quickly scattered, fleeing the perilous vicinity. Alas, the illusionist shook his head with a sigh. He retrieved his violin, and with a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized bell appeared in his palm. For whom does the death knell toll? The illusionist cast the bell skyward. Once liberated from his grasp, the bell caught the wind and expanded, growing from a mere palm size to towering above 2 individuals. It hovered in the air, motionless. Swish, 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 swish. This time, the adversaries did not utter a word. Without revealing their faces, they unleashed a barrage of sharp arrows. Adorned with runes, these arrows bore considerable lethality, even against celestial beings. They fell like a torrential downpour, creating an impenetrable wall of projectiles. Yet, the illusionist had no need to evade. Clang, clang. Countless arrows pierced the ground, embedding themselves halfway into the earth. Soon, the ground was littered with a chaotic array of arrows, densely packed. These arrows penetrated the illusionist's form, but inflicted no harm. It was merely an illusion, devoid of corporeal substance, and thus incapable of causing injury. The long-awaited scent of carnage invigorates my creativity. I foresee an extraordinary performance unfolding. Everyone, take your places. The illusionist suddenly raised his hand, making a gesture to commence. His actions were peculiar, imbued with a frenzied madness that defied comprehension. Indeed, artists are often mad, and such madness cannot be perceived through the lens of reason. You remain as inscrutable as ever. The denizens of Wangchuan have made their appearance. This time, they have summoned 5 lords, believing that the illusionist could not possibly evade their grasp. Such an escape was deemed impossible. Even the mightiest celestial being would find it exceedingly rare to triumph over a single lord. To confront 5 lords with celestial strength? A fanciful notion. Even the illusionist could not achieve such a feat. Thus, the task was labeled as an escape, not a defeat. The celestial pursuit posed no threat to the illusionist. It was the pursuit by Wangchuan that constituted the most formidable challenge in this narrative of ascension. The actors have taken their positions. What of the audience? The audience is also in place. The illusionist paid no heed to them, absorbed in his artistry, preparing for a flawless performance. Yet, a performance requires both actors and an audience. Without the latter, it remains imperfect. Regrettably, All the rabbits within a 100-mile radius have been frightened away by the overwhelming aura emanating from the lords of Wangchuan. It seems no creature can be found. The illusionist's hopes of capturing an animal to serve as an audience member were dashed. However, as he lifted his gaze toward the void, as if everyone felt the illusionist gazing through an imaginary lens, locking eyes with them from behind the screen. Upon the illusionist's utterance, a chill ran down the spine of all present. What did it mean that the audience was already in position? Apart from the illusionist himself, only the 5 lords from the River of Forgetfulness were present. Given the illusionist's typical demeanor, it was likely that he regarded those lords merely as actors, perhaps even as jesters. But what of the audience? Had the illusionist truly discerned their presence, those who were watching the live stream? In Chapter 37, titled The Illusionist, why not a puppeteer, a viewer, caught in the throes of the live broadcast, was so startled by the illusionist's words that he inadvertently shattered his computer screen with a punch. Good heavens, that scared me to death, he exclaimed. Could it be that the illusionist had genuinely sensed the existence of the live chat room? It seemed implausible. The audience, once emboldened by the belief that the illusionist was oblivious to their watchful eyes, now found themselves gripped by fear and uncertainty. Those who had previously criticized the illusionist felt a sudden reluctance to speak freely, especially the keyboard warriors who had hurled insults at him. The barrage of comments in the live chat dwindled to a mere trickle. Among the lords from the River of Forgetfulness, 3 were those who had previously pursued the illusionist, having encountered him on multiple occasions. Illusionist, you have stolen the supreme secret of our river and repeatedly refused to surrender, fleeing from our grasp. Do you not owe your loyalty to the river that nurtured you? Thundered the Lord of the Divine Sword. Meanwhile, the other 4 lords began to set up a formation to dispel the illusion, determined to prevent the illusionist from escaping through his deceptive arts. Previously, he had evaded capture by employing illusion, leading them on a wild chase after a mere phantom, ultimately slipping through their fingers. For this blunder, the other inhabitants of the river had laughed at the 3 lords for quite some time. This time, they vowed not to repeat the same mistake. With an exclamation of dismay, the illusionist found himself ensnared by the dispelling formation. His figure flickered momentarily before transforming into a translucent apparition, gradually vanishing from sight. Not far away, the true illusionist emerged from beneath the veil of his own enchantment. The Lord of the Divine Sword curled the corners of his mouth into a satisfied smile. Illusions may deceive the unaware, but once confronted with formations or techniques designed to counter them, illusions become as fragile as paper, easily pierced. The viewers in the live chat felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. It was over. The illusionist's deception had been unraveled, yet he had yet to summon his puppets. Hadn't he, the Lord, mentioned that the art of puppetry was something the illusionist had pilfered from the river? Perhaps he was too embarrassed to present it. After all, how could such a mysterious art belong to a mere celestial-level figure? Indeed, the secret techniques of the river were well known to its lords. Revealing them would be akin to exposing one's inadequacies. This illusionist is nothing more than a despicable thief. He is bound to be recaptured by the river and imprisoned for decades. Most of the viewers in the live chat found themselves swayed by the words of the Lord. Indeed, the ability to command the power of 5 lords cannot be overlooked, as the might and background of the River of Oblivion are formidable. How could such a potent force unjustly accuse a mere celestial of being a thief? The illusionist is truly repugnant. What a pretentious artist. To me, he is nothing more than a contemptible rogue. Yes, I have long sensed something amiss. How could a celestial possess such strength? It appears he has pilfered the secrets of his own sect, which renders everything quite logical. Given that the illusionist is a person who pursues perfection with such arrogance, how could he resort to theft? I cannot believe it. The live stream erupted into chaos. Those who had been intimidated previously now seemed eager to vent their frustrations, hurling a barrage of insults at the illusionist. After all, it seems the illusionist won't remain unscathed for long, will he? Yet, the illusionist appeared unfazed. He even extended his hands and applauded. Marvelous. Your performance has ignited a surge of inspiration within me. The Lord of the Divine Sword scoffed. Without the illusion, what do you intend to use against us? Puppets? Where are your puppets? Are you not going to reveal them? The other lords joined in, mocking him without restraint. At that moment, the illusionist let out a sigh. Some individuals persist in believing themselves to be exceedingly clever, yet truly astute minds seldom question the professions upon which others rely for their sustenance. Why do I call myself an illusionist rather than a puppeteer or a magician? The words of the illusionist momentarily halted the 5 lords' thoughts, compelling them to ponder his statement. Indeed, why is he referred to as an illusionist? Is not the term illusion inherently linked to illusionary arts? What brought the illusionist fame were his puppets, when he manipulated them. All attention gravitated toward his extraordinary puppet techniques. Yet, they overlooked that he is called an illusionist, not merely a puppeteer. This suggests that his true mastery lies not in puppetry, but rather in the illusionary arts that everyone neglects. Moreover, the ability to utilize illusions to escape the clutches of 3 lords speaks volumes of the efficacy of his craft. It is merely that the elusive nature of illusions renders them invisible, leading all to disregard the illusionist's true power. The 3 lords previously tasked with capturing the illusionist experienced a shift in expression, realizing that their prior failure to apprehend him stemmed from their own negligence. Furthermore, they had now set up an illusion-breaking formation. No matter how the illusionist might flit about, escape was impossible. With this thought, their countenances brightened considerably. The Lord of the Divine Sword harbored similar sentiments. His failure to capture the illusionist, alongside 2 other lords, was supposed to be an assured victory against a mere celestial. Yet, he had been outmaneuvered, and for this, he had endured considerable ridicule. He summoned his divine sword, the very weapon that had earned him the title of the Lord of the Divine Sword. This sword was renowned for its unparalleled abilities, said to be capable of shattering all barriers, even slicing through space itself. Other lords, upon encountering this divine sword, would instinctively avoid its lethal edge. Once summoned, the sword radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Even before it was drawn, the surrounding space wavered with an unsettling instability. Once drawn from its sheath, one can only wonder what spectacle awaits. Should I unleash the divine sword, it would signify your demise in a manner befitting. The Lord of the Divine Sword grasped the hilt tightly. His earlier reluctance to draw the sword stemmed from the grim understanding that once unsheathed, it would inevitably claim another soul. Yet now, incited by the sorcerer, he could no longer afford to ponder the consequences. As for the enigmatic instructions from the River of Oblivion to capture the sorcerer alive, the Lord of the Divine Sword mused that whether alive or dead mattered little. As long as he could bring the individual back, human or corpse, the distinction held minimal significance. Slaying the sorcerer would rather serve to dispel the rumors of his inability to confront even a heavenly-level adversary. With a fierce determination, the Lord of the Divine Sword seized his weapon, intent on unsheathing it. However, another lord, the Lord of the Water Mirror, obstructed his path. Have you forgotten the Elder's counsel? The Elder commanded the capture of the sorcerer alive. Drawing your sword will surely result in a death. Do you truly wish to defy the Elder's orders? The Lord of the Divine Sword let out a cold snort. He was well aware of the implications. Yet the Elder's directives were not to be disregarded lightly. Reluctantly, he sheathed his sword once more. Chapter 38. The reflection in the water mirror. The Elder's insistence on capturing the sorcerer alive stemmed solely from the fact that the sorcerer was his disciple. He wished to spare the sorcerer's life. Contemplating this, the Lord of the Divine Sword wore a look of disdain for the sorcerer. How infuriating it was that a shameless traitor could elicit such loyalty from his master, igniting an envy so fierce that he longed to obliterate him instantly. For a fleeting moment, jealousy twisted the Lord of the Divine Sword's visage before he managed to conceal it. Only the audience watching the live broadcast caught a glimpse of that momentary shift in expression as his face was magnified on the screen. In that brief instant, I glimpsed jealousy, dissatisfaction, hatred, and murderous intent in his eyes. What a transformation! He would excel in the art of Sichuan opera face-changing. The Lord of the Water Mirror, possessing a more temperate disposition, still offered the sorcerer an opportunity to surrender. Sorcerer, we have laid an intricate net around you. Escape is futile. Better to seal your own powers, thus avoiding unnecessary conflict. Which is the illusion, and which is the reality? Am I truly real, or merely a figment? The sorcerer's form began to waver, suspended between the realms of illusion and reality. He seemed to exist, yet simultaneously, not exist at all. This paradox was enough to drive one to madness. The Lord of the Divine Sword widened his eyes in disbelief, as did the other lords present, particularly the Scorpion Lord, who had personally crafted the illusion-breaking formation. A master of formations, he knew that the illusion-breaking array was the bane of all sorcery. Within its confines, all illusions would dissolve into nothingness, revealing their true nature. The Scorpion Lord hastily inspected the array once more. It remained intact, unbroken. This meant that the sorcerer was indeed within the illusion-breaking formation. The sorcerer should not have been capable of employing any sorcery. The Lord of the Water Mirror immediately conjured a multitude of droplets to form a watery veil. This veil penetrated the sorcerer's body. Each droplet could pierce through a meter of solid stone, yet upon striking the sorcerer, it seemed to dissipate into the air. Only an illusion can achieve this. The Lord of the Water Mirror swayed slightly. Has the illusionist truly surpassed the limitations of illusion? Is this not akin to divine powers? Yet, divine powers can only be comprehended by lords, each of whom has a singular opportunity to grasp one. However, most lords fail to penetrate its depths, acquiring only a mere semblance of such powers. Among the 5 lords present, none have grasped divine power. The Lord of the Divine Sword relies on the divine sword rather than personal prowess to attain his title. The 5 lords grew anxious and disordered. Once confident, they now succumbed to unease, even entertaining the notion that they might be unable to capture such a monstrous illusionist. The Lord of the Water Mirror cast a dark gaze upon the illusionist, quietly conjuring a spell behind his back. A colossal water mirror suddenly manifested behind them. This was the signature technique of the Lord of the Water Mirror, an ability derived from divine comprehension. The mirror could reflect the deepest darkness within a person's heart, giving rise to a monstrous entity. Upon witnessing the Lord of the Water Mirror unleash such a formidable weapon, the 4 lords hurriedly sought refuge from the immense mirror. Their retreat somewhat clumsy. Each harbored hidden darkness and unspoken sinister thoughts, none wishing to expose their innermost selves here. The Lord of the Water Mirror thought, "Let me behold your essence, the grotesque monster that it truly is." The Lord of the Water Mirror was also in a state of urgency. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed such an ability, which exacted a considerable toll on him. After a single use, he would require months of recuperation. The other 4 lords cast disapproving glances at the Lord of the Water Mirror. This sly character silently unleashes a devastating move, nearly ensnaring his allies. The Lord of the Water Mirror felt helpless. Had he given a warning, he might have failed to ensnare the illusionist. Only by deceiving his own might he ensnare the illusionist as well. Indeed, when the water mirror arose, the illusionist did not shy away. Instead, he curiously stood before the mirror, observing his own reflection. Gradually, the mirror began to change. A sinister smile crept across the Lord of the Water Mirror's face. Before the mirror, all would reveal their most authentic selves, ultimately giving rise to a grotesque monster birthed from the darkness within, poised to attack the one who stood before it. His smile twisted into a fierce grimace. Come, let everyone witness the true ugliness concealed beneath that mask. Images began to materialize within the mirror. Under the scrutiny of over 10 million viewers in the Lord's live stream, the reflection within the water mirror distorted. A mass of black, murky sludge appeared within it. The audience in the live stream remained oblivious to its implications, unaware of the true nature of the Lord of the Water Mirror's ability. Upon witnessing the images within the mirror, the Lord of the Water Mirror erupted into genuine laughter. Ha! The illusionist, it appears, conceals within a heart that is nothing more than a grotesque mass of foul black mire. The stench emanating from his soul is unbearable. I eagerly anticipate the monstrosities that shall emerge from such a filthy heart, horrifying to the mundane world. The other lords, without hesitation, commence their mockery. It seems the illusionist is merely a wretch, plagued by inner filth. He perpetually dons a mask. Could it be that he feels unworthy to face others? Particularly the swordmaster. Whose laughter booms the loudest, huh? A thief of secrets, a traitor to his own school. How luminous can his heart truly be? His repulsive nature comes as no surprise. Within the water mirror, the reflection is no longer that of the illusionist, but instead reveals a putrid, decaying swamp, reeking with foul gases. Bubbles rise incessantly from the mire, bursting as they surface. What horrors are being birthed from this swamp? Beneath the surface, it seems a hideous and twisted creature is being nurtured by the muck. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing the swordmaster's words and gazing at the swamp reflected in the mirror, suddenly comprehend the truth. Could it be that the illusionist is indeed a hypocritical, despicable individual, at odds with his own facade? Surely not. I have always revered the illusionist. He is so perfect, so graceful. Yet, in an instant, his image shatters beneath the water mirror's gaze. The illusionist transforms from an impeccable, extraordinary figure into a hypocrite, tainted by inner filth. The swamp trembles violently under the scrutiny of all. Amidst their watchful eyes, a blue lotus emerges from the mire. Chapter 39. You shall know true beauty. Such a heart-stirring spectacle. A blue lotus, breaking through the filth and dirt, is reborn. It struggles free from the endless muck, striving to radiate its own brilliance. Just as the illusionist proclaimed, he has risen from the mud and filth. He is the fervent blue lotus, the unparalleled beauty. Filth cannot corrupt him. Darkness cannot entomb him. He is as pure as this blooming blue lotus. Perfect, authentic. He flourishes amidst slaughter, much like a flower at dawn. The blue lotus quivers, each petal of its bud embodying a defiance against the mundane. It remains untouched by the darkness and filth. The illusionist opens his arms. Perhaps no one can perceive his expression, but undoubtedly, he is enraptured by the moment. Come, inhale this fragrance. You shall know true beauty. As if in harmony with his words, the blue lotus within the water mirror slowly unfurls amidst the darkness. The blossoming blue lotus surpasses all shadows. It is so fervent, so pure, so perfect. This is impossible. The water mirror master's eyes are tinged with crimson. This is impossible. He bellows in disbelief. Never before has such a dazzling image graced his water mirror. The blue lotus, akin to a blazing flame, scorches his very eyes. The eyes of the water mirror shed 2 streams of blood tears. How can this be? Even he, the master of the water mirror's power, dares not gaze into it. Because he understood that the monsters born from within would undoubtedly be grotesque. Every human harbors darkness. To be human is to possess at least a whisper of malevolence. Even the faintest trace, imperceptible to the naked eye, would reveal itself in the mirror of water. The more intense the malicious thoughts and negative emotions, the mightier the monsters they conjure. It could be said that the ability of the water mirror serves as the ultimate test of one's heart. He initially believed that those like the illusionist, who recklessly disregard societal norms, would surely give rise to unsightly creatures. He anticipated that when the illusionist found himself besieged by the monsters of his own making, his unarticulated dark thoughts would finally find solace. Everything was proceeding smoothly as all bore witness to the shadow lurking deep within the illusionist's soul, which, surprisingly, was even darker than expected, a darkness coalescing into a foul morass. However, what was utterly unforeseen was that instead of a monstrous entity arising from this mire, an exquisitely beautiful, sacred blue lotus emerged, breaking free from the filth and reviving itself. The Lord of the Water Mirror wore a countenance as grim as one who had tasted a dead rat. The Lord of the Divine Sword nearly drew his blade to shatter that water mirror. What was this? A grand act of purification? The muck beneath seemed to mock him. What was even more humiliating was that he had become ensnared in that fetid swamp, rather than standing amidst the resplendent blue lotus at its heart. What was this? In the streaming room, those who had vehemently belittled and insulted the illusionist suddenly found themselves as if weighed down by an anchor, left bewildered and disoriented. Their faces stung from the blows of reality. The illusionist was indeed that sacred blue lotus. Suddenly, within the streaming room, someone began to repeat a particular phrase. All who supported the illusionist echoed this sentiment. In an instant, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. This phrase shattered the resolve of countless individuals harboring darkness within. Those keyboard warriors who had sought to denigrate him found themselves retreating in disarray, struck down by the power of those words. The blossoming blue lotus flourished completely, revealing a diminutive version of the illusionist nestled atop its seed pod. As the petals of the blue lotus unfurled in their entirety, this miniature illusionist, no larger than a finger, stretched languidly. Rising from his curled position, his small face bore no mask. The camera seemed impatient, swiftly shifting focus to the face of the miniature illusionist reflected in the water mirror. It appeared that the one controlling the camera also yearned to glimpse the visage concealed beneath the mask. The camera panned. All viewers were rendered speechless. What manner of face was this? Exquisite, perfect, transcending gender and all definitions of beauty. It could only be encapsulated by the broad term beauty. All that is beautiful pales in comparison to him. Yet, the illusionist reached out as if to erase the image of himself standing upon the seed pod. He seemed somewhat displeased. Suddenly, the camera abruptly shifted, unable to bear the close-up any longer. Dong! A heavy bell tolled. The sound resonated solemnly and profoundly, like a thunderclap, awakening and cleansing the souls of all present. The death knell had rung. The illusionist clapped his hands, and thus, for whom does this death knell toll? Upon the azure lotus, the illusionist cast a sudden glance at the Lord of the Water Mirror. In an instant, the Lord of the Water Mirror let out a ghastly scream, clutching his heart and collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Upon removing his hand, the Lord was horrified to discover a gaping hole where his heart should have been, his very essence having vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the water mirror, the exquisitely crafted, seemingly innocuous illusionist now held a pulsating heart in his grasp. The Lord of the Water Mirror's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Before he could utter another word, he coughed up a copious amount of blood and fell lifelessly to the ground. The Lord of the Divine Sword hurried to assess the situation of the Lord of the Water Mirror, only to find that he had perished. The Lord of the Divine Sword, filled with incredulity, exclaimed, "How could this be? To be slain by one's own ability, surely. This must be the most bizarre demise of a lord yet." The assembly comprehended the meaning of the tolling bell. With the death of the Lord of the Water Mirror, the Water Mirror itself dissipated into nothingness. No one anticipated that the first to fall would be the ever-cautious Lord of the Water Mirror. Among the 5 lords present, the Lord of the Divine Sword was the most reckless, while the Lord of the Water Mirror was the most prudent, and the Scorpion Lord the most sinister. The other 2 lords had yet to earn their titles, merely accompanying the others. The Lord of the Divine Sword had lost his initial sense of ease. He regarded the illusionist with trepidation. After just one exchange, they had already suffered the loss of a lord, and in such a peculiar manner. Never had it been heard of that one could be slain by their own powers. If that were the case, who would dare to wield their abilities in the future? It is the illusionist. Surely, he is the culprit. He is a monster. A lord suddenly bellowed, brandishing his weapon and launching an assault against the illusionist. This individual unsheathed a long blade, stepping forward until he stood before the illusionist. The blade slashed forth. The air crackled with energy, and the ground fissured, creating a chasm hundreds of meters long. The blade's energy ultimately sliced through the void. The Lord, witnessing his weapon pass through the illusionist's form, faltered in his concentration, causing his hand to tremble and strike out again, unleashing another massive wave of blade energy. This force instantly cleaved a distant mountain in twain. Chapter 40. Beauty. Impossible to be evil. The mountain was severed in half, crashing down and toppling countless trees. The audience in the live broadcast gasped in astonishment at the destructive power of the blade energy. Such effortless devastation could easily wreak havoc upon a city should a lord set their mind to it, no doubt. You are but an illusion. The Lord was filled with terror, realizing he could not harm the illusionist. At that moment, however, the illusionist raised his hand, gently placing it upon the Lord's form. Ding! The bell tolled. The Lord's expression of horror had yet to fade, but in the instant the illusionist made contact, he was frozen in time. Under the incredulous gazes of the other 3 lords, the one touched by the illusionist began to transform, his body morphing into a wooden puppet starting from his arm. His visage was vividly expressive, the look of horror etched clearly upon his face. I have never harmed anyone. It is merely a performance, suffocating in its intensity. Behold my creation, so exquisite that they appear to be eternally vibrant and lifelike. The demise of the Lord was both eerie and abrupt. Witnessing the transformation of the Lord into a mere puppet was shocking. His face, crafted with such meticulous detail, was almost indistinguishable from reality. The 3 lords suddenly felt, more acutely than ever before, the essence of fear. The terror reflected in the puppet's face resembled a vast abyss, consuming them whole. They began to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, an ancient bell suspended in the sky tolled 3 times. Dong, dong, dong. The lords were struck with disbelief. 3 times. With each toll of the death knell, a lord met their end. The first toll claimed the Water Mirror Lord, who perished by his own abilities. The second toll saw the Sword Sage Lord transformed into a puppet by the illusionist. With this third bell toll, whose demise was it heralding? 3 times. The lord's inner dread finally broke free, no longer able to be suppressed. In a state of sheer panic, they turned to flee, their disheveled forms betraying none of their former regality. In unison, they chose 3 divergent paths to escape. Thus, if the illusionist pursued one, the other 2 might find a glimmer of hope for survival. How absurd. When they had come to hunt the illusionist, they had envisioned him fleeing in such a disarrayed manner. Yet, the reality was that they were paralyzed by fear, 3 lords reduced to cowardice by a mere celestial level being. What had transpired? Why had that lord suddenly become a puppet? What had the illusionist done? How had he achieved this? It seemed the illusionist had grown even stronger. The 3 lords fled blindly, too terrified to glance back, fearing that a mere glimpse of the illusionist would lead to their own transformation into puppets. The illusionist stood still, watching as the 3 lords vanished into the distance. He gazed up at the suspended death bell. With its tolling, I shall weave the melody of death. The illusionist's form dissipated like wisps of smoke. The 3 lords, heads down, fled in 3 distinct directions. As they soared through the air, having covered an untold distance, they believed they had evaded the illusionist's pursuit. With this thought, relief washed over their faces. The next moment, they collided midair, like birds with broken wings. They plummeted to the earth. Bang, bang, bang. They crashed onto the summit of a mountain, creating several deep craters, as if chunks had been taken out of it. How could it be you? The 3 exclaimed in unison. I was flying south. I was heading north. I was going east. In a twist of fate, the 3 individuals who had chosen divergent paths of escape unexpectedly converged upon the summit of the mountain. Had they soared too swiftly, unwittingly encircling the globe, only to collide here? No, they could not linger in this place. Together, their presence would undoubtedly attract the attention of the illusionist, who would ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Consequently, the trio immediately reversed course and fled. Yet, it seemed as though they were under some malevolent spell. Regardless of how they attempted to soar or evade, they perpetually found themselves colliding at the same spot. Despair etched across their faces. They understood that there was no escape. Suddenly, the Lord of the Divine Sword drew his blade and lunged at the other 2 lords. Thrust. The sword pierced through the heart. As the 2 lords fell, disbelief clouded their eyes, and the Lord of the Divine Sword knelt down. Spare me, O illusionist. I was merely following the orders of Wang Chuan to pursue you. Grant me my life, and I vow to serve you loyally henceforth. The prospect of securing a lord's allegiance would have driven others, such as the Zhao and Qin families, to delirium. The illusionist materialized before the Lord of the Divine Sword, ethereal and dreamlike. Initially, he knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. Yet, upon the illusionist's arrival, a grotesque expression twisted his features as he thrust his sword at the illusionist, exclaiming, "Die!" The illusionist's countenance bore an odd expression. Thrust. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed. The Lord of the Divine Sword erupted in laughter. "Ha! Die, you monster!" The illusionist maintained that strange demeanor, gazing down upon the Lord of the Divine Sword as though examining an imperfect creation. A sharp pain struck the Lord of the Divine Sword's abdomen. Slowly, he lowered his gaze. The sword, which was meant to pierce the illusionist, had instead embedded itself within his own body. Why? A wave of confusion washed over him. Suddenly, the surrounding scene transformed. This was neither a mountaintop nor a seaside. It was the very place they had initially intended to escape from. The Lord of the Divine Sword looked up. The enormous death knell hung silently in the air, as if mocking him without sound. So this was the truth. Realization dawned upon him, but the Divine Sword slowly siphoned his life force. Each strike resulted in a death, a grim truth, indeed. With every person the sword struck, their very essence was drawn away. Rather than a divine sword, it would be more fitting to call it a demonic blade, with a heavy heart. The Lord of the Divine Sword bowed his head. He knelt before the illusionist, breathless. The illusionist snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, "People have misunderstood me. Beauty cannot be evil, and death can indeed be breathtaking." As the fingers snapped, the three lords transformed into lifelike puppets. Clang! The divine sword fell from the puppets to the ground. Chapter 41. Perfectly achieved, ascending to lordship. The tolling of 5 bells buried 5 formidable lords. The Lord of the Water Mirror too silently succumbed to the fate of a puppet. 5 puppets stood silently behind the illusionist, heralding his triumph. I vowed that each performance would be a final masterpiece, yet each time I found myself ensnared in falsehood. This monumental performance concluded with flawless grace. Now, all take your places, everyone, bow to the audience. The 5 puppets aligned in unison, their faces adorned with comical grins akin to those of jesters, as they bowed towards the seemingly non-existent spectators before them. This extraordinary and impeccable show reached its denouement with the demise of 5 lords. The illusionist's figure, akin to a firefly, dissipated directly from the scene. Along with the puppets, everything departed. At this moment, aside from a trickle of blood, all appeared as it always had. Only the viewers in the live stream remained, a chilling sensation rising from the depths of their hearts. He could see them. The illusionist had discerned that someone was watching him, and the audience he spoke of consisted of over 10 million viewers in the live stream. Had the illusionist become aware of the live stream's existence? No one dared to continue discussing this matter. A creeping dread settled in. Those who once despised the illusionist now refrained from uttering a single curse. Not even a disparaging remark dared to escape their lips. The illusionist's enigmatic abilities were profoundly shocking and instilled fear. Although the online realm was deemed safe, and the audience remained anonymous, who truly knew one another's real identities? Yet, the illusionist's methods were so terrifying. Should one insult him, would he, through the very cables of the internet, transform them into puppets? If even the lords were no match for the illusionist, what were they? Did they still dare to insult him, inviting their own demise? In an instant, the critics in the live stream fell silent. Many derogatory comments directed at the illusionist were retracted en masse. The live stream was terminated, signaling the end of this broadcast. The pursuers sent to capture the illusionist were effortlessly vanquished by him. Even the river of forgetfulness would likely refrain from targeting the illusionist henceforth. Thus, netizens began to engage actively in various chat groups. Discussions surrounding the illusionist flourished, as the subject was too sensitive for open discourse on the Tiandao website. In their respective chat groups, they let their thoughts run free. White, let us converse about the illusionist. Fan of Tian Wenzi, what is there to discuss about the illusionist? Why hasn't Tian Wenzi emerged yet? Mo says flower, greetings, everyone. White, welcome to the newcomers. White, what do you all think? Are the illusionist's puppet skills acquired through theft? Or, this topic resonated with the curiosity of all who witnessed the live stream. The illusionist never clarified or denied the accusation of having stolen the secret techniques. Naturally, given the illusionist's character, it is conceivable that he simply deemed it beneath him to argue, much like when he faced the lords without employing his puppet techniques. Instead, he bewildered the 5 lords with his illusions, which served as the most compelling rebuttal. With such exceptional and flawless talent, how could one possibly resort to thievery? In the vast expanse of the fields, I believe that the illusions conjured by the illusionist surpass even his mastery of puppetry. Observe how those lords remained oblivious to the fact that they had long been ensnared within a mirage. Even now, the recollection of that scene sends shivers down my spine. Puppet number 18 remarked that the image reflected in the water mirror is, in truth, a manifestation of the illusionist's inner self. The putrid swamp symbolizes the mire imposed upon him by the external world. He is deeply entrenched in this quagmire, yet emerges from the mud untainted. Like a pure lotus blossoming amidst the filth, he struggles forth from the mire, transforming into a blazing, resplendent blue lotus, truly worthy of being called an illusionist. Baisei exclaimed in astonishment, what the hell? Even you have changed your name to Omniscient. Puppet number 18 replied, do not call me Omniscient anymore. From this moment on, I am but a puppet under the illusionist's command. Wherever the illusionist's heart leads, there shall my sword point. Baisei responded, impressive. Another soul has succumbed to the poison. Mo-sei's flower interjected, am I the only one who finds the illusionist's visage somewhat familiar? The illusionist's face had briefly appeared on the diminutive version of himself reflected in the water mirror. Though diminished, it resembled a youthful incarnation of the illusionist, and one could easily discern how exquisite that delicate face would become in maturity. The illusionist is certainly not the grotesque figure described by those previous detractors who claimed he wore a mask to conceal his ugliness. On the contrary, he is remarkably handsome, so striking that women would scream and swoon in his presence. Following this live broadcast, the illusionist suddenly garnered an overwhelming number of fervent admirers, most of whom were captivated by his striking appearance and the captivating, paradoxical charm of his elegant, yet mischievous demeanor. A portion of these admirers simply revered his actions and admired his formidable prowess. Puppet number 18 noted that the illusionist's looks have transcended the realm of mere mortals. Should he remove his mask, his fanbase would likely multiply several-fold. Mo Say's flower hesitated to speak further. She is Mo Xiaoya, the owner of the flower shop, and she genuinely found the illusionist somewhat familiar. However, her words were dismissed by the group as mere fantasies of a fan, particularly as some overly zealous admirers had already begun to fantasize about procreating with the illusionist. Thus, Mo Xiaoya chose to let the matter rest. Ding. The promotion script has been flawlessly executed. Character, illusionist. Promotion successful. Shun Yin opened the attributes of the illusionist. Character, illusionist potential, lord-level personality, a blend of madness and calmness, elegance and extraordinary, obsessive with a pursuit of perfection. Abilities, manipulation, revival, illusions, madness, awaiting unlock. The number of controllable puppets has increased from 1,000 to 10,000. Additionally, 2 more ability slots have been added. The 4 abilities have also seen a significant enhancement in their potency. Shun Yin transformed into the illusionist's form and returned to the street within the alternate space. This time, the alternate space did not reject his entrance. It was Shun Yin's first venture into the unclaimed alternate space. Upon entry, he was greeted by a thick mist swirling around him. This mist was a manifestation of highly concentrated energy, formed from intangible gases coalescing into a fog-like substance. The energy within this alternate space is exceedingly powerful. Shun Yin exerted minimal effort to seize control of this otherworldly space, given its unclaimed status. Asserting dominance proved to be a straightforward endeavor. Merely releasing the aura befitting a lord was sufficient for the realm to acknowledge its master. For an alternate space to evolve into a complete world, it must rely on its lord, and upon recognizing this authority, both the lord and the realm would ascend in tandem. This extraordinary space also offers various enhancements to its master. Chapter 42, the third character. The prodigy. While situated within the alternate realm, the lord's abilities are significantly amplified, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. Once the space recognizes its master, it must be refined for personal use to harness its myriad powers, akin to an unconventional magical artifact. However, the process of refining this realm necessitates a minimum of 1 week. Can the system expedite the refining process? Ding. The host may expend 1 million disruption points to instantaneously refine the alternate space. 1 million? Shun Yin recalled that his disruption points had dwindled to a mere 100,000. Nevertheless, the recent live stream should have garnered a considerable amount of disruption points. Do I currently possess disruption points? Current disruption points, 893, 290. This live stream's outcome surpassed the previous one significantly. Regrettably, it still fell short. Shun Yin resolved to engage in a few more ventures to accumulate the requisite million. Meanwhile, the martyr was currently subdued, and the frequent appearances of the illusionist risked diminishing the enigmatic allure inherent to the character. Therefore, neither persona could make an appearance. It was time to extract the third character. I wonder what this new persona will be. System, initiate character template extraction. Ding. The martyr's character template has not yet been fully embodied. Would you like to continue extracting the next character? Although the martyr's abilities remain partially unlocked, the system's scripted narrative ensures that Shun Yin's extraction of a third character will not interfere with the martyr's portrayal. Theoretically, provided Shun Yin possesses sufficient disruption points, he could extract an infinite number of character templates simultaneously. However, such an approach would overwhelm him, making it impossible to portray them all effectively. Thus, he could only extract new characters when the current ones were nearly complete. Proceed with the extraction. Ding. Expenditure of 10,000 disruption points for the extraction of the third character template. Ding dong. Congratulations on acquiring the prodigious youth character template. Prodigious? Shun Yin was taken aback by the outcome. It felt like a loss. Yet, character extraction is inherently random, with the possibility of attaining any rank. Should fortune smile upon him, he might even secure the highest tier character. Character, Gu Zheng, prodigious youth, potential, human-grade personality, arrogant and haughty. He perceives the entire world as a realm of fools, boasting an IQ of 290, yet possessing a negative emotional quotient and poor self-sufficiency. Abilities, to be unlocked. Let the portrayal commence. A prodigious youth. Given his personality, he is likely to embody a villainous archetype. In a flash, Shun Yin's height transformed from 6 feet to 5 feet 7, and his visage shifted to that of a 17-year-old. Gu Zheng's visage was strikingly handsome, presenting the appearance of a tidy and composed youth at first glance. Yet, the fringe that fell across his forehead obscured his eyes, casting a shadow of melancholy upon him. Shun Yin reached out, brushing aside the curtain of hair, revealing his profound and somber gaze. To his astonishment, Gu Zheng held a significant identity. Shun Yin perused the information provided by the system. Gu Zheng was an orphan, which rendered his disposition comprehensible. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life and a lack of affection from an early age, he had cultivated the character he now embodied. However, certain discrepancies arose. If Gu Zheng were truly an orphan, it would be improbable for him to possess inadequate self-sufficiency. Although orphans are often raised in welfare institutions, many affairs must ultimately be managed independently. Indeed, as Shun Yin delved further, he discovered that although Gu Zheng had spent years in an orphanage, he had also been fostered by a family during his childhood. The couple who took him in had been unable to conceive and thus adopted Gu Zheng, treating him as their own son. Yet, in the second year of his care, they unexpectedly bore a child of their own. Naturally, their biological son took precedence. And with the arrival of the newborn, the couple lacked the time to attend to Gu Zheng, relegating him to the care of his grandmother in the countryside. They provided warmth but ultimately shattered his sense of belonging. It would have been better had they not offered any affection at all. Shun Yin pondered. Recognizing that Gu Zheng's arrogance and self-importance were genuine, he perceived everyone as foolish, likely a defense mechanism crafted by a young boy to shield himself. Fortunately, Gu Zheng's grandmother in the countryside treated him kindly. Otherwise, given his extraordinary intelligence of 290, he might have developed into a highly intelligent sociopath in the future. Ding. Ability generation commencing. The memory palace shall construct a repository of knowledge based on all that you see and feel, making knowledge your most formidable weapon. This ability stemmed from the memory palace. Alongside gaining this power, Shun Yin also acquired the vast reservoir of knowledge Gu Zheng had accumulated over 17 years. Closing his eyes, a grand palace unfurled in his mind, and he pushed open the grand doors to enter. Upon entry, he was greeted by countless tomes, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. These were all the books Gu Zheng had perused over the years. To the left lay the more serious literature, while the right showcased a myriad of curiosities and miscellaneous writings. Shun Yin opened his eyes. This knowledge could be disregarded in daily life, but when the need arose, he could access the memory palace to retrieve any required information. It was akin to having an entire library housed within his mind. This ability was utterly remarkable. No wonder Gu Zheng had evolved into a quintessential youth with a flair for the dramatic. The system had assigned Gu Zheng a legitimate identity, indicating that indeed, a grandmother in the countryside awaited his return. This identity was such that even governmental inquiries could trace Gu Zheng's entire history. Shun Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. The countryside is not far from here. Although referred to as rural, it is merely a small county within the provincial capital. Shun Yin traveled by puppet and reached this quaint county in a matter of minutes. Gu Zheng's grandmother resides in a self-built, three-story house. Generally, the relationships among neighbors are amicable. Gu Zheng's bangs obscure his eyes as he trudges home, his backpack slung over his shoulders, head bowed. Along the way, the neighbors he encounters regard him with sympathetic gazes, murmuring behind his back. Though he appears to possess a shy and introverted demeanor, a mocking smile lingers at the corners of his mouth. Silly humans. Humph. Upon returning home, the gentle voice of his grandmother brings a compliant expression to Gu Zheng's face. Zhengzi, you're back just in time. I've prepared dinner. Go wash your hands and come eat. Grandma, I'm home, Gu Zheng replies. After placing his backpack in his room, he heads to wash his hands before sitting down for dinner. Once the evening meal is finished, he retreats to his room. Though modest in size, it is filled with his belongings, including a second-hand laptop. Seated before the laptop, Gu Zheng loosens his fingers and powers it on. Tap tap tap. His fingers dance swiftly across the keyboard. The screen bursts to life with a multitude of surveillance pop-ups, showcasing various streets. With a single glance, he absorbs all the visuals. Committing each passerby to memory, upon a second encounter, he would recognize them instantly. The footage is fast-forwarded at 30 times the normal speed, categorized as intangible data, which Gu Zheng's mind seamlessly receives and stores. Suddenly, he halts one of the surveillance feeds. With rapid keystrokes, he pauses an additional 56 monitors. On the screens, an unusually enormous rat, 2 to 3 times larger than normal, appears. Gu Zheng gazes thoughtfully at the image of the rat. Genetic mutation? Radiation effects? No. If it were a genetic mutation, the odds would be exceedingly low, only a 1 in a billion chance. As for radiation, humans would also be affected. It cannot be that only the rats exhibit anomalies. What, then, could be the cause of these rats' transformations? Gu Zheng monitors the city out of habit. Gathering ample information from the footage to enhance his own mental repository, he focuses solely on public surveillance. Unexpectedly, he uncovers a hidden danger within the city. In the footage he just reviewed, he witnessed at least 2 instances of rats attacking humans. Those assailed seemed oblivious to the gravity of the issue. If bitten, they merely sought medical attention, while those untouched dismissed the matter entirely. At most, the irate would crush the offending rat underfoot. Who would pay attention to a creature that could be dispatched with a single step? Rats have been around for far longer than a day or two. Gu Zheng stroked his chin, a habitual gesture of contemplation. Should he inform those foolish individuals? Perhaps not. After all, it is not his concern. Gu Zheng exited the surveillance footage and meticulously erased all traces he had left online. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by his grandmother's gentle voice. Zhengzi, I've brought some fruit and a cup of milk for you. Drink the milk before you sleep. Don't stay up too late on the computer. It's not good for your eyes. All right, Grandma. Gu Zheng opened the door and accepted the fruit platter and milk from her hands. As he watched her frail figure retreat, a wave of realization washed over him. Perhaps for the sake of this kind-hearted elder, he ought to take some action. He closed the door and returned to his room. After taking a sip of milk, a whimsical yet significant idea sparked in his mind. He rummaged through his wardrobe and unearthed an anime mask that his grandmother had bought for him with the meager earnings from selling vegetables on his birthday. The mask, though crafted reasonably well, was quite expensive for his grandmother, who relied on a small welfare stipend. It bore swirling patterns, revealing only his right eye. Surveying the room, he deemed it too revealing of information. Thus, he carried his laptop to the basement. When his family constructed this house, they left a basement originally intended for food storage, which now sat unused. Chapter 43. Data never lies. Gu Zheng tidied the space, opting not to turn on the lights. He merely brought in a table and chair. Settling into the darkness where the computer screen illuminated a small area, he donned the mask, and his fingers danced across the keyboard with such speed that they appeared as mere phantoms. In an instant, he accessed the back door he had previously left on others' computers, plunging countless screens into darkness. With a video, he connected them all together. At that moment, over 500,000 individuals using their computers were abruptly drawn into this shared video. They could only discern a dim background and a figure obscured in shadows. Wearing the anime mask, a sidebar allowed them to voice their thoughts. What is happening? Is this the Tiandao website? It doesn't seem like it. Who is the masked individual? Could he be an illusionist? That doesn't seem right. Isn't that a mask from some anime? Could he be a cosplay enthusiast? Gu Zhang rested his chin on his hands, observing their speculations about his identity. Clearing his throat, he interjected, "Ahem, everyone, I see many of you are guessing my identity. I am neither an illusionist nor a cosplay enthusiast. If you must bestow upon me a title, why not call me the savior of the world?" He chuckled at his own words. Savior of the world? He had no intention of saving anything. Were it not for the proximity of the recent incident to his home, he would have cared little about it. Some viewers began to exit the video, yet many remained. After all, with the Tiandao website's previous occurrences, who could predict what more astonishing events might unfold? Ladies and gentlemen, let us first examine a series of images. Gu Zheng has meticulously unveiled the photographs captured from surveillance footage. These images depict numerous colossal rats appearing on the streets and in various corners. There are also 4 images showcasing rats attacking humans, captured at the precise moments when the rodents lunged towards their victims or sank their teeth into a person's hand. Such artistry in photography compels viewers to empathize with the scenario. What is so captivating about these rats? Why are they so enormous? Do they truly dare to assault humans? Indeed, these must be the rats of the southern regions. Although the viewers in the video have seen these images, they remain oblivious to the underlying issues. Their focus resides solely on the sheer size of the rats and the unfortunate fate of the person bitten. Beyond that, their observations cease. Only a select few sense that something feels amiss, yet they cannot articulate what exactly is wrong. After presenting the images to them, Gu Zheng retrieved a drawing board. Upon reviewing these images, an idea suddenly struck me. What has caused these rats to undergo such a transformation? What influences have affected them? And how many such rats exist? What troubles might they bring upon us? Consequently, I gathered some data. The total population of City XX exceeds 15 million. Assuming that the refuse produced by its inhabitants sustains half that number of rats, we arrive at a staggering estimate of 7.5 million. Based on my observations on the streets, for every 10 rats encountered, 3 exhibit an abnormal increase in size, specifically, 2 to 3 times larger than the average rat, with some individuals even reaching 4 times that size. Their temperament is markedly more aggressive and bloodthirsty compared to ordinary rats, leading to a heightened probability of attacks on humans. If we consider the data, with 3 out of 10 rats undergoing mutation, then among 100 rats, 30 would be affected. In the shadows, Gu Zheng's visage was partially obscured by a mask, his voice gravelly, yet laced with an inscrutable mirth. Calculate this. How many mutated rats might exist in a single city? Furthermore, let us ponder the scenario. If a single individual can fend off 1 mutated rat, what chance does an adult have when confronted by 10 or even 100? Gu Zheng enlarged the images of the rats attacking humans. Each rat depicted in those photographs loomed as large as an adult cat. Their leaps are remarkably high, and their ferocity is undeniable. They brazenly charge at armed humans. Confronting a single rat of such size may be manageable for an adult, even without a weapon. However, these rats are swift and agile, and a moment's inattention could result in a bite. Yet, a single rat, no matter how large, poses little threat to an adult. However, should the numbers swell, 10, or even 50, the situation would undoubtedly become dire, compelling individuals to flee in disarray, and they would likely suffer several bites in the process. But what of children? What of the elderly and the disabled, who cannot escape? The temperament of these mice is so aggressive that they may bite humans. One wonders if they would also pose a threat to human life. Vulnerable groups, such as children and the elderly, do they possess the capacity to defend themselves against these creatures? Following a thorough analysis, a sense of unease arose within everyone. Each household contains children and seniors. If these mice truly exhibit the characteristics depicted in the videos, they would undoubtedly endanger all residents of this city. The content creator, are your claims genuine? The individuals gathered by Gu Zheng are all inhabitants of this city, and their concern surpasses that of people from other locales, as this matter directly affects their own interests. Gu Zheng rested his chin on his hand, stating, "The results derived from data analysis indicate this reality. While I am skeptical of what I see, data is indisputable. If you doubt my assertions, I encourage you to observe during your daily outings. I am confident that, if my calculations are accurate, the mutated mice are indeed numerous, and your chances of encountering them will be substantial." He concluded, "In the next live stream, I will attempt to unveil the source of these mutations. For now, this broadcast comes to an end. Until we meet again." Gu Zheng promptly shut off the video, erasing all traces of his online presence. His technical prowess was such that, should he desire, no one in the world could trace him online. He had dropped a metaphorical bombshell. Hundreds of thousands were left shaken by Gu Zheng's words. Even if half the audience were to dismiss his claims, there would still be those who believed. As long as someone took action, the existence of these mutated mice would be revealed, for they were indeed ubiquitous, their presence evident on every street corner. Gu Zheng's statements, while compelling, were somewhat inaccurate. After all, he had only observed for a brief period, and the number of mutated mice likely exceeded the 30% he estimated. Furthermore, there is no precise figure regarding the total mouse population in the city. It could be fewer or greater than he presumed. After completing these tasks, Gu Zheng stored away his computer and retired to his room for the night. The following day, this issue garnered widespread public attention. After viewing the video, several capable individuals set out that very night in search of these mice. Unfortunately, one unfortunate soul encountered a particularly dense mouse population and, while traversing a dimly lit alley, came face to face with 3 mutated mice, which resulted in a portion of his arm and calf being bitten away. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have become prey himself. Subsequently, he was hospitalized and shared his ordeal online, discovering that several others had experienced similar encounters. However, those individuals were relatively fortunate, sustaining only minor injuries, with the most severely afflicted one twisting his ankle during his escape. Only this unfortunate man suffered the gravest wounds, losing 2 chunks of flesh with deep lacerations exposing bone. Frustrated, he reported the incident to a media outlet, questioning whether the current mice had been drugged or subjected to hormones, as their size and aggressive tendencies seemed inexplicable otherwise. Thankfully, it was he, a grown man, who faced this ordeal. Had it been a child, would they have survived? Once the media became involved, a tumultuous uproar has erupted online, with individuals fervently debating the safety of food. Could it be that the rodents, having consumed unsafe junk food, have transformed in such a manner? A myriad of theories abound. Naturally, this incident has garnered the attention of the authorities, who have dispatched personnel to investigate the origins of the rodents' mutations. Should it be confirmed that these creatures pose a genuine threat to human well-being, a comprehensive extermination of the mutated rodents throughout the city will ensue. This undertaking is colossal, yet for the state, it is a manageable task. Once the government intervenes, no matter the number of aberrant rodents, their elimination will be a straightforward endeavor. However, Guzhang has little concern for these matters. He must return to his studies. At 17, he is not exempt from school obligations, even during non-holiday periods. Guzhang harbors a disdain for academia, finding his classmates to be incredibly dull and blissfully unaware of their own shortcomings. Their foolishness, both ostentatious and irritating, renders them difficult for him to tolerate. For instance, the class monitor, Yan Yi, stands before Guzhang, who is slumped over his desk, deliberately ignoring her. Guzhang, you haven't submitted your homework again, she exclaims. He believes that merely glancing at the assignment suffices to arrive at the answers. Such simplistic questions are a waste of his time. Yan Yi finds herself at a loss with Guzhang. Aware of his background, she pays him special attention, yet his solitary nature means he seldom engages with his peers, even those in the same class. This disposition worries the inherently vivacious Yan Yi. Though harsh, the reality is that those who lack social skills often find themselves at a disadvantage in society. The next class is physical education, a subject in which Guzhang particularly struggles. He would rather tackle the 10 most challenging mathematical conjectures than run 200 meters. He meanders downstairs, contemplating what excuse to concoct for skipping class. As the entire class gathers on the playground, the sky suddenly darkens. By the time they realize what is happening, their surroundings have transformed entirely. At that moment, the live stream on the Tiandao website is activated. Millions of followers receive notifications announcing the commencement of the broadcast. Instantly, a multitude of viewers floods into the live stream. At last, the broadcast has begun. Who is it this time? Where is my illusion master? Why are there only students? The environment appears alarming, prompting viewers to wonder which school students have gone missing. This is disastrous. These children are so young, each one a treasure to their families. With 35 students in a class, that represents 35 families' futures. While the live stream audience erupts in chaos, those trapped in this alternate space remain oblivious. Their classmates are thrown into a frenzy, despite their youth. They have grown up in an age of advanced technology and are well acquainted with the myriad of events that unfold online. They were suddenly transported from the school square to another location. The first thought that crossed their minds was not one of adventure, but rather a descent into a realm of despair. After all, it is rare for a group of dozens to traverse such a phenomenon together. We have plunged into the abyss of hopelessness. What shall we do? Will we perish here? Oh, I do not wish to die. I want my mother. Being young and inexperienced, their fear intensified in the face of such an ordeal. If adults are frightened, how much more so are they? In that instant of environmental transformation, Guzhang surveyed his surroundings with keen observation, committing every visible detail to memory. Sometimes, seemingly insignificant elements can ultimately become the key to unraveling a predicament. As his gaze swept across the area, Guzhang discovered behind them the most conspicuous and singular structure, a 3-story loft entirely constructed of wood. It appeared quite antiquated, with several doors and windows bearing gaping holes. The other students huddled together in terror, instinctively drawn to one another in their fear. Yan Yi, despite her own trepidation, adopted the demeanor of a class leader, offering solace to several classmates who were reduced to tears. Fortunately, while the atmosphere felt eerie and foreboding, no terrifying entities emerged. After a period of reassurance, their spirits began to stabilize. A few of the more exuberant boys in class gathered around, sharing jokes to alleviate the tension that had enveloped them all. Yan Yi instinctively sought out Guzhang, who often stood apart during group activities, only to find him before the dilapidated structure that resembled a scene from a horror film. It seemed he intended to push the door open. Alarmed, Yan Yi rushed forward and grasped his arm. Guzhang, what are you doing? It's best not to wander here. This is a realm of despair, as everyone knows. The last streamer, Lin Xian, managed to escape due to sheer luck and encountering a mystical guide. However, individuals of that caliber are not easily found. Guzhang pointed to a sign hanging beside the door. Not entering will lead to death, it ominously proclaimed. Upon noticing the word death, Yan Yi shivered slightly. But how can you be certain that not entering guarantees demise? Wait, Guzhang replied. What? Yan Yi questioned, perplexed, but Guzhang disregarded her inquiry, instead choosing to circle the ancient building. He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the interior from the outside. As he stroked his chin, he pondered the building's exterior, noting the substantial decay of the wood, suggesting it was at least a century old. Furthermore, the structure bore a resemblance that struck a chord of familiarity within him. Yet, Guzhang was certain he had never encountered such an edifice before, at least not in photographs, for otherwise, he would have recognized it at first glance. Since it is not an image, it indicates that he must have encountered some obscure descriptions of this ancient building in a rare old book. The descriptions were likely quite vague, otherwise, he would have instantly made the connection. What piqued his interest the most was the clock hanging at the top of the ancient structure. The clock's hands remained motionless, firmly pointing at 5:50. Thump, thump, thump. Upon seeing 5:50, Gu Zhang's heart raced with urgency. This was a crucial piece of information. He turned to his foolish classmates, who stood frozen in place, too timid to move. The absence of immediate danger around them only heightened their reluctance to take risks. In the live broadcast room, the audience had increased, including parents of students who had rushed to witness the unfolding events. They were anxious, wishing they could take their children's place, yet their worries proved futile. They could only watch helplessly. Some viewers began analyzing the personalities and behaviors of those involved. A few individuals appeared remarkably composed, seemingly more likely to survive until the end. This girl was impressive. She remained calm and even showed concern for her classmates. However, Gu Zhang could not fathom why another person was recklessly wandering about, lacking any sense of caution, as if this were merely a game. He believed that only those who were both bold and composed stood a greater chance of survival. Gu Zhang closed his eyes, shutting out the surrounding clamor, and immersed himself in the sanctuary of his memories. Bang! Pushing open the door, he approached the rightmost bookshelf, his fingers gliding over the spines of the books. Finally, he halted at a volume with a rather dark cover. Pulling it from the shelf, he recognized it as a narrative recounting events that transpired in a building in the last century. Almost immediately after extracting the book, the words within resurfaced vividly in his mind. The book, titled Shun Yin Tower, chronicled a somewhat unscientific tale, suggesting that the building once housed kind and virtuous individuals. However, one fateful night, a fire broke out, and the inhabitants were unable to escape, perishing in the flames. From that moment on, anyone who encountered the building would experience misfortune. Yet, it was imperative to remember that if one saw this structure, they must enter before 6 o'clock in the evening. The text left the consequences of failing to do so shrouded in mystery, perhaps a deliberate suspense left by the author. 6 o'clock. Gu Zhang suddenly opened his eyes, immediately looking up at the clock atop the ancient building. The hand silently pointed to 5:55. Chapter 45. The devouring mist outside the window. 6 o'clock. Mist, monsters, crows. Gu Zhang's mind swiftly extracted all the key points from the narrative of Shun Yin Tower. He began to discern the author's writing style in an effort to unravel the doubts the author sought to implant. Undoubtedly, 6 o'clock was a keyword, leaving him no time to ponder further. Gu Zhang hastened to the front of the ancient building. The ancient wooden door of the old building appeared precarious, seemingly on the verge of collapse, as if a gentle push would cause it to swing open. Yet, Gu Zhang refrained from forcing it open violently. Instead, he stood before the door and raised his hand to knock. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed 3 times before silence fell. Yan Yi, who had been observing Gu Zhang intently, was too late to pull him back. She hurried to his side, prepared to grasp him if any monstrous creature were to leap forth from within. With a creaking sound, the dilapidated wooden door emitted a sharp, piercing noise, gradually swinging open of its own accord, unhindered by any hand. Quickly, enter, Gu Zhang urged in a hushed tone. Glancing up at the clock overhead, it was 5:56. The hands of time were beginning to move. The moment was approaching. Wait, what do you mean by that? What moment is approaching? Yan Yi inquired, gripping Gu Zhang's sleeve, puzzled. Gu Zhang had always been regarded poorly in class. He was a solitary figure, aloof and unapproachable. When others spoke to him, he either responded with cutting remarks or regarded them with disdainful glances. His grades perpetually hovered at the passing mark, and he was habitually absent from physical education classes. Were it not for Yan Yi's understanding of Gu Zhang's background and her empathy towards his struggles, she likely would not have been so attentive to him. Up the clock tower, Gu Zhang suddenly turned to Yan Yi, revealing that there existed a book chronicling the history of this ancient edifice. He insisted that if they did not step inside before 6 o'clock, the creatures lurking in the fog would devour them. His certainty, bolstered by his thorough reading of the text and the author's character analysis, left no room for doubt. He was utterly convinced of his conclusions. Fog? What fog? While Yan Yi was still grappling with her confusion, someone exclaimed, "How strange. Why has a thick fog begun to rise around us?" In that instant, Yan Yi's heart seemed to freeze, an overwhelming sense of dread engulfing her. She barely had time to ponder how Gu Zhang knew such things. Instinctively, she believed him. "Everyone quickly, gather around, do not approach the fog," Yan Yi shouted. As the class representative, her words carried weight, and despite their reluctance, the other students began to move closer upon hearing her call. The clock silently progressed another minute. Gu Zhang cast a glance at the open door, aware that without someone to lead, they would hesitate to enter. Thus, he boldly stepped first into the ancient building. Before Yan Yi could fully comprehend what was happening, the others began to murmur their grievances. What is Gu Zhang doing? This ISNT school. Why is he being so reckless? What if he does something foolish and endangers us all? Indeed, what if he brings us trouble? This wooden structure seems too peculiar. It's best to keep our distance. They worried whether Gu Zhang might be consumed by the monsters inside. While Yan Yi listened to their complaints, a wave of dissatisfaction welled up within her, not directed at Gu Zhang, but rather a deep-seated belief that all his actions were, in fact, for their sake. After a brief moment, Gu Zhang stepped back outside, his gaze composed and tranquil. "Come in, there is no danger within." Yan Yi inhaled deeply and was the second to enter. With their class monitor leading the way, the other students gradually followed suit, despite some lingering hesitation. The dense fog outside spread rapidly. Almost the moment they crossed the threshold, everything beyond the door was shrouded in mist. Gu Zhang closed the door and stood quietly by the wooden window, observing the enveloping fog. He was waiting, seeking to validate his hypothesis. Yan Yi, unaware of his intentions, curiously leaned closer to the window to gaze outside. Though some classmates voiced their complaints, they nonetheless approached the window upon seeing the two. The wall featured 2 wooden windows, and they squeezed together, barely able to glimpse the outside world. What lay beyond remained a mystery, as the fog had already reached the window, rendering everything outside a blank, indistinct expanse. Some began to feel relieved, grateful they had entered, for in such fog, clarity was impossible, and should any peril arise, they would be unable to react in time. In the livestream, many had initially doubted Gu Zheng's decision to lead his peers into the ancient building, which exuded an aura of peculiarity. Indeed, there was nothing evident within. The mere presence of the old structure raised concerns about potential dangers lurking inside. To venture in recklessly seemed excessively rash. While one student displayed considerable audacity, they also appeared somewhat thoughtless. It was one thing for him to endanger himself, but why drag the entire class into such peril? Gu Zheng was it. If my child were to suffer misfortune because of him, I would certainly hold him accountable. Don't go in. Why does that girl listen to Gu Zheng so obediently? Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? If she seeks danger, let her go alone. Do not involve my child. May he perish. Such fervent outbursts came not only from concerned parents, but also from audacious internet users. They refrained from openly criticizing the martyrs, the Tianlai sect, or the illusionists, but they felt no fear toward a mere boy like Gu Zheng. Thus, they unleashed their scathing critiques online, as if they were champions of justice. Ostensibly, their concern was for the students, yet it was merely an outlet for their pent-up grievances. However, as all entered the ancient building and the fog enveloped it entirely, their criticisms began to falter. Yet, some stubbornly refused to admit their error. It was merely fog. It did not necessarily spell trouble, and I still believe the ancient building poses greater danger. A rational net is encountered. The fog spreads so swiftly, it is clearly abnormal. The livestream audience erupted into disputes. Nonetheless, those who denounced Gu Zheng faced little backlash. After all, he was neither a martyr nor an illusionist, lacking a vast fanbase to defend him. Suddenly, a series of resonant chimes echoed. Having heard the 5 tolls of the illusionist's death knell, which marked the burial of 5 sovereigns, everyone grew acutely attuned to the sound. The barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly ceased. In the next moment, a rustling sound of footsteps wafted in from outside. Chapter 46. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing? The prodigious student Gu Zheng. The footsteps were faint yet numerous, as if a multitude of unknown entities were traversing the mist outside. Inside the room, upon hearing these sounds, the entire class trembled in fear, scarcely daring to speak aloud, lest they attract the monstrous beings lurking outside, ready to burst through the door and annihilate them all. Gu Zheng, standing closest to the wooden window, hesitated as he tapped his fingers against it. In the following instant, a figure, grotesquely charred and unrecognizable, its flesh half-cooked and revealing its skeletal structure, ambled past the window like a ghastly specter. Its eye sockets were hollow, devoid of eyeballs, and it moved with a slow, stiff gait. Yet, those who beheld it were enveloped by an icy dread. A being so charred could undoubtedly be deemed deceased, yet how could a corpse still be in motion? The onlookers at the window were paralyzed with fear, afraid to make a sound, lest they draw the creature's attention. They could only tremble, eyes wide open, as they watched it wander aimlessly outside. Cold sweat trickled down their faces, dripping onto the floor. They dared not move, speak, or even breathe loudly. Time seemed to drag interminably, each passing second feeling like an eternity. Even the timid girls among them refrained from crying out, tears and snot staining their faces. Yet they were too fearful to wipe them away, until, at last, the cawing of crows echoed from outside, and the wandering corpses gradually faded into the mist, no longer lingering around the ancient building. However, with such creatures lurking in the fog, no one dared to mention the ancient structure again. In the livestream, those who had berated Gu Zheng finally began to voice their discontent. What on earth is this? A zombie? It made me shudder. One exclaimed, goodness, this is terrifying. I can't fathom how those children could withstand this. The earlier critics of Gu Zheng were now left speechless. Had it not been for his cleverness, they would have remained outside, and with the mist's encroachment, they all would have perished. No one doubted this fact. Indeed, the charred corpses appeared slow-moving now. But who could ascertain how they would behave if they detected the presence of the living? Perhaps their lethargy would vanish, and they would leap hundreds of meters in pursuit. Ultimately, the decision to enter the ancient building proved exceedingly wise, indeed, prescient. Gu Zheng was quite astute. How did he know the mist would descend? How did he perceive the danger it harbored? The online community was rife with curiosity, and Yin Yi voiced their inquisitive sentiments. Her voice was barely a whisper. Even though the charred corpses were no longer visible outside, she dared not raise her volume. How did you know the mist outside would pose a threat? Even when one observes the unusual speed at which the mist spreads, few would speculate on the potential dangers it conceals. At most, they might ponder whether the mist is toxic. In the book Shangzhong Yi Lu, although the author does not explicitly state it, numerous indirect descriptions allow for certain inferences. Shangzhong Yi Lu. Yin Yi reflected carefully, realizing she seemed to have encountered it somewhere before, yet the memory eluded her. Gu Zheng cast a curious glance her way. Last month at the library, did you not peruse this book with me? It was Yin Yi who had discovered the book in the library. I didn't pay much attention at the time, she replied. Upon Gu Zheng's mention, Yin Yi recalled that her initial interest in the book stemmed from its peculiar nature, serving merely as a pretext to engage Gu Zheng in conversation. She had noted that Gu Zheng was quite fond of reading. You seem to have merely skimmed through it. Glancing for a few minutes, how do you remember it so vividly? Yin Yi inquired, her surprise evident. Although she had spent more time on it than Gu Zheng, now, apart from recalling the title, she had forgotten all its contents. Gu Zheng's expression grew even more perplexing. There it was again. That look as if he were regarding someone simple-minded, which caused Yin Yi to clench her fists. Gu Zheng replied, I remembered it after just one reading. If the book hadn't been so lengthy, I wouldn't have needed to spend several minutes on it. Yet, in retrospect, those few minutes were indeed worthwhile. Reading more is certainly beneficial. You remembered it after just one reading? Yin Yi echoed in astonishment. Her mind struggled to grasp the notion. What did it mean to memorize something after a single glance? Such a memory capacity was remarkable. If Gu Zheng truly possessed such extraordinary recall, why did his grades hover around the passing mark? At the very least, he should not have performed so poorly in subjects that relied on memory, such as English. Gu Zheng turned away, dismissing her question. Undeterred, Yan Yi suddenly posed a challenge. What is written on the fourth line of page 23 in the third book on the second shelf of the library? Fio, your favorite novel, though I haven't read its contents, Gu Zheng responded. While he enjoyed reading, there were indeed some books he had yet to explore. Nevertheless, his ability to remember such details was already astonishing. After all, Yan Yi recalled spending considerable time there reading, which allowed her to know the location of each novel. However, Gu Zheng's preferred shelves were not among those. The books he read were primarily specialized texts, classical literature, and miscellaneous writings. There was only one occasion when Yan Yi had too many books to carry and called Gu Zheng for assistance. On that occasion, he merely glanced at the bookshelf. Yet somehow, he seemed to have memorized the arrangement of all the titles. A month had passed, and he had not forgotten. What a terrifying memory. Yan Yi, who consistently ranked first in her class and among the top 10 in her grade, dared not claim to possess such memory prowess. This memory transcended the capabilities of an ordinary individual. What is the title of the second-to-last book on that fourth row of the shelf? A glimmer of light in the starry sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Zheng blurted out his response. Observing Yan Yi's expression, it was clear that he had spoken correctly. The other classmates, initially bewildered, gradually began to grasp the situation. Gu Zheng, you rascal. With such an impressive memory, how come your grades are merely average? I recalled that Gu Zheng's scores consistently hovered around the passing mark, which varied each time based on the class average. You truly are a master of disguise. Playing the fool. Goodness, did Gu Zheng not just calculate the scores of every student in the class, derive the average, and then manipulate his own score to barely pass? This was even more alarming than simply controlling one's own score. After all, some students may perform poorly on tests while excelling in exams, leading to disparate results. The ability to regulate one's own score is already formidable. But to accurately predict the scores of the entire class without error elevates him from a mere scholar to a genius. Everyone gravitated towards Gu Zheng. In their moment of despair, his presence suddenly became a glimmer of hope for salvation. With such exceptional memory, they surmised that his intelligence must also be quite high, and perhaps he could lead them to safety. Their faces were adorned with smiles of joy. No one complained about Gu Zheng's previous reticence, for at that moment, he had transformed into the one most likely to guide them out. Gu Zheng felt somewhat uncomfortable. He disliked crowds and found this group of individuals, whom he deemed foolish, to be too close for comfort, fearing their ignorance might infect him. Yan Yi perceived his discomfort and promptly dismissed the others. Stop crowding around Gu Zheng. It won't solve our predicament. We should inquire about what lies within this ancient building. We cannot remain here indefinitely. The primary concern was their lack of food and water. They could not endure more than 2 days. The longer they lingered in this hellish despair, the dimmer their chances of escape became, not to mention the lurking dangers surrounding them. The girls, their faces streaked with tears, went off to wipe their faces with tissues. While the boys dispersed, awaiting Gu Zheng's next command, Gu Zheng remained silent as he surveyed the hall's facilities. It was a spacious area, with a staircase on the left and several rooms on the right. The hall was largely empty, furnished only with a few tables and chairs. However, one wall bore a bulletin board, typically used for posting notices about the building's various circumstances. Now, it contained some rather vague inscriptions. Gu Zheng approached the bulletin board, standing beneath it, and carefully scrutinized the writings. He systematically categorized and extracted the most crucial points from the information presented, combining them with the contents of the book he had read. This posed a bit of a conundrum. The book Zhong Yi Lu was penned in a rather peculiar manner, with many elements defying logic. For instance, certain concepts were beyond Gu Zheng's comprehension, such as ghosts. Even if this peculiar existence is defined as a certain energy field, Gu Zheng has yet to discover a method to confront it, for it does not originate from the outside. The only recourse is to seek a solution within the ancient building itself. Others gathered around, inquiring, Gu Zheng, what does this say? Have you devised a way to escape? What have you uncovered? In that moment, Gu Zheng, detached from the situation, became their pillar of strength. He tapped on the bulletin board and then stepped aside to allow them to view the inscriptions above. It revealed a game, an intriguing pursuit to identify the murderer. At that time, the Zhongyi building had inexplicably caught fire, claiming the lives of all its inhabitants in the inferno, which was officially deemed an accidental blaze. However, since then, bizarre occurrences have plagued the Zhongyi building. Considering these factors, Gu Zheng speculated that the fire might have concealed hidden truths. Otherwise, the residents would not harbor such intense resentment. Chapter 47. The door to truth knocked open by knowledge. He conjectured that if they could unearth the true culprit of that incident, perhaps they could secure their own survival. Failing to do so would likely render them as mere charred remains like those outside. The expressions of all who read the bulletin turned grim. They were merely students. What could they achieve in unraveling a mystery that even the adults failed to solve? Their gaze shifted to Gu Zheng, who was lost in contemplation. However, exceptional memory alone does not equate to the ability to solve crimes. These are two distinct matters. Each field requires its own expertise. Possessing a good memory is one thing, but the ability to crack a case is another. In the absence of specialized knowledge, what use is a keen memory? It cannot conjure books for Gu Zheng to peruse. Moreover, even if they recorded all the knowledge, the ability to apply it is paramount. Without application, it is merely theoretical and of little value. In that moment, despair enveloped them. Gu Zheng then took measured strides around the vicinity, knocking on several doors, which yielded no response. The staircase, long corroded, appeared precarious, and it remained uncertain whether it could bear their weight. If they recklessly ventured upon it, a fall could lead to injury, if not death. After inspecting every corner of the first floor, Gu Zheng issued a single word, wait. They had no choice but to comply. finding standing too tiresome. They disregarded the dirt beneath them and settled on the ground to rest. The tables and chairs, visibly decayed, would likely collapse upon contact. The entire class waited in the hall, where a clock hung. The hands pointed to 7:30. Despite the feeling that only a few minutes had passed, the clock had advanced an hour. Dong, 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 dong. The chimes resonated once more. As others remained alert, the surroundings underwent a startling transformation. The dilapidated ancient building appeared rejuvenated. The once dusty ground has been rendered immaculate, the gaping holes in the windows have been mended, and the charred marks upon the walls have faded, replaced by a rather fresh wallpaper. With a creak, the dilapidated wooden door has been transformed into an exquisite and pristine entrance. At this moment, the lock of the grand door is being unlatched from the outside. A jovial group enters, filled with laughter and chatter, a lady clad in finery, a destitute painter, a middle-aged woman with a sharp tongue, a gentleman of respectable demeanor, and a hunched figure in tattered clothing. 2 couples and a dog owner make up the total of 10 individuals stepping inside. The acerbic middle-aged woman casts a disdainful glance at the impoverished man, followed by a disapproving look at the dog owner. A beast is but a beast. No matter how well you treat it, can it ever reciprocate? She sneers. Keep your distance, filthy creature. One cannot know what pests may dwell upon you. The elegantly dressed lady engages in light-hearted banter with the gentleman, and though she remains silent, a flicker of contempt dances in her eyes at the scene before her. One couple ascends the stairs in silence, while the other argues loudly. The wife berates her husband for his lack of ambition, to which he retorts that he wouldn't have become this way without her influence. The painter clutches his artwork tightly, remaining mute, while the destitute man hunches further, making his way up the stairs along the wall. The dog owner wears a hint of anger, yet his expression softens as he sees his dog wagging its tail at his side, prompting a smile. They ascend the staircase, soon vanishing from view. Guzheng observes them. Lost in thought, these individuals are the residents of Shun Yin building. What transpired within its walls is now evident. A great fire has ravaged this place, claiming the lives of its inhabitants. So, who are the figures standing before them? A shiver runs down their spines as they gaze apprehensively at the stairs. A reenactment of events. Suddenly, Guzheng exclaims. He begins to rummage through his belongings. What are you searching for? Yin Yi inquires. They then witness Guzheng produce a notebook and a pen from his attire. His act of noting down observations is merely habitual. Guzheng assigns a number to each of the 10 individuals who entered. The first to appear is designated as number 1. He meticulously records their characteristics and even sketches their personalities. A mere sentence suffices to convey their identities, instantly recognizable to any observer. Those who glanced at Guzheng's notes were met with expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that, in that fleeting moment, he could contemplate so much. Their collective surprise enveloped them entirely. In the live stream, viewers echoed their shock. Wow, Guzheng is truly remarkable. How does his mind work? In such a brief span, he managed to note so much. I was too focused on that person who was shouting. I was busy watching the dog. What I find even more terrifying is his analytical profiling of each individual's character. As someone in this profession, I can attest that his insights into each person's personality are utterly infallible. Is this person truly that remarkable? Incredible. I bow in reverence to such greatness. We are all human. How can others possess such extraordinary abilities? At such a young age, if he lives on, his future is boundless. Everyone gazes at Guzheng with admiration and awe. A gifted individual shines brilliantly wherever he goes. Soon, several more waves of people entered. Due to the sheer number, others worried that Guzheng might struggle to remember them all, so they conspired to assist in memorization. Each person would remember 1 or 2 individuals, which seemed preferable to burdening Guzheng alone. After all, he is but one person. No matter how prodigious his memory, it seems implausible for him to manage alone. 87 new arrivals joined the 10 who had entered earlier, bringing the total to 97 residents in this space. Their minds were soon overwhelmed. While remembering 1 or 2 individuals was manageable, as the numbers grew, they either misremembered or overlooked many. The audience in the live stream, driven by curiosity, began jotting down the names of everyone entering the ancient building. From the moment the doors opened to when they ascended the stairs, each individual lingered no more than a minute. Yet, the influx was not sequential. Groups of 10 or more entered simultaneously. For those attempting to memorize, a minute was sufficient for one person, but with 4, 5, or 6, the time allotted to each became scant. The viewers at their computers scribbled furiously, yet even then, many names slipped through the cracks. The entire class grew disheartened. They had managed to remember a few, but as more people arrived, their memories became jumbled. I can't remember anything. One student cried, holding his head in despair. Who was the 4th person to enter? Another student exclaimed, his face a mask of frustration. Wait, was the 20th person a woman? No, it was a man. Wait, it was an elderly lady. The group collectively fell into disarray. The crowd was simply too vast and diverse, and the time too brief for them to retain the information. Even Yin Yi, after keeping track of 15 individuals, began to surrender. Continuing would lead to confusion. Better to retain nothing than to remember incorrectly. They all turned their attention to Guzheng, gathering around to inspect the notes he had meticulously recorded. Remarkably, he had not erred with any of the earlier entries. In fact, he had captured each person's characteristics with even greater detail than they had managed. Regardless of how many entered, Guzheng noted them all and provided a succinct personality profile, highlighting each individual's most distinctive traits. While others were bewildered, misremembering, or overlooking details, Guzheng made not a single mistake, at least with those who had entered before. As for the later arrivals, they remained uncertain. Dad, what do you think of my son? Incredible. Guzheng is forever a legend. Dad, you are magnificent. With such a memory, even Gu's father could participate in the elite competition. Guzheng, what do you think of me? Would you take me as your disciple? How does your mind function? How is your memory so remarkable? Is there a secret? Yan Yi gazed at Gu Zheng with admiration. No one expected that this usually silent and unremarkable classmate would turn out to be such a formidable figure. Surrounded by others, Gu Zheng maintained his usual expression of indifference. Indeed, memory can be enhanced. Gu Zheng answered only this one question. However, as the crowd began to inquire further, Gu Zheng scoffed, saying, "It's useless to share. This method isn't something just anyone can achieve." His disdainful gaze, akin to looking at someone foolish, would have hardened fists in the past. Yet now, the crowd regarded Gu Zheng with even greater respect. Gu Zheng, you're truly impressive. Extraordinary individuals accomplish extraordinary feats. A remarkable life requires no explanation. Gu Zheng's extraordinary memory instantly captivated everyone. Even the viewers of the live stream had to concede to Gu Zheng's brilliance. They too were armed with pens and notebooks, managing to keep up in the beginning, but as the session progressed, they could hardly retain anything, and whatever they did write down was often incorrect. As the discussion concluded, Gu Zheng did not glance at his notebook. It had been taken by other classmates who wished to jot down some information. They aimed to at least note some key points. They couldn't afford to be a hindrance. Although they were young, they were still astute enough to discern what tasks needed to be done and which should be avoided. Even those classmates who were typically the most unruly now wore serious expressions, diligently recording everything in the notebook. They did not expect to remember it all. They merely sought to retain a lasting impression. They could not remain ignorant during critical moments and inadvertently cause complications. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng sat alone in a corner, replaying the scenes of the 97 residents entering in his mind. He sought to identify the individual most likely to be the arsonist. His brain was operating at high speed, analyzing each person, their every action, expression, and even the words they spoke, like a film projected repeatedly in his mind. Ding. The character you are portraying aligns closely with the setting. Earning the recognition of the majority, the second ability has been unlocked. Characters of human rank possess only 2 abilities. The unlocking of the second ability signifies that all capabilities of this character have been fully realized. After all, the difficulty of portraying a human-ranked character is certainly less than that of heavenly or lord-ranked ones. Those who gain knowledge of the truth often see through the essence of things. But what is truth? Truth encompasses all things. Knowledge is merely the key that unlocks the door to truth. Gu Zheng was taken aback. Truth? Is it not the continuous learning, exploration, and research that people engage in to attain the truths of this world, to comprehend the essence of existence? The mysteries of the universe and the laws governing the world. Everything that humanity seeks can ultimately be encompassed by truth. Truth is synonymous with science, which is substantiated through knowledge and comprehensive experimentation. This remarkable ability, one might say, exceeded Shun Yin's expectations, appearing to transcend the capabilities typically possessed by an individual. Perhaps it was the character of Gu Zheng, portrayed with such profound impact, that generated an ability so extraordinary. Gu Zheng reigned in his astonishment, and, shortly thereafter, emerged from the recesses of his memory. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Yan Yi standing before him, her expression laden with concern. "Gu Zheng, are you all right?" From her visage, he discerned a plethora of information. Female, 17 years old. Single, healthy, optimistic, and kind-hearted. She had studied dance and played the piano. From her demeanor and physicality, it was evident she had trained in either Jeet Kune Do or Taekwondo, and, significantly, she harbored feelings for him. In but a fleeting glance, Gu Zheng acquired an abundance of insights. What on earth was that last part? Upon observing Yan Yi's worried gaze, a question mark formed above his head. Her evident anxiety, perhaps exacerbated by his noticeably altered demeanor, prompted her to reach out and touch his forehead, fearing for his well-being. Gu Zheng tilted his head to evade her hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully before addressing Yan Yi directly. "Do you like me?" Yan Yi's face registered shock. "What?" After a moment of realization, a blush crept across her cheeks. Initially, her feelings for Gu Zheng stemmed from sympathy. However, as she grew acquainted with him, particularly his remarkable memory, calm demeanor, and keen observational skills, her sentiments evolved. After all, there is an undeniable allure in strength. Caught off guard by Gu Zheng's abrupt revelation of her feelings, Yan Yi felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Gathering her composure, she stammered, "Yes, I do like you. What about you?" Gu Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, his expression turning serious and earnest. Yan Yi's heart fluttered with anticipation. Could it be that he was about to reciprocate her feelings? How embarrassing that would be, if Gu Zheng truly returned her affections. They could strive together for admission into a prestigious university. Before Yan Yi could continue to envision their future, Gu Zheng's response rang out. "Thank you. I also like myself." Yan Yi felt as though she might lose her mind. This man, how infuriating was Gu Zheng, though she was not unfamiliar with his prideful and self-assured demeanor. It was the first time she felt a sense of defeat in his presence. Her face flushed with a blend of anger and embarrassment. She swiftly distanced herself from Gu Zheng and sought solace among her classmates. For the moment, she could not bear to face him. Unbeknownst to Gu Zheng, who remained blissfully unaware of having wounded a girl's heart, he reveled in the satisfaction of having discerned Yan Yi's feelings. Historically, he had struggled with emotional intelligence, finding that his sensitivity to matters of the heart was considerably lacking. Now that this weakness has been addressed, his ability to profile character will undoubtedly advance significantly. After all, humanity is inherently emotional, and among emotions, love is the most intricate. Throughout history, numerous tragedies have unfolded due to love, though there are certainly moments of beauty as well. In summary, with this newfound ability, Gu Zheng is more assured in identifying the perpetrator in the ancient building. This is a residential complex where disputes among residents are largely influenced by emotions. Some individuals exhibit very subtle feelings. Perhaps one cannot discern their motives. Or perhaps a trivial matter, overlooked by all, has led to this tragedy. Gu Zheng once again reviewed all the residents. This time, he indeed uncovered more information. Among them was one couple from the initial group that entered, one of the pairs of spouses. To them, the couple that had been arguing since their arrival surely had a troubled relationship, while the silent couple appeared to be more harmonious. However, this is not entirely accurate. Gu Zheng noticed an important detail. The distance between the couple was rather too unfamiliar. Even the arguing couple stood closer to one another than the silent pair. Moreover, the wife's gaze, if not scrutinized closely, revealed an underlying fear. What was she afraid of? Her eyes consistently avoided making contact with her husband. If her fears stemmed from external sources, she would likely seek her husband as support. This indicates that her fear was directed at her husband himself. Domestic violence? Or something else? Gu Zheng instantly connected these dots. Additionally, he observed a hint of twisted animosity in the eyes of a destitute man. When that acerbic middle-aged woman berated the dog, perhaps his own struggles made him feel targeted by her words. In any case, at that moment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the middle-aged woman, as if years of suppressed emotions had suddenly erupted. If there were a prime suspect for arson, this impoverished man undoubtedly fits the profile. The reenactment of the first floor scene has concluded. All residents have returned to their homes. Yet the lobby has not reverted to its dilapidated state. The other students were at a loss for what to do, merely observing Gu Zheng. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng pondered while gazing at the staircase. What shall we do next? We ascend, Gu Zheng replied. Chapter 48. The painter's canvas, the dark alley ascend? The others exchanged glances. Upstairs. What if something goes awry? Without heeding their reactions, Gu Zheng boldly placed his foot on the staircase. He exerted force with one foot, while keeping the other firmly on the ground, ensuring that if the stairs were to collapse, he would not fall. His foot rested on the staircase. Gu Zheng discovered that the staircase had transformed, now sturdy and solid. No longer resembling the dilapidated structure that would collapse at the slightest pressure. He cautiously placed his other foot upon it. Behind him, the entire class watched with bated breath, hands extended, fearing that should Gu Zheng misstep and fall, they would be able to reach out and catch him. Gu Zheng tested the staircase carefully, particularly the several cracks he had noted earlier, and found that stepping on them posed no hazard. Turning back, he reassured them, "Come up, it's safe." With that, he continued his ascent to the second floor. The stairwell was rather dim, yet the light filtering down from above managed to illuminate the ground just enough. Once they saw Gu Zheng had made it safely, the entire class hurried to follow him up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they found themselves in a corridor lined with numerous closed doors on either side. The rooms were silent, save for a few flickering lights, creating an atmosphere devoid of sound. Gu Zheng approached one door, and unexpectedly, it swung open. A peculiar melody filled the air, the same tune that resonated every afternoon in the clock tower above. Originally harmonious, the melody had taken on an eerie quality as it had been lowered several pitches. Voices emerged from within the room. It was a couple arguing and cooking. Despite the apparent discord, their interactions revealed a bond that seemed relatively strong. Gu Zheng lingered at the threshold, refraining from entering, and surveyed the room's layout. Finding nothing particularly amiss, the door across the hallway also opened, revealing the residence of a dog owner who was sharing a meal with their canine companion. Not entirely alone in their solitude, Gu Zheng silently moved on to the next room, with his companions trailing hesitantly behind. They dared not approach the door, instead opting to pass by in the middle of the corridor. The third door opened to reveal an elderly woman busily mending a piece of clothing. Her advanced age rendered her vision poor, and she worked with great caution. The fourth room belonged to a painter, where an easel stood at the center, and he was diligently engaged in his craft. Gu Zheng intended to step towards the subsequent room, but abruptly halted as he caught sight of the artwork on the easel. The painter had depicted the individuals within this building, each embodying a certain contradiction, such as the silent couple and the impoverished man. The artist's style was not realistic, but rather abstract, with the overall palette leaning towards darker tones. The brightest area was strikingly rendered in red. The painter had yet to complete the piece, yet Gu Zheng remained fixed at the doorway, intently gazing at the unfolding image. The duration of time spent observing the artist was mirrored in the time the painter had invested in his work. A somewhat dim black alley was captured on the canvas, the surrounding streets appearing distorted, with passers-by depicted with blank expressions, none casting a glance towards the alley as they passed. Above the alley, red raindrops fell, pooling on the ground like a stain resembling spilled blood. In the shadowy alley, a dark creature emitted a primal roar, its hair standing on end, bearing a gaping maw as if to devour a soul. Beneath its feet, a shadowy figure lay prostrate on the ground, concealing its face and weeping. Above the alley, several windows opened, and heads emerged, pointing and whispering about the scene below. In the background, a few individuals stood, one of whom was a coquettish woman clad in vibrant red, her face adorned with garish makeup and a hollow, exaggerated smile. Surrounding her were several men, while behind them, a spiteful visage was cast upon the wall, its mouth occupying 2/3 of its face, with sharp teeth and an exceptionally long tongue. A somewhat anthropomorphic mouse clung to the wall, its expression radiating disdain for humanity. After completing this haunting artwork, the artist admired it for a moment before hanging it upon the wall. Accompanied by an eerie, peculiar melody, the smile on the artist's face appeared somewhat contorted. Gu Zheng, having observed the painting, departed from the doorway and proceeded to the next room. Others, too, had glimpsed the artwork displayed in the hall, yet they merely perceived it as unsettling, not pondering further. The subsequent room revealed the ordinary confines of a typical household. Gu Zheng traversed through all the rooms on the left, ultimately reaching the end. He then retraced his steps and ventured into the corridor on the right. The first room on this side belonged to a gentleman, whose walls were adorned with several photographs of women. He stood before them, admiring their beauty. Gu Zheng quickly noted the presence of feminine items that did not belong to a man, yet the gentleman's demeanor suggested he was not a family man. Moreover, Gu Zheng astutely perceived that the angles of the photographs were askew. None captured a frontal view, predominantly showcasing profiles and silhouettes. Astonishingly, it seemed he had taken clandestine shots. Without lingering, Gu Zheng moved on to the next room. The next occupant was a destitute man, whose home bore the marks of hardship and deprivation. He sat alone, staring vacantly out the window, while at his feet lay a sharpened fruit knife. In that moment, his thoughts remained a mystery to all. Gu Zheng stood at the threshold. Observing him for several minutes, the man remained motionless, turned away from the entrance. Could he be the arsonist? One classmate speculated. Perhaps a person contemplating suicide might wish to take others down with him before his demise. Such a notion was not beyond the realm of possibility. Gu Zheng remained silent, continuing his somber journey toward the next dwelling. With a creak, the door swung open. The once quiet corridor was pierced by the sound of a woman's cries. A furious man was relentlessly assaulting his wife. Gu Zheng, initially inclined to intervene, found that the scene within the room seemed detached from the corridor outside. They were barred from entering, and those inside remained oblivious to their presence. Gu Zheng pondered this disconnection. Nearby, another door opened, revealing a sharp-tongued middle-aged woman, startling everyone with her sudden appearance. However, she seemed oblivious, affixed to the wall, listening and laughing. The smile on her face appeared excessively greasy, bordering on grotesque. She gossiped about the neighbors with her husband, proclaiming that the woman in question was of dubious character. Subsequently, Gu Zheng traversed every room along the corridors of the second and third floors. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, Gu Zheng led the entire class downstairs. Soon, the ancient building reverted to its dilapidated state. The group huddled together, chattering animatedly about the identity of the culprit. I suspect that impoverished man is the most likely suspect. It could also be that artist. He strikes me as rather peculiar. I think it might be the husband. What about that middle-aged woman? She certainly doesn't appear to be virtuous. There's also a ruffian residing on the third floor. He is in debt, which raises his suspicion. The speculation intensified, with everyone voicing their theories. Even those in the live stream began to speculate. Thus far, the revealed information was insufficient to ascertain the murderer's identity. What if the perpetrator was not even a resident of this building? In that case, no amount of searching would yield results. Eventually, attention shifted back to Gu Zheng. Since descending, he had been biting his nails, seated in a corner, silent. It was evident that he was pondering the connections and animosities among these individuals. Yan Yi urged the others not to disturb Gu Zheng's contemplation. As the clock approached 11, time seemed to accelerate. In reality, only a little over 2 hours had passed. Suddenly, Gu Zheng rose abruptly. He glanced at the clock and declared, "There is no time left." In the ancient building, every midnight, a reenactment of a catastrophic fire would transpire, not the previous scenes, but a recreation of the inferno from years past. At midnight, the entire structure would ignite, and those within would be unable to escape the flames. How did those charred corpses outside come to be? There were only about 90 residents here, yet in the mist, he had seen over 100 charred bodies. There were likely many more unseen. A classmate, positioned by the window, gasped in astonishment and hurriedly gestured for another to look outside. "They are back?" They communicated silently with hand signals. The charred corpses began to wander outside the window once more. Everyone reverted to a state of hushed trepidation. Only Gu Zheng exhibited no surprise on his face. If the fire erupted, who among them would remain inside, willingly perishing in the flames? "Stay away from the window," Gu Zheng cautioned. It had been mentioned in the ancient building that those who ventured too close to the window, after crying out in terror, were dragged out by the monsters lurking outside. After witnessing the creatures beyond the window, none dared to approach, let alone venture outside. After receiving a reminder from Gu Zheng, the entire class gradually distanced themselves from the window, striving to minimize any sound. Only once they had left the window did they exhale in relief, daring to breathe freely. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng cast a glance at the dilapidated staircase, contemplating another ascent to the upper floor. However, upon reaching the staircase, his classmates began to inquire about his destination. "Where are you headed, Gu Zheng? The staircase is in such a state that it's hardly passable. Perhaps it's best not to go. It's pitch black up there, and visibility is non-existent." Everyone shared a consensus that ascending the staircase was perilous. Although they seldom paid much attention to Gu Zheng, they were aware that he often skipped physical education classes, indicating his frail constitution. Furthermore, Gu Zheng was their sole beacon of hope for escape. Should anything happen to him, what would they do? "How could we allow you to go alone? If anyone is to ascend, let it be us," they exclaimed. "Indeed, let us go? We are quite accustomed to scaling walls and are quite agile," proclaimed the more mischievous boys in the class, thumping their chests in bravado. Gu Zheng surveyed the rickety staircase, momentarily at a loss for refusal. If he were to attempt the climb, a fall was inevitable. He could stumble while running, let alone navigate such a challenging obstacle. However, allowing others to go unaccompanied made him uneasy, as their observations of details would undoubtedly vary. Some would notice certain aspects, while others might overlook them entirely. His desire to investigate stemmed from this very reason. Certain nuances and clues could only be discerned by him, which others might miss. Yan Yi understood his concerns. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly recalled, "Wu Hanhai, do you have your precious DSLR camera with you?" Wu Hanhai scratched his head. "How did you know I brought it along? You take it everywhere, even to the restroom," teased their classmates. Wu Hanhai retrieved the camera from his backpack. While others approached physical education classes with ease, carrying nothing, he had brought along a bag containing such a sizable camera. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that he had it with him, as it now served a purpose. Even though Wu Hanhai cherished his camera, he understood that nothing was more valuable than life. He handed the camera to the mischievous classmates, instructing them on its use. They assured him they would handle it with care and, with the camera in tow, began their ascent up the staircase. Due to numerous holes in the staircase and the rotting wood above, they had to exercise extreme caution while climbing. They avoided the gaps and pressed close to the wall. As they clambered and leaped, those below held their breath in anxiety. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in reaching the top. Gu Zheng stroked his chin, contemplating as he awaited their return. After more than 20 minutes, the group reappeared. One of them had twisted an ankle during the climb, but fortunately, no serious harm had occurred. Their mission was deemed a success. The DSLR camera was smoothly handed to Gu Zheng. Upon opening the device, he began to examine the photographs contained within. The photographer, perhaps aware of the scrutiny that would follow, had captured every detail meticulously, leaving no suspicious element overlooked. Even the seemingly innocuous aspects were documented. Gu Zheng swiftly perused through hundreds of images, all revealing rooms marked by charred remnants, a pervasive darkness engulfing each frame. After a thorough examination, he failed to discern the origin of the fire. The ancient building, constructed of wood for reasons likely steeped in nostalgia, had succumbed to flames with a ferocity that obscured the point of ignition amid the widespread devastation. This very ambiguity had rendered the case notoriously difficult to resolve. Without identifying the source of the fire, no suspects could be pinpointed. Ultimately, the incident was classified as an accidental blaze. Having reviewed all the photographs, Gu Zheng began to piece together the locations depicted. Though he had yet to ascend to the second and third floors, the images allowed him to conjure a complete spatial understanding within his mind. This intricate visualization occurred solely within the confines of his imagination, invisible to others. Suddenly, the live stream transitioned into a different mode, splitting into two screens. On the left, his classmates stood around him as Gu Zheng closed his eyes, while on the right, he found himself in a shadowy realm. What was happening? Why were there two Gu Zhengs? Had he been disturbed by some monstrous entity? The additional screens in the live stream bewildered viewers, as such an occurrence had never transpired before. The left screen displayed a normal scene, while the right illuminated as Gu Zheng took a step forward, revealing a vibrant reconstruction of the ancient building surrounding him. This edifice bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he was familiar with. The construction unfolded at an astonishing pace, completing in mere seconds. Gu Zheng pushed open the grand door of the ancient structure and stepped into the dimly lit foyer. As he entered, the once absent elements within the hall began to materialize, perfectly reanimating the scene of residents entering from outside. Suddenly, Gu Zheng raised his hands, signaling those individuals to halt. The residents froze mid-stride, their expressions remaining vividly natural as he observed them in their suspended state. With a snap of his fingers, their actions resumed as if they had not perceived the interruption, continuing their conversations and movements. It was akin to a three-dimensional film, with Gu Zheng wielding the remote control to this unfolding spectacle. Viewers witnessing this scene began to grasp the implications. Could this truly be a manifestation of Gu Zheng's imagination? It seemed too incredible to believe. How extraordinary. Apart from exclamations of disbelief, I find myself at a loss for words to express my emotions. I am utterly astounded. You have triumphed. It is commonplace for individuals to conjure images or recollections within the recesses of their minds, such is the nature of human experience. Yet, the visions that each one of us recalls are often nebulous and difficult to interconnect. At times, our thoughts meander in disparate directions. To construct a scene within one's mind and manipulate it with precision, as Gu Zheng does, is a formidable feat. This requires not only exceptional memory, but also remarkable control, focus, and comprehension of the matters at hand. Such capabilities are indeed rare among ordinary individuals. Perhaps those who possess such talents could be deemed divine. It is not merely a matter of Gu Zheng's prowess. Rather, his extraordinary memory and control set him apart as something akin to a deity among mortals. The grand hall was meticulously assembled, with every detail replicating the external world with striking fidelity. Even the charred marks on the walls, the dilapidated holes, and the grain of the wood mirrored reality. Gu Zheng stood in the hall, abruptly pulling down with his hand, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically as he vacated the first-floor hall and appeared in the corridor on the second floor. Each room above was constructed with the same ashen ambience as captured in the photographs. Gu Zheng surveyed the surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked. The scene shifted once more, transporting him to the third floor. The three-dimensional architecture revealed even more than the images could convey. He entered a room on the third floor, the dwelling of the elegantly attired woman. Gu Zheng contemplated the scene he had witnessed within that room, subsequently correlating it with the intricate relationships of all the inhabitants of the building. Ultimately, he was able to formulate a relational diagram, with the 10 individuals who had initially entered being the most closely connected. Their entanglements ran deep. A thought crossed Gu Zheng's mind. If his suspicions held true, then the perpetrator of the ancient building's mystery could likely be uncovered. In a flash, the entire scene collapsed thunderously. The screen on the right dimmed. Simultaneously, on the left screen, Gu Zheng opened his eyes. Aside from the audience and Gu Zheng himself, none could fathom that he had constructed an ancient edifice from nothingness within his mind. Astonishing. What do we even call such a remarkable ability? Is this truly something within the realm of human capability? The human brain, as it stands, has yet to unlock its full potential. It is said that should a person's brain function reach its maximum capacity, their achievements would surpass all others. This remains a conjecture, for the human brain is the most enigmatic and intricate aspect of our being. Gu Zheng's intelligence is undoubtedly exceptional. This is beyond dispute. Oh, Gu Zheng, forever a legend. If his IQ is not at least 200, I shall broadcast myself upside down eating a fan. If it is not 300, I shall perform even more ludicrous feats. The usual crowd of opportunists has arrived. Unbeknownst to Gu Zheng, he remains oblivious to the audience's evaluations of him. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the expectant gazes of his peers surrounding him. Gu Zheng was solitary and proud. Had he not fallen into this alternate space, it is likely he would not have intervened in these matters. However, there are no what-ifs. Gu Zheng declared, I have already identified the murderer. Who is the murderer? The others looked on with curiosity and anticipation. Regardless of the circumstances, having discovered the perpetrator would provide them with a chance to escape this place. With a thunderous rumble, as soon as Gu Zheng's words fell, the entire ancient building began to tremble. Faces suddenly emerged from the walls, screaming and wailing. reaching out their hands as if to grasp something. Clearly, these faces belonged to the residents of the building, all awaiting Gu Zhang to reveal the identity of the one who had caused their demise. To uncover the murderer, the first step is to gather evidence. Let us first examine the entanglements among the residents of Shun Yin building. On the second floor, there were several questionable inhabitants. First, the voyeur. Second, the impoverished man. Third, the quarreling couple. And fourth, the cantankerous middle-aged woman. Their conflicts appeared to be nothing more than trivial daily disputes, with grudges not particularly severe. Yet, the middle-aged woman was known for prying into others' personal affairs and spreading unfounded rumors. I surmised that these rumors reached the husband who abused his wife, leading him to believe his spouse had been unfaithful, thus inciting his violent behavior. Despite hearing the commotion next door, she seemed to derive amusement from it. Chapter 50. Under the avalanche. No snowflake is innocent in truth. It was the woman residing on the third floor, clad in elegant garments, whose behavior was more questionable. The painter seemed to know everything but refrained from speaking, for it served as his muse. The gentleman had several photographs of the wife on his wall, taken from rather clever angles. I observed a bottle of motion sickness medication on his desk. At this juncture, Gu Zhang paused. In summary, this man was not virtuous. Now, let us speak of the woman. Abused by her husband and subjected to unfavorable gossip, she herself endured unfortunate circumstances. A seemingly helpless woman, she must have felt immense despair, yearning for liberation, yet she bore it all in silence, for she awaited an opportunity. That opportunity arose at midnight when the impoverished man next door contemplated suicide. Lacking the courage to use a knife, he resorted to gas. Gu Zhang paused once more. Ultimately, the murderer was that abused woman. What was her motive? Merely because her husband mistreated her? Did she desire to take the entire building down with her? The others questioned in confusion. Initially, I too was uncertain. Gu Zhang suddenly proclaimed, "Did you not see the painting created by the artist? Her husband routinely subjected her to violence, a fact the other residents likely knew. Yet instead of intervening, they spread rumors about her character, leading the gentleman to act against her. After all, a woman branded with a tarnished reputation, whose husband was at odds with her and who had no neighbors to believe in her, would find it difficult to voice her plight." Gu Zhang, upon reaching this point, cast a glance at the anguished faces of the struggling crowd upon the wall. Beneath the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. What of the old lady? Surely she is blameless? Others inquired. Gu Zhang regarded them with a look of incredulity. That old lady is none other than the gentleman's mother. What had we overlooked? Why is the old lady his mother? A collective expression of bewilderment and confusion spread among everyone, including those watching the live stream. Foolish humanity. Gu Zhang's expression remained one of disdainful disbelief. The garments sewn by the old lady, if I am not mistaken, are indeed those worn by the gentleman. Moreover, certain details reveal themselves, such as the tender gaze of love for her child that shone in her eyes while she sewed. Inside the house, there lay a photograph. It depicted the gentleman in his childhood, revealing just enough of his likeness. The gentleman's development into the person he is cannot be divorced from the old lady's indulgence. Furthermore, it is implausible that she was unaware of the contents of her son's room. As a mother, how could she not know? Not only did she fail to intervene, but she also permitted it, leading the gentleman to grow increasingly arrogant, ultimately resulting in his heinous act against that woman, which triggered a series of subsequent tragedies. The inhabitants of this building cannot be said to be entirely at fault, yet they are all, in some measure, interconnected. Had anyone been willing to extend a helping hand, that woman would not have been driven to such despair. Of course, it is futile to speak of this now. This is merely a tale inscribed in ancient tomes. Upon hearing Gu Zhang name the perpetrator, the faces on the wall initially exhibited skepticism. They reached out, attempting to pull Gu Zhang into the wall. However, as they listened to his analysis unfold, they shrank back in trepidation. Gu Zhang sighed, reflecting on her own naivety. Had it been her, she would have ignited a fire and fled, unwilling to perish in the inferno. "Holy moly, did you just utter something profound?" exclaimed one. "Your thoughts are perilous. Goodness, have I ever offended you in any way? No? How fortunate." Ignoring the shock that swept over her classmates upon hearing Gu Zhang's words, even the viewers in the live stream echoed their astonishment. Trembling in fear, they realized that this individual was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, they might not live to tell the tale. Consequently, those who had previously insulted Gu Zhang swiftly retracted their statements. This was a formidable person, one not to be provoked. As the clock struck 12, a moment of chilling silence fell. The faces upon the wall emitted anguished wails. It seemed as though the flames were reigniting. What? Had they failed to deduce correctly? A shared question arose in everyone's minds, their hearts plummeting in unison. Only Gu Zhang remained focused, gazing intently at the faces on the wall, seemingly in search of something. He then stood in the hall and softly proclaimed, "What more do you desire? Do you seek justice? Yet, with the destruction of this ancient edifice, has not everything already perished? Upon the walls, the contorted, wailing visages have vanished, supplanted by a colossal face that occupies the entirety of the wall. It is the woman responsible for the ruin of the entire building. What do you desire? Resentment? Regret? Fury?" Gu Zhang, undeterred by the immense visage, boldly declared, "But all of this is futile, even if I were to recant. You are still the murderer of the entire building. It would be better to let it sink into oblivion." The long-standing grievances of the Shun Yin building met their conclusion in the blaze. Upon hearing Gu Zhang's words, the enormous face surged with an expression of wrath. A chill of apprehension swept over the onlookers. Should they provoke it, all would likely meet their doom. The flames continued to blaze. Gu Zhang turned, pushing open the grand door of the ancient structure, as the mists outside began to dissipate. "Let us depart," he proclaimed, not glancing back as he exited the building. The others, trembling with trepidation, cautiously followed. Outside lay the charred remains. Within the fog, those charred corpses began to stagger back into the ancient edifice, oblivious to the living souls beside them. They swayed unsteadily. The sound of bones creaking echoed as they moved. One by one, they plunged into the inferno. With the flames rising, they vanished alongside the Shun Yin building. The ancient structure was no more. Subsequently, all individuals were expelled from this alternate realm. They found themselves standing on the school playground, each wearing expressions of relief and survival. Guda Lao, are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you a drink. Guda Lao, are you hungry? I shall bring you something to eat. Are you weary, esteemed one? Please, sit down. Let me massage your legs. Goodness. You are utterly shameless. Step aside. Gu Papa, how do you find me? My back-rubbing skills are exceptional. Everyone surrounded Gu Zhang, eager to express their gratitude. After all, their escape from the depths of despair was entirely due to him. Without Gu Zhang, they would surely have been reduced to charred remains. Meanwhile, the parents and teachers, who had been waiting anxiously, stood by, bemused. Initially filled with worry, the parents intended to embrace their children and offer comfort upon their emergence. However, upon exiting, the children paid no heed to their parents, instead orbiting around Gu Zhang. Finally, when one of the students spotted their parents, they shouted, "Mom, Dad, your son-daughter is alive today, thanks to Guda Lao. You must express your gratitude to him, otherwise, you would be bereft of your child." This was indeed the truth. While the parents felt a mixture of emotions, witnessing their children in better spirits than anticipated filled them with profound gratitude for Gu Zhang. Expressions of thanks were inevitable. Upon learning of Gu Zhang's family's hardships, they hurriedly offered monetary assistance, discreetly providing tokens of appreciation. What? Gu Zhang lives in a modest dwelling? They possess nothing? A wealthy family in the city, upon realizing the potential of Gu Zhang, generously bestowed upon him a house. It wasn't merely because Gu Zhang aided their own child. They recognized that Gu Zhang himself was a worthy investment. Individuals endowed with such capabilities are bound to rise in the future. Today, he may appear to possess nothing, yet tomorrow, he may become someone beyond their reach. Investing in Gu Zhang now guarantees a future return for them. Consequently, once every parent confirmed that their child had no pressing matters, they began to extend warm greetings to Gu Zhang. At this juncture, Yin Yi felt hesitant to approach him any further. Conversely, her parents encouraged her, saying, "Yi, we support you, pursue whatever you desire. I have a good feeling about Gu Zhang." Yin Yi, however, had no immediate plans. She would wait for later. As they were both in the same school and class, with ample time ahead to aim for the same university. After managing the parents, Gu Zhang was met with praise from the school teachers and collected an unknown number of business cards before finally returning home. Although the police had also arrived, the sheer number of students involved made it impractical to take anyone in, as they feared causing undue alarm. They opted to allow the frightened individuals to rest overnight, planning to question them more easily the following day. Upon arriving home, Gu Zhang found his grandmother waiting for him, her lamp lit. Aged and not internet savvy, she was unaware of the events that had transpired. The couple who had adopted Gu Zhang also paid little attention, remaining oblivious to the situation. "Zhengzi, are you hungry? I've made a bowl of noodles for you," she said. "Thank you, Grandma," he replied. It was a comforting routine. After finishing his meal, Gu Zhang retreated to his room. "System, if I do not embody this character, will Gu Zhang cease to exist?" he inquired. The roles of the illusionist and martyr must be embodied by Shun Yin himself. The presence of one precludes that of the other. The system responded, "You only need to expend 10,000 disruption points to create a tool character, which you can inhabit at will or manage through the system." Shun Yin further probed the system. Such a tool requires 10,000 points at the human level, with higher levels demanding greater expenditures. Chapter 51, the fourth character to embody, the Demon Hunter. At the Earth level, it begins at 100,000 points, while the Celestial level demands a staggering 1 million, and the Lord level escalates to tens of millions. Shun Yin could only afford a human-level tool without feeling the strain on his disruption points. He purchased a human-level tool. Ding! 10,000 disruption points have been deducted. The exchange was successful. In the next moment, a version of Gu Zhang stood before Shun Yin. This tool character could manage simple tasks even when Shun Yin was not inhabiting it, albeit with limited capabilities. For instance, abilities unlocked later could not be utilized by the tool. Nonetheless, it sufficed for daily needs. Shun Yin experienced the sensation of embodying the tool character, as if he possessed dual perspectives, able to see both faces, a rather intriguing feeling, akin to having two selves. After some time, Shun Yin relinquished the embodiment and glanced at his disruption points. In this live broadcast, he garnered an impressive 23,000 disruption points, which is quite commendable. After leaving Gu Zhang, a mere pawn in his grand scheme, Shun Yin departed from the scene. Online discussions continued to swirl around the case of the Shun Yin building. Although Gu Zhang had deduced the identity of the murderer, he refrained from disclosing the sequence of the crime. Certain aspects remained unspoken, granting the audience ample room for contemplation. An increasing number of individuals engaged in analysis of the narrative. Some speculated whether a woman had manipulated a destitute man next door, setting a fire during a gas poisoning incident. Others suggested that the woman had long conspired with the impoverished man, driven by a desire for vengeance against the residents of the building. In summary, a plethora of theories emerged. Among them, the most despicable gentleman bore the brunt of public scorn, as he was directly responsible for the tragedy. Meanwhile, those who indulged in idle gossip merely fanned the flames. The husband's abuse had become the final straw for the woman. As for the alternate space, the woman was its sovereign. However, due to the distinct nature of her life form, her connection to this realm was rather unique. Every being's existence adheres to its own rules. The moment the woman revealed herself, Gu Zhang discerned the essence of her being. She was anchored to the ancient building, impervious to the flames, for she had already been consumed by them long ago. The rule she established for uncovering the true culprit was more akin to a covenant, a solemn agreement. Those who ventured into the ancient building faced two choices: to refrain from entering, but if the clock struck 6, the mist would envelop them, and the charred remains within would tear them apart. or to enter the building, with the imperative of identifying the true culprit. Failure to do so, or mistakenly accusing the wrong individual by midnight, would result in being incinerated within. However, upon identifying the true perpetrator, no matter how furious the woman became, the rule remained immutable: expose the culprit to ensure a safe exit, a law that even the sovereign woman could not alter. Thus, Gu Zheng's confidence in provoking the woman, who was intertwined with the ancient building, was well-founded. The final trial hinged on whether the entrants possessed the courage to confront the charred remains outside the ancient building. Should they falter, remaining within the ancient edifice would lead to their demise by fire. Although this alternate space was governed by such rules, it was not entirely advantageous for humanity. Conversely, the eerie nature of the ancient building meant that those who entered with fear would lose their chances from the outset. This was a contest of bravery, intellect, and the human psyche. Gu Zheng emerged triumphantly from this contest. Later, viewers in the live stream, alongside some professionals who reviewed the broadcast multiple times, arrived at this conclusion. Upon the conclusion of their analysis, the online audience showered Gu Zheng with admiration, revering him as a genius. Those who stood outside the fray found themselves outclassed in insight by Gu Zheng, who was entrenched within the situation. Nevertheless, many still felt that the depths of despair were aptly named the abyss of hopelessness. No wonder that those who previously fell into the abyss of despair did not survive. Save for individuals of extraordinary intellect like Gu Zheng and those with formidable powers such as the illusory master, who among the ordinary could endure in such a desolate realm. Regardless of the rampant discussions online, this matter has reached a conclusion, unless someone were to inadvertently plunge into the alternate space of Zhongyi Tower once again, a likelihood that remains exceedingly low. After leaving that small county, Shun Yin resumed his character extraction. System, initiate the extraction of the fourth role template. Ding. Consuming 10,000 subversion points, extracting the fourth role template. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained the Lord level boss template. Character, Demon Hunter potential, Lord level personality. Passionate about hunting all manner of demons, he dwells in darkness day and night, characterized by silence, cruelty, and precision, willing to sacrifice what is necessary when the situation demands it. Script, the demon hunter's quarry is none other than demons themselves. What sometimes devastates humanity is not the demons, but rather the human heart. Ability, unlocked. This marks the second Lord level character he has drawn. System, initiating ability generation. This ability generation will require the deduction of 1,000 subversion points. Deduction successful, the first ability has been unlocked. Demon tracking. You can perceive the presence of all demons, possessing a formidable restraint against them, and all demons fear you. Commence role-playing. Swish. A long robe of black and crimson enveloped him, and a uniquely shaped long axe materialized in his grasp. A length of iron chain dangled from the axe handle, coiling around his right hand. The demon hunter's appearance was chilling, with long black hair cascading around him and a black crystal adorning one ear. He donned the hood of his robe, obscuring much of his face. This script bore minimal demands, only one. He must maintain his character during the live broadcast and act in accordance with it. Simultaneously, he needed to hunt down 100 demons to fulfill the conditions for completing the script. It appeared that the challenge of this performance lay equally in sustaining his persona and in the slaying of demons. Let us begin, the demon hunter murmured, pulling his hood closer around him. His voice was steady and cold, yet upon closer listening, one could detect a hint of excitement within. His fervor for hunting demons fueled his exhilaration, yet his inherently calm demeanor kept this excitement subdued within. Thus, to outsiders, he appeared utterly unperturbed. His visage as tranquil as still waters. Whoosh. The demon hunter cupped his hands to his mouth and let out a whistle. Woof woof woof. A large black dog, standing half a person's height, came bounding towards him, barking joyfully, its tail wagging like a windmill. It leaped to the demon hunter's legs, nuzzling him affectionately. Thunder. Let us be off. Chapter 52. Resenting the light, anticipating the arrival of darkness. Woof. Thunder replied with a resounding bark. Thunder was the black dog summoned as the demon hunter's first ability. With exceptional tracking skills for demons, it served as the demon hunter's most reliable companion. Together, man and dog ventured into the howling wind. The air was permeated with a sinister aura, leading one to pursue its source. The live broadcast commenced, and this time, the notified netizens flocked in with remarkable speed, with over 1 million viewers pouring into the stream almost instantaneously. Who could this be? Have you noticed that the individuals featured in the broadcast of the Heavenly Path website are always formidable figures we dare not provoke? Their distinctiveness surely warrants the attention of observers. What a magnificent beast. The attire is undeniably stylish. As the demon hunter ventured into the human city, although he seldom operated in daylight, his prolonged presence in various urban locales endowed him with a wealth of knowledge. For instance, one must leash their dog while walking it. Otherwise, a large dog like Thunder could be quite intimidating. If it were to frighten someone, it would fall upon the demon hunter to compensate. And the only valuable possession he had was that black diamond earring, far too costly for him to replace. Thus, the demon hunter summoned his own energy to fashion a black leash, securing it around Thunder's neck. Even so, Thunder's imposing stature startled passersby, causing many to sidestep and avoid the imposing creature. A dog of such size is indeed quite fearsome. Fortunately, it was leashed. Otherwise, should it suddenly charge, who could intervene? Thunder sniffed along the ground, indifferent to the pedestrians and refraining from running amok. Before outsiders, he exhibited a calm demeanor, a stark contrast to his previously playful antics. What a colossal dog. What breed could it possibly be? A mix? It bore some resemblance to a golden retriever, yet was significantly larger, while also evoking the likeness of a Saint Bernard, albeit with a coat of black fur. Although the onlookers harbored a tinge of fear towards this giant, Thunder's obedient presence, closely following the demon hunter's side, sparked their curiosity. The demon hunter adjusted his hood, bowing his head as he guided Thunder to circumvent the crowd. His long robe, though archaic, aligned with the contemporary trend of vintage fashion. Thus, while he attracted glances of intrigue, none found it peculiar. A child, clutching an ice cream, approached, torn between curiosity and trepidation, yearning to touch such a grand dog, yet hesitant to draw near. Thunder cast a glance at the child, then returned to his exploration of the faint scents in the air. "Uncle, may I pet your big dog?" The child inquired, having followed along, unable to resist his curiosity. The child displayed politeness, understanding that one must seek permission to pet another's dog. The demon hunter tightened the leash, prompting Thunder to halt, at which point he let out a sneeze. The child, grinning foolishly, tentatively reached out. Those nearby could not help but feel a pang of apprehension for the child. After all, such a large dog could easily sever a small hand with a single bite. Fortunately, Thunder exhibited no signs of aggression, instead bowing his head obediently, allowing the child to stroke his head a few times. "Thank you, doggy," exclaimed the child, who then joyfully raced away after their brief encounter. Thunder observed the demon hunter gazing down at it, and in response, it lifted its head and sneezed. The onlookers, realizing that the dog was not as menacing as it appeared, felt a reduction in their fear. Suddenly, Thunder lifted its head, sniffing the air, and then, abandoning its previous lethargy, barked fervently in a specific direction. The demon hunter's expression darkened. He knew the prey had emerged. Thunder's abrupt barking startled those nearby, causing those who intended to approach for a photograph to retreat. The demon hunter loosened his grip on the leash slightly. In the next instant, Thunder surged forward like a javelin. My goodness! The bystanders quickly dodged. A large dog breaking free from its owner's restraint was no trivial matter. Everyone feared being bitten. Whoosh! Thunder's speed was remarkable, yet the demon hunter's was even swifter. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the already sprinting Thunder. The pedestrian scarcely registered his movement. In an instant, such a sizable figure had vanished from sight. Was that real? Thunder raced ahead, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments, while the demon hunter maintained a steady pace, never lagging behind. Woof! Thunder dashed into a park, tackling a middle-aged man to the ground. It bared its teeth, growling menacingly at the man beneath it. The man's pupils dilated in terror upon seeing Thunder, his face flushed as he struggled to escape. Yet Thunder held him firmly in place. Almost immediately, the demon hunter appeared beside Thunder. He was about to draw his axe when the parkgoers began to react. What is happening? How can you let your dog run amok like this? Restrain your dog immediately, or I'll call the police. Such a lack of civility. Your dog just bit someone, and you, the owner, seem utterly unconcerned. What manner of person are you? More and more people gathered, yet out of fear of Thunder. They dared not approach too closely, merely gesturing and murmuring at the demon hunter. The demon hunter hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to summon Thunder back. Thunder cast a disdainful glance at the man it had subdued but obediently returned to its master's side. Amidst the crowd's reproaches, the man and his dog departed. The middle-aged man, supported by onlookers, displayed a look of relief, as though he were grateful to have narrowly escaped the dire situation. He then slipped away from the throng without a word. Such rudeness. Never mind, let us go. The crowd dispersed. It was daytime, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Concealed behind a large tree, the demon hunter gazed up at the blazing sun. He adjusted his hood once more, murmuring to himself, "This is why I loathe the light." In the depths of darkness, hunting becomes remarkably more successful. Thunder lay at his feet, seemingly in agreement with his words. Indeed, it had already captured that pesky bug. Yet now it was poised to let its prey escape. Let us wait. Once night descends, none shall evade. Thunder wagged its tail, evidently pleased. The demon hunter departed the park with Thunder in tow. Those observing the live stream were left in a state of perplexity regarding the earlier scene. What was he doing? It feels as though he is not a good person. Why did that dog pounce on that individual? Is there something amiss about him? I saw it clearly. He loosened the leash himself. If that dog injures someone, he will bear significant responsibility. Do not be so certain. Have you forgotten how you were previously proven wrong? At the mention of this, many faces turned pale, the memory causing them discomfort. The demon hunter walked along the roadside, passing by a crosswalk where a group of school children had gathered. In the next moment, the green light illuminated for them. A few children ventured across the crosswalk to the other side of the road. However, at that moment, a large truck suddenly barreled forward, heedless of the red light, maintaining its swift pace. The truck approached with alarming speed, and the group of children had not yet realized the danger. Just as the truck was about to collide with them, a dark figure surged towards them. Bang! The shadow was flung aside. The truck swerved, narrowly grazing the children as it sped past. The demon hunter appeared outside the driver's cabin, bending to peer inside. The driver lay slumped over the steering wheel, a grimace of pain on his face, seemingly struck by a sudden ailment. The demon hunter halted the truck before it could wreak havoc upon pedestrians. He leaped down from the vehicle. Among the children who had narrowly escaped, a few were in tears from fright, while others gazed at the flung shadow. It was a large dog. The dog saved us. Is it all right? It won't he die, will it? Upon hearing this, the previously composed children began to weep as well. The demon hunter, seeing Thunder motionless on the ground, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Come back, and I'll treat you. Thunder, initially still, perked up its ears at the sound of the hunter's voice, quickly lifting its head. Woof, you said it. The big dog is not dead. One by one, the children's tears turned to smiles. Someone had called the police as soon as the incident occurred. An ambulance had arrived to take the truck driver to the hospital, while traffic police were on the scene to inquire about the situation. The children had emerged unscathed, merely shaken by the experience. This dog is remarkably resilient. Having been thrown so far, it sustained no injuries. Such a heroic dog naturally evokes affection in people. Following the incident, onlookers uploaded videos of the event online. The heroic dog became an internet sensation. Many recognized the dog, noting that it was the one featured in the live broadcast on the Tiandao website. A multitude of individuals followed the links provided by others, joining the Tiandao website. Indeed, within the livestream, the heroic canine was spotted. Instantly, the number of registrants on the Tiandao website surged by millions. The audience in the livestream swelled to over 20 million. Originally, the Thunder, having saved a life, could have claimed a banner for altruism, yet the demon hunter declined. He had no desire to engage with the state. His singular passion lay in hunting demons, rendering all other matters inconsequential. The government had been closely monitoring the demon hunter, as the very existence of the Tiandao website was shrouded in mystery, and they placed great importance on those who could be streamed on it. The moment the demon hunter appeared, he was under scrutiny. Chapter 53. The prey is delivered. However, the government observed the demon hunter's actions and perceived no significant threat to the surrounding area. Consequently, they dispatched a few individuals to covertly observe, refraining from intervening. They too were curious about the reason behind the demon hunter's appearance in the livestream. What was he seeking? And what of the middle-aged man who had been tackled by Thunder? Within a brief span, the government retrieved all available information about him, scouring records from his birth onward. Aside from a recent unexpected investment that had propelled his business to new heights, no anomalies were detected, nor were there any signs of wrongdoing. They remained perplexed as to why that man and the dog had fixated on him, leaving them to observe from the shadows, while others monitored the developments within the livestream. The demon hunter's focus was not limited to a single individual. Accompanied by Thunder, he roamed the city, identifying over a dozen locations rife with the scent of demons, and then patiently awaited the onset of nightfall. Night soon enveloped the surroundings. The demon hunter stood outside a solitary villa. Thunder sniffed at the wall, then emitted a series of low growls. Did he find it? Growl. With a surge of energy, Thunder leapt over the 2-meter-high wall. Upon landing, the demon hunter had already silently entered. The pair approached the villa stealthily. Bang! The door was kicked open, and they scoured the entire villa, finding it devoid of any occupants. Thunder crouched low, sniffing the ground, and soon discovered a hidden compartment leading to the basement. Excellent. The demon hunter patted Thunder's head in reward. He opened the concealed entry and descended within. The basement revealed a lengthy tunnel. The demon hunter navigated the darkness with ease, unimpeded by the absence of light. His footsteps were silent as he swiftly traversed the long passage. Ahead, a glimmer of light emerged, orange-yellow illumination casting upon the ground. A group of individuals, clad in black robes, sat huddled together. A vast, intricate circular design adorned the floor. It was evident that these individuals were engaged in nefarious activities. They chanted incantations, and as the strange and eerie spells reached their culmination, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Those in the live stream witnessed the shadows of the robed figures, illuminated by the light, beginning to morph. The shadows on the wall twisted and gradually transformed from human shapes into a monstrous apparition. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, even the most oblivious of onlookers realized that these individuals were engaged in sinister activities. What were they attempting? The shadow evoked memories of the dark, despairing creatures from the depths of a hellish abyss. Could they possibly be summoning forth the very monsters from that realm of despair? Did they not fear being devoured by these abominations? Someone must intervene. The demon hunter silently positioned himself behind them, detecting no trace of demonic presence upon their forms. This indicated that the foul essence had yet to attach itself to them. The scent previously perceived by Thunder likely emanated from the array itself. The demon hunter even considered waiting until the summoning was complete before intervening. However, Thunder, having squeezed through the entrance from the basement, rushed in with uncontainable excitement. Its heavy footsteps startled everyone, prompting the demon hunter to swiftly incapacitate them all with a mere gesture. Thunder, in its exuberance, dashed forward, unable to halt its momentum, and inadvertently stepped on the body of a fallen individual. It sniffed the person but detected no trace of demonic essence. It then proceeded to sniff around the others. ACH. Overwhelmed by the foul odor, it sneezed and innocently looked up at the demon hunter. The demon hunter, at a loss, could hardly chastise it, and instead gave its head a gentle pat as they sought the next target. Having uttered this, he intended to depart. Yet, with Thunder's interruption, the summoning that should have failed inexplicably shifted. The patterns on the ground ignited with light. A glimmer of joy flickered in the demon hunter's eyes as he licked his parched lips. Prey had come knocking at his door. Woof! Thunder wagged its tail vigorously, fixated on the central figure of the pattern, a bowl of blood resting on the ground. The blood within was rapidly depleting, soon revealing the bottom. As the liquid diminished, a mass of twisted blackness began to materialize above the bowl. It occasionally contorted into a ghastly visage, then morphed into a skull, quickly expanding from the size of a fist to over 3 meters tall. Creepy, creepy, creepy. A terrifying, maniacal laughter echoed throughout the hollow basement. Creepy, creepy, creepy. The shadow gradually coalesced into a bizarre creature, adorned with horns and possessing 4 arms. As the demon emerged, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, a thin layer of frost forming on the ground. Even the viewers of the live broadcast felt a chill wash over them, instinctively tightening their clothing. The presence of this demon was disconcerting, particularly upon locking eyes with it. The audience experienced a sense of vertigo, as if the demon could siphon their very souls. Gazing into its eyes incited an unsettling desire to worship it. Suddenly, the live stream flickered, jolting them back to reality. What on earth was I just thinking? How could I have developed faith in this monstrous entity? Goodness, I am not alone in this sentiment. I thought I was the only one harboring such thoughts. The audience in the live stream began to flood the chat with messages. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that everyone had been struck by the same idea. A chill ran through them all. They realized that had it not been for the measures implemented in the live stream, they might have succumbed to becoming followers of the monster after their shared gaze. What manner of beast is this? How does it possess such sinister abilities? Offer me your blood and sustenance, my followers, and I shall grant you eternal life. Before the summoned demon could continue its incantation, it cast a glance around and noticed the bodies strewn across the floor. Judging by their adornments, they appeared to be its acolytes. Flames erupted from its eyes as it roared in fury. Who dares to lay a hand on my followers? I shall tear them asunder. The demon's gaze locked onto the demon hunter, standing resolutely nearby. The audience held their breath. They had just witnessed the creature's powers and understood the peril of meeting its gaze. Would the individual confronting the demon withstand its wrath? To everyone's astonishment, the moment the demon laid eyes on the hunter, its form visibly trembled. How can this be? It quivered. For the first time, it felt a fear deeper than that instilled by the demon king, as if the person before it was more terrifying than the king himself. In a sudden deflation, the demon shrank down to the size of a bowl, transforming into a mere dark orb, trembling at the bottom. The summoned demon was inherently weak. The summoning ritual was incomplete, and this was merely a fragment of the demon's essence, lacking in true power. It was swiftly filled with dread by the presence of the hunter. The hunter approached the thunderous force. As the demon saw the lightning drawing near, it shrieked in terror. No, don't come any closer. The lightning opened wide its maw, and with a swift motion, engulfed the trembling demon, swallowing it whole. It chewed briefly, finding it insufficient to satisfy its appetite, and tasted nothing of significance. Such a lowly demon fragment was beneath the hunter's notice. The audience in the live stream erupted with a barrage of question marks. Is it over? Is that it? What a spectacle. This was an easy kill. The hunter, accompanied by the force of thunder, exited the basement. As they departed the villa, those lying in ambush outside rushed in, apprehending everyone within, leaving no one behind. The state demanded to interrogate them about their involvement with this summoning ritual. Even if this demon fragment was eradicated, it would not count as a true victory, as the demon itself remained alive and could expend some energy to return once more. The thunder began to track the next demon's whereabouts, leading them to an abandoned school. A group of individuals, some carrying equipment and others wielding tools, halted before the building. Are we prepared? Has anyone gone in to set things up? This dilapidated school resembles a precarious structure. One might wonder if it could collapse. It is unlikely. Should it reach such a critical state, authorities would intervene and have it demolished. A team of streamers has established their presence outside the school. The host, Su Li, stands idly by, empty-handed, while her two assistants diligently provide her with water, food, and a fan to stave off the oppressive heat. Though night has fallen, the air remains stifling, and even the slightest breeze carries warmth. They busily set up their equipment, soon breaking into a sweat. Impatiently, Su Li inquires, how much longer? Where are the prop coordinators? Why haven't they emerged yet? Just a bit longer, Su. Would you like to review the script? We wouldn't want any missteps during filming, one assistant suggests. Grabbing the script, Su Li flips through a few pages before casting it aside. It's merely the same old tropes, nothing to forget. Su, your popularity has slipped out of the top 10. If it weren't for those two rising streamers, you wouldn't be in this predicament, her assistant comments. The two newcomers are, of course, Lian Qian and Wenguyu. Lian Qian, a former food streamer, had little overlap with Su Li's outdoor adventure theme. But Wenguyu also ventured into the realm of outdoor exploration. Their content significantly intersects, with the distinction that Wenguyu's south adventures take place in desolate mountains, where she forages for fruits and catches fish and rabbits. Initially, her viewership was lower than Su Li's thrilling horror explorations. However, when a live stream of Wenguyu was unexpectedly broadcasted on the Tiandao platform, her popularity surged dramatically. Despite no longer appearing on Tiandao, her stream's viewership has remained robust, even surpassing Su Li's and displacing her from the top 10 rankings. This setback has cost Su Li considerably. Her team has devised a bold strategy to reclaim the spotlight, aiming to attract attention before the year's end. Otherwise, she risks missing out on the coveted rewards for the top 10 streamers, which include a full day of homepage promotion and substantial monetary bonuses. With the current fascination surrounding illusionists and monsters, they proposed an audacious concept, a nighttime live stream featuring a female host encountering monsters in an abandoned school. Such a title would undoubtedly capture the interest of many viewers. The attention would follow, regardless of the authenticity of their claims, as few have ventured into this realm of monstrous live streams. Previously, Su Li's horror explorations merely involved visiting sites with tragic histories, staging a mystery game. True terror relied heavily on ambience, complemented by Su Li's occasional screams of fright and her dramatic movements, captivating her audience. Otherwise, her popularity would not have flourished as it did. Xiao Sulilai tidied her hairstyle and donned an ultra-short skirt, complemented by high heels. Are we ready? She urged the others. Alright, let's get started. The team responsible for arranging the props stepped forward, setting everything in place while the actors took their positions, hidden somewhere within the school, awaiting the hostess' arrival. Xiao Sulilai signaled for the cameraman to commence. For authenticity, they intended to stream live, enhancing the realism of the experience. The broadcast began. Xiao Sulilai first introduced the school's background, emphasizing that it had once been a neglected graveyard. This evening, she would spend the night within its walls. During her stay, she planned to conduct a summoning ritual she had discovered online. Upon hearing her words, the viewers in the live chat became exhilarated, urging her to enter quickly, showering her with gifts. Witnessing such fervent enthusiasm from her audience right from the start, Xiao Sulilai felt reassured that her decision was indeed the right one. By the time this live session concluded, her popularity would surely eclipse that of Wenguyu. Winding her waist, Xiao Sulilai strolled into the school. The entrance had long been damaged, allowing easy access from the outside. In the darkness, she wielded a flashlight that illuminated the shattered windows. The fractured glass reflected the light, casting ethereal shadows within, though the interior remained obscured. The dilapidated exterior of the school, coupled with the night's darkness, contributed to an eerie atmosphere. Xiao Sulilai made her way to the ground floor and entered the first level of the teaching building. The spacious corridor was littered with debris that had been left behind, decayed papers, and a chair with a broken leg carelessly discarded outside the classrooms. a gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing the glass windows to rattle. Behold, this school has been abandoned for years. Let us find a suitable location for the summoning ritual. Chapter 55. The demon hunter in the mirror Xiao Sulai inspected each classroom, ultimately selecting room 404 on the 4th floor. She produced 2 palm-sized round mirrors and positioned them at the center of the classroom. Once the mirrors were secured, she took out a white candle. The items required for the summoning ritual were quite simple: a mirror, a candle, a lighter, and a red watercolor pen. The white candle was placed a short distance in front of the mirror. With a click, she ignited the candle using the lighter and turned off her flashlight. The mirror reflected the candle and its flickering flame, along with Xiao Sulai's visage. Due to the mirror's size, her face was not fully captured. She had to lean in closely to see herself. Pop. She removed the cap from the red watercolor pen and drew a somewhat imperfect circle on the floor. Then, within the circle, she sketched a hexagram. The design for the summoning ritual was straightforward. Simply draw a circle and then a hexagram, with the crucial detail of adding an eye in the very center of the hexagram. In this pivotal moment, it is ideally suggested to utilize human blood, yet the host, fearing pain, opted for chicken blood as a substitute. Xiao retrieved a pre-packed bag of chicken blood from her small bag, dipped a pen into it, and subsequently marked the center of the hexagram. With this accomplished, the next step was to recite the incantation to summon the spirit. It was said that once the spirit was called forth, it could fulfill any wish. The audience in the live stream showered her with gifts, urging her to commence without delay. Xiao pressed her palms together and squatted before the mirror. Although she ought to have knelt, she deemed the floor too unclean and feared that kneeling in her short skirt would harm her knees. Xiao began reciting the incantation she had memorized from the internet. Return, 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 O spirit of the other world, heed my call and cross over from the mirror. Suddenly, the candlelight flickered as a gust of wind rose within the classroom, extinguishing the candles. Xiao was taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. The ritual was meant to succeed, with a planned monster bursting through the door, leading her into a harrowing escape. Why had the candles gone out? She glanced outside but saw no wind blowing through the window, and the glass remained still. That gust felt as though it had emanated from within the room itself. A shiver ran down Xiao's spine. Even if the candles had unexpectedly extinguished, the monster was still supposed to emerge. How could she continue without it? At that moment, illuminated by the light of the live stream, a genuine fear washed over her face. The viewers began to believe that this time, Xiao was ad-libbing, for she had never been particularly skilled at acting. Most had tuned in merely to witness her expressions. Xiao's fear deepened as she turned her gaze to the camera. Behind the lens stood her assistant, who was also aware of the live stream's predicament. Without the scheduled monster's appearance, the broadcast could not continue. Internally, the assistant cursed, wondering how things had gone awry despite numerous reminders. With a glance, the assistant silently inquired if Xiao wished to end the stream or devise a diversion to placate the audience. In the darkness, Xiao could not perceive her assistant's expression. She switched on her flashlight, preparing to offer an explanation when, without warning, a figure cloaked in black burst through the classroom's back door. Ah! Xiao shrieked, and in her haste to stand, her foot knocked the mirror to the ground. As she screamed, she bolted toward the front door, relief flooding her that the monster had responded. Otherwise, the live stream would have faced disaster. However, in her moment of fear and tension, she stumbled on the staircase, twisting her ankle. The cameraman trailing behind her did not run swiftly, merely capturing the frantic silhouette of her escape. In a moment, someone would be waiting downstairs to capture the visage of the young Su Li. All that was required was to film her descending the stairs. Just as he became engrossed in his task, an immense pressure suddenly assailed him from behind. Someone lunged at him, toppling him to the ground. Crash! The camera clattered to the floor, its lens shattered. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a searing pain struck him. Ah! Su Li, while running down the staircase, heard that agonizing scream. Her foot slipped, and she nearly tumbled down the stairs. She sat on the floor, her expression one of bewilderment. Was this scene scripted? Behind her, heavy footsteps echoed. Trembling, Su Li raised her flashlight to illuminate the source. A towering figure emerged, blood dripping from the corner of its mouth, its eyes wide and white, advancing towards her. Terrified, Su Li screamed, attempting to rise, but her injured foot rendered her immobile. Just as despair began to engulf her, a large dog suddenly lunged forth, knocking the figure down. The demon hunter, appearing from nowhere, stood before her. The creature's mouth dripped with foul saliva, its hands transforming into gnarled claws with protruding veins. The hunter reached towards its forehead, poised to strike. Abruptly, its head split open, and a grotesque, black, multi-legged creature leapt out. It moved with lightning speed, darting towards the hunter's eyes. The hunter turned, and with a swift motion, trapped the creature with his fingers. Applying pressure, the creature emitted a pitiful shriek before being crushed. The hunter tossed it into the maw of thunder, who swallowed it whole, licking its lips afterward. Who are you? Could it be that Su Li had seen the videos on the Tiandao website? A wave of joy surged within her. Had she inadvertently joined a live broadcast? The hunter remained silent, striding up the stairs to the room where the ritual was to be conducted. Thunder followed closely, sniffing the ground. Soon, it discovered the mirror lying on the floor. Woof! Thunder barked twice at the mirror. The hunter, in silence, approached and picked up the mirror. It reflected his emotionless face. Suddenly, the reflection of the hunter in the mirror grinned widely, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 56. Resistance. Fearless struggle. The hunter's gaze sharpened. He perceived the presence of a demon of at least celestial rank, yet he felt no fear. Thunder. Woof! The dog erupted into flames of deep purple, composed of pure energy, capable of inflicting significant harm on demons. The hunter drew his long axe, standing silently by. A fierce killing intent gleamed in his eyes. In the mirror, the hunter's lips gradually stretched, tearing at the corners, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, still glistening with blood. Thunder charged forward. It opened its mouth and bit into the mirror. The once grinning reflection twisted violently. Crack! The mirror shattered into several shards. From within, a dark mass emerged, subsequently coalescing into a humanoid form at the center of the classroom. The visage of this figure shifted, ultimately resembling that of little Suli, her flushed face gazing intently at the demon hunter, her eyes speaking volumes. In the next instant, the long axe swung down, slicing through mercilessly, splitting it in two. The demon's body collapsed to the ground, convulsing momentarily before sprouting countless tendrils of flesh that intricately reconnected the severed halves. It convulsed again. Its form writhed as if infested with countless insects beneath its skin, mending the ruptured body. However, before it could regain its footing, Thunder lunged forward, biting into a piece of flesh and tearing into it with ferocity. Soon, the demon's body began to fracture once more. Thunder, in a relentless frenzy, inflicted grave wounds with each vicious bite. Just as Thunder was fully engaged in its assault, the demon's arm inexplicably elongated, striking Thunder with its claw. A sickening sound echoed as the claw pierced through Thunder's abdomen. Woof! Thunder howled in pain, then transformed into a wisp of black smoke, merging into the demon hunter's body. The demon on the ground grinned malevolently, its gaze fixed on the hunter as if to declare, "You are next." The wounds inflicted by Thunder began to heal rapidly, leaving no trace behind. The demon stood upright, its arms dragging across the ground, claws extending over a meter in length. They scraped the earth, leaving deep gouges in their wake. It extended its long tongue, licking its face with a sinister chuckle. "Soon it will be your turn." Suddenly, the demon hunter looked down and let out a low, chilling laugh, a sound laced with a muted, oppressive madness. He removed his hood, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that glowed ominously in the darkness, brimming with a fierce thirst for blood. Sometimes, playing the silent lamb can lead to a more merciful end. He flexed his hands and stepped forward. Crack! The ground fractured like a spider's web beneath him. Whoosh! The demon hunter appeared before the demon, axe held high. The demon hastily raised its claws in a futile attempt to block the impending strike. Resistance, a defiant struggle. A cruel smile curled at the hunter's lips as the axe descended. Thud! The demon let out a blood-curdling scream as its hands were severed. This time, it could not heal, yet the hunter's assault did not relent. Another axe fell. Thud! A piece of the demon's body plummeted to the ground. The axe continued its relentless descent, the demon's screams intermingling with the splatter of flesh. Ha ha ha! Amidst the demon's anguished cries, the hunter erupted into joyous laughter. Slaughter always brings me immense pleasure. The gaze of the monster hunter is both cruel and frenzied. To him, demons are but lambs under his blade. Who grants you the audacity to resist? It appears you have forgotten the terror I instilled in you a decade ago. Ha 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 ha! Wail! Scream! Ha 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 ha! The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. The typically silent and composed monster hunter, who even intervenes to save others, now resembles a mad butcher, especially his crimson eyes, which appear even more sinister in the darkness, blurring the line between what is truly terrifying, the demon or him. The heavy axe falls repeatedly, splattering blood upon his face, further enhancing the gruesome tableau before them. The monster hunter licked his lips. Nearby, the black diamond swayed gently, its hue deep and dark, like an abyss ready to pull all who gaze upon him into its endless depths. Madness filled his eyes, a frenzy capable of tearing apart any foe, yet it threatened to engulf him as well. The audience, witnessing the monster hunter's gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Such a look could not belong to a sane individual, until, woof, a plume of black smoke erupted from the monster hunter's body, coalescing on the ground into a large black dog. Thunder, upon emerging, barked loudly at the monster hunter. He halted his raised hand, and the crimson hue in his eyes began to fade. The madness receded, leaving behind only the usual silence. The monster hunter stared at his blood-soaked hands, ultimately attempting to reach out to the dog's head. Thunder wrinkled his canine face in disdain, but did not back away. The monster hunter paused, and then Thunder leaned in, licking the hunter's hand. A low chuckle escaped the hunter's lips, devoid of the previous madness. His entire demeanor shifted, resembling a rabid dog now tethered. In this moment, the audience found it difficult to discern who truly held the leash. On the ground, the demon had dissolved into a blurred mosaic. To avoid disrupting the audience's experience, the live stream refrained from shifting the camera to that scene. Meanwhile, the monster hunter retrieved a handkerchief and meticulously began to wipe the blood from his hands and face. Once finished, he discarded the cloth onto the demon's corpse. The moment the handkerchief made contact, azure flames erupted around the demon. As the flames consumed it, the body was reduced to a charred pile of ash. Curiously, the fire only burned upon the demon's blood. Nearby paper and chairs, even if tainted by blood, remained unscathed, leaving no trace of scorch upon the chair. The monster hunter removed his hood and replaced it, obscuring much of his face and concealing the dangerous and frenzied aura that surrounded him. At that moment, he appeared merely as a silent, harmless passerby, provoking no undue attention except from his attire. However, the viewers in the live stream understood otherwise. The Witcher appears to embody two distinct personalities. Once unleashed, he becomes utterly unrecognizable. His fury is truly terrifying. Chapter 57. When death knocks at the door, even in silence, it is evident to the onlookers that he is not to be underestimated, particularly with that formidable beast, Thunder, at his side, an entity to be approached with utmost caution. As the Witcher, accompanied by Thunder, emerged from the school, he passed by the lifeless body of his assistant, sprawled in a pool of blood. His stride remained unbroken until he spotted the petite figure of Su Li standing at the staircase. He brushed past her, when suddenly, Thunder bared his teeth and growled menacingly. The Witcher turned his head. Su Li offered him a smile. Yet, the Witcher sensed no malevolent aura emanating from her. Thunder refrained from lunging at her, perhaps detecting an underlying malice, thus issuing a warning. The Witcher continued on, and Suli stood quietly at the staircase, her silhouette swallowed by the shadows. Upon the Witcher's departure from the dilapidated school, individuals from the government entered, tasked with cleaning up the aftermath. As he rounded a corner, a sudden notification from the system chimed. Ding! A collaborative script has been triggered. Completing this role will yield a mysterious reward. Would you like to activate the collaborative script? The Witcher paused, intrigued. He examined the newly activated script and discovered that it allowed the simultaneous portrayal of 2 character templates, significantly enhancing the acquisition of subversive value and enriching the character's depth. A successful performance would hasten the unlocking of abilities. Thus, he resolved to initiate the script and uncover its nature. Ding! 50,000 subversive points deducted. The collaborative script is now active. Please execute the forthcoming narrative flawlessly. The script infiltrated the Witcher's mind. To the audience in the live stream, it appeared as if the Witcher had momentarily halted at the corner, lost in contemplation. As if he had stumbled upon a revelation. After a brief pause, he rounded the corner to find a figure standing before him, a person clad in a robe of magic, holding a crystal ball. The individual's face was obscured beneath a wizard's hat, revealing only a pointed chin. Care for a divination, my friend? The figure inquired. With a flourish, 78 tarot cards cascaded from his sleeve, floating elegantly before the Witcher, their backs turned towards him. The Witcher raised his gaze and spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Destiny never chooses me. How would you know without trying, my friend? Choose 3 cards, the diviner urged with a smile. The Witcher's hand extended, his fingers, accustomed to wielding a long axe, were calloused and rough. He selected the 3 cards closest to him. As the remaining cards returned to the diviner's sleeve, the 3 chosen cards revealed themselves. One depicted the magician, another death, and the last judgment. Notably, the death card lay face up. The diviner, upon gazing at the 3 cards, shook his head. When death comes knocking, does the arbiter wield a staff or a deck of cards? The inverted magician suggests, my friend, that you are in a bit of trouble lately. I hope you can emerge unscathed from this clash of fate. A word of caution. My friend, avoid venturing outside if you can. With that, the diviner vanished silently, leaving behind the 3 tarot cards, which also disappeared into thin air. A thunderous bark jolted the demon hunter back to reality. He pondered the diviner's earlier words, avoid venturing outside. However, having just slain 1 demon, he still had 99 more to hunt, so staying indoors was not an option. Thunder, let us proceed. The demon hunter resumed his pursuit of the remaining fiends, uncovering those lurking in the shadows throughout the city and dispatching them one by one. Given the feeble strength of these demons, most of which were of human or earthly rank, the hunting process proved exceedingly smooth. At times, he could even conclude matters with a mere flash of thunder. In a brief span of 3 hours, the demon hunter had eradicated over 50 demons. Each demon bore a unique form. Some had transformed into human likenesses, blending among the populace, while others clung to humans, gradually gnawing at their souls. Some had even morphed into animals of the city, quietly awaiting their prey under the cloak of darkness. In this nocturnal ballet, those demons that emerged to feast soon encountered the demon hunter, who also prowled the night. In the shadows, the aura of danger emanating from the demon hunter grew more subtle, yet profoundly terrifying. The demons, initially seeking a gluttonous banquet, found themselves unexpectedly confronted by the demon hunter, meeting a grim fate at his hands. The thick scent of blood wafted through the air, even through the screen. The audience seemed to catch a whiff of it. The scenes of slaughter were indescribably intense. Within these 3 hours, over 50 demons fell beneath the razor's edge of the demon hunter's axe, sending chills down the spines of the viewers who followed the live broadcast. How many had he slain? I distinctly remember this being the 55th. No, counting the earlier one, it was 56. What was his name? What manner of creatures had he vanquished? Unlike the illusionist, who despised silence and thrived in the cacophony, immersing himself in art and ever poised for a performance, the demon hunter remained resolutely mute. He spoke only in moments of madness or when addressing thunder, preferring to maintain his silence. He was akin to the tranquil darkness of a shadowy forest. Behind that silence lay an undeniable peril. All that was known was his relentless quest for something. Once found, his axe would descend with unwavering resolve. In the footage, Thunder continued to seek traces of the next quarry, with the demon hunter always lingering a short distance behind. As the wind swept through, the hood was lifted, revealing a pair of eyes intoxicated by the satisfaction of hunting demons. A roar echoed, followed by anguished cries. Once again, several demons perished beneath the blade of the great axe. This time, Thunder, guided by the scent of a demon, arrived in a desolate wilderness. There lay a grand hillside, adorned with blooming flowers, where a few white rabbits perched, their ears twitching adorably. Several fawns grazed, their heads bent low, listening intently to the enchanting music played by the performer. With a light-hearted hum accompanying the melody, the sound was so delightful it could make one forget all troubles. Yet this idyllic scene was shattered by the intrusion of the demon hunter, whose stench of blood frightened away all spectators. Chapter 58. The half-werewolf emerging from the water mirror. A heavy note from the piano echoed as it was struck, the profound sound revealing the performer's boundless fury. There is always someone who disrupts my performance. Why can they not understand that disturbing a serious artist is an act of great immorality? The illusionist waved his hand in anger, causing the piano before him to vanish, a mere illusion. He turned to face the encroaching demon hunter. Upon locking eyes with the hunter, a sense of caution arose within him. This was no ordinary musician. Perhaps it was the hunter's frequent descent into madness that heightened his sensitivity to such individuals. The illusionist, undoubtedly, bore a resemblance to him. Both possessed a certain madness, yet the illusionist maintained a cooler composure. His madness was one of calm control, stemming from a talent that transcended the ordinary, leaving him misunderstood by others. The illusionist could govern himself, a stark contrast to the demon hunter. Thunder sniffed the air. The scent of the demon lingered only briefly, while none remained on the illusionist. Thus, it kept a vigilant gaze upon him. After all, the mask worn by the illusionist appeared sinister, compounded by his contradictory aura, indicating he was no simple character. Upon catching sight of the demon hunter, the illusionist sighed softly. An imperfect existence. You resemble a grotesque creation, which disturbs me. Perhaps I could transform you into an exquisite piece of art. No, not merely exquisite. It is indeed vexing. Perhaps perfection is your ultimate destiny, but that requires a longer wait. The illusionist rested his forehead in apparent distress. The demon hunter, on high alert, had drawn his great axe, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the illusionist. The audience grew anxious. What was transpiring? How could these two encounter one another? Surely, they would not engage in combat. Alas, the illusionist deemed the demon hunter an imperfect creation, and he had always rejected imperfection. What had happened to the last one he deemed imperfect? Transformed into a puppet by the illusionist. This was dire. The man accompanied by the dog was surely doomed. The Swona began to play. It was time to lift the coffin. With a snap of his fingers, two lordly puppets appeared beside the illusionist, the Lord of the Divine Sword and the Lord of the Water Mirror. Thunder bared its teeth and growled lowly. As the water curtain rose, a shimmering reflection emerged, standing before the demon hunter. Caught unawares, he found himself immediately mirrored upon the surface. His figure appeared within the water's depths, and the reflection began to contort. The demon hunter was momentarily taken aback as he beheld his own visage. His black eyes gradually transforming into a fiery red, the expression within them spiraling into madness. Furry, deep gray hair sprouted upon his countenance, and sharp canines erupted from his mouth. The transformation from man to beast commenced. Gazing at the unsettling metamorphosis within the mirror, the demon hunter's pupils dilated, and he instinctively recoiled in disbelief. Frantically, he touched his own face, relieved to find no trace of the fur that had begun to manifest in the reflection. Yet, the creature within the mirror underwent a dramatic transformation. Its entire form became cloaked in a layer of fur, menacing fangs glistening as foul drool dripped from its maw. This was a savage beast, a wolf-headed humanoid. Its bulging muscles tore through its attire, and its once smooth hands were now enveloped in thick fur, morphing into lethal claws. It was a werewolf. The demon hunter's eyes glinted with a crimson hue, his emotions surging tumultuously as the blood within him boiled. He began to gasp for breath. As if the mirror revealed the most dreaded vision, his deepest, unspoken secret, long buried within his soul. With a sudden, desperate swing of his battle axe, he aimed to shatter the mirror, believing that by breaking it, his hidden truth would remain concealed. However, the axe was met with a claw that blocked its path. The clash echoed like the sound of metal striking stone, as sparks flew from the confrontation between the axe and the claw, neither yielding. It was then revealed that the half-werewolf within the mirror had extended a claw to thwart the demon hunter's strike, safeguarding the mirror from damage. With the axe held at bay, the creature grasped it firmly, and gradually, the half-werewolf stepped forth from the mirror. The demon hunter's heart raced at the sight of this creature emerging. Momentarily shaken, he faltered in his assault. By the time the half-werewolf fully materialized, it was too late. The presence of the water mirror was familiar to the onlookers, a tactic previously employed by the water mirror lord against an illusionist. Alas, that attempt had ended in tragedy, the lord falling victim to the very illusionist he sought to vanquish. Now, they would witness the true power of this water mirror. The demon hunter endeavored to reclaim his axe from the grip of the half-werewolf, only to discover that the immense strength emanating from the weapon matched his own, rendering him unable to retrieve it. His pupils constricted in alarm. Thunder! He called out sharply. At his summons, Thunder, poised to pounce, lunged forward with ferocity, colliding with the half-werewolf and propelling it backwards by 5 meters. The force of the impact caused the creature to loosen its grip, allowing the demon hunter to reclaim his axe. Immediately, the demon hunter pursued, his long axe swinging towards the half-werewolf. The half-werewolf, momentarily restrained by Thunder, seemed unable to evade the impending strike. Yet, a malicious grin crept across the half-werewolf's face as he tilted his head skyward and let out a chilling howl. A wood of thunder, which had been fiercely clinging to the half-werewolf's arm, hesitated. At this moment, the demon hunter had closed in, his axe poised to cleave the half-werewolf's skull. However, the strike never fell, for the thunder, turning back with ferocity, sank its teeth into the hunter's throat. The demon hunter, having placed his trust entirely in the thunder, had left himself unguarded. The bite drew forth a copious flow of blood. Had the hunter not possessed the strength befitting a lord, the thunder's jaws might have severed his neck. The demon hunter staggered, forcefully pushing the thunder aside and clutching his bleeding neck. His gaze filled with fury directed at the half-werewolf. He realized that it was this half-werewolf who had incited the thunder's aberrant behavior. The half-werewolf's smile widened with malevolence, reveling in the spectacle of betrayal. Subsequently, it extended its clawed hand, lunging at the demon hunter. The hunter bowed his head, gasping for breath. Drip, drip, drip. Blood splattered onto the ground, blooming like crimson flowers. Chapter 59. A breakthrough in crisis. The tide turns? The atmosphere felt heavy. Perhaps we should introduce some music? The sound of a Swona echoed. A mournful funeral dirge filled the air. As the music played, the half-werewolf's claws descended upon the demon hunter, poised to rend him in two. Yet, the demon hunter lifted his gaze, and his expression transformed entirely. His eyes burned with a crimson hue, and the gaping wound on his neck, once bleeding profusely, had healed, leaving only a ghastly scar. He lunged at the half-werewolf, and they grappled fiercely. His madness erupted, momentarily overpowering the half-werewolf. Both were marked with numerous wounds. The claws raked across the hunter's face, splitting the skin and causing blood to gush forth. In retaliation, the demon hunter carved a deep gash into the half-werewolf, exposing bone amidst the raw flesh. Undeterred, the half-werewolf bit into the hunter's arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Their frenzy escalated, their movements mirroring one another. The distinction lay in the half-werewolf's claws compared to the demon hunter's axe. Though the adage claims that length grants strength, the half-werewolf's claws were formidable, and it was intimately familiar with the hunter-s assaults. Every strike, every anticipated move, was clear to the half-werewolf. The more the demon hunter fought, the more he felt as if this half-werewolf were a reflection of himself, unyielding to pain, relentlessly attacking despite grievous injuries. Yet, the demon hunter's own madness paled in comparison to that of the half-werewolf. Engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange of wounds was a perilous strategy for the demon hunter. After all, this is merely one of the abilities possessed by the Lord of Water Mirror. Even if the half-werewolf were to perish at his hands, 2 other lords would still await him. The demon hunter seized an opportunity to free himself from the half-werewolf's clutches. His stamina had diminished considerably, and if he were to remain entangled any longer, he would surely meet a grim fate. The demon hunter discerned that both lords were under the control of the illusionist. If he could capture the illusionist, he might still have a chance to escape. However, before he could catch his breath, the half-werewolf wrapped around him once more. This time, the Lord of Water Mirror commenced his assault. From a distance, he conjured a barrage of water arrows, hurling them relentlessly towards the demon hunter. As fate would have it, the demon hunter inadvertently fell victim to one of the water arrows. Although it appeared small, it pierced through his body with alarming ease. While evading the onslaught of water arrows, he maneuvered closer to the illusionist. With a flick of his right hand, the Lord of the Divine Sword instantly positioned himself in front of the illusionist. The audience in the live stream held their breath. Do not approach. The illusionist is terrifying. It would be wise to seek an escape. Flee. Do not confront the illusionist, for his illusions are the most dreadful. Indeed, those unfamiliar with the illusionist's true prowess, upon witnessing his control over puppets, would naturally assume that he lacked offensive capabilities. Who could have anticipated that the illusionist himself was the most formidable of all? It was disheartening. Initially, while observing the demon hunter's ruthless methods against monsters, one might have viewed him as a savior, a good soul. Yet here he was, on the verge of demise. Alas, none could have foreseen the true horror of the illusionist, especially when there were those who still deemed him weak before he effortlessly dispatched 5 lords. Just recalling it sends shivers down the spine. 5 tolls of the bell. Burying 5 lords. In this battle, the illusionist had ascended to divinity. The illusionist shall forever be revered. Regrettably, they understood the terror of the illusionist. Yet this did not imply that the man with the dog shared the same awareness. Judging by their previous interactions, it seemed they had not encountered one another before. The demon hunter evaded the Lord of the Divine Sword and charged directly towards the illusionist. What power did the lords possess? Ding. Your character aligns perfectly with the established persona, earning the recognition of the vast majority, unlocking the second and third abilities, deducting 10,000 disruption points. In the conflict between the demon hunter and the illusionist, the previously accumulated progress surged forth, unlocking 2 abilities in rapid succession. The ability of wolf transformation, stemming from the half-demon blood coursing through your veins, will enhance your capabilities by 80% while significantly increasing your defenses. However, the longer this state persists, the more you will gradually lose your sanity. The domain of madness will amplify your abilities by 1% for every second you remain in that state. What then? Is the ultimate conclusion of such madness? Perhaps it is a consequence of the demon hunter's own nature, or perhaps a reflection of the persona he has chosen to embody. The 2 abilities unlocked by the demon hunter are both intertwined with madness, and each surpasses the last in its insanity. Upon witnessing these abilities, Shun Yin's lips twitched, nearly breaking character and affecting his portrayal. These are, indeed, abilities that exchange sanity for power. Is it merely a matter of me unleashing my full potential? Achieving an attack power of 10,000 and an intellect of 10,000, Shun Yin steadied his inner turmoil, managing to conceal any inappropriate expressions. This particular script required him to juggle 2 roles, which was inherently challenging, compounded by the complexity of the narrative. It was not solely a collaboration with the illusionist. If the system intended for Shun Yan's character to interact, it could have done so long ago. There must be something distinctive at play. Shun Yin immersed himself in the role, effortlessly embodying each character as if he were transforming into them. Yet, this was merely an act. While he was fully engaged during the performance, he could detach himself instantaneously upon the conclusion of the script. He reveled in the experience, not only to acquire the character's abilities, but also because he genuinely enjoyed the sensation. Upon obtaining 2 abilities, the demon hunter's strength surged significantly. Once he activated his domain, his presence transcended that of a mere lord, seemingly poised to breach the threshold to a higher realm. Yet, he was still a step away. This step, though appearing close, felt as distant as the heavens from the earth, a formidable divide to traverse. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the demon hunter to confront 2 lords. The illusionist did not remain stationary. His figure melded into the illusions, becoming an ethereal presence. As the demon hunter launched his attack, the illusionist transformed into a wisp of green smoke. The sound of the swona continued to resonate, intensifying, with the rhythmic beating of drums joining in unexpectedly. The illusionist materialized not far away, humming. Can you guess how he smiles while weeping? The demon hunter swung his axe, effortlessly sending the 2 obstructing lords flying. His frenzy escalated. Empowered by the domain, his might grew exponentially, each strike generating shockwaves that obliterated everything in their vicinity. The ground sank several meters, fissures gaping wide and unfathomable. He drew closer to the illusionist, unconsciously narrowing the distance until he seized the illusionist. The axe struck the illusionist's form. In the next instant, the demon hunter collapsed to the ground. Chapter 60. A joke. The illusionist's pacifism. No one knew how the demon hunter had fallen. The illusionist's magic left no trace. Imperceptible to all. This is your curtain call. The illusionist knelt, his hand gliding over the demon hunter's body. When he rose, a heart pulsed within his palm, still beating. Subsequently, the illusionist departed with the two puppet lords. The thunder had long since dissipated into black smoke, merging with the demon hunter's essence. With the demon hunter's demise, so too would it perish. The viewers in the live stream fell into a hushed silence. Though they had anticipated that the dog-wielding individual would be no match for the illusionist, witnessing his death extinguished any inclination for jest. Everyone once again grasped the terror embodied by the illusionist. The dread lay not only in his unfathomable power, but also in his character, which defied conventional reasoning. As the audience in the live stream mourned, they also pondered why this broadcast had yet to conclude. After what felt like a protracted 10 minutes. The audience had been watching for over 10 minutes. At this moment, it was likely that the individual was nearing death. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. A woman, shrouded in mystery and clad in black, lifted the demon hunter from the ground. Beneath her feet, a violet light emerged, forming a magical array, and she vanished within its confines. After her disappearance, the viewers in the live stream finally reacted. Goodness, someone has rescued him. Does this imply that the fellow with the dog is unlikely to perish? What a farce. His heart has been extracted. How could he possibly survive? Unless he is not human. If he cannot be saved, then why did this woman come to take him away? Perhaps for dissection? Are you all devils? Then, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The figure of the illusionist appeared next to the pool of blood where the demon hunter had lain. Goodness, the illusionist is still here. But why did he watch passively as someone took the man away? Did you not notice that the illusionist typically transforms his victims into puppets after killing them? Yet this time he did not. Could it be that all of this was within the illusionist's expectations? I recall that he previously mentioned wanting to transform the man with the dog into a more perfect creation. A chilling thought. Brothers, after hearing what you said, my hair stands on end. The illusionist remained in place, beginning to laugh maniacally. Ha! Before my masterpiece is perfect, I must wait. A flawed creation still requires meticulous restoration. And this process is uniquely intriguing. With a wave of his hand, the once destroyed hillside, reduced to rubble, began to mend and reassemble under the illusionist's command. In his grasp, a vivid ruby, glowing red like blood, accentuated the delicate beauty of his hand. His fingers danced gracefully in the air, as if performing a silent symphony. The hillside restored itself seamlessly, showing no signs of its former devastation. Yet, the illusionist gazed upon his creation, seemingly dissatisfied. After some contemplation, he realized that the hillside lacked tender green grass. Thus, like a magician, he reached into the sky with a flourish, and in the palm of his hand, a handful of radiant light appeared, sparkling like starlight, resembling a collection of shattered diamonds. The twinkling light spilled from his hand, cascading onto the ground. Upon contact, the earth immediately sprouted tender shoots, and in mere moments, the hillside was blanketed in lush greenery. The grass grew even more vigorously than before, flourishing splendidly. The viewers in the live stream were left utterly speechless. The ability to effortlessly revive nature, executed by the illusionist, was nothing short of astonishing. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising that someone so dedicated to perfection as the illusionist would not tolerate a damaged lawn and would casually restore it. What on earth? Goodness, 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 goodness. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Am I dreaming? Is this man a druid? What is a druid? In foreign mythology, the druid is a legendary forest goddess, a guardian of the woods, a protector of nature, and a spirit fond of peace. Goodness, what a jest, to claim that the illusionist is a druid. What a farce, to assert that the illusionist cherishes peace. What a laugh, to declare the illusionist as the goddess of the forest. Such notions are not only unscientific, but they also defy common sense. My entire worldview has been utterly shattered. Those upstairs must be aspiring to become puppets of the illusionist. For heaven's sake. I'm out of here. Ever since the illusionist achieved a 5-kill streak, the sycophants have become considerably more subdued. With such an incomprehensible figure, who would dare speak freely? What if one day he whimsically decides to drop into the live stream? Goodness, half the viewers might just be whisked away. After the illusionist effortlessly revived some plants, he vanished once more. His elusive presence has become a norm for the viewers in the stream. Once he disappears, the broadcast comes to a close. The audience understands that this session has concluded. As for the timing of the next live stream, that depends on the whims of the esteemed observer. The stream ends. All who witnessed it are left exhilarated. Subsequently, they eagerly delve into the observer's space, discovering yet another article from him. They roll up their sleeves and click in to savor the read. This latest update reveals the identity of the demon hunter. The demon hunter, a legendary profession, is known to traverse the shadows, instilling fear in all that lurks within darkness. It is said that they possess a canine-like sense of smell, capable of detecting scents imperceptible to ordinary souls. Even from miles away, they can sense the presence of demons. The demon hunters hunt these fiends, growing stronger with each conquest. Thus, they are the most feared adversaries of demons, eagerly anticipating the power they gain from vanquishing their foes. As for demons, their origins remain shrouded in mystery. Some speculate they are birthed from the darkness within human hearts, while others suggest they are denizens of hell. Regardless of their origins, demons thrive on the flesh and souls of humanity, an innate instinct that cannot be altered. Demons can assume countless forms. Yet only the fabled demon hunter can discern their myriad differences. No demon can masquerade undetected before the eyes of a demon hunter. Legends portray demon hunters as bloodthirsty and mad, yet this profession has long been lost to time, until the emergence of a new demon hunter. Chapter 61. Things become interesting upon reaching this point. All are aware that the demon hunter is indeed synonymous with the one who walks alongside a dog. As this is his title, it seems there remains but a single demon hunter, and his fate is uncertain. Alas, what can be done when he encounters an illusionist? Such is destiny. Soon after, the major chat groups buzzed with activity once more. The groups associated with the Heavenly Tao website welcomed a plethora of newcomers. Puppet No. 18. The illusionist is truly remarkable. I say, alas, the demon hunter is a great loss. If he has indeed perished, who shall contend with the demons? Dream speech. Anyone can become a demon hunter. Report from the Little Prince. In these times, it seems that chaos is imminent. Unique loss. I have heard that there are many individuals rampaging and vandalizing in the streets lately. 007. Such individuals will not last long. White, indeed. The public order in our great Xi'an nation remains stable. October. Have you all practiced the cultivation techniques announced by the observer? Vast fields. I have practiced, and so far, I have made significant progress. This considerable progress, however, was met with skepticism in the group, as it had only been a few days since the observer unveiled the cultivation methods. Even if one began practicing on the first day, such rapid advancement seemed implausible. But soon after, Vast Fields uploaded a rather lengthy video to the group. Members eagerly clicked to view it. In the video, a young man appeared at the center, introducing himself. Hello everyone, I am Tian Hao. Today, I am filming this video to showcase the results I have achieved after practicing the body training chapter. Vast Field's real name is Tian Hao. He stood before a stack of bricks, neatly arranged, totaling 7 in number. He then picked up one brick and forcefully smashed it against the ground. The brick remained intact, not even a crack forming on its surface. Instead, the ground bore a deep impression from the impact. Although the ground was muddy, it indicated the brick's sturdiness. The stack of 7 bricks appeared quite impressive. And Tian Hao stood in front of them. He struck a pose, took a deep breath, and assumed a horse stance before unleashing a powerful shout. With one hand, he brought down a strike. The force was tremendous, and it certainly seemed credible. A loud crack echoed as all 7 bricks were split in half by his bare hands. Wow, wow, wow. The group erupted in exclamations of astonishment. In the video, despite Tian Hao's hands being red and trembling after the feat, only a few days had passed since the cultivation techniques were published. While an ordinary person might break a single brick using some technique, Tian Hao's accomplishment was different. He shattered them purely through sheer strength. To break so many bricks with bare hands, he must have exerted a force of at least 200 to 300 pounds. This surpassed many untrained individuals. Moreover, how long had Tian Hao been training? At this rate, in a month's time, wouldn't he possess strength greater than that of a world champion boxer? Twin stars. I now wish to take the observer as my master. The observer is truly extraordinary. After watching this video, those who had previously practiced a little and then given up were once again inspired to cultivate. Is this not more economical than spending thousands each month on training? Vast Fields, have you all seen it? I want to say more. I'll continue my training. However, practicing the body training techniques requires a substantial amount of food, especially meat, as the consumption is quite high. To acquire knowledge in martial arts requires greater physical stamina. Thus one must eat well to replenish the energy expended. Furthermore, martial arts practice carries the risk of injury, which necessitates ample medicinal herbs for healing. Hence, in ancient times, the saying emerged, to be poor in scholarship is to be rich in martial arts. It is generally the case that only families of considerable wealth can afford to train in martial arts from a young age. In contemporary society, however, the practice of martial arts has largely devolved into a means of physical exercise. The true mastery of martial arts has largely been lost to time, with most of what is publicly displayed being mere spectacles, heavily reliant on performance. Nevertheless, the cultivation of such skills is far from straightforward, a topic for another time, which I shall not delve into now. During this live broadcast, the viewership peaked at an astounding 70 million. Shun Yin's subversion value soared from over 1 million to 287 million, signifying a newfound affluence. This collaborative script indeed generated considerable buzz. And within the framework of this collaborative narrative, the system would provide Shun Yin with auxiliary characters, regardless of their prowess. As long as they did not exceed the rank of a lord, they could be arranged. Each auxiliary character could be exchanged for a mere 10,000 subversion points. Though once the collaborative script concluded, these characters would be reclaimed by the system. One might perceive this as a low-cost rental from the system, necessitating their return upon expiration. As the collaborative script has yet to reach its conclusion, Shun Yin detected a hint of intrigue within the script provided by the system. Thus, he undertook an experiment, the outcome of which remains to be seen in future developments. He closed the system panel and shut his eyes, allowing a myriad of chaotic information to surface in his mind, which he subsequently organized into the data he required. A fortune teller appeared beside Shun Yin, presenting a crystal ball. This time, the divination would not employ tarot cards, but rather an ancient method utilizing the crystal ball. This form of divination demands a heightened sensitivity to one's psychic energy. Without a certain innate talent, it is challenging to glean valid insights. The fortune teller placed the crystal ball on the ground and seated himself cross-legged. In truth, the fortune teller was now under Shun Yin's control. By embodying the fortune teller, Shun Yin could access his abilities. However, since this auxiliary character was not a persona extracted for role-playing, Shun Yin could not utilize his abilities without embodying him. The crystal ball, crafted from a single piece of natural white quartz, exuded clarity, making it an ideal medium for divination. With eyes closed, the fortune teller gently placed a hand upon the crystal ball, while his mind continuously pondered the questions he sought answers to. As he entered a meditative state, a mist seemed to envelop the crystal ball, with the gases swirling within, forming a vague image. After a moment of focused observation, the fortune teller withdrew his hand. The gases within the crystal ball spun for a few revolutions before gradually dissipating, restoring its transparency. Shun Yin received the answers he sought. Initially, he believed the emergence of demons was merely a ruse orchestrated by the system to create fodder for the demon hunter persona. However, since the appearance of the enigmatic woman, Shun Yin realized that this was not the case. Perhaps demons had existed all along. It was merely that Shun Yin's acquisition of the demon hunter identity had unveiled their presence prematurely. Intriguingly, the situation had taken a fascinating turn. Chapter 62. The unashamed foster parents. Shun Yin chose to inhabit Guzheng, In recent days, Gu Zheng has been leading a monotonous life, oscillating between school, the library, and home. The government had approached him several times, yet Gu Zheng declined their offers, citing his desire to experience student life for a while longer before embarking on a career. The authorities acquiesced, agreeing to wait until his university graduation. A prodigy, after all, enjoys myriad privileges. However, recently, the couple who adopted Gu Zheng appear to have caught wind of his potential and have begun visiting his grandmother. They subtly and overtly expressed a desire to take Gu Zheng into their home. If they truly wished to adopt him, they would have done so long ago. They had neglected him for years until discovering his promising future. Now, upon hearing of his prospects, they eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves. They have continued to lament before Gu Zheng's grandmother, portraying their struggles throughout the years. They recounted the hardships of raising their son and the expenses incurred, compounded by their son's enrollment in a prestigious private high school, which would require a significant financial commitment. Their salaries were modest, and despite their efforts, they had not gathered enough funds for their son's tuition. Time was running short, and if they did not secure the money soon, they would miss the upcoming academic year. Their sob story was a theatrical display of grief, complete with tears and wails. The elderly woman, whose heart was already tender, found it hard to remain resolute. Although they had neglected her for years, they were still her children, and she could not bear to turn them away. Gu Zheng's grandmother, trembling, entered the room and retrieved a bankbook from a hidden compartment in her cabinet. Her pension was meager, amounting to a few hundred yuan each month. Supplemented by her earnings from selling vegetables, the bankbook held a total of 100,000 yuan. Her savings for retirement accumulated over the years. Upon presenting the bankbook to the couple, they glanced at it, and their expressions shifted dramatically upon realizing the sum was only 100,000. Mother, are you treating us as strangers? Is Gu Siki not your grandson? Do you not wish for your grandson to receive a quality education and achieve greatness? Lin Xuemei exclaimed with a reproachful tone. Her husband, Gu Ting, dared not question his mother, remaining silent and observing. Moreover, 100,000 was insufficient. The prestigious school charged 200,000 annually. In truth, the yearly fee was merely 100,000, but to elicit more funds, Lin Xuemei exaggerated the amount. Gu Zheng's grandmother understood their implication. They were seeking the monetary gifts given to Gu Zheng by his affluent classmates. Several of his peers had contributed over 300,000 in total, and one parent even gifted Gu Zheng a house, offering to cover all future educational expenses as a token of gratitude. While the house, located in a small county, was not highly valued, its sale could yield a substantial sum. Perhaps they were now coveting that house as well. Gu Zheng's grandmother, a kind-hearted and amiable woman, had endured years of neglect from her children, who had provided no financial support. She also understood the hardships they faced while striving outside, and bore no grievances. She even accepted the scorn directed at Gu Zheng, treating him as if he were her own grandson. Of course, this was also due to Gu Zheng's own cleverness and endearing nature. After a moment of silence, Gu Zheng's grandmother stated, "That money was earned at the cost of Zhengzi's life. I entrusted it to him for safekeeping." Lin Xuemei's face contorted, and she shouted in a sharp voice, "How can you let him manage it? He is still so young. What if he gets deceived?" Gu Zheng's grandmother replied, "Zhengzi is smarter than you think. Who could possibly deceive him?" Speaking of this, her face brimmed with pride. Lin Xuemei shot a glance at her husband, but unfortunately, Gu Ting, sitting silently nearby, dared not speak. This matter weighed heavily on their conscience. He did not possess the audacity to claim the money from his foster son. Furthermore, over the years, they had not given Gu Zheng a single penny. All his school fees were earned by Gu Zheng's grandmother through her vegetable sales. Had they contributed financially, they could have confidently demanded repayment, but now, he found himself at a loss for words. If not for his wife's incessant nagging, he would not have agreed to come along. Observing her husband's silence, Lin Xuemei realized he was of no use. She harbored resentment, thinking, if it weren't for this family and for your son, would I have to toil so hard? Lin Xuemei wiped the corners of her eyes. This was merely a temporary borrowing, with the intention of repaying Gu Zheng once he grew up and earned money. Yet, Gu Zheng's grandmother remained resolute in her refusal. "No need for further discussion. You may take the money from my savings account, but nothing else," she declared. It was only later that she learned from others in the village about how Gu Zheng, alongside his classmates, had fallen into a hellish despair, managing to bring all of them out safely. However, the terror of that abyss was such that even a non-internet savvy elder like her had heard whispers of it. It was akin to playing with one's life. A misstep could result in eternal entrapment. She did not know how Gu Zheng had escaped, but she could surmise that the process must have been incredibly arduous and fraught with danger. After all these years, she had come to realize that the money Gu Zheng had risked his life to earn could not be taken away by that selfish couple, not even a single cent. If they dared to seize it, she would defend it with her very life. After all, she had lived long enough. But Zhengzi was still young and had a bright future ahead. Gu Zheng's grandmother's stance was unwavering. No matter how much Lin Xuemei pleaded, she would not relent. At that moment, Gu Zheng returned from school. "Grandma, I'm back," he announced as he opened the door, only to be met with the sound of a woman wailing inside. Even Gu Zheng, with his impeccable memory, took a few seconds to recognize that it was his foster mother, his legal mother. Unfortunately, after such a long time without seeing her, his feelings for her had grown distant, akin to those of a stranger. Gu Zheng stood at the threshold, hearing the commotion within. It seemed she had not noticed his return. After some contemplation, Gu Zheng retrieved his mobile phone and dialed one of the numbers. "Officer Yin, I recall the state mentioned that if I encounter any issues, I could reach out to you." The voice on the other end responded promptly. "Indeed, Gu student. Is there something amiss? Do not hesitate to express your needs." Gu Zheng conveyed the situation regarding the couple's presence, expressing his desire to avoid any future encounters. After the call ended, a little over 10 minutes elapsed before a group arrived to escort the couple away. Officer Yin reassured him, "Rest assured. They will no longer disturb you, Gu student." Chapter 63. A special promotion script. Voluntary leap into the abyss. Officer Yin was swift in arrival and departure. Gu Zheng's grandmother sighed. Zhengzi, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. She refrained from speaking on behalf of the couple, accepting that this was how life would unfold. Having raised Gu Zheng, she felt no regrets. After finishing their meal, Gu Zheng retreated to his room, opened his computer, and began to search online. He navigated through several servers and decrypted the password to a clandestine website, gaining access. This site had been established merely a month ago, featuring a starkly minimalist layout with a black-red background that imparted a sense of oppression. The page contained several posts, predominantly focused on summoning rituals, each with varying methods and spirits. Some spirits promised beauty, others love, wealth, and even health or longevity. In essence, it offered a plethora of options. And the comments below indicated that some individuals had indeed placed their faith in these practices. Perhaps they were skeptical, or merely indulging in a whim. Yet numerous attempts had been recorded. Some users returned to affirm the efficacy of the rituals, while others vanished without a trace. The website had garnered over 1,000 views, with perhaps dozens of believers and over 100 who had attempted the rituals. Due to its secretive nature, it remained obscure, accessible only via invitation codes, thus evading public scrutiny. Gu Zheng perused the posts, meticulously noting down the details of all the summoning rituals. He discerned a commonality among them. Each required blood as an essential component. Some specified human blood, while others did not impose such restrictions. The more formidable the spirit one sought to summon, the more imperative it became to use human blood. The site described summoning as a benign act, significantly diminishing the fear associated with these rituals. It suggested that participants need only provide the requisite materials for the summoning process. However, this was a gross simplification. The materials merely facilitated the summoning, and once the spirit fulfilled one's wishes, there would be an additional cost to bear. Yet, this crucial information was conspicuously absent from the text. Gu Zheng quickly recognized the inherent traps within these summoning rituals. The fulfillment of desires could not occur without a price, contradicting the principle of equivalent exchange. He searched through the comments left by individuals discussing the spirit summoning rituals and traced their online activities. Following the digital trail, he uncovered the residences of each person. By infiltrating their mobile devices and sifting through their contents, Gu Zheng made several alarming discoveries. For instance, the individual who wished for wealth had indeed come into a substantial fortune. Yet the price paid was the tragic loss of his wife and child in a fatal car accident. The person who longed for love led Gu Zheng to the phone of the man who had promised to confess his feelings, only to reveal that he was entangled with multiple partners, already married with 2 children. Meanwhile, the one who desired beauty lost her health, soon diagnosed with liver cancer. The affluent individual who wished for good health, upon acquiring a robust physique, faced financial ruin due to a failed investment. If one incident could be deemed an accident, the multitude of such occurrences led Gu Zheng to dismiss that notion. Even if they appeared coincidental, he was increasingly convinced that these were the consequences of their wishes. There is a balance to be struck. With every gain comes a corresponding loss. These individuals were perhaps fortunate, as Gu Zheng discovered that several others who had made similar wishes had met untimely deaths. After gathering this information, Gu Zheng initially intended to cease his investigation, recognizing that this particular role possessed no martial prowess. To him, the spirit summoning ritual represented a form of contract, a pact between the summoned spirit and the individual, wherein the spirit is obliged to fulfill a wish in exchange for a price that the human must pay. What that price entails is likely determined by the spirit, with the ultimate outcome of life or death hinging on the spirit's desires. Rather than a benign spirit, it resembled a malevolent force, coveting the very souls of humans. As for why some individuals escaped death, it could be that the malevolence sought something of greater value. Gu Zheng had no intention of partaking in such a perilous contract. The risks were abundantly clear, and it was evident that one would be drawn into a pit of despair unless their life was forfeited. Given this awareness, why would Gu Zheng willingly leap into such a trap? Ding! A special promotion script has been triggered. Completing this script allows the character to ascend directly to a celestial level. Will you accept this script? A direct leap of 2 levels? This exceptional promotion script was an opportunity not to be missed. Shun Yin clicked to accept. System. Prompt 1. Please complete a spirit summoning ritual. Subsequent actions will unlock after the ritual is performed. Failure to complete it results in immediate failure and the absence of further opportunities. Gu Zheng was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had resolved to avoid pitfalls, yet now he was compelled to leap into one, and willingly at that. He stepped out to a local grocery store to procure some necessary items: a mirror, candles, red ink, and duck blood. These were the basic essentials for any spirit summoning ritual. Some more elaborate versions required the offering of a statue, which Gu Zheng found cumbersome and thus opted for a simpler ritual. It was said that this particular summoning could unveil the past and present of an individual. It may seem futile, yet curiosity compels many to experiment. After some contemplation, Gu Zheng descended to the basement and activated the live stream. The audience in the room was sparse, with only a handful present at the onset. Gradually, several hundred individuals arrived after receiving notifications. Finding the turnout inadequate, Gu Zheng tapped a few keys, and suddenly, the number of viewers surged to over 100,000. Greetings, everyone. Today, I shall test a purportedly effective spirit summoning ritual I discovered online. Concurrently, the live stream on the Tiandao website commenced. To my astonishment, I entered just in time to see Brother Gu broadcasting live. We were observing others' broadcasts while those individuals were simultaneously watching their own, creating a peculiar inception of streams. Stop. No nesting allowed. I was nearly at a loss for understanding the term live stream amidst this duality. As the double live stream unfolded, the anticipation heightened. Look, Brother Gu has begun. He has produced a candle. Wait, why does this scene appear so familiar? Goodness, isn't this the same summoning ritual that another streamer performed previously? Warning, Danger ahead. Shield your eyes from the barrage of comments. Brother Gu, please cease at once. Chapter 64. Misfortune knocks. A calamity at home, this is it. Should he truly summon something peculiar, there would be no second demon hunter to intervene. How could someone as astute as Brother Gu engage in such reckless behavior? Surely, he has his own rationale. While we perceive him operating on the first level, his thoughts are traversing the fifth, contemplating matters beyond our comprehension. Gu Zheng placed the candle on the floor and ignited it. Then, he meticulously drew a semicircular design around it, achieving a perfect circle akin to one crafted with a compass. After completing the circular motif, he adorned it with several lines and positioned himself in the center. Holding a mirror to his face, he prepared the duck blood and poured it onto the design. Mirror, oh mirror, please reflect my past and present. The incantation was rather simple, requiring only a triplet of repetitions. After reciting it thrice, the candle on the ground began to flicker and sway without a breeze, as if an invisible entity were exhaling upon the flame. Observing the candle's erratic flickering, Gu Zheng swiftly turned and retrieved a transparent lampshade to cover it. Though the shade had a small break and was deemed unusable, it served perfectly to shield the candle. Once covered, the candle ceased its swaying. Next, Gu Zheng lifted the mirror and began to gaze at his reflection. 10 minutes passed, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Gu Zheng stroked his chin, pondering the lack of change. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Tentatively, he lifted the lampshade. With a whoosh, the candle, eager and impatient, was extinguished in an instant. The surrounding light dimmed abruptly. In the mirror, a response finally emerged. Gu Zheng exclaimed, "Brothers, remember, covering the candle with a lampshade can exploit a glitch. If you have second thoughts during the ritual, give it a try." In 2 live streaming rooms, the number 666 began to appear repeatedly, followed by 6666. The magnificent Gu Shun. One viewer exclaimed, "What a remarkable feat, encountering a bug here." As the candle extinguished, the mirror started to glow. Within its depths, a middle-aged man materialized, clad in a flowing robe reminiscent of an ancient scholar, his hair tied in a traditional style. He bore the unmistakable visage of a destitute scholar from bygone days. It was revealed that Gu Shun, in his previous life, had indeed been an ancient scholar. Judging by his appearance, it seemed he had failed the imperial examination. How tragic. Given Gu Shun's intellect, it was hard to fathom that he could have led such a dismal existence in his past life. Perhaps, it could be that he excelled in the sciences but faltered in the humanities? What? Gu Shun lacks proficiency in the humanities? Surely you jest. Another viewer interjected. With a memory that seemed almost fraudulent, Gu Shun would undoubtedly have thrived in that domain, wouldn't he? However, the humanities require more than mere memorization. After witnessing the past and present, the ritual reached its conclusion. The mirror shattered with a sharp crack. Ding! The summoning ritual has been completed. A notification appeared. You have glimpsed your former life. You are the present incarnation of someone from the past. However, as a price for this glimpse into fate, misfortune shall now shadow you. Gu Zheng stood before his computer, reflecting, while this summoning ritual appeared to have some effect. I can assure you that I was not that impoverished scholar in my previous life. I advise against attempting such rituals. The law of equivalent exchange dictates that to gain something, one must inevitably lose something in return. With that, he concluded the live stream, thanking his viewers for witnessing his experiment. Meanwhile, the stream on the Tiandao website continued. Soon, millions of viewers witnessed Gu Zheng's misfortunes unfold. He choked on water. A light above him exploded, and a door unexpectedly fell towards him. These were merely trifles. After these incidents, Gu Zheng stepped outside, aware that his elderly relative was at home and could be easily frightened. However, as soon as he exited, he narrowly avoided being struck by a vehicle driven by someone under the influence. Had he not perceived the car's excessive speed and quickly calculated the distance, he would have been hit. The impact would have sent him flying several meters, and with such velocity, it would have resulted in either death or severe injury. Gu Zheng promptly noted the vehicle's license plate number and sent it to Officer Yin. Regardless of the circumstances, drunk driving endangers both the driver and others. Stopping the vehicle might save 2 families from tragedy. As Gu Zheng walked down the street, a bucket of unknown liquid suddenly splashed down from above. In a remarkable display of agility, he managed to spiral away from the deluge, but fate was unkind. He stepped onto a broken manhole cover, twisted his ankle, and fell into the abyss below. What a stroke of misfortune. It seemed that his bad luck had begun right after the summoning ritual concluded. Could this indeed be the price to pay? The viewers in the live stream fell silent. To endure such calamities merely to glimpse a past life seemed a steep price to pay. Had he not evaded that vehicle, he would likely be in a hospital bed now. The cost of this endeavor was certainly not worth the outcome. In an instant, many who were once curious and eager to experiment had abandoned their intentions. Such a simple ritual could be disrupted by a passing vehicle or washed away by water, rendering it perilous. How much more dangerous could the more intricate rituals be, leading to one's demise? Fearful, everyone began to regard the summoning ceremony with trepidation. They were intrigued, yet the desire to engage in such a practice was predicated on the absence of danger. Now that they comprehended the potential consequences, it was evident to all, save for the foolhardy, that this endeavor was best left untouched. After Gu Zheng fell, several individuals rushed to his aid, for he had entered the Heavenly Dao live stream, under constant surveillance by the authorities, primarily to ensure his safety. Upon being rescued, Gu Zheng emerged relatively unscathed, save for a minor ankle twist. He waved his hand to signal his well-being, merely curious to ascertain the extent of his misfortune. However, this stroke of bad luck seemed to have its limits. Once he exited the underground waterway, he encountered no further misfortunes. The personnel tasked with his protection finally breathed a sigh of relief, retreating into the shadows. Yet, scarcely had they withdrawn when Gu Zheng encountered trouble on his way to the library. The street's populace diminished by 5, including Gu Zheng himself, totaling 6 individuals. After a brief interval, they reappeared in an entirely different location. This marked Gu Zhang's second encounter with such phenomena, and he had gained experience, remaining composed. While others gasped and expressed their unease, Gu Zhang surveyed his surroundings with keen observation. Despairing hell. Someone screamed. Gu Zhang, irritated, cupped his ears, questioning why the outcry was so loud that it threatened to deafen him. Chapter 65. The Great Gu is truly remarkable. Wait, is that the Great Gu? A white-collar man suddenly recognized him. Great Gu, I've been following your live stream. You must protect me. An excited man in his 30s stood before Gu Zhang, nearly bowing in fervent admiration. Who is the Great Gu? Although millions were watching the live stream, not everyone was privy to his identity. Once the authorities grasped the situation, they swiftly enacted stringent measures to suppress any information regarding the Heavenly Tao website, fearing foreign entities might covet such knowledge. Online discussions about these matters were strictly forbidden. Access to the Heavenly Tao site was only attainable through personal introductions, and groups associated with it were exceedingly difficult to locate. Even if one stumbled upon such a group, entry was contingent upon answering questions, or else one would be denied by the group's administrators. The Great Gu was an almost divine figure. Those who clung to his coattails held a glimmer of hope for survival. Zhao Hai refrained from guaranteeing their safety, as this realm was unlike the previous hell of despair. Although the environment had transformed, it bore no resemblance to the desolate scenes witnessed during prior live streams. Instead, it was adorned with towering buildings, presenting a visage of a modern metropolis. The individuals surrounding him, coming and going, seemed not to have plunged into a hell of despair. Rather, it appeared as though they had traversed into an alternate realm. The reason for this assertion of traversal lay in a large advertisement displayed on a billboard within a shopping mall, which showcased a particular advertisement, while the lower right corner revealed the date, August 6, 2036. If the time was indeed accurate, they had either journeyed 20 years into the past or entered a parallel universe where time lagged behind reality by 2 decades. A young man in his 20s, bearing a look of astonishment, surveyed his surroundings. Surely, this could not be a hell of despair. They must have inadvertently stumbled upon some temporal tunnel that transported them to another place. Once they purchased a ticket, they could simply return home. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone, intending to buy a ticket online, only to discover that it had no signal. Neither Wi-Fi nor data connection would allow him to log in. In desperation, he dialed emergency services, but after a single ring, the response indicated that no network was available. Without internet access, their only means to procure tickets was through cash. Yet, in this modern age, where individuals predominantly relied on mobile payments, the number of those carrying cash was exceedingly rare. The 5 of them exchanged glances, only to realize that none possessed any cash. Subsequently, they turned their gaze toward Gu Zhang, who rummaged through his pockets and shrugged. If there's a problem, let us find a police officer. Gu Zhang merely suggested this. Yet the others' eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, they could seek assistance from the police to help them return home. There was a police station on this very street, and the group initially intended to enter. However, Gu Zhang remained still, hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall. Zhao Hai, the white-collar worker, observed Gu Zhang's inaction and mirrored it. The other 4 exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to venture inside. Zhao Hai could not comprehend why Gu Zhang proposed seeking the police, yet refrained from joining them. Gu Shun, Zhao Hai wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating whether to inquire further, yet hesitating for fear of being deemed intellectually inferior by Gu Zhang. Gu Zhang had no time to address Zhao Hai's curiosity. He stepped aside and fiddled with his phone. This device, resembling an ordinary smartphone, was in fact specially issued to Gu Zhang by the government, making it rather unique. It was a satellite phone, which would maintain a signal even in the most remote mountains. He silently questioned the system. Is this an alternate space? The system replied. 100 subversion points deducted, investigation complete. This is indeed a unique alternate space. Even without asking, he was aware of the alternate nature of this realm. What astonished him, however, was how closely this alternate space mirrored reality. Furthermore, the scope of the space appeared quite expansive, with details meticulously crafted. One could only imagine the formidable power of the Lord capable of creating such a thriving alternate realm. No, perhaps even more powerful than the Lord. Gu Zhang's expression turned serious. This situation could prove exceedingly perilous. If he were embodying another character, he might not be as concerned, but this particular character, while possessing extraordinary intellect, had a combat prowess that was decidedly negative. At times, when one's force reaches a certain level, a direct onslaught becomes inevitable. No matter how intellectually gifted Gu Zhang may be, it would be futile. Even the most skilled martial artist fears a kitchen knife, let alone someone like him, who is physically inept and athletically challenged. The 4 individuals who entered, after stating their purpose, were questioned briefly by the police on duty. They answered one by one, only to be asked for their identification. To their dismay, none of their IDs could be retrieved from the computer system. The police's gaze towards them shifted to one of suspicion. Fortunately, after a round of explanations from the 4, they managed to leave after the police's interrogation. What are we to do? Our ID information cannot be found here. Have we become ghosts in this world? They had begun to believe, albeit reluctantly, that they were no longer in their original realm. Perhaps they had sensed this long ago but chose to deceive themselves. After all, arriving in another city seemed preferable to truly descending into a hellish despair, didn't it? Could this truly be a hell of despair? The 5 were left in a state of bewilderment. Not only were they confused, the audience in the live stream was equally perplexed. Is there such a thing in a hell of despair? If one were to remain trapped here for a lifetime, it seemed it wouldn't be such a grave issue, as it was still a semblance of the real world, right? You think too much. Even the mere existence of being undocumented is troublesome enough. How would you find a job? What would you eat or drink? Indeed. Yet, this hell of despair is undeniably peculiar. Gu Zhang was not surprised. He had anticipated that in this alternate space, not only would they be unable to access the internet, but their IDs would also be rendered useless. After all, they were denizens of two distinct worlds. As a pedestrian approached, he collided with Gu Zheng with a thud. Instead of offering an apology, he shot Gu Zheng a glare before striding away. Zhao Hai, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What kind of person is that? He collides with someone and doesn't he even apologize?" However, he dared not confront him. The man's imposing stature was clearly intimidating. The others remained silent, too afraid to utter a word. Then, they noticed that Gu Zheng, who had been bumped into, now possessed a wallet in his hand. With swift dexterity, he flipped it open to reveal several cards and a few hundred yuan. Wow, Gu Zheng is truly remarkable. This sleight of hand is absolutely ingenious. Zhao Hai immediately slapped another person on the back. Can Gu Zheng's actions be considered theft? Chapter 66. In a repetitive day, he is a deity. Gu Zheng flipped through the wallet again, returning the cards but keeping the cash, discarding the wallet onto the ground. The original owner would surely return in search of it. Previously, he had received a notification from the system. Reminder 3. You have evaded misfortune multiple times. But this last instance is the strongest attack yet. Do not trust anyone. What shall we do now? One woman asked, her voice tinged with fear. Zhao Hai looked towards Gu Zheng. At this moment, he would believe anything Gu Zheng said. If Gu Zheng pointed east, he would not venture west. Gu Zheng replied, "Observe and take note. If there were any anomalies in the surroundings, they might hold the key to breaking the impasse." Almost immediately after these words were spoken, a young man, seemingly around 18 or 19, dashed around the corner. His urgency was palpable, but upon encountering Gu Zheng and the others, he abruptly halted. I've never met you before." Once he processed the situation, he rushed forward, seizing Zhao Hai, who was the closest. "Please, save me. I'm trapped in this day and can't escape. You are the first people I've encountered on this road. Can you help me?" His expression was tinged with desperation, as if he had grasped at the last straw of hope. "Trapped in this day? What does that mean?" Zhao Hai asked, his face a mask of confusion. "My name is him, but you may call me 1 meter. I don't know what has happened, but since a certain day, I have been eternally confined to this day. I keep reliving August 6th. I cannot break free from it. I am on the brink of madness. After all this time, you are the only variable I have encountered. I beg you, you must have a way to rescue me." Him's demeanor was pitiable, appearing genuinely distressed. Given that Gu Zheng and his companions had also inexplicably appeared in this world, it was likely that his words were not a fabrication. Zhao Hai initially intended to inquire further about this individual situation, but Gu Zheng interjected, "Please answer me one question. How many times have you relived this day?" Him's expression turned momentarily blank before he responded, "It's been over 60 days. The thought of a person repeating the same day for 2 months was indeed unsettling." Just as Zhao Hai and the others were about to speak, Gu Zheng continued, "Though you say this, we do not believe you. Since you claim we are the only variable, return here tomorrow, and we shall meet again. If we encounter you once more, then we will trust your words." Him, without suspicion, readily agreed. After he departed, Zhao Hai and the others expressed their bewilderment. Why not continue the conversation? Perhaps we could glean information from him about how to escape. "Why did you ask him how many days he has repeated?" one asked. "It seems an inconsequential question. Time has repeated on this day. How many days matter to us?" They believed that perhaps by helping him break the time loop, they could also find their way out. Gu Zheng led them to an internet cafe, where he spent 100 to secure a private room. Have you not considered that in countless repetitions of the same day, this individual has had innumerable choices? He can explore every conceivable variable, every choice, and every method to break the cycle. The longer this loop persists, the more adept he becomes at navigating this day. Perhaps, within this single day, he knows precisely what occurs every minute, and even what may transpire in the next moment. Every choice leads to a transformation. Every individual's destiny unfolds uniquely, be it the lottery, the stock market, news, or significant global events. On this particular day, he possesses an intimate understanding of it all. Gu Zheng powered on his computer, embarking on a quest through the vast expanse of the internet. While this may sound impressive, being trapped in the same day renders him devoid of a future, a rather tragic predicament indeed. Among the 6, the only woman, Hui Fan, expressed her sympathy. Only Zhao Hai, having witnessed Gu Zheng's live broadcasts, truly comprehended his essence. He realized that Gu Zheng's words undoubtedly held profound significance. The more he pondered, the more trepidation enveloped him. "I comprehend now. I finally understand why the great Gu inquired how many times he has repeated this day. Do tell, why is that?" They hesitated to question Gu Zheng, fearful of receiving a condescending gaze from him. Hadn't he, the great Gu, stated that he, on this day, had repeated it countless times? He was acutely aware of every detail of this day, even recognizing our peculiarities at first glance. Just imagine possessing such control, foreseeing the next moment's occurrences. In this unbreakable cycle, he is akin to a deity. Those who grasped the implications felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, if he has repeated this day innumerable times, retaining all prior memories, then after countless repetitions, tens of thousands, perhaps millions, wouldn't he effectively become a being endowed with eternal existence and limitless knowledge? On this day, he is omniscient and omnipotent. Since he claims we are the sole variable, it suggests we may be the ones capable of breaking this cycle, Hui Fan remarked. She leaned towards aiding him. And considering he had only repeated the day 60 times, it implied he had yet to reach that ultimate state. Gu Zheng scoured the internet, discovering that no extraordinary phenomena existed in this world. Apart from him, no one was aware of the incessantly repeating day. Either he was lying, and time did not indeed loop, or everyone else had lost those memories, with only him retaining the knowledge of the cycle. When a person lies, their gaze often flits away, unable to meet others, accompanied by unconscious gestures and repetitive speech. Gu Zheng articulated his thoughts while typing away on the keyboard. "Great Gu, do you imply that he is deceiving us?" "Quite the contrary. He exhibits no signs of deceit," Gu Zheng replied. The others looked perplexed. If he is not lying, then why had Gu Zheng made such a statement? Feeling parched, Gu Zheng ordered a glass of water to be brought to him. Now, I must verify something. With a decisive keystroke, he sent a flurry of garbled text before exiting the webpage. Zhao Hai, with a bold demeanor, inquired, Great One, please be straightforward. Our intellect seems to be lagging behind. Chapter 67 The deity's concern for their safety, can one discern a lie? This delves into the realm of psychology. However, interpreting the truth from the countenance of a master of disguise presents a formidable challenge. If the individual in question is also well-versed in psychological principles, the task becomes exponentially more arduous. Zhao Hai inquired, Even you, esteemed Gu, cannot discern the truth? Gu Zheng cast a fleeting glance in his direction. His silence spoke volumes, suggesting acquiescence. Should the other party have engaged in a repetitive cycle for not just 60 days, but far longer, and during this time, cultivated an understanding of psychology and performance techniques, he would have had an abundance of time to refine his craft. If given sufficient time, the heights he could achieve are known only to himself. No one else could possibly speculate. Despite Gu Zheng's remarkable intellect, his accumulation of knowledge remains finite. Excluding the 4 to 5 years during which he had limited access to books in the orphanage, and the 2 to 3 years following his adoption, he has, to date, amassed a decade's worth of knowledge. Although he possesses an extraordinary memory, he is not perpetually absorbing information, as he must also attend school, eat, sleep, and so forth. On average, he can absorb knowledge beyond textbooks for merely 2 to 3 hours daily, sometimes even less. If we estimate that he spends 10 minutes per book, he could potentially memorize 6 books in a day. Over 10 years, this would amount to an impressive collection of 65,700 books. His reading interests are diverse, encompassing nearly every genre. This is indeed commendable. How many individuals, throughout their lives, manage to read so extensively? Yet, despite such a vast quantity, the retention of knowledge remains limited for many, unlike Gu Zheng, who, once having read, can never forget. However, Gu Zheng speculates that if his assumptions hold true, this individual referred to as him must be a person of profound knowledge and unparalleled capability. Hui Fan interjected. What if he is not lying and has truly only repeated himself for just over 60 days? While your hypothesis is plausible, it lacks concrete evidence, does it not? Zhao Hai was taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly dim-witted woman to challenge Gu Zheng's words. Who is Gu Zheng? If not a figure revered by countless netizens as a deity, his reticence to confirm is rooted in humility and caution, yet here stands an uninformed individual questioning his credibility. Were it not for her gender, Zhao Hai would have lost his temper. At that moment, a box of beverages was delivered. After Gu Zheng settled the payment, he opened a can and consumed nearly half in swift gulps. Hui Fan felt a surge of irritation as he ignored her. She considered herself reasonably attractive, accustomed to the attentions of many suitors, yet here, not a single person regarded her with any distinction. Particularly, Gu Zheng always looked at her as if she were a simpleton, which infuriated her to no end. Shall we not remain here, searching for clues elsewhere? What if we miss a vital lead? Yet, Gu Zheng remained indifferent to her plea. Another individual, named Wang Chang, found Hui Fan quite appealing and, feeling a moment of impulse, offered her a way out. It's all right, we can split up. They can stay here while we venture out to seek clues. Wang Chang, possessing a tall and imposing stature, exuded a sense of security. His suggestion piqued the interest of another man, who had previously introduced himself as Hong Yan. The three of them resolved not to remain idle, but to embark on a quest for information. Will you not accompany us? Wang Chang inquired of the 20-year-old youth. Zhong Mingrui shook his head, opting not to venture out. He believed that in a world shrouded in uncertainty, following the wise was the prudent choice. The clues we uncover will not be freely shared with those who have not contributed, Wang Chang stated. The other two men nodded in agreement, affirming that the intelligence they risked their lives to obtain could not be unconditionally shared. As the trio departed, Zhao Hai scoffed. Expressing disdain at their selfishness, they heed the information provided by Gu Dashin, yet fail to consider whether they have offered any assistance. The blatant egotism of these three was utterly contemptible. However, they remained oblivious to the opportunity they had missed. Gu Dashin was the one whose support was most crucial, regardless of their disbelief. Zhong Mingrui turned to Zhao Hai. Brother Zhao, from your tone, it seems you are acquainted with Gu Zheng? What is his background? Zhao Hai replied. Do not concern yourself with Gu Dashin's origins. Simply understand that he successfully led our entire class of over 30 individuals out of the depths of despair. Zhong Mingrui, incredulous, exclaimed, how did he manage that? Zhao Hai explained, you do not comprehend. He relies on this. He pointed to his own head. This. Zhong Mingrui glanced at Zhao Hai's head, suddenly enlightened. He depended on intellect. The sound of rapid keystrokes echoed as Gu Zheng, unbeknownst to anyone, had resumed his work at the computer. With a few deft commands, he summoned the surveillance footage of the entire street, revealing numerous monitoring screens. One screen proved insufficient, prompting him to activate 3 adjacent computers, inputting a lengthy series of commands before retrieving the images. Each screen displayed 15 distinct surveillance feeds. Had he not reduced their size, the visuals would have been nearly indistinguishable, but for now, it sufficed. Among the many images, several captured the figures of the 3 individuals who had just exited. The 2 men leaned in closer to observe. Isn't that Wang Chang and the others? Zhao Hai remarked. Zhong Mingrui asked, are you monitoring them, Gu Dashin? Just this display of skill was enough for Zhong Mingrui to regard him as a master. Zhao Hai interjected, do not speak nonsense. It is not mere surveillance. Gu Dashin is concerned for their safety. This is, he faltered, struggling to find a suitable justification. Zhong Mingrui interjected, I understand. Gu Dashin is attentive to their well-being. Zhong Mingrui quickly grasped the unspoken art of aligning oneself with a powerful ally. On the surveillance footage, the 3 men wandered along the street after leaving the internet cafe. Moments later, they began to inquire and search for potential clues with fervor. The environment around them bore a striking resemblance to reality, emboldening them considerably. Gu Zheng leaned on his hands, chin resting, fixated on the surveillance footage. In the past half hour, the trio had departed from this street and ventured elsewhere. Lost in thought, Gu Zheng absent-mindedly nibbled on his fingernails, his gaze suggesting a sense of meticulous calculation. Viewers speculated at this juncture. Why did Gu Zheng not intervene as they left? His decision to remain in the internet cafe as private room surely stemmed from his own concerns. Chapter 68. Cleverness approaching the supernatural. The big shot to the rescue. They were intent on courting disaster, and no one could deter them. As adults, they bore the responsibility for their actions. The audience in the live stream voiced their skepticism regarding the trio's decision to venture out. 40 minutes elapsed. The three individuals had traversed 5 streets away. This alternate space was vast, as evident from its online portrayal, perfectly mirroring every aspect of reality. Yet it existed within a singular nation. Others had yet to emerge. Gu Zheng surmised that this alternate realm was likely the size of a country. Within the internet cafe, the trio indulged in food and drink, with Zhong Mingrui unable to resist the urge to play a game. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai sat nearby, staring blankly at the video. Gu Zheng simultaneously scoured the internet for information about this world, all the while observing the trio's actions on the surveillance screens. An hour passed. At that moment, the three were crossing a street. With the green light in their favor, they prepared to proceed when a runaway vehicle barreled toward them at an alarming speed. The surveillance footage revealed that the driver's seat of the large truck was unoccupied. The vehicle's velocity was too rapid. The trio had no time to react. 2 were knocked down, while one unfortunate individual suffered a crushed leg. However, fortune favored them, as they had not yet reached the center of the street, preventing a direct collision. Shaken, the 3 were left in a state of panic. They could hardly hold anyone accountable, given their lack of identity. A trip to the police station would prove futile, complicating matters further. Supporting one another, they staggered to the roadside, wary of another vehicle that might obliterate them. Just as they reached the sidewalk, a billboard plummeted from the sky, crashing down where they had been standing. The sound of the impact was thunderous, shattering the sign into countless pieces. Thankfully, their slow movement spared them from direct harm, yet the flying shards of glass left them with numerous cuts and bruises. At first glance, it was indeed quite alarming. What on earth? How are they so unlucky? Zhao Hai exclaimed, drawn by the commotion, only to witness the trio's dire predicament on the screen. Gu Zheng magnified the footage, confirming his suspicions. Big shot, do you have any insight into their situation? Zhong Mingrui inquired. The exclusivity of this world, Gu Zheng replied, continuing to scrutinize the trio's every move. Exclusivity? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Consider it akin to 2 prides of lions. Blue Star represents one pride, while this space embodies another. Having departed from the protective embrace of our own pride, we have wandered into the territory of another lion's domain. Should a rogue lion be discovered by the territorial male, it will not hesitate to drive the intruder away. If it proves unable to triumph over the dominant lion, it may suffer grievous injuries. And as for those who are ill-fated, they meet their demise. Indeed, once one has strayed from their own pride, it is unwise to swagger through the territory of another, as this brazen display unmistakably signals one's presence. The actions of the 3 individuals are tantamount to provocation. Thus, as the sovereign of this world, would the offended party refrain from retaliating? History has shown that they will not. Gu Zheng concluded that we must hasten our departure, for even if we remain hidden, we will inevitably be discovered. Zhong Mingrui has begun to discern Gu Zheng's intentions. Previously silent, Gu Zheng had allowed the 3 to roam freely, offering no caution. Might he be using them as a test? A sudden wariness towards Gu Zheng blossomed within Zhong Mingrui. Such a cunning individual, if he intended to scheme against others, would likely do so without revealing his designs, leaving others oblivious to their deception, only to assist him in tallying his gains afterward. An inexplicable thought surfaced in Zhong Mingrui's mind. Too clever by half. Such intellect, far surpassing the ordinary, and the audacity to manipulate others, indeed inspires trepidation. However, Zhao Hai was less contemplative. He was clapping his hands together, turning them crimson. Excellent. Lord Gu, you are truly remarkable. Your strategies are impeccable. The oblivious Zhong Mingrui cast him a sidelong glance. The trio on the screen, having experienced this fright, were now filled with trepidation. Although unaware of the reason behind their fear, they assumed they had roused something sinister and hurried back toward the internet cafe, hoping for salvation from others. The journey back was fraught with misfortune. Wang Chong was bitten by a dog that suddenly leaped out at him. Meanwhile, Hui Fan, unfortunate as she was, stepped onto a broken manhole cover and nearly plunged into the abyss below. Had it not been for a timely intervention, she would have surely fallen. Gu Zheng wrapped his fingers on the table and muttered softly, such a pity. Why didn't she fall? Zhao Hai and Zhong Mingrui chimed in. What did you just say, Lord Gu? We didn't catch that. Gu Zheng merely averted his gaze, saying nothing further. The audience in the live stream, however, was nearly in stitches, reveling in Gu Zheng's petty demeanor. Oh my, you still harbor thoughts of someone falling into the manhole. Hilarious. Laughter ensued as they envisioned the trio tumbling into the underground passage, which would surely have delighted Lord Gu. The calamities did not cease. The 3 endured bites from dogs, injuries from falling debris, entrapment beneath heavy cargo, and strikes from tires that flew unexpectedly. By the time they returned to the internet cafe, they startled the owner, who promptly inquired if they needed to call for emergency services to attend to their wounds. Wang Chong and his companions vehemently shook their heads, refusing assistance. They dared not venture out again, fearing for their very lives. As Wang Chong and the other 2 entered the private room, they knelt before Gu Zheng. The trio appeared even more wretched than they did on the screen. Their faces were bruised and swollen, resembling that of a pig's head, with numerous scratches adorning their bodies. Their clothes tattered and covered in dust. They had left in decent condition, but upon returning, they resembled beggars in utter despair. Fortunately, the most severely injured was the one whose leg had been crushed by a truck. Although the others looked terrible, they had not sustained any serious bone injuries. Merely superficial wounds. Wang Chong, bitten by a dog, would likely require a series of vaccinations. The three of them trembled as they recounted their harrowing ordeal to Gu Zheng and the others. It seemed they had unwittingly provoked some misfortune, encountering a string of calamities that nearly prevented their return. What should we do? Will we face further misfortune? It is terrifying. Might we die? They wept inconsolably, their distorted faces resembling a grotesque palette of bruises. They believed they had attracted the ire of some malevolent force, entirely unaware that a significant part of their misfortune stemmed from Gu Zheng's involvement. Chapter 69. Conditions of the loop. Gu Zheng glanced at them and reassured, "You will not." The three remained apprehensive. It was only after spending several minutes in the private room without any further misfortune befalling them that they began to trust Gu Zheng's words. Simultaneously, they were filled with regret for having ventured out in search of clues. Now, they had returned not only empty-handed but also injured. With no first aid supplies available, they could only endure the pain of their wounds. Eventually, Gu Zheng arranged for someone to procure a healing spray to disinfect their injuries, preventing potential infections. They spent the night in the internet cafe. The next day, the six of them emerged, returning to the spot where they had encountered him, awaiting his arrival. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, it was evident that he was not the only one ensnared in this cycle. Every passerby, every vehicle, the advertisements displayed on the billboards, and even the gusts of wind were identical to those on the 6th. In other words, today was the 6th. Time had plunged back into a loop after midnight. This world perpetually cycles through the 6th. The difference, however, was that everyone had lost their memories from before the cycle, while he retained all of his. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune remained uncertain. In the same place, at the same time, they met him again. "It's wonderful that you're still here. I was truly worried you wouldn't return." He arrived, breathless and drenched in sweat, clearly having rushed to reach them. Zhao Hai asked, "You mentioned yesterday that we are the only variable. What do you think we should do?" He wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "In truth, I suspect that everything stems from one particular object." "What object?" Wang Chong and the others inquired with curiosity. He seemed oblivious to the new wounds appearing on the faces of the others. Instead, he spoke to himself. "Follow me." They exchanged glances at Gu Zheng. He remained silent, trailing behind him, which gave them the courage to follow. He led them to a spot beneath the bridge. The embankment here was relatively low, allowing them to descend to the base of the bridge pillars. Once they arrived, he pointed to a white stone submerged in the water beneath the pillars. "It was after I touched this stone that I became trapped in this day. Since then, no matter how many times I touched it, it was futile. Upon seeing you, I wondered if you could touch that stone at the bottom of the water and perhaps restore this abnormal world to its original state." His words held a certain logic. Zhao Hai and the others immediately believed him, yet hesitated when they glanced at the water's surface. "How deep is the river? Who among you can swim?" Upon inquiry, only Zhong Mingrui could swim, while the others were non-swimmers. Zhong Mingrui began to take off his shoes, preparing to enter the water. Gu Zheng gazed at the white stone submerged in the water. It was not close to the shore. Typically, no one would venture there. Sensing Gu Zheng's unwavering gaze, he scratched his head and, somewhat sheepishly, confessed, "There was a time when I was obsessed with gambling on stones, particularly Hittian jade. One day, I came here, saw this white stone, and believed it to be jade, so I tried every means to retrieve it. Naturally, I failed and instead became trapped in this endless loop." After warming up, Zhong Mingrui was about to plunge into the water when Gu Zheng stopped him. "So this is where you met your demise?" The moment Gu Zheng spoke, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Following the silence, the live stream erupted with comments. "What? Has Gu Shun discovered something? I feel my intellect is insufficient to keep pace with the insights of the master." The expression on his face subtly shifted, and he chuckled softly. "What are you saying? Am I not still alive?" Gu Zheng replied. When Wang Chong and the others claimed they couldn't swim, a fleeting expression of empathy crossed your face. Moreover, as you approached the river's surface, you instinctively recoiled. This indicates that you likely cannot swim. Gu Zheng's words altered the expressions of those present. "What are the conditions for this endless loop?" This question had lingered in his mind. "You previously mentioned it was due to your contact with the jade stone. However, that is only partially true. While it is indeed true that you touched the stone, you were attempting to mislead us. The actual condition that initiated this cycle must have been someone drowning after having touched that jade stone, correct?" Gu Zheng unreservedly unveiled the truth he had deduced. "So, what is your intention in bringing us here, dear Mr. Him, who is already deceased? Perhaps even the name Him is a fabrication?" With his words, the atmosphere grew tense. His face suddenly contorted. "Interesting, you are the first to see through my scheme. But what of it? This cycle ultimately requires someone to sustain it." With a vigorous sweep of his arm, he pushed Zhong Mingrui, who stood closest to the riverbank, into the water. Although Zhong Mingrui was a proficient swimmer, upon contact with the water, his limbs seemed to freeze, sinking straight to the riverbed. "Ha ha ha ha. In this game, I emerge victorious once more. With a life claimed. I can advance the timeline by another day," he chuckled, devoid of any moral compass. "Pull." Amidst his maniacal laughter, Gu Zheng's voice rang out. Immediately, the other four on the shore gripped the rope tightly. His laughter faltered, eyes widening in disbelief. "When did this happen? Why did I not notice the bindings?" The rope was tied around Zhong Mingrui's leg, cleverly concealed beneath his clothing. When he removed his shoes, he had already secured the knot. Him, unable to believe his eyes, gazed down to the riverbed. Upon discovering the white stone that Zhong Mingrui clutched, the rope gradually drew him back toward the shore. Unable to contain his fury, Him's form swelled to several hundred times its original size, and the sky transformed dramatically, shifting from bright sunlight to oppressive clouds. The others paid him no mind. Quickly pulling Zhong Mingrui back, he held a white, round object in his grasp. Though it was round in shape, its color was a stark white, lacking the texture of stone. Before Him could unleash his wrath, Gu Zhang placed his hand upon the white object, seizing a brick and shattering it in one decisive blow. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one might be, a single brick can bring them down. This readily available brick proved to be an invaluable artifact. With a crack, the white round object shattered. The now enlarged figure, filled with resentment, cried out, "No, I cannot fail." Yet, as the object broke, he had no choice but to vanish. With a thunderous boom, the giant exploded into countless white fragments, along with the white object, disappearing entirely. One person collapsed to the ground, and simultaneously, everyone was expelled from the alternate space. System notification, ding. The promotion script has been completed. Congratulations to your character, Gu Zhang, who has ascended from human level to celestial level, unlocking 2 skill slots. The third ability has been unlocked. Equivalent alchemy. You shall receive what you have given. However, life is the ultimate boundary. You will comprehend, decompose, and recreate matter. But remember, life is the final taboo. Alchemy. Remarkably, this third ability is alchemy. Though the name may not seem impressive at first glance, a different perspective reveals its true power, creation. This ability embodies the force of creation. It can be said that possessing this power allows one to create anything. Upon witnessing this extraordinary ability, Gu Zhang felt an overwhelming urge to experiment with it as soon as possible. However, there remained a pressing matter to address. As Gu Zhang emerged, his gaze fell upon the individual who had materialized on the ground. The sovereign of this alternate realm had not perished. Rather, it had simply vacated the body of this person. Once the next individual is chosen, a new cycle of reincarnation shall commence. 6 individuals entered, yet 7 emerged. This 7th individual, who referred to himself as him, was the one under the dominion of the sovereign. Upon his emergence, him's identity was meticulously investigated. His true name was revealed to be Kuyimi, a mere 18 years of age, an orphan without parents, a devoted enthusiast of a certain game. He had adopted the moniker Him, a name that phonetically resembled his own. Upon awakening, Kuyimi remained silent, his eyes betraying a wariness and vigilance towards outsiders. Only when he beheld Gu Zhang did his demeanor soften, though he remained taciturn to others' inquiries. Yet, when Gu Zhang posed a question, he responded instantly. Gu Zhang inquired, "When did you fall into the alternate realm?" "Alternate realm? Are you referring to the abyss of despair?" At this, the accompanying official, Officer Inu, mused internally, finding it to be a rather fitting name, superior to the abyss of despair, which sounded too ominous. After all, who would wish to invoke terror with such a name? Alternate realm seemed far more suitable, as it would not incite public panic. Inu nodded discreetly, planning to relay this name to his superiors. However, given Gu Zhang's esteemed position, it was likely that someone had already noted it. Kuyimi's eyes flickered, and he spoke in a hoarse, unpleasant voice. "I fell into the alternate realm you speak of 9 days ago." He recounted his experiences after plunging into this strange realm. Initially, he had been frantic and disoriented. Gradually, upon realizing that this alternate realm bore striking similarities to reality, he began to lower his guard, taking up work at construction sites to earn money for sustenance. He had been performing well, until his prolonged stay at the site coincided with a series of accidents, culminating in a near-fatal incident where a falling steel bar nearly pierced him. Fortunately, his helmet had provided some protection, averting a disastrous outcome. Consequently, Kuyimi had no choice but to leave the site. Later, he encountered an individual who claimed to be trapped on the 5th day. This person appeared utterly wretched, almost deranged, with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing Kuyimi, he clutched his hand tightly, pleading for salvation. Without much thought, Kuyimi agreed to assist. Following the man, he arrived at the riverbank. Though Kuyimi could not swim, the stranger insisted that they must retrieve a specific stone, or else everything would remain in stasis. Fortunately, the river is not deep. Kuyimi waded through, with the water only reaching his shoulders at its deepest point. However, after he encountered a particular stone, a chilling sensation surged through him from that very stone. Following that, he was engulfed in darkness and lost consciousness. During the possession, he was aware of his surroundings. Yet he found himself unable to speak or exert control over his body. He could only watch as a monstrous entity, masquerading as him, approached Gu Zhang and the others. "Thank you for saving me. From this moment onward, your affairs shall be my affairs." Kuyimi coughed a few times. Although he had nearly met his demise, being saved by Gu Zhang unexpectedly granted him a portion of strength, elevating his prowess to the celestial level. Naturally, he felt immense gratitude toward Gu Zhang, even internally vowing to henceforth regard him as his guiding star. From that moment on, Kuyimi quietly followed Gu Zhang, running errands and swiftly resolving any troubles that arose without requiring Gu Zhang's intervention. The other 3 injured individuals were promptly whisked away by an ambulance that had been waiting. After Zhao Haizhong and Ming Rue exchanged contact information with Gu Zhang, they departed as well. Officer Yin, having concluded the aftermath of this incident, was summoned back to the Celestial Observation Group. This department was established by the state following the emergence of the Celestial website, primarily tasked with monitoring any occurrences related to it. Within this observation group, a specialized division was created for each formidable individual that appeared. Inu had long desired to take Gu Zhang as his mentor to learn his extraordinary memory capabilities. However, he was assigned to the division observing illusionists and had to forego his ambitions. He frequently visited Gu Zhang out of admiration, hoping for an opportunity to become his disciple. After several encounters, he refrained from voicing his desire, as Gu Zhang, despite his remarkable talents, was undeniably proud. Yet, being a genius, such arrogance was somewhat understandable. As long as his abilities were formidable, the state exhibited great tolerance towards such talents, provided they did not breach the nation's boundaries. Upon returning home, the state fulfilled Gu Zhang's request by installing a laboratory in his basement. Had it not been for Gu Zhang's wish to stay with his grandmother, the state would have offered him a larger residence in the city. Nevertheless, this location was firmly controlled by the authorities, not to surveil Gu Zheng, but to ensure the safety of both him and his grandmother. Arriving at the underground laboratory, Gu Zheng commenced experiments with his newly acquired abilities. Chapter 71, Development of Mecha. The fifth character emerges at this juncture. The live stream had long since concluded. The discussion groups related to the celestial phenomenon began to buzz with excitement, welcoming numerous newcomers. At that moment, the group comprised 9,054 members, with new participants joining daily. The messages surged to 99 in an instant as they fervently debated the recent live broadcast, mindful of the restrictions against sharing videos online. Gu Zheng's intellect was lauded by netizens, who considered him the strongest individual of the present day. The underground laboratory was transformed into a fully equipped space, abundant with various materials and instruments. Gu Zheng took out several iron blocks, preparing to conduct an experiment. His alchemical abilities were already adeptly honed, and he inscribed an alchemical array upon the ground, placing the iron blocks within it. With a clap of his hands against the earth, he channeled his energy into the array, causing the iron blocks to undergo a transformation. They morphed in shape, and at that moment, Gu Zheng found himself in control. He could transmute the iron into gold at will. Essentially, a 5-pound block of iron could be transformed into 50 grams of gold. Although the disparity in ratio was immense, the value escalated by several hundredfold. Gu Zheng procured numerous iron blocks for further experimentation and discovered that any material could be effortlessly transmuted into another. However, the transformation incurred a cost, and one could only transmute to a lesser quantity, never to an increased one. For instance, one could not convert a pound of iron into 5 pounds of gold, but conversely, 5 pounds of gold could yield only 3 pounds of iron. Each material exhibited varying degrees of loss upon transmutation. Some had considerable depletion, while others were minimal. It appeared that there was no specific pattern, yet it seemed to adhere to some form of principle. Gu Zheng experimented with each element and discerned a pattern. The rarer the material, the greater the consumption during the transmutation process, whereas the more common material experienced lesser depletion. Perhaps this was a means of balance? The results of his tests indicated as much. Upon concluding his experiments, Gu Zheng began to design a weapon for self-defense, as he currently had no armaments at his disposal. He felt excessively vulnerable and passive in the face of potential threats. Upon learning of Gu Zheng's intent to develop weapons, the government swiftly approached him for discussions. When they discovered that the weapons he was creating could potentially harm monstrous entities, the state promptly made the decision to increase their investment in his endeavors. They relinquished claims to the patents of the weapons he developed, requesting only that he supply a certain number of weapons to the state, while the government would handle materials and other logistical matters. With the support of the state, Gu Zheng not only focused on weapon development, but also contemplated creating a mech suit. The concept of mechs has always captivated the imagination of man. In this world, although devoid of the extraordinary and mythical, the technological landscape has fostered boundless fantasies about the future. Furthermore, robots and rudimentary exoskeleton armor had already been developed. However, the exoskeleton armor was strictly prohibited from being sold externally. Only the national military was permitted to utilize it. The documentation was classified, inaccessible to those without the necessary clearance. Thanks to the privileges granted by the state, Gu Zheng obtained blueprints for the exoskeleton armor. Although he had not previously studied this field, the instant he beheld the schematics, insights flooded his mind. He identified several areas in need of improvement, as well as certain inconsistencies. By addressing these issues, he estimated that the efficacy of the exoskeleton armor could be enhanced by approximately 50%. Do not underestimate this 50%. Such a significant increase was feasible because the inherent structure of the exoskeleton armor could only support an enhancement of that magnitude. Beyond that, the materials would be unable to withstand the stresses imposed by the armor, leading to inevitable damage in a short span of time. Gu Zheng meticulously studied the blueprints and gained a profound understanding of how to construct the exoskeleton armor. Astonishingly, he grasped the intricacies of the design within a mere glance, even discerning areas ripe for enhancement. This remarkable talent did not go unnoticed by the nation, which recognized Gu Zheng's potential and accorded him utmost importance. To speak candidly, Gu Zheng's existence could be regarded as a national treasure. In comparison to the sorcerers, martyrs, and demon hunters, the country places greater value on the seemingly weakest Gu Zheng. For his capabilities lie not in physical prowess but within the profound depths of his intellect, an invaluable asset to the nation and indeed, to all of humanity. After perusing the blueprints, Gu Zheng realized that his research on machinery was still insufficient. Having only recently embarked on this journey, access to certain classified texts had eluded him. However, with newfound permissions, he ventured into the library to enrich his knowledge in this domain, dedicating an entire day to memorizing numerous pertinent volumes. Gu Zheng then commenced the assembly of his first exoskeleton armor. Following several modifications, he successfully crafted the initial prototype. Upon donning the armor, which he coated in a silvery sheen, he found himself remarkably agile, capable of fluid movement. Guided by the armor, he made his way to the materials room, where various supplies weighing several tons were stored. Eager to test the exoskeleton's strength, he selected a hefty piece of material weighing approximately 500 kilograms. Grasping the object with the armored hand, he attempted to lift it but found it too cumbersome. Undeterred, he activated the thrusters affixed to the armor's arms, which enabled him to hoist heavier objects. As the thrusters engaged, the 500-kilogram mass was gradually elevated. It is worth noting that Gu Zheng had previously struggled to lift even modest weights, yet here he was, empowered by the exoskeleton armor, able to raise an astonishing 500 kilograms. However, this was likely his limit, and he could merely lift the object rather than fully raise it. As he pondered the various limits of the exoskeleton's capabilities, he became so engrossed in thought that he momentarily forgot the thrusters could only operate for 1 minute before shutting down. Given their considerable energy consumption, He had set them to a minimal output, sufficient for testing purposes. In the next instant, the thrusters ceased functioning, and the weight of over 500 kilograms abruptly fell upon Gu Zheng's hand. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash as the material struck the ground, creating a substantial dent in the floor. Gu Zheng was jolted back to reality by the pain in his hand. Fortunately, he was clad in an exoskeleton suit, which meant that his arm had only sustained a minor strain, as most of the force had been absorbed by the armor. Suddenly, the laboratory door was kicked open with a loud bang. Those outside, having been monitoring the situation, rushed in upon hearing the commotion, fearing something had gone awry. Professor Gu. What has happened? The title of professor was bestowed upon Gu Zheng by the state, a recognition of his remarkable abilities. Had he not been so young and eager to experience student life, he might have been awarded an even higher position. Gu Zheng replied, there was a small mishap during the experiment. Observing him standing still, they hurried over to assist, swiftly removing the exoskeleton suit. Immediately, 2 medical staff entered, conducting a series of tests on Gu Zheng. Fortunately, it was merely a muscle strain, treatable with some medicinal alcohol and a few days of rest. The person responsible for Gu Zheng's safety was Fu Zhuoxian, one of the national agents assigned to protect him, and today was his shift. Unexpectedly, Gu Zheng encountered trouble. Fu Zhuoxian instructed a few individuals to transport the materials back and clean up the area, then remarked, Professor Gu, why didn't you call us for assistance with your experiment? What if something happened to you? We are resilient and can handle such situations. Just let us know what you need, and each of our team members is well acquainted with the exoskeleton armor. Assisting with tests would be no issue. Gu Zheng nodded in agreement, extending his arm for the medical staff to apply the medicinal alcohol. He realized he had been careless, momentarily lost in thought about the parameters and neglecting to shut off the thrusters. It seemed that operating such armor would indeed require intelligent assistance, particularly for the mecha, which must be equipped with an AI. With this thought, Gu Zheng began to ponder deeply. Seeing him immersed in contemplation, the others refrained from interrupting. When Gu Zheng finally emerged from his thoughts, he gestured toward the exoskeleton suit. I have made some improvements to this exoskeleton armor. Its power has increased by at least 50%, and I have added a thruster, allowing it to lift a maximum weight of approximately 500 kilograms. Fu Zhuoxian gasped in astonishment. As someone who had long utilized exoskeletons, he was acutely aware of the significance of this figure. No one understood better than he that modifying an existing exoskeleton to enhance its power by 50% in such a short time was an extraordinary feat. The difficulty was comparable to constructing an entirely new exoskeleton. Moreover, their current exoskeletons could only lift up to 200 kilograms. This advancement represented a doubling of that capacity. It was worth noting that even in the Bear Country and the Star-Spangled Nation, their exoskeletons could manage only 240 kilograms. With this enhancement, Gu Zheng had surpassed all other nations. Fu Zhuoxian's gaze was complex, filled with admiration and respect for Gu Zheng. It was no wonder that the state placed such importance on his safety. If foreign entities were to discover that their nation harbored such a prodigy, they would undoubtedly seek every means to acquire him. Do you need to keep someone to conduct experiments for your exoskeleton armor? I believe they would be more than willing. Gu Zheng, with his hands incapacitated and muscles strained, found it impossible to manage on his own. Thus, he retained one individual to assist him with the experiments. At this moment, Gu Zheng felt once again that one person was insufficient. He required an assistant to collaborate with him in his research. However, he was quite solitary by nature and unaccustomed to the company of others. The mere thought of having another person sharing his laboratory, day in and day out, was unbearable. Otherwise, if he needed an assistant, he could simply inform Fu Zhuo, and the state would undoubtedly be eager to send someone to assist him. It would not be surprising if they dispatched dozens. Over at the Research Institute, many individuals had already expressed their desire to learn from Gu Zheng. He had someone help test the various capabilities of the exoskeleton armor. The results were in line with his predictions. Subsequently, he carelessly tossed the exoskeleton into a corner of the laboratory. His modifications to the exoskeleton armor were merely a means to an end. His ultimate goal was to research and create mechs. The exoskeleton was merely an appetizer before the main course. Having gained an understanding of the exoskeleton armor, Gu Zheng already had a framework in mind for how to construct the mechs. The energy and power sources for the mechs would require substantial energy to operate, and he could address the energy issue through equivalent alchemy, provided he invented a compact fusion arc reactor. All this research would necessitate time. Gu Zheng secluded himself in the underground laboratory, committing to an isolation period of over 10 days. During this time, Shun Yin temporarily took charge of managing Gu Zheng's affairs through the system. He merely needed to continue supplying the system with disruption values. The roles of other characters were currently put on hold. Shun Yin contemplated summoning the 5th character. System, commenced the summoning of the 5th character. System, consuming 10,000 disruption values to summon the 5th role template. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the template of a celestial level antagonist. Character, the trickster. Potential, celestial level. Personality, malevolent. Adept at manipulating others, fond of humanity and jewels, with the goal of collecting all beautiful gems. Script, he exists as an outlier in the city. Having distanced himself from his homeland, in order to survive among humans, he learned the ways of existence. Ability, not yet unlocked. Commence roleplay. This script is restricted to foreign lands. However, Shun Yin had already planned to stir up some trouble abroad, making this character's arrival quite opportune. The persona of the trickster began to envelop him. Shun Yin's appearance transformed. He bore a playful smile, his striking features exuding an air of exquisite allure. Embodying the most fashionable type of handsome man abroad, his short golden hair added an element of charm, while his azure eyes, deeper than the sea, resembled the finest sapphires. Anyone who beheld him would be captivated. His sharply arched eyebrows did not detract from his handsome visage. Rather, they accentuated his masculine allure, allowing his gender to be discerned at a glance, avoiding any semblance of effeminacy. The trickster let out a low hum. His voice, magnetic and imbued with an indescribable allure, possesses a unique charm. I believe no woman could resist falling at his feet upon witnessing him. He possesses an intoxicating ability, even in silence. His voice alone is lethally captivating. System ding. Ability unlocked. Enchanting voice. Your voice is your most formidable weapon, impervious to resistance. It exerts a profound influence over adversaries of equal or lesser rank. Now, my dear ones, await my return to you. Chapter 72. The Arrival of Destiny. He has come in the land of the stars and stripes. He stood in a shadowy alley, devoid of any possessions. With a single step, he emerged from the darkness, basking in the sunlight. Passers-by halted in their tracks upon seeing him, mesmerized. One individual, entranced, collided with a nearby pole. Oh, my God, heaven forbid, which star is this? Why is he so breathtakingly beautiful? A stunning brunette approached him, casting a flirtatious glance. Hello, handsome, I'm Schleifer. Do you have plans today? Would you mind joining me for a drink? I am Zibowen, Poseidon, and it would be my honor, Schleifer, he replied with a smile. With graceful poise, he extended his hand in a gallant gesture, kissing her hand. His elegance, calm demeanor, and courteous manner captivated Schleifer entirely. Elated, Schleifer waved to a few friends standing nearby. I have some friends. Would you mind if they joined us? Of course, not at all, Zibowen replied, his smile enchanting. While his voice further ensnared their senses, Schleifer felt that to hear such a melodious voice was indeed a divine blessing. Fortuitously, she had mustered the courage to approach him. Otherwise, she would have missed the chance to meet a man as splendid as Apollo himself. Several women, each possessing their own charm and fine figures, approached with smiles. Zibowen's discerning eye caught sight of one woman adorned with exquisite jewelry around her neck. To his trained gaze, it was undoubtedly genuine and of considerable worth. The group entered a bar together. Though patrons were sparse during the day, a dozen or so were present. Upon seeing the beautiful women enter, their eyes brightened. But when they noticed the striking Zibowen encircled by them, their expressions shifted. This man is too handsome. They felt a pang of inadequacy. The courage to approach him began to fade. Upon entering, Schleifer ordered several drinks and settled at the bar. Zibowen observed the bartender swiftly preparing cocktails, their colors resembling a starry sky, garnished with a slice of lemon. Zibowen raised a glass with a smile, clinking it with theirs before downing it in one gulp. Zibowen, where do you reside? Zibowen, you are so handsome. Surely you must be a celebrity? Zibowen, where do you hail from? Suddenly, a whistle echoed from the side. Zibowen smiled, displaying no impatience as he addressed their inquiries. I hail from Saklady, and regarding my occupation, I apologize for the misconception. I am merely an idle wanderer. The mention of Saklady elicited surprise from two of them, for it is a notably impoverished locale, further compounded by Zibowen's self-description as a vagrant. Consequently, their initial eagerness diminished. After all, good looks alone do not suffice for sustenance. Had they been affluent, perhaps they would entertain the notion of dalliance, but alas, they were not. Only Zypher and a woman named Monroe refrained from casting disparaging glances. Zypher was quite taken with Zibowen. His appearance was precisely to her liking, and she was determined to win him over. Monroe, on the other hand, exuded a refined demeanor, and though her attire was not opulent, her poise and the exquisite necklace she wore betrayed her affluent status. Engaging in conversation with them, Zibowen often elicited laughter. His vast knowledge allowed him to contribute to any topic, sharing insights on jewelry, entertainment, horse racing, fashion, and more. The delight of conversing with Zibowen captivated them, causing them to forget their earlier disdain upon learning of his background. They were utterly enchanted by him. At this point, it was likely that they would acquiesce to any request he might make. It has been a pleasure chatting with you, Zypher said, rising to embrace him. Regrettably, we must take our leave for now. Perhaps we shall meet again this evening? May I have your phone number? Zibowen smiled, replying, certainly, we shall meet again tonight. However, he did not provide his contact information. Zypher, sensing disappointment, was not dissatisfied with Zibowen. Her departure was due to pressing commitments of significant importance that necessitated her leaving him behind. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would not even leave a means of contact. Did this indicate a lack of allure on her part? Monroe gently pulled her aside to avoid any faux pas, addressing Zibowen. It's perfectly fine. We shall see you tonight, yes? Until tonight, Zibowen promised, escorting them out of the bar. Moments later, a provocatively dressed woman sashayed towards him. Handsome, care to dance? Her thick makeup, along with dark lipstick and eyeshadow, rendered her akin to a blooming black rose. Zibowen replied, since the lady has extended an invitation, I cannot refuse. His voice was melodious, and his words were equally captivating. The woman chuckled, you certainly know how to flatter. I quite enjoy that. The two stepped onto the dance floor, waltzing to the music. Their striking combination of beauty and grace captured the attention of onlookers. Cheers erupted from the audience. Isn't that our goddess Sarah? When did she start inviting others to dance? It has always been others who sought her out. Who is this man? You cannot help but admire the striking beauty of the individual in question. So it comes as no surprise that Sarah has extended an invitation to him. Sarah is the mastermind behind this bar. She occasionally graces us with her presence to perform a song, her enchanting voice, paired with her stunning looks. Over the years, patrons have affectionately dubbed her the goddess Sarah. Your dancing is truly exceptional, Sarah exclaimed joyfully. Your movements are utterly captivating, whispered Zibowen. His expression was earnest, and when one gazed into his sapphire-like eyes, it was impossible not to believe that every word he spoke was genuine. Even if it were a fabrication, one would willingly surrender to the web of lies he wove. Upon completing his dance, Zibowen garnered Sarah's admiration and earned the opportunity to work at the establishment. Meanwhile, in another corner of the star-spangled country, a beautiful girl opened her eyes, filled with mystery. Silver symbols flickered in her pupils as she looked skyward, as if glimpsing the future. I see it, the arrival of fate. It has come. Chapter 73. To gain, one must give coup. a flock of white doves soared gracefully overhead. These doves were remarkably tame, having been fed by passers-by, and would often descend to the ground upon seeing people. At that moment, a large group of doves flocked to the scene, where Shibuo stood amidst them, sunlight gently cascading over him, as if adorning him with a golden suit of armor. This made him appear akin to Apollo descending from his celestial throne. Countless women witnessing this sight would undoubtedly be smitten. At that moment, the live streaming room quietly opened. It was afternoon here, while it was deep into the night in the land of summer. The late-night broadcast attracted only the night owls. It seems this is abroad. One could easily discern from the surrounding individuals, who were evidently foreigners. This young man is incredibly handsome. How does he compare to the illusionist? The illusionist had never revealed his face. The only glimpse had been during a reflection in a water mirror, showcasing a miniature version of him. His features were exquisitely perfect. Yet the innocence of youth added a touch of childlike charm. However, it was evident from that small visage that the grown illusionist would be stunningly unique. To the audience, the illusionist was the epitome of beauty. Although the handsome young man before them was indeed striking, the illusionist was unparalleled. There was no need for comparison. The illusionist was eternally divine. This young man is quite dashing. In my eyes, he surpasses any star in our world. Observing him, it was clear he was no ordinary individual. Of course, anyone who could capture the attention of the esteemed observer and ascend to the role of protagonist in the live stream was anything but simple. The doves settled upon Shibuo's outstretched hand, pecking at the grains he offered. The scene was remarkably picturesque, prompting onlookers to pause and capture the moment on their phones. After feeding the doves, Shibuo clapped his hands and proceeded into the bar. He was required to undergo a certain level of training before assuming his role as the bartender at night. However, due to his acquaintance with the hotel's owner, he was exempted from many of the mundane tasks. Additionally, as Zibo claimed to have bartending skills, he bypassed the training altogether. Dusk soon descended, and as night approached, the influx of patrons to the bar increased. Unlike the usual clientele, who typically sought romance or danced while drinking, tonight was peculiar. Not a single woman occupied the seats, sipping drinks, nor were there graceful figures swaying to the music on the stage. Instead, all the women had cast aside their usual reserve and crowded around the bar. Their eyes sparkled with a fervent glow as they gazed at Zibo, who was skillfully mixing drinks. His bartending technique was extraordinary, his movements elegant and precise, crafting a cocktail in mere moments. Your voice is so enchanting. The chorus of excitement erupted from the women outside the bar. Zibo, you're so handsome. Be my boyfriend. You want need to work here. I'll support you. The enthusiasm of the women intensified. To them, every gesture and expression of Zibo exuded an irresistible charm. One woman became overly exhilarated, her nose bleeding, while another fainted and was swiftly carried away to an ambulance. 3 women had already succumbed to the excitement. Had these women lost their minds? Damn, tonight, all the spotlight is on that guy. Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? In stark contrast to the women's adoration, the men in the bar were less than pleased. After all, they had come seeking beautiful memories, yet now, all the women were captivated by that young man. They glared at the bar, envious of his looks, physique, and talents, wishing to seize him and put him in a sack. Zibo maintained an impeccable smile. Even when some ladies attempted to flirt with him, he showed no sign of irritation. He prepared drinks for each patron with grace. Just from this evening alone, the sales he made would earn him a substantial commission. At long last, having fulfilled every customer's order, Zibo smiled and remarked, "Ladies, fine wine deserves a tranquil space for savoring." The implication was clear. They should disperse to their tables, allowing other patrons access. His words were charmingly articulated. Even when the women discerned his intention to usher them away, they complied, obediently returning to their seats. Yet, their gazes remained firmly affixed on Zibo, unwilling to divert their attention for even a moment. A beautiful woman finally found a moment to approach. This lady was none other than Monroe, whom I had encountered previously. She had donned an elegant outfit, crafted from exquisite materials that were clearly handmade, showcasing a design that was both unique and the work of a master artisan. "I am late. Shall I punish myself with a drink?" Monroe jested, as she ordered a cocktail. Westbourne politely nodded in her direction and prepared a vibrantly colored concoction. Monroe accepted the drink, took a sip, and then remarked, "My friend Shiver had an unexpected engagement and could not make it. It was never her intention to miss our meeting. She asked me to convey her apologies and expressed her desire to arrange another opportunity to meet." Westbourne smiled at her, a smile so captivating that it momentarily left Monroe entranced. "Of course, I have been here all along. Should Ms. Shiver wish to join, she is welcome at any time. The drinks I prepare are quite delightful." "Your cocktails are indeed exceptional," Monroe replied. Having tasted many fine spirits, she found Westbourne's creation particularly intriguing. It was delicious, and upon drinking it, one could hardly suppress their emotions, compelled to confide in another. As they conversed, Monroe, unable to restrain herself any longer, began to share her suppressed feelings with Westbourne. "I have always known that nothing in this world comes without effort. Anything gained requires a price. Shiver's family has pressured her to attend a gathering, which, though termed a banquet, is merely a matchmaking affair among the elite." Monroe's spirits visibly dipped. "If Shiver is in such a predicament, am I not similarly ensnared?" Westbourne offered some words of comfort, not intending to delve too deeply into Monroe's plight. However, at that moment, the system's script notification arrived. "Ding. The script has been generated. Do you accept the role?" Engaging in the script would enhance the experience, and naturally, Shun Yin opted to accept. While comforting Monroe, he perused the script's details. Plot 1. Infiltrate the Jones family's banquet, and, under the guise of nobility, shine brightly, convincing all that you belong to the aristocracy. Plot 2. Trigger the plot of the deep-sea demon. You must evade the search by the Rinthin family. Plot 3. Collect 5 unparalleled treasures. Current progress, 05. The Jones family was among the most esteemed in the area, hosting gatherings that were not open to just anyone. Those invited were either exceedingly wealthy or of noble birth. Westbourne smiled subtly, having gleaned from Monroe's words that she too had the privilege of an invitation. Thus, he turned to the slightly inebriated Monroe and said, "Might I have the honor of inviting you, Miss Monroe, to accompany me to the Jones family banquet?" In a state of gentle intoxication, she replied, "Yes." And so, the following day, Westbourne and Monroe attended the much-anticipated event. Unlike the previous day, Westbourne donned a meticulously tailored suit, radiating an aura akin to that of a prince. He adorned a rather exquisite yet nameless watch, and his attire was strikingly elegant. He entered alongside Monroe, unimpeded by anyone else, for Monroe's stature was quite renowned among the elite. The soiree had yet to commence, and the grand hall was ablaze with light, bustling with numerous guests engaged in lively conversations. The ladies were resplendent in their opulent gowns, forming small clusters and exchanging pleasantries. Although Monroe was the companion of West Baron, she could not remain by his side indefinitely, as she had her own circle. Furthermore, upon their entrance, she noticed the ire of Shiver, who was clearly displeased at their association. She felt compelled to approach her sisters for an explanation. West Baron smiled and reassured her that it was of no consequence. As soon as Monroe departed, those who had been observing West Baron swiftly converged around him, some subtly inquiring into his lineage. "My name is E.S. West Baron." West Baron? One individual furrowed his brow, pondering whether this surname belonged to any esteemed family. However, it appeared to be merely a name associated with a negligible fringe nobility. West Baron accepted a glass of red wine from a server, his smile enchanting, and his words flowed effortlessly as if imbued with an enchanting charm that compelled listeners to believe him. Instantly, the individual was swayed, realizing that such poise and talent could only stem from an extraordinary background. Those around him quickly followed suit, for their nation was rife with nobility from peripheral regions, some of whom were notably discreet. West Baron's dignified demeanor was unmistakably a product of meticulous upbringing. No one entertained doubts about the veracity of his claims. As West Baron navigated the gathering with grace, every person who heard him became unwittingly convinced of his words. Gradually, whispers of the remarkable nobleman West Baron began to circulate among the other social circles at the event. Numerous families of varying status contemplated the prospect of an alliance with him, while some more prestigious households, captivated by his handsome visage, considered the possibility of inviting him to join their lineage to enhance their genetic legacy. Monroe's family also entertained such thoughts, especially upon witnessing her entrance with West Baron, prompting them to summon her immediately. "Monroe, where did you come to know such a nobleman?" Even the most modest of nobles possess certain privileges, and in this nation, nobility holds significant stature, especially given its relatively recent establishment, ensuring that those deemed noble wield considerable resources. Do not assume that fringe nobility is impoverished. On the contrary, many seemingly inconspicuous nobles possess resources ample enough to rival those of the upper echelon of merchants. Capitalists thrive in the land of stars and stripes. Yet the majority of resources remain firmly in the hands of the nobility and esteemed families. While Monroe's family may be considered affluent, they still lack the depth of legacy that those true nobles possess. Many individuals even mock their family as nouveau riche. Thus, Monroe's family, eager to ascend the social ladder, sought to align themselves with the powerful, hoping to shed the label of parvenus. Now, having encountered Shibuya I, Monroe was given a stern directive to secure his attention. With her head bowed, she remained silent. Indeed, she harbored feelings for Shibuya I, having been captivated more than once. However, he was the object of affection for her sister, Shifer. If she were to act now, it would mean vying for him against her own sister. Monroe absent-mindedly touched the cold gemstone around her neck, and suddenly, her heart felt as frigid and helpless as the jewel itself. There was a reason Shifer could not pursue Shibuya I. Their parents had set their sights on a more advantageous match, intending to arrange a marriage for Shifer. Reluctantly, she was confined and forcibly taken to the banquet. Shifer was already deeply saddened, only to witness her dear sister entering with the man she admired. She refrained from causing a scene, her years of upbringing holding her back. When an opportunity arose, Shifer escaped her guardians and approached Shibuya I. Upon seeing her, he greeted, "Long time no see, Miss Shifer." With a hint of complaint in her tone, she replied, "Are you upset with me? I truly had matters to attend to and did not intend to stand you up. Of course, I harbor no ill will towards you, Miss Shifer." Shibuya I raised his glass, sipping his drink. Shifer inquired, "Why did you come with Monroe? Did you not claim to be unemployed? Yet I hear others discussing you as a noble." A noble. Had she known earlier, she would have felt less conflicted, confident that her parents would approve of her association with such a gentlemanly and refined nobleman. The charmer smiled slightly, stating, "I never claimed to be of humble origins. I merely mentioned my residence, and indeed, I am currently without employment. Generally, noble heirs do not engage in work, as they receive dividends from their families, ensuring a substantial income regardless of their leisurely pursuits throughout the year." Upon hearing this, Shifer believed him, her discomfort easing slightly. After all, Shibuya I had not deceived them. It was they who had misjudged. Perhaps his bartending was merely an attempt to experience life? Shifer was easily swayed by his words. Yet, she never considered that Shibuya I had never expressed any affection. His demeanor remained uniformly courteous and gentle, as if it were etched into his very being. He simply did not wish to reject any lady. The Jones family had several objectives for the banquet they hosted today. One was to gather everyone for the sake of communication and collaboration, while another was to gauge the attitudes of various families. Most importantly, however, they had acquired an extraordinary treasure. They sought to unveil their prowess at this grand banquet, aiming to showcase the capabilities of the illustrious Jones family. If they could leverage this occasion to ascend to greater heights of influence, it would be even more fortuitous. As the festivities commenced, the eldest daughter of the Jones family made her grand entrance, resplendent in her finery. This evening, she was destined to capture the attention of all. The centerpiece of her allure was the exquisite necklace adorning her neck. While the gemstone necklace once worn by Monroe could fetch a handsome price, Miss Jones's necklace was truly priceless. A dazzling diamond, flawlessly cut and of substantial size, over 900 carats, was elegantly set within it. Such a magnificent gem could command astronomical sums. Coupled with Miss Jones's striking beauty, the diamond rendered her utterly captivating, drawing the gaze of every attendee. Is this not the eminent Miss Jones? She truly stands out. The Jones family has spared no expense, leaving one to ponder the origins of such a priceless treasure. With both a stunning gem and a beautiful representative, it appears the Jones family harbors grand ambitions. Following this event, their status is poised to ascend yet again. The attendees, all astute individuals, were acutely aware of the Jones family's intentions. Families intrigued by the gem found themselves hesitating. A treasure of such value would surely attract many competitors. They needed to carefully assess their own capabilities to emerge victorious in this contest. Indeed, the conjectures of the gathering proved accurate. The current patriarch of the Jones family, Lord Lloyd, stepped forward to make a proclamation. My eldest daughter, Winster, has reached the age of 20, and I wish to find her a suitable suitor. This gem, known as the Goddess of Light, shall serve as her dowry. Many hearts stirred at this announcement. Not only is Miss Jones strikingly beautiful, but the allure of the diamond, referred to as the Goddess of Light, was undeniable. This gem alone is valued at over $100 million, and with some promotion, its worth could soar even higher. The prospect of collaborating with the Jones family while gaining both beauty and wealth captivated all present. Miss Jones stood stoically, her expression indifferent as she showcased her elegance. Several families commenced negotiations with the Jones family, needing to present compelling offerings to pique the family's interest for this union to stand a chance. In this scenario, the eldest daughter was merely a conduit for alliances among the elite. It was the pursuit of profit that truly held their attention. Acquiring the Goddess of Light would significantly enhance their prestige and elevate their standing. In the audience, Westbow observed the Goddess of Light adorning Miss Jones's neck. Clearly, his objective was that very gem. The banquet continued, primarily to exhibit the existence of the Goddess of Light, with discussions of collaboration unlikely to be resolved swiftly. As the evening progressed, Miss Jones found an excuse to leave the banquet hall, making her way to the rear garden. In a moment of inadvertence, Shibuowen noticed several young individuals leaving the banquet and making their way towards the rear garden. Their expressions hinted at ill intentions. Shibuowen pondered briefly, downed his glass of red wine, and set it aside on a nearby table before following them into the garden. His hearing was remarkable, even from a distance. He could discern their conversation. That Winster is truly a beauty. Haha. With leverage in our hands, the Jones family will be at our mercy. In time, to protect their reputation, they may even insist on gifting us the Goddess of Light. Shibuowen observed these audacious individuals scheming a nefarious plot. It was unlikely that the Jones family anticipated such brazen actions against their esteemed heiress on their own grounds. While everyone was preoccupied in the grand hall, the rear garden remained relatively deserted. Winster, seeking solace from the suffocating ambience of the festivities, often retreated to this familiar haven, unaware that her absence would go unnoticed by her family. Regret washed over her as the three men cornered her, forcing her into a precarious position. She lamented having ventured too far, realizing that even if she screamed, no one would hear her cries for help. Her voice trembled as she feigned composure, unwilling to betray her fear. I am the heiress of the Jones family. If you harm me, my father will not spare you. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Once we have our way with you, what do you think your father will do? Perhaps he'll even demand that you marry one of us. Tears welled in Winster's eyes, enhancing her allure. The three men, with malevolent intent, advanced slowly towards her. In a panic, Winster stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Just as she believed there was no escape, she grasped her necklace, choosing to resist rather than succumb. In her moment of despair, a figure emerged behind the three assailants, swiftly knocking one down. It was Shibuowen. Mind your own business. Do you even know who we are? Two of them shouted as they attempted to restrain him, hoping to give their companion an advantage. However, Shibuowen's agility was remarkable. Within moments, he had dispatched all three. Chapter 75. You leave me perplexed. Wow, this handsome guy is quite skilled. So charming. A hero saving a damsel, and next, they will surely fall in love. Observers in the live stream, witnessing the scene unfold, assumed they were witnessing a foreign love story. Thus far, there was nothing amiss about Shibuowen. He epitomized nobility, gentlemanly, refined, elegant, and courteous, embodying every admirable quality imaginable. He possessed a remarkable charm towards women, seemingly acquiescing to every request, yet his demeanor was measured, neither overly familiar nor excessively aloof. Such a man epitomizes the ideal romantic figure in a woman's heart. Are you all right? A hint of concern flickered in his eyes as he half squatted and extended a hand towards Winstel. She shook her head, placing her hand upon his. With a gentle pull, he lifted her up. In a moment of clumsiness, Winstel found herself in his embrace, inhaling a delightful, fragrant scent that dissipated her earlier unease. In fact, she found herself oddly drawn to this embrace. However, Westford soon stepped back, shattering the ethereal atmosphere that had enveloped them. Embarrassed, Winstel expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name? I am called Phobos, he replied with a smile. Phobos. Winstel echoed, taken aback. The name bore connotations of brightness and brilliance, truly a name befitting such a person. Like the sun, he radiated warmth. In that moment, Winstel's heart fluttered. She even contemplated seeking his aid for escape, believing that someone like Phobos would surely assist her. Yet, she forcibly suppressed the thought. Recognizing the formidable power of the Jones family and understanding that she could not entangle this innocent and admirable man in her selfish predicament, the atmosphere between them remained amiable. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had exploded with confusion. What on earth? Didn't he previously claim to be E.S. Westford? How can he suddenly go by a different name? Perhaps he's called Phobos E.S. Westford? It's not uncommon for foreign names to be lengthy and possess multiple surnames, right? Phobos addressed Winstel. Please return for now. I will handle these individuals. All right, she nodded, but then reconsidered. The identities of those individuals were not trivial. If she left, and they discovered Phobos's true identity, they might retaliate. Should she seek her father's assistance? Surely, they would hesitate to act against her father's influence. Yet, if her father learned of this incident, her last vestige of freedom would be stripped away. No need. This is a minor issue I can manage. Reluctantly, Winstel departed. Glancing back as she left, the moment she was gone, Phobos's smile faded, and he approached the 3 individuals who lay unconscious on the ground. Without any gentleness, he roused one of them, a notorious playboy of the Massey family. As he regained consciousness, pain radiated from his face, and he immediately began to shout, "Do you know who we are? I am a member of the Massey family. How dare you strike me? You are finished." With a swift motion, Phobos delivered a resounding slap, causing the man's face to swell. "Behave yourself. I will ask the questions, and you will provide the answers." In the present moment, Phobos exhibits a semblance of restraint, yet his demeanor is more brazen than that of Maxie. With a fierce glare, Maxie clearly displays his defiance. A swift slap resounds, dislodging several teeth, leaving his visage swollen, tears, snot, and blood streaming forth. Observing this, Phobos hesitates to continue his assault. Nevertheless, those 2 strikes suffice to instill fear in Maxie, who dares not resist, apprehensive of further blows. "Who sent you?" he utters, his swollen face drooping. "No one sent me. We covet the goddess of light, and thus committed a grave mistake." Suddenly, Phobos lets out a low chuckle, his voice transforming into one of beguiling persuasion. "Tell me, who commissioned your endeavor?" Maxie's eyes widen in realization, and he stammers, "It is the Flogo family. They seek the goddess of light." "Excellent," Phobos replies. "Remember this. I, Avis, am merely a passerby who champions justice. After today, you shall forget all about me, save for my name. Indeed, you are Avis. After today, I shall erase all memory of you," Maxie concludes. With that, Phobos swiftly renders him unconscious. Subsequently, both individuals are revived only to endure the same fate as Maxie, before being struck down once more. Rising to his feet, Phobos surveys the banquet hall, finding it simpler than anticipated. He re-enters the gathering, and Winstel, who had been observing intently, finally breathes a sigh of relief. In the streaming room, he conceals his true self quite adeptly. Goodness, were I not vigilant, I would have failed to perceive his authentic nature. To change 3 identities in a single moment. Impressive. I deem him the mightiest. Truly, anyone who engages with the Heavenly Tao website is far from ordinary. I must admit, I am beginning to appreciate this brother of mine. Ah, it seems the one upstairs is male. What is his name? Sibyllin, Phobos or Avis. And there's another named E.S. His abilities are rather peculiar, reminiscent of an illusionist's craft. This resembles a form of hypnosis, does it not? As the banquet reaches its conclusion, none of the families present emerge victorious. In truth, the invited families are merely drawn to the influence of the Jones family, seeking to curry favor. The true powerhouses remain absent, for the head of the Jones family has his sights set on those titans, unwilling to squander the opportunity. Not a single one of the attendees garners his regard. However, following today's gathering, news of a valuable treasure acquired by the Jones family is bound to circulate, undoubtedly stirring interest among the influential, thus facilitating future alliances. Once the banquet concludes, Shiver is escorted home by her family, while Monroe, accompanied by Sibyllin, enjoys a measure of freedom. "Sibyllin, what do you suggest I do?" As Monroe departs with Sibyllin, perhaps due to his disarming presence, she finds herself compelled to confide in him her true feelings. "I am engulfed in fear, fearing that I may be cast aside like a mere tool by my family, akin to Winstel. The Jones family, more powerful than my own, is not exempt from such a fate. What should I do? Can I escape this predicament?" Monroe clutched the necklace around her neck, a precious gift from her mother, the sole source of solace in her life. Each time she adorned it, she felt her mother's presence, which sustained her through the darkest moments. After voicing her thoughts, she lowered her gaze, realizing she had overstepped. She had known Sibyllin for just a day. Why would anyone come to her aid? Yet, Sibyllin drew closer, gently lifting her chin and whispering in her ear, "I possess a means to rescue you, but you must be willing to sacrifice something." Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Monroe's eyes. "Really?" she inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. Sibyllin's laughter rang with an ineffable delight. "Indeed, all that is required is your most cherished possession." Monroe's expression shifted, yet upon witnessing Sibyllin's divine smile, her shyness resurfaced. I am willing." "Excellent. The transaction is complete. I shall take your treasure." Monroe quickly closed her eyes, her heart a tumult of anxiety and anticipation. However, the anticipated event did not unfold. Instead, she felt a chill as the jewel around her neck was removed. She opened her eyes to find Sibyllin admiring the sapphire embedded in the necklace, his expression one of appreciation. "Indeed, it is a fine treasure," he remarked. More importantly, the jewel bore the love of a mother for her daughter. System, Collection Progress 15. This exquisite necklace was deemed a rare treasure. Perhaps its monetary value was not substantial, yet it carried the blessings of Monroe's mother, passed down through generations. It was no wonder that such a meaningful jewel was recognized as an extraordinary treasure. Now, you face 2 choices. First, to liberate yourself from your family completely. Second, allow me to assist you in severing those ties. The con artist shed his disguise. Now his smile was nonchalant, and his once gentle visage transformed into one of striking aggression. "You?" Monroe gasped at the stark transformation of the con artist. She seemed to grasp something profound, yet dared not dwell on it. After all, the only person capable of saving her was this perilously dangerous man before her. "I cannot do it alone." Monroe acknowledged her own nature. Trained to be indecisive and timid, she was far more fearful than other women. Had she possessed the ability to resolve her predicament, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. How can you know unless you try? The con artist's eyes glinted with persuasion. Monroe was nearly convinced, her mind consumed with the thought of obeying his words, neglecting to consider entrusting her fate to this man who had become so perilous. The seemingly presented two choices were, in truth, singular. What must I do? The deceiver said. I require your cooperation for a task, and once it is accomplished, you shall realize that these troubles are merely trifles, unworthy of your concern. Really? Very well. What do you need me to do? Monroe, having relinquished her ability to think independently, blindly obeyed the deceiver's words. Tomorrow night, arrange a meeting with Winston at that bar. The deceiver smiled and gently brushed aside the stray hairs from her face. Do you understand? I do. Even at this juncture, the deceiver's intentions had become apparent. He was wholly exploiting Monroe to fulfill his own agenda. Monroe willingly fell into his trap. Her longing to escape her current life rendered her susceptible to any glimmer of hope, and she would not easily relent. Their conversation concluded, and Monroe departed. A masterstroke indeed. This exchange, seemingly verbose, yielded nothing but a precious necklace. As a jeweler, I perceive this necklace to be worth at least 3 million in Starlight currency. Converted to Summerlin currency, that amounts to roughly 20 million. And that is merely a conservative estimate. How remarkable. If I possessed such skill, wealth would be no concern. A daily tip for free food and drink? My friend, such endeavors carry significant risks. A substantial amount at stake could lead to over a decade of imprisonment. Those in the know understand. A daily tip for avoiding incarceration. The deceiver returned to the bar. It was not his shift. So he casually grabbed a bite to eat before returning to the solitary dormitory designated for staff. After a shower, he lay down. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. The deceiver rose and opened the door to find Sarah, clad in loungewear and devoid of makeup, standing before him. Sebastian, would you care to spend a delightful evening with me? Sebastian smiled and stepped aside, allowing Sarah to enter. She produced a deck of cards from her attire. Let us play poker. Sarah's shuffling technique was remarkably adept, and in no time, the cards were dealt to both players. The game commenced. Initially, Sarah experienced a mixture of wins and losses, but after 5 rounds, she realized her defeats were mounting. It soon became evident to Sarah that she was no match for Sebastian. It was as though he could perceive all the cards in her hand, rendering her every move transparent. Can you count cards? Sarah asked, astonished. I know a little, Sebastian replied modestly. A person capable of operating a bar, like Sarah, is no ordinary individual. Her invitation to play poker indicated her confidence in her skills. Yet, she was easily outplayed by Sebastian. Such a feat is not accomplished by mere rudimentary knowledge. Sarah could count cards to some extent, but she needed to deduce the opponent's hand based on the visible cards. After all, during a duel, certain cards remain concealed. However, Sebastian was not only able to discern her visible cards, but could even calculate the hidden ones. The terrifying skill of card counting left Sarah feeling inadequate. Your talents are remarkable. Wouldn't you like to earn a bit more? Westerman shook his head. He had no intention of lingering here for too long, as there were still some hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, compelling him to keep moving. Noticing Westerman's refusal, Sarah felt a twinge of regret, but refrained from pressing further. Observing that the hour was late, she gathered her cards and prepared to depart, remarking as she left. You remain an enigma to me. Chapter 76. The Mysterious Prophet, the Race of Deceivers. The deceiver leaned against the doorframe, smiling silently as he watched Sarah exit before closing the door. He intended to seek out the whereabouts of the remaining 4 treasures. Thus, he climbed out through a window. The deceiver navigated cautiously, deliberately evading all surveillance, and even lowered his head when unavoidable. After several twists and turns, he arrived at a location, a clandestine trading venue. Here, one could procure various pieces of information, both trivial and significant. Fortunately, the bar offered daily wages, and with the profits made during his bartending, he had accrued a decent sum. Westerman approached an individual, inquiring about the cost for information on the treasures. The person gestured an amount. Without bargaining, Westerman handed over 30,000 for a lead on the treasures. He departed from there, and upon returning, reviewed the information before incinerating the paper with a lighter. After a night's rest, the livestream room was closed once the deceiver fell asleep. Many netizens who received news during the day missed the broadcast. What the heck? Why is there still a livestream so late? I had already fallen asleep. Haha, late night perks. Only the night owls can catch it. Missed it again. In the summer country, while it was nighttime here, it was daytime there. To avoid missing future broadcasts, many set alarms, preparing to wake up for the livestream. The next day arrived swiftly, and the livestream room reopened. First, the cultivators have arrived. Let us see how many night owls we have here. Astonishingly, the count soared into the millions, quickly surpassing 10 million. We, the practitioners, cannot be easily defeated by mere fatigue. If you can endure, then don't push yourself. It would be unfortunate if you collapsed. How is that possible? I'm in fine health. Suddenly, a peculiar figure entered the bar where the deceiver was mixing drinks. She stood about 5 feet tall, her long black hair cascading past her waist, smooth and straight. She wore an unusual outfit, a pure white base adorned with a layer of pale blue gauze, delicate and ethereal, speckled with starlight, resembling a dazzling reflection of the Milky Way. Her skirt trailed on the ground, and she wore a hat that shaded her eyes, with a small humanoid doll perched on her shoulder. The craftsmanship of this puppet is exquisite, so lifelike that one might easily mistake it for a real being, were it not for its utter stillness. The moment she entered, the con artist's gaze was fixed upon her, or rather, upon the garments she adorned. Shall we find a place to converse? She inquired as she approached. Very well. The con artist replied without hesitation. Let us secure a private room upstairs. The bar's upper level offered secluded spaces, ideal for discreet discussions, particularly as patrons were scarce during the day. Thus, the con artist accompanied her to a room above. Once seated, she revealed her purpose. I presume you have discerned what I am wearing? The con artist's voice took on a peculiar tone. Indeed, I have. I am aware that your kind has a penchant for jewels, and thus, I wish to barter a precious gem in exchange for your assistance. She settled into the sofa, elucidating her intentions while producing a gemstone from her sleeve. What she unveiled was no ordinary stone. It was a remarkably rare blue diamond of exceptional quality. Colored diamonds are exceedingly scarce, and those of fine quality and substantial weight are 1 in a million. One might scour a myriad of diamond mines without ever encountering a blue diamond, underscoring its rarity. The blue diamond she presented was not only of splendid hue, but also the size of a palm. Cradled in her hand, it radiated a dazzling brilliance that captured the con artist's attention. I believe it complements your eye color splendidly. You two are a perfect match. What say you? The con artist pondered briefly before posing a question. What is it that you desire me to do? This inquiry signified her acquiescence. Indeed, this race's fervent admiration for treasures proved advantageous. Had she not procured such a gem, persuading him to assist would have been a formidable challenge. This race is notorious for its beguilement and capricious disposition, loving humanity while simultaneously delighting in its torment. Much like a cherished toy, they engage with it until their interest wanes, discarding it carelessly thereafter. Splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the seer. The seer? The con artist replied with a knowing smile, as if a revelation dawned upon him. I am the con artist, though you may call me Ziboan. The Sea King? What an audacious claim. Yet your race possesses the merit to bear such a title, the seer remarked, producing a crystal ball. What I require of you is to venture to this location and aid me in locating a particular object. Only you can gain access. The crystal ball reflected an image. The con artist glanced at it, committing the sight to memory. It portrayed a chasm in the ocean depths, a realm where few dare to tread. The pressure of the sea there is insurmountable for any ordinary individual. If I am not mistaken, the fabric of your attire is woven from fish silk, is it not? The con artist suddenly inquired, his eyes betraying a tranquil yet ineffable danger, akin to the vastness of the deep sea. You are unable to perceive the myriad dangers concealed within, yet merely gazing into his eyes envelopes you as though you were surrounded by an immense ocean, rendering you breathless. The puppet perched upon the prophet's shoulder, which had remained motionless, suddenly sprang to life. It unfurled 2 pairs of translucent fairy wings from its back, soaring into the air to shield the prophet, its diminutive face etched with wariness. The prophet chuckled, I discern your thoughts. However, the situation is not as you presume. This garment was woven by a friend of mine, especially for me. The trickster glanced at the tiny creature standing protectively before her, a mere palm's breadth in size. A smile graced his face, imbued with an indescribable charm. In this world, I am the last of the sea demons. Pray tell, who is this friend of yours? A figment of imagination? The prophet's body swayed slightly. The fairy, sensing imminent danger, began to coalesce a sphere of golden energy in its hands. The prophet momentarily lost her focus, but quickly regained her composure, exclaiming with resignation, I unexpectedly stumbled into a peculiar realm where I encountered a sea demon. This world indeed lacks sea demons. Chapter 77. Dreadful. Utterly dreadful. The trickster claimed to be the final sea demon, and he was not lying. Yet, while this world is devoid of them, alternate dimensions abound. With countless alternate spaces, it is not surprising that their inhabitants remain unknown. Had the prophet not inadvertently ventured into an alternate realm, she would never have acquired the prophet's legacy and uncovered the secrets hidden behind this world. She must swiftly attain the entirety of the prophet's legacy to unlock all her abilities. Otherwise, when the fated future arrives, lacking strength, she will find it arduous to navigate the currents of destiny. However, to access all of the prophet's legacy, the fated location foretold by the prophet lies at the unfathomable depths of the ocean, a place scarcely tread by ordinary mortals. Even with her current prowess, equivalent to the first tier of the celestial rank, she hesitates to plunge into the abyss in search of that legacy. Setting aside the immense pressure of the ocean depths, she remains a celestial being, and while celestial warriors are typically extraordinarily robust, her role as a prophet in the early stages renders her largely powerless. Relegated to a support role, only by securing the complete legacy can she find her footing. Initially, the knowledge that the legacy resides in the ocean depths left her utterly despondent, for she felt it was beyond her reach. Yet subsequently, through an unexpected prophecy, she glimpsed fragments of the future revealing the last remaining sea demon in this world. Sea demons are inherently favored by the ocean. In the abyss, they move with ease, capable of summoning colossal tsunamis, their voices serving as their weapons, gods of the sea. Typically, female sea demons possess an unappealing appearance, having evolved into grotesque forms to evade their pursuers. In contrast, the male sea demons are not only exceedingly beautiful, but also exhibit remarkable ferocity in their attacks. Their nature is even more savage. When they capture prey, such as fish, they often toy with it until it is battered and on the brink of death, only to then tear it apart and consume it. The prophet mused to herself, relieved that she possessed the blue diamond. Otherwise, in the presence of such a capricious sea witch, she might have easily succumbed to his deceitful words. The sea witch, devoid of any moral compass, regarded everything within his domain as mere prey, for they were not human. As sovereigns of the ocean, their whims dictated their actions. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, sea witches harbored an inexplicable fondness for humanity. Although they often delighted in teasing humans, they would never intentionally inflict harm. Some sea witches even went so far as to rescue drowning humans, bringing them back to shore. The prophet herself had once been saved by a female sea witch with a peculiar affection for humans while trapped in an alternate realm, allowing her to emerge alive and inherit the prophet's legacy. In the eyes of these sea witches, humans, as bipedal beings, evoked a sense of endearment akin to how humans perceive cats and dogs. However, not all sea witches were so open-hearted. Some remained aloof, like the deceitful one before her. The prophet could swear that had she not presented the blue diamond upon their meeting, a confrontation would have ensued the moment she voiced her request. Though sea witches were somewhat weakened on land, the prophet herself lacked any offensive capabilities, making her the likely victim in a skirmish. The trickster seized the bold little sprite that fluttered before him, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, an intimidating display reserved for when sea witches sought to capture their prey. He grinned, baring his fangs, and frightened the sprite into a scream, causing her to faint with a roll of her eyes. The trickster, finding amusement in the sprite's fainting spell, showed no remorse, instead laughing heartily. How cruel. Upon regaining consciousness, the sprite lay limp in the trickster's grasp and quickly losing interest. He tossed her back to the prophet, who promptly caught her. Inspecting the sprite, the prophet found no serious harm. It appeared she had merely been startled. This little creature, newly born and somewhat naive, had learned a valuable lesson from this encounter. In the live streaming room, chaos erupted anew as the observer had revealed the identities of both individuals. Oh, how wonderful the observer was, recognizing that we common folk lacked knowledge and generously providing us with enlightenment. Yet, such information was scarcely documented online. Perhaps only ancient texts held fragmented accounts of these matters. It is no wonder that the people of this world are so uninformed, as there exist no records pertaining to these legendary beings, and the average person cannot access ancient tomes. Thus, the observer's insights drew a multitude of eager readers. The prophet, a seer of the future, was a rarity among humanity, occasionally awakened within individuals, representing a legacy of profession and power. The sprite, in turn, was a manifestation of the prophet's abilities, while the sea which was steeped in legend. The sirens are intricately linked to the deities of legend. It is said that the sirens are the progeny of the sea god, which is why they are considered the beloved of the ocean from the moment of their birth. The divine, in turn, relates to another myth. According to this lore, humans are the beings most closely resembling the appearance of the gods, thus endowing humanity with superior intellect amidst all creation. The gods are primordial beings, possessing immense, unfathomable power capable of annihilating worlds with ease. However, tales concerning the gods are scarce, often merely alluded to in passing. In summary, the sirens are indeed formidable. To think the trickster is a siren. It turns out that the exquisite silk known as jiao xiao is woven from seawater by the sirens themselves. No wonder he fixated on the prophet's attire from the beginning. How amusing that the trickster exhibits such a gluttonous obsession with treasures. He becomes utterly entranced upon encountering them. I have a bold notion. Take heed, my friend. Have you spotted those menacing fangs? You truly cannot contend with him. How cruel it is to tease the little sprite. What mysteries lie in the depths of the ocean? Are you not curious? Yet, what can curiosity achieve? As if we could venture there ourselves. If the trickster were to journey into the deep sea, perhaps we might finally behold its wonders. Despite the advancements of human technology, the abyss remains an uncharted territory. Beneath those tens of thousands of meters of water, even submarines cannot penetrate. After the prophet articulated their purpose, they departed, leaving behind a means of contact. Under the trickster's keen gaze, the prophet's exit was remarkably swift. Once the prophet was gone, the trickster stretched leisurely, intending to set forth to the ocean at once. The sooner he finds that artifact, the sooner he will acquire a prized treasure. Chapter 78. The return of the sea's sovereign. Before proceeding, the trickster awaited another individual. Following their agreement, Monroe invited Winstel to the bar. As they approached, they made their way to the counter. The trickster stood behind the bar, deftly twirling a decanter in his hand. Upon noticing the trickster, Winstel appeared both surprised and delighted. I never expected to encounter you here. Ladies, what libation would you care to order? The trickster's smile was flawless. Monroe felt somewhat conflicted as she observed their lively exchange. After an extensive conversation, Winstel's previously disheartened mood noticeably brightened. If only I had met you sooner. All chance encounters are fated. It matters not whether early or late. The trickster's words remained exquisitely gentle, akin to poison sweetened with honey, deceptively pleasant yet potentially lethal. As they conversed, Winstel suddenly mentioned, next week, my father will seek a marriage prospect for me. With only a few days until that time, the Jones family's swift actions reveal their fervent ambition to ascend. The nightmare shall eventually conclude. The trickster gazed intently at Winstel, and something seemed to flicker in his eyes. Winstel momentarily lost herself, as some of her deeper negative feelings were suppressed within her heart. After finishing their drinks, the two of them were about to depart. Before leaving, Winstel embraced the trickster tightly. Phobos, if only I could escape recklessly like this. But where could I flee? Perhaps it's better to take a chance. The trickster's words held an ambiguous meaning. Thank you. Conversing with you is an immensely delightful experience. Winstel, however, grasped the underlying sentiment. She bid farewell to the trickster with a smile, a stark contrast to her initial entrance, where she appeared devoid of emotion, akin to a marionette. Now, she radiated a bright and confident smile. Compared to Monroe, Winstel's character seemed to possess greater resilience. After Winstel's departure, Monroe exhibited a complex expression. Now, can you reveal your true name? The trickster replied with a smile. You may call me Sibyllin or Phobos. In truth, either persona is a fabrication. A fabrication? Monroe felt a pang of sadness. I thought I could become someone extraordinary. After all, we have made a pact. No, my dear. The trickster gently caressed her cheek. I am a lie, thus the version of me before you is the only truth. Blushing, Monroe gazed at the trickster's remarkably deceptive visage. He was strikingly handsome. With golden waves of hair and azure eyes, he appeared like a beacon of purity and brilliance, and when he gazed quietly at you, no one could resist. The trickster's words carried an enchantment. Even when aware of the possibility of deceit, one found it impossible to escape his allure. Monroe covered her face, realizing she had truly fallen, and even in being manipulated, she yearned for it to continue. I know you are not deceiving me, she declared. For the trickster was remarkably candid before her. Did this not imply that in the trickster's eyes, she held a special significance? In the livestream's comments, all the viewers expressed their dismay. Wake up. He is just fooling you. It's obvious. How can you still leap into the pit? You can never awaken someone who pretends to sleep. Girl, that is no human. That is a siren. Do you understand? The most beguiling creature of them all. Trusting him is akin to believing that a sow can climb a tree. Sows can indeed climb trees, but the trickster will never speak the truth. To be honest, with that looks, I could do it too. Yes, he is indeed handsome. The upper floor is truly impressive. After bringing Winston to the bar, Monroe received a promise from the trickster. Once she obtained his commitment, she departed. Although she enjoyed a bit more freedom than Schleifer, her family maintained a strict watch. The only reason she could venture out was her pretext of having an appointment with Sibyllin. Otherwise, her family would not have permitted her to leave. After meeting with Winston and eliminating the potential threats surrounding her, the trickster requested leave from the bar owner, Sarah, as he needed to embark on a journey to the sea. That night, while the trickster sought a vehicle to depart, a car approached from down the street. The rear window rolled down, revealing the prophet's face. Get in. Since it was a matter of entrusting someone with a task, the prophet would naturally ensure that everything was arranged meticulously. When she departed from the land of summer and arrived in the land of stars and stripes, it was foretold that only here could she await the arrival of her savior. The trickster boarded the vehicle, where the driver remained taciturn, offering no words throughout the journey. The trickster, too, was not one to engage in idle chatter. The most boisterous presence in the vehicle was, unexpectedly, a little sprite, flitting about within the confines of the car. The seer did not intervene, indicating that the driver was indeed a trustworthy individual. They traveled in silence, journeying through the night until they reached the nearest coastal expanse. Upon disembarking, the trickster and the seer approached the shore. The seer advised caution, for her potential to inherit the legacy depended on this sea creature. The trickster smiled and retorted, "What foolishness you speak. The sea is, after all, our dominion." The seer inquired, "If you are truly so powerful, why is it that you stand as the last of your kind?" Excluding the alternate realm, it was evident that within Blue Star, only one sea creature remained. If they were indeed so formidable, it was inconceivable that only one would persist. The trickster shrugged. They have all been hunted down. When the trickster spoke of the demise of his kin, there was no trace of anger or malice. It was as if he were discussing inconsequential ants. Hunted? At the utterance of this word, a fragment of the future surged into the seer's mind. A multitude of masked figures clad in black, wielding sharp blades, numbering in the hundreds. Some bearing a tall and intricate apparatus, boarding a colossal ship. Strikingly, the one they pursued upon the waves was none other than the trickster himself. With a crack, the memory fragment shattered. Her inheritance was not entirely complete, and oftentimes, the futures she glimpsed were merely fleeting shards. Furthermore, they were wholly uncontrollable. Sometimes, what she saw or inadvertently overheard would trigger a prophecy. Recognizing the trickster's presence in the vision, she realized that those figures were undoubtedly connected to his quest for her legacy in the sea. Thus, it became imperative for her to discern the origins of those individuals. Otherwise, this endeavor would be fraught with uncertainties. The seer retrieved her crystal orb. Although her gift was prophecy, as a branch of that ability, divination held similar functions. In a sense, prophecy is uncertain, while divination can ascertain a direction, yielding the desired answers. The two are akin yet distinct. The seer performed a divination regarding the fortunes and misfortunes of this expedition, discovering the omen revealed was, disaster brings fortune. With this revelation, the seer felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, she commenced another divination, seeking to uncover the origins of the figures seen in her fragmented memory. This time, as the images materialized in her mind, to an outside observer, it appeared as though the seer had closed her eyes, her hands resting upon the crystal orb, motionless. Yet, those watching in the live stream beheld a scene unfold. Previously, they had witnessed the structure of the upper bell tower constructed within Gu Zhang's mind. Now, they were presented with the visions from another's consciousness, still shrouded in darkness. The distinction lay in the fact that the seer stood amidst the shadows, surrounded by twinkling starlight, as if countless fireflies danced around her. She hovered in the air. A vision unfolded before her, akin to a cinematic spectacle. As a vast screen unfurled in her sight, images of people and scenes began to emerge. A group of individuals was gathered in a particular location, seemingly engaged in earnest discussion. At the foremost position sat several elders, their age nearing antiquity, their hair as white as snow, betraying their advanced years. Their faces were alight with fervor, exclaiming, "At last, after all these years, we have found it. Time is of the essence. Let us act without delay." The latest tidings arrived. It had departed from there and was now en route to the seaside. "What?" exclaimed the elder at the head of the table, his expression one of indignation. "We must intercept it. Once it reaches the maritime expanse, capturing it will prove exceedingly difficult. There is no time to lose. It should have already reached the nearest shore. Fear not, even if it reaches the ocean, it is merely a slippery fish. We possess the ancestral secrets of capture, and our weaponry is more advanced than ever. How could a mere fish defy us? Indeed, our ancestors have successfully hunted many. We shall succeed as well. Prepare the ships for our voyage." A group of individuals sat in a circle, animatedly discussing their strategy to pursue it. The seer and the audience watching the live broadcast felt a chill in their hearts. After all, their target was none other than the siren trickster. Though the trickster was a sea demon, in appearance and demeanor, it bore no distinction from an ordinary human. To treat it as mere prey was a task few could accomplish. Such madness gripped these people. Had the sea demon wronged them in any way? Why pursue it to the brink of annihilation? The trickster was the last of its kind, a creature on the brink of extinction, rather than seeking to protect it. They sought its demise. In a vast forest, all manner of beings exist. What atrocities might they not commit for the sake of profit? Suddenly, among the elders seated at the head of the assembly, a youthful-faced old man, who had remained silent and unnoticed, opened his eyes. His presence had been so faint that no one had paid him heed. Yet, the moment he unveiled his gaze, it seemed to pierce through layers of space and distance. Locking eyes with the seer, that glance, laden with shadows and formidable power, felt as though it could engulf a person in an instant. The seer was taken aback. She had not anticipated the presence of a formidable individual capable of perceiving the probing gaze of others. Hastily, she severed the divination. Her complexion paled. If her lineage had been intact, a prophet of her stature should not be so vulnerable as to be detected during a simple reading. The vision was abruptly interrupted. The audience, startled by that sudden gaze, felt a sense of unease, though the barrier of the screen provided a degree of comfort. What a fright that gave me, one remarked. Yet, it is still better than the illusionist. Indeed, the illusionist is far more terrifying. I was so frightened by his gaze that I feared I would be transformed into a puppet. The seer opened her eyes anew. She relayed the revelations of her divination to the trickster. You must exercise caution. It appears they are indeed coming for you, having investigated you long before now. I am aware of them, the trickster replied, standing at the water's edge, mere meters from the lapping waves. He spoke, stating that the Rinthin family has persistently pursued the search and hunt for mermaids, of which I had long been aware. However, as long as I remain within the confines of the ocean, they cannot harm me, for I am the deity of these waters. The voice of the deceiver resonated with unwavering confidence. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. The seer cannot offer much assistance. For once she descends into the depths, she loses much of her combat prowess. It would be better not to venture down at all, lest she become a hindrance. Nevertheless, her concerns lingered. It was said that mermaids are the only creatures capable of delving into the abyssal chasms of the sea, impervious to the crushing pressures of the ocean. Yet, numerous threats still loom over their existence. Otherwise, they would not have faced near extinction. The seer believed that a legendary mermaid could conjure towering waves. But the true mermaids fell short of such feats. Legends are but tales, often embellished beyond reality. The deceiver strode deliberately into the water, as his legs fully submerged. Reaching above his knees, a transformation began at his waist, revealing a powerful blue tail. This tail gleamed with iridescent scales that reflected the moonlight like precious gems. The magnificent tail, over 2 meters in length, shimmered brilliantly in the water, its fins razor-sharp. This was a splendid spirit, belonging solely to the ocean. Once the tail emerged, the deceiver's previously short golden hair cascaded down in length. His garments morphed into translucent blue scales, adorning his skin and forming intricate, mysterious patterns. The seer, observing the deceiver's transformation into a mermaid, could not help but be captivated. The scene was a feast for the eyes, as all are drawn to the beauty of nature. As the deceiver embraced his mermaid form, the waters surged beneath him, roiling and bubbling, as waves crashed violently. The sea lifted its king, carrying the deceiver back to his rightful domain. The waves continued to batter the shore, causing the water level to rise significantly until the mermaid plunged into the depths. Only then did the tempestuous waves gradually subside. The seer watched as the deceiver vanished, her curiosity piqued by the ocean's reaction. Could the sea possess consciousness? Why else would it react so fervently upon his approach? She hoped for a smooth journey ahead. The deceiver had already descended hundreds of meters beneath the surface, swimming deeper into the abyss. Chapter 79. The enormous purple pearl, a legacy acquired. Not only did the seer admire the deceiver's transformation into a mermaid, but the spectators were equally entranced. Is this truly the fabled mermaid? Such exquisite beauty. The sight of a mermaid in the ocean is indeed the pinnacle of allure. They are, without a doubt, the creatures renowned for their stunning appearances. Their beauty is simply unparalleled. The observer once remarked that the siren's alluring beauty serves a singular purpose, to ensnare her prey. Once captivated, her victims become far easier to consume. The siren is a notoriously malevolent species. One must not be deceived by her appearance. As the deceiver descends into the depths, the light diminishes the further he strays from the surface. His pupils shift in hue, adopting the deep blue of the ocean abyss, allowing him to perceive his surroundings even in the profound depths. Within this underwater realm, a myriad of fish swim, while jellyfish drift languidly through the water. The proximity to the shore ensures the absence of formidable predators. The seafloor is a rich azure expanse, deep and tranquil. For those afflicted with thalassophobia, this scene may evoke discomfort. Yet, many behold the underwater vista as breathtaking. From the myriad peculiar fish to the luminescent jellyfish drifting serenely, each aspect is a testament to beauty. The deceiver moves with remarkable swiftness, propelling himself through the water with a powerful flick of his tail, swiftly covering hundreds of meters, descending rapidly. 500 meters, then 1,000. He ventures further from the shore, encountering increasingly rare species. A frenzied school of fish darts in panic, the disturbance revealing a pod of dolphins in pursuit. They work in perfect harmony, herding the fish into a tight cluster before commencing their lethal hunt. A series of low dolphin calls resonate through the water. While delightful above the surface, to the fish, those sounds are harbingers of doom. After dispatching their prey, the dolphins seem to notice the swiftly moving deceiver. Mistaking him for a human who has fallen overboard, they hasten toward him, only to be entranced upon seeing his face. Dolphins are creatures that possess an acute sense of beauty and a fervent appreciation for it. A group of over a dozen dolphins quickly encircles the deceiver, some even presenting him with a plump fish. However, he pays them no heed. Despite their undeniable charm, dolphins were once within the hunting grounds of sirens in ancient times. The deceiver, having no inclination for raw fish, refrains from indulging them. After a brief pursuit, the dolphins, thwarted by the deceiver's remarkable speed, lose their catch. They linger momentarily, emitting low, mournful calls, seemingly lamenting their loss before gradually dispersing. Having traversed to a depth of 5,000 meters, the deceiver encounters numerous formidable predators along the way, schools of sharks and pods of whales. Yet, upon detecting the scent of the siren, the sharks promptly retreat, veering toward the location foretold by the oracle. Below 10,000 meters, marine life becomes scarce. The immense pressure here is beyond the tolerance of ordinary fish. Time is indeterminate as he swims. Suddenly, a vast chasm looms ahead, marking the entrance to that fabled place. The deceiver swims forth into its depths. The fissure resembled a gaping abyss, its depths concealed from view. As one ventured further downstream, the surrounding light faded into utter darkness, rendering the landscape invisible. Yet, amidst this obscurity, a faint glimmer emerged several hundred meters away, beckoning like a distant beacon. With a flick of its tail, the trickster propelled itself toward that luminous source. As it drew nearer, the brilliance intensified. When it was a mere 100 meters away, the water's flow became disturbed, and suddenly, the radiant light was shrouded in shadow, as if obscured by some unseen force. Approaching cautiously, the trickster discovered a colossal shell nestled within the fissure. It was the size of 2 grinding wheels. Its surface a pristine white, seemingly stuck within the crevice due to its immense size. The trickster exerted some effort, only to find it firmly lodged. Any attempt to extract it forcefully would likely spell doom for the shell itself. Thus, with a decisive blow, it shattered the nearby rock wall and carefully embraced the massive scallop, lifting it from its confinement. Upon being placed on the ground, the scallop gradually opened its shell, attempting to swim, albeit at a sluggish pace. Yet it was an improvement over its previous immobility. Its delight was evident as the 2 shells flapped rhythmically. Suddenly, it glided toward the trickster, revealing its interior. Within lay a perfectly rounded pearl that emitted a radiant glow. The trickster felt a strong urge to reach for it, but moved by the creature's plight, hesitated. To its astonishment, as the shell opened wider, a remarkably large, unique purple pearl tumbled forth and splashed onto the seabed. The scallop, now liberated, joyfully resumed its slow journey, its considerable mass moving at a pace hardly quicker than that of a snail. The trickster picked up the gleaming pearl, which was so enormous that it required both hands to grasp. Should it be sold, even a price of 10 million would incite fierce competition among buyers. Its brilliance illuminated the abyssal depths. Clutching the pearl, the trickster continued to explore the base of the fissure in search of an entrance. Bathed in light, the surrounding rock walls revealed patches of seaweed, which glimmered with a subtle bioluminescence. Tiny creatures scuttled about, among which one particular stone appeared out of place. The trickster pressed it, and with a resounding rumble, a massive whirlpool suddenly emerged from the depths, engulfing it in a tumultuous spiral. When consciousness returned, the trickster discerned a radiant light filtering from above. It swam upward and found itself in an underground cavern. The chamber contained an abundance of water, yet the ceiling was hollow, preventing complete submersion and revealing pockets of dry space. It was here that the trickster discovered the prophet's legacy, lifting a white stone adorned with hints of iridescence. This was the very essence of the prophet's inheritance. As he grasped the object, an influx of knowledge regarding the prophet surged into his mind, accompanied by a voice that inquired whether he wished to accept the prophet's legacy. The trickster declined. The prophet's heritage conflicted with his innate abilities. Moreover, if he desired such power, he could simply exchange for it through the system. Perched upon a fractured stone pillar, he discovered a crown. Chapter 80. Provoking the Sea King at Sea. This crown was crafted entirely of gold, adorned with various gemstones. Yet the most striking feature was the radiant crystal core at its center, more dazzling than any gem. The trickster immediately recognized its significance. The script provided by the system had mentioned it. This was the crown of the Sea King, and acquiring it would allow him to be crowned and gain the authority of the Sea King. Upon seizing the crown, the scene before him transformed instantaneously. The cavern vanished, revealing a more expansive locale. Before him lay an underwater palace, its floors laid with jade tiles and surrounded by 5 jade pillars intricately carved with myriad aquatic patterns. Vivid corals embellished the surroundings, and towering, translucent crystal forests were ubiquitous. Above, pearls the size of fists glimmered as decorations. Plucking just one would suffice to ensure a lifetime of comfort. Yet here they were as plentiful as stars. How he longed to seize one. So many, so grand. Was the trickster on the verge of inheriting this wealth? Would he not become instantly affluent? Goodness, someone tell me where this is. I'm heading over to collect some treasures. What? At a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea? Farewell. That crystal pillar alone could fetch over 100,000, and there's an entire forest of them. Is this what it means to be wealthy? With jade paving the way and pearls illuminating the path? How envious. The audience in the live stream expressed their hearts could hardly bear the opulent spectacle before them. At a higher elevation, a staircase led to a throne. The trickster observed that the crown he had been holding had vanished, and in the vast hall, phantoms began to materialize. They were merfolk, each with a human upper body and a fish tail, the ancestral leaders of their kind. Together, they bowed deeply to the trickster, as if welcoming their king. With measured steps, the trickster ascended towards the throne, turned, and seated himself. Ethereal, melodious chants filled the air. Today, you shall be crowned king. Your decree shall be the law we are bound to follow. A tall, imposing phantom descended the stairs, cradling the crown. You shall be crowned king. All the denizens of the ocean shall be under your command. Congratulations on the birth of the Sea King. The crown was placed upon the trickster's head, and simultaneously, a golden scepter appeared in his hand. At the foot of the stairs, all the merfolk bowed deeply, paying their utmost respect to the emergence of their new king. Congratulations on the birth of the Sea King. The scene was magnificent, stirring profound emotions. The coronation ceremony concluded. Everything around instantly returned to its original state. The deceiver remained within the cavern, but now adorned with a crown upon his head and a scepter in his hand. Those sea sirens must also be the ancestral leaders. Yet why do they show such reverence towards the deceiver? It remains a mystery. Moreover, the towering phantom appeared to be unlike the ordinary sea sirens. Oh, where are the crystals? Where are the pearls? Have they vanished? My dreams have also dissipated. After the deceiver was crowned king, the system announced, the character you portray aligns perfectly with the setting, garnering widespread recognition. Your second ability has been unlocked. The might of the Sea King. When you are amidst the ocean, the waters shall bend to your will, and the creatures of the sea will heed your command. You are the sovereign of the sea, the deity of the depths. This power is formidable enough to rival that of a lord's domain, perhaps even surpassing some. After all, a domain consumes its own energy and cannot be sustained for long, whereas this ability directly harnesses the ocean's might. Having obtained the inheritance, the deceiver sought to escape from this place. After a brief exploration, he returned to the entry point and submerged into the waters, discovering a small whirlpool beneath. Once he dove in, the scene spun once more, and he soon emerged in the outer sea. The deceiver intended to return to the original shore. However, en route, a torpedo suddenly surged towards him. The deceiver evaded it, but it swiftly altered its course, relentlessly pursuing him. Suddenly, multiple torpedoes, 4 or 5, were aimed at him, forcing the deceiver closer to the ocean's surface. Just as the torpedoes were about to collide with him, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. The sea was thrown into chaos, creating towering waves. Nearby, a colossal ship, accompanied by over a dozen smaller vessels, began to approach. On the deck of the massive ship stood the members of the Rinfin family. Upon witnessing the torpedoes strike their target, they erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "We've hit. Let the small boats draw near, cast the nets, and reel in our catch." The smaller vessels, receiving their orders, promptly made their way towards the area. In the live broadcast, viewers questioned, who are these individuals? Could they be those foretold by the seer? Panic set in as the realization dawned. The deceiver had been struck, and it was all over. The torpedoes dealt considerable damage. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly lack the strength to fight back. Tension gripped everyone. The smaller boats approached, but the waters in that area suddenly roiled, the waves swelling higher, creating formidable crests that hindered their advance. The small vessels were forced to halt. Those aboard the massive ship clutched the railings tightly. Why has the wind shifted so abruptly? One person exclaimed, glancing at the ship's flag, which showed no sign of a breeze. No wind. Then why are the waves suddenly surging? Confusion reigned among them. With a resounding roar, the waves grew ever larger, rising to heights of over 2 meters, as the surrounding waters surged uncontrollably, creating a relentless onslaught against the ship, as if the ocean had finally unleashed its wrath, threatening to overturn the vessel entirely. A waterspout erupted from the very spot where the trickster had vanished. The trickster emerged from the depths, standing triumphantly atop the swirling waters. The members of the Lunton family were left utterly astonished. Could it be that a sea monster could manipulate the sea itself? Impossible. How could this be? If such creatures truly possessed the power to command the waters, they would not have been hunted to near extinction by our ancestors. There is no record in any tome that speaks of sea monsters wielding control over the ocean. They are merely described as swift as the wind and endowed with immense strength. What, then, is transpiring? The Lunton family trembled in disbelief. As the trickster stood upon the surface of the water, the fishtail impatiently struck the waters below. Instantly, a colossal wave, towering over 10 meters high, surged forth, crashing down upon several vessels. To challenge the authority of the Sea King in these waters is sheer folly. The crew aboard the ships was seized with terror. Quick! Turn back. Chapter 81. Deception. Monroe's choice. There was no time. The towering wave cascaded down, capsizing all of the small boats. Even the great ship trembled violently, sending those on deck tumbling into the depths below. Have we angered the sea god? How could the sea monster be so formidable? Hurry, turn around. We must leave this place immediately. Do not confront him in the water. The Lunton family was confounded, for the ancestral records had never hinted at the sea monsters possessing such power. They had always stated that while the sea monsters were incredibly swift, a direct hit would incapacitate them. If forced from their underwater domain, they would pose no threat. What, then, is this? Is this truly a display of threat? A vessel weighing dozens of tons is nearly overturned, yet they claim there is no danger? The Lunton family cursed inwardly. Our ancestors have led us astray. With a resounding roar, the sea once again stirred, and a massive dark shape loomed from the depths. Beside the great ship, a gigantic octopus suddenly emerged, wrapping its tentacles around the vessel. With a powerful grip, it tore away the iron plating from the ship. Its numerous appendages flailed as it treated the ship like a mere toy, while the cannon fire from the ship merely tickled the creature, failing to inflict any harm. The great vessel was dismantled into ruin, with only a few fortunate souls escaping in lifeboats. The ship was dragged into the depths by the colossal octopus, reduced to mere fragments. Fortunately, the second ability had been unlocked just in time. Otherwise, it would have required considerable effort to contend with these creatures. Aware of the unique abilities of the sea monsters, specifically their use of sonic waves to lure and attack, they had prepared a massive sonic weapon. As soon as the sea monster unleashed its sonic assault, the weapon would emit a specific frequency to neutralize the creature's sound waves. Moreover, to counter the allure of its song, they simply needed to ensure that the sea monster's melodies were inaudible. Thus, the Lunton family, having come to eradicate these sea monsters, donned sound-blocking ear protection. This is precisely why the siren, endowed with the enchanting ability to captivate through her voice, is so easily hunted. Of course, this is merely the narrative woven into the fabric of the system's design. In reality, there are no sirens in the Blue Planet. Shun Yin is the first and only siren that exists here. As for the otherworldly realm, it cannot be counted among the Blue Planet. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispatched his pursuers and returned to the shore from whence he came. There stood the prophet, anxiously awaiting his return. Have you obtained the legacy? The prophet inquired. The trickster produced a round stone and tossed it to the prophet. Upon catching it, she sensed the unique aura of the prophet emanating from it, and knowledge regarding the legacy flooded her mind. She realized that this legacy was indeed the genuine inheritance of the prophet. The prophet handed the precious gem back to the trickster, stating, "This time, consider it a favor owed to you. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me." Although the gem held significant value, the prophet understood that this inheritance was far more precious, especially for her, as it was irreplaceable. The trickster ran his fingers through his damp hair, transforming his fishtail into human legs, with scales morphing into garments adorning his body. After collecting the blue diamond, a notification from the system echoed. System, collection progress, 35. The previous purple pearl also counted as 1. The prophet initially intended to have the driver return the trickster to the hotel. However, the trickster expressed, "I wish to visit a few places. May I borrow your vehicle?" Reluctantly, the prophet allowed the driver to take the trickster to the locations he mentioned. Each stop was brief, lasting no more than 10 minutes, as he returned to the car after visiting 3 places in succession. System, collection progress, 45. There remained 2 more locations, each boasting beautiful jewels, yet none could compare to the level of the precious gem. Thus, after acquiring them, the trickster returned them to their original places. By the time he returned to the vehicle, daylight had broken. The prophet refrained from inquiring about the trickster's activities, knowing that even if she asked, he might not tell the truth. There was no need to invite frustration. After delivering the trickster back, the prophet finally sighed in relief. The cause of her anxiety stemmed from the tedium of the previous car ride, during which the trickster had begun to tease her little sprite again. The sprite, whose courage seemed uncertain, had once fainted from fright, yet still chose to provoke the trickster again, only to be captured and frightened anew, resulting in a dejected appearance as it slumped on the sofa, head drooping in discontent. As the trickster exited the vehicle, the prophet poked the sprite, knowing it was mischievous. "Why do you continue to provoke him?" The sprite waved its hand dismissively, turning away from her in a sulk. The prophet chuckled, teasing, "You cannot possibly be lamenting over that siren full of deceit, can you?" The sprite's wings fluttered slightly, yet it did not turn back. "We shall have opportunities to collaborate in the future. After all, when the grim fate approaches, we will undoubtedly unite." The trickster returned to the bar, and the clock had already struck past 8 in the morning. Monroe had come looking for him. "When will you fulfill the promise you spoke of?" "It is now up to you, my lady. You claim it is beyond your capabilities, yet I possess a remarkable item. It is contingent upon your audacity." The fraudster produced a glass vial reminiscent of a perfume bottle, containing an enigmatic liquid that shimmered with a hint of translucent blue. "What is this?" Monroe inquired, perplexed as she grasped the vial. "Should you administer this liquid to your family, they shall no longer impede your endeavors," the fraudster remarked with a knowing smile. Monroe was taken aback, her hand trembling as she clutched the glass vial, her heart racing. Could it be poison? Absolutely not. The fraudster quickly dismissed the notion. How could it possibly be poison? Monroe, her face awash with anxiety, found herself torn between belief in the fraudster's words and an overwhelming fear of the unknown contents. Why would consuming this liquid render her family oblivious to her pursuits? Her kin, parents, grandparents, even her brothers, each sought to enhance their lineage through strategic unions. What could persuade them to relent? Such thoughts spiraled into darker imaginings. Yet, the fraudster's assurances compelled her to trust him. Resolutely, Monroe took the vial, stood, and exited the private room, leaving the bar in a car. Unbeknownst to her, the fraudster had deceived her. The vial contained his own diluted venom. This venom was not lethal. Chapter 82. The flesh of the siren and the significance of gems. The siren's sharp fangs can secrete a potent venom. A fact unbeknownst to many. This venom possesses the extraordinary ability to alter a person's constitution, a natural evolution for the siren's survival. It bears resemblance to the initial embrace of a vampire, yet diverges in essence. When diluted, the venom enables transformation not into a full siren, but into a creature bearing some sirenic traits, completely subservient to the will of the venom's master. Each siren produces merely a single drop of this venom annually, which can be diluted to create a vial capable of affecting over 100 individuals. However, to fully transform someone into a siren, one requires an undiluted drop of the venom. The vial presented to Monroe contained only 1/5 of the diluted venom, sufficient to affect no more than 20 individuals. Yet, if Monroe were astute, she would discern whom to target. The fraudster, bored, toyed with a transparent goblet in his hand. He had resigned from his position at the bar, but occasionally returned to enjoy the ambience, primarily due to the amiable barmaid who ensured that others dared not trouble him. Although the fraudster was unafraid, he preferred to avoid unnecessary confrontations. He would rather spend his time engaging with more humans. Humans, such delightful yet infuriating beings, are they not? At that moment, a venerable man with hair as white as snow and a youthful countenance entered through the door. Upon his entrance, several men clad in black swiftly ushered all the patrons out of the bar. Naturally, they offered a sum of money, and seeing the forceful demeanor of these individuals, coupled with the allure of compensation, no one resisted. They obediently vacated the premises. Such a commotion caused the music on stage to cease, prompting the DJ to hastily summon the bar's manager. However, upon the manager's arrival and witnessing the scene, he immediately sensed trouble. With a subservient demeanor, he addressed the man. "Sir, this humble establishment has limited resources. If we have offended in any way, I humbly ask for your leniency." Helene Lawton, the head of the Lawton family and its longest-serving patriarch at the venerable age of 230, waved his hand dismissively. Adorned with a jade ring on his thumb and supported by a cane, he stated, "I merely wish to have a conversation with this gentleman." The manager, relieved to learn that the tension was not directed at his bar, quickly ordered a fine bottle of wine to be brought forth and instructed his staff to return to their quarters, ensuring that the discourse between the dignitaries remained undisturbed. Regrettably, the proprietor, Sarah, was currently away on business. Although he had attempted to contact her, she would not be returning anytime soon. Sarah had always been resolute about not yielding to disturbances. She had established her bar in this area and earned the reverence of patrons who referred to her as Goddess Sarah, all while maintaining a low profile. It would be implausible for her to lack some connections. Given her notorious temper, she would usually return without fail at the slightest hint of trouble. However, upon noticing the insignia embroidered on the visitor's attire, Sarah chose silence and ultimately advised her manager to avoid conflict if possible. This led to the manager's courteous behavior in presenting the wine. Helene's subordinates accepted the wine without causing the manager any discomfort. Helene settled into a chair opposite the con artist, leaning on his cane, exuding an air of authority. Mr. Siren. Helene paused momentarily before continuing. I hope you don't mind my addressing you thus. The con artist merely swirled his drink, offering a silent smile. He astutely noted that the visitors wore earpieces, and some clutched peculiar devices, likely precautions against his abilities. In this moment, far from the ocean, one must guard against the Siren's allure and sonic assaults. Helene's gaze was piercing, imbued with a weariness that belied his appearance. It was hard to believe he was over 2 centuries old merely by looking at his face. Yet, his eyes bore the weight of countless experiences. Now that you see me, you must already grasp my intentions, he remarked, tapping his cane against the floor. Instantly, several men in black retrieved a number of boxes from outside, placing them on the table. As they opened the boxes, a dazzling array of gemstones lay within. An intoxicating sight. The collective worth of these gems surely exceeded 1 billion. What do you think? Helene confidently inquired. Shall we proceed with the transaction? The con artist observed Helene's unwavering confidence and suddenly let out a derisive laugh. You are indeed self-assured. Your urgency in seeking me suggests that the effects of your elixir are waning, is it not? Helene's expression darkened, and he tightened his grip on his cane. Indeed, after savoring the sweetness and reaping its benefits, how could he endure the thought of reverting to an ordinary existence, continuing to age? The sharp sound of a bullet being chambered echoed in the air. Helen, with a stern expression, remarked, I admire your skill. You are unlike those sea demons, which is why I offered you jewels. Otherwise, this is not the ocean where one could simply take and flee. Could a fraudster truly resist? Had it not been for the sea godlike prowess of the fraudster that instilled a sense of caution in her, Helen might not have spent such a fortune to procure a piece of sea demon flesh. It is rumored that consuming the flesh of a sea demon grants eternal life. And Helen was the first to partake in such a delicacy. Perhaps she had stumbled upon accounts documented by her ancestors, leading her to seek out the legendary sea demon. After consuming its flesh, she indeed found herself ageless, living for over 2 centuries, her visage still reminiscent of one in their 30s. Soon after, her thoughts turned dark towards the sea demons. After all, she had a family, and if she were to remain youthful, she wished the same for her wife and children. Thus, she embarked on a relentless hunt for sea demons, yet they were far too scarce, and she had failed to locate any. 2 centuries passed, and as her vitality began to wane, she found herself adorned with a mane of white hair, her body deteriorating day by day. She could only raise her hand in desperation, knowing that if she did not find another sea demon soon, her life would be drawing to a close. It was then that the fraudster made an appearance. Upon receiving word from her subordinates, she could scarcely believe her eyes, for this sea demon was extraordinarily beautiful. However, as the fraudster employed her beguiling abilities, Helen was convinced that this was indeed a sea demon. Immediately, she dispatched her men to capture the fraudster. Yet she was unprepared for the fact that the fraudster's power was entirely different from that of the sea demon she had encountered years ago, and unlike any recorded in her ancestors' accounts. Thus, she suppressed her discontent and placed her hopes on the fraudster agreeing to the proposed transaction. After all, did not all sea demons have an affinity for jewels, often unable to resist their allure? As the fraudster gazed upon the jewels before her, she lowered her eyes to conceal her murderous intent, then smiled and said, You seem unaware of what gifting jewels to a sea demon signifies. I can sense the blood of another sea demon within you. Did she never disclose this to you? A look of shock crossed Helen's face. What could this mean? She suddenly recalled that it was by sheer chance that she had saved that sea demon, only to later uncover her true identity. Reflecting on her ancestors' accounts, she had easily lured the creature with gems, subsequently killing it and consuming its flesh. She felt no remorse, for upon learning the sea demon's identity, she had been filled with revulsion, especially after witnessing the true form of the creature. Female sea demons, possessing lesser strength, evolved to appear quite unremarkable to avoid attracting attention from predators during their nurturing periods. In stark contrast, male sea demons were endowed with greater power and faced no natural enemies in their domain, which rendered them exceedingly attractive, primarily to ensnare prey into lowering their defenses. Helen encountered a female sea demon. It goes without saying that while her human form might be somewhat tolerable, her true form is undeniably grotesque, so hideous that it could turn one's stomach. In stark contrast to the sea demon, the mermaid embodies feminine beauty, whereas the male merfolk are exceedingly unsightly. Additionally, the females are generally smaller and weaker than their male counterparts. Only the hybrid offspring of mermaids and sea demons, known as the mermen, display an inversion of this trend, with the females being remarkably formidable. The trickster observed Helen's apparent confusion regarding the significance of the sea demon's gem and raised an eyebrow. He ran his fingers across the crown adorning his head, which also served as a diminutive storage device, albeit one solely capable of containing the Sea King's scepter. With a flourish, the trickster retrieved the scepter, standing up in the process. Helen's subordinates immediately tensed, their weapons trained on the trickster. Unfazed, the trickster remained composed, prompting Helen to gesture for calm. His own curiosity piqued regarding the trickster's intentions with the golden scepter. The trickster pointed the top of the golden scepter, adorned with a fist-sized transparent white gem, at Helen's forehead. Instantly, the gem emitted a blue light. The cloaked figures surrounding them anxiously observed Helen, noting the flicker of blue light before it dimmed. Yet Helen remained unscathed. The trickster retracted the scepter and returned to his seat, a look of amusement gracing his features. As Helen touched his forehead, perplexed, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins, as if his blood were boiling. Subsequently, wisps of red smoke began to emanate from his body, coalescing into the form of an ordinary-looking woman beside him. Upon seeing her face, Helen's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be you? You were dead. It's impossible. You cannot still be alive. His hand instinctively clutched his heart, nearly succumbing to a panic attack. Helen, the woman gently called his name. You monstrous creature. Stay away. Helen swung his scepter in an attempt to dispel her, only to discover that it passed through her form as if she were but an illusion. The onlookers, witnessing this surreal spectacle, were thrown into disarray, with some becoming so frightened that their limbs turned to jelly. After all, such an eerie occurrence instilled profound terror in those unacquainted with the supernatural. Helen, have you forgotten your vow? The promise you made to me. Suddenly, her visage morphed into a grotesquely hideous countenance, complete with sharp fangs. She shrieked in a piercing voice. How could you deceive me? How could you betray me? Why would you lie to me? Helen, flustered, stammered, what vow? What have I deceived you about? Roland was clearly after your wealth. You brought this upon yourself. The trickster let out a whistle, relishing the unfolding drama. Roland's face grew even more monstrous, suitable for auditioning as a ghost without any makeup. In an instant, she seized Helen by the throat. Although the female sea demon's strength was relatively modest, it far surpassed that of a human, causing Helen to roll his eyes back in desperation. He attempted to push her away, yet his hands could not grasp her at all. Even his subordinates, eager to assist, found themselves utterly powerless to intervene. They were unable to touch her at all, had it not been for the sight and sound of Roland. One might have doubted the reality of the situation, especially given the manner in which her employer was being throttled. It seemed that Roland still had more to say. After nearly choking Helen to death, she released her grip. Helen gasped for breath, finally managing to recover. He then heard Roland softly inquire, "Why did you betray our vow?" The expression on her face suggested that any unsatisfactory answer could lead to a repeat of her earlier actions. Terror-stricken, Helen stammered, I truly do not recall any vow." He strained to remember events from over 2 centuries ago, contemplating whether he had indeed made a promise to this sea which that he had failed to fulfill. Yet, after several attempts to recollect, he found nothing. "I truly have not," he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Although he had deceived Roland in the past, it was only because he held her insatiable greed in contempt. Roland, initially intent on continuing her assault, caught sight of several chests of jewels on the table, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment and emotion. "Did you give these to me?" she asked. Helen pondered whether her failure to provide the promised gems all those years ago was the source of her animosity. However, the schemer interrupted Roland's reverie, asserting, "You are mistaken. These jewels were gifted to me." Upon hearing this, the smile that had graced Roland's face abruptly vanished. She glanced between the schemer and Helen, her eyes darting back and forth, until she suddenly let out a piercing scream. Bang, bang, bang. The wine glasses on the table shattered instantly, and the glass surrounding the bar fractured as well. Helen, positioned nearby, felt the shockwave despite the ear protection, blood streaming from his ears and nose. Others fared no better. Several individuals activated their devices, emitting sound waves that neutralized the shrill cacophony. Only then did they begin to recover. The audience in the live broadcast, too, was momentarily stunned, their minds clouded, as if their hearing had been rendered null. Fortunately, the stream's protective measures ensured that no one was harmed. Upon realizing her scream had yielded no effect, Roland ceased her outburst. Why? She thought, her desire to strangle the man before her intensifying. The mention of gemstones, combined with Roland's reaction, sparked a realization in Helen. What was wrong with gifting jewels? Roland shrieked. "You deceitful wretch, you can only present me with a sea witch." The schemer, adjusting his ears, mocked, "Are you foolish? He is but a human. How could he possibly comprehend what gifting jewels signifies among us sea creatures?" Roland paused, struck by the truth of his words. Indeed, she had forgotten that she was a sea witch, while Helen was merely human. She had never disclosed the significance of such gifts to him. "Then why did you choose to give me jewels?" she inquired of Helen. "You enjoy gems, do you not?" he replied, revealing that his intentions were merely to please her and lower her defenses, especially after witnessing Roland's true form. He further concluded that the existence of such beings as sea witches was altogether unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Roland shed a solitary tear of blood. As it fell, it coalesced into a crimson pearl. Clink, clink, clink. The pearl struck the ground, bouncing a few times before quietly rolling away. This tear, scarcely larger than a fingernail, was the most precious tear of a siren. Sirens only weep during moments of profound joy or sorrow. Typically, tears of joy transform into pink pearls, while those from sorrow become white. This red pearl, however, is exceedingly rare, having seldom been seen. I realized that I had misinterpreted the situation. Roland finally relinquished her resentment, smiled softly, and then dissipated into the wind. In that fleeting moment of her vanishing, Helen's visage aged dramatically, her face wrinkling and her skin sagging grotesquely. She hunched over, nearly unable to stand upright. Not only her face, but her entire body seemed to shift from the appearance of someone in their 30s to that of a centenarian. As she opened her mouth, she discovered her teeth loosening and falling away, leaving her with not a single tooth remaining. How could I have become like this? Helen crumbled under the weight of despair. Immortality had always been her utmost priority. She could have endured for a few more years, yet now she aged abruptly. The fraudster laughed, a malicious grin crossing his face. He pointed at the gems upon the table, stating, "In the realm of sirens, their profound affection for gems imbues the act of gifting them with a deeper significance. It serves as a courtship gesture. If the recipient agrees, the two become partners." Partners? Everyone was taken aback. The subordinates cast sidelong glances at their employer, astonished by his peculiar tastes. The wealthy truly know how to indulge. Helen was equally shocked. I had no idea. So, Roland was not enamored with his jewels, but rather with the meaning behind the act of gifting them. The fraudster picked up the blood pearl that had rolled onto the ground, perhaps because it belonged to a siren, although this pearl was undoubtedly a rare treasure. The system did not recognize it as a target. Did you think consuming siren flesh would grant you immortality? Without the sireness consent. Both her flesh and blood are laced with toxins. To touch them is to invite death. The fraudster turned and exited the bar. This time, no one dared to stop him. Tears streamed down Helen's face, realizing the gravity of his mistakes. Wait, I beg you, save me. I do not wish to die. Alas, as he suddenly rose, a wave of dizziness overcame him. His aged body no longer possessed vitality. He would soon reach the end of his mortal journey. Thus, Helen was engulfed by both desperation and fear. He had so much wealth left unspent and yearned for a longer life. Therefore, he commanded, quickly, capture him. Do not let him escape. The men in black obeyed, immediately pursuing the fraudster. As they followed him into a narrow alley, the fraudster glanced back at them. Do you think those devices can muffle my voice? The men in black raised their weapons, ordering him to return with them or face their wrath. The fraudster's voice suddenly shifted, becoming increasingly beguiling. Bang, bang, bang. In the narrow alley, a few sounds echoed as the trickster emerged unscathed, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. The system announced, your character aligns perfectly with the setting, garnering the approval of the majority. The third ability has been unlocked. The curse of the siren allows one to obtain certain information about an individual, such as appearance, name, etc., enabling the caster to ensnare the target with the siren's curse. Once the curse takes effect, the victim cannot come into contact with any source of water. This ability serves as a long-range attack, with sufficient information. It can affect multiple individuals simultaneously. Shun Yin quickly mastered this power, realizing that as long as the target touches water, a mere thought from him could lead to their demise. Naturally, this effect only applies to those of lower rank. For those superior to him, the impact is significantly diminished. The trickster proceeded to his final destination, seeking Winslet. Upon arriving at a villa owned by the Jones family, he found Winslet on the swing in the backyard. At this moment, Winslet had become aware of her desire to resist. During this period, she had continuously conveyed her intentions to her father. Although he remained steadfast in his matrimonial ambitions, he had granted her a modicum of choice. She could select a suitor from among those esteemed families. While this was not Winslet's ideal outcome, it represented progress compared to her initial predicament. When the trickster approached her, Winslet was taken aback. She glanced around, finding no one monitoring her, and felt a wave of relief. What brings you here? She inquired. The trickster leaned against a nearby tree beside the swing. I am leaving and wanted to see you. Is that so? You are departing? Winslet's expression was complex, filled with sorrow and reluctance that she could not openly display. Thus, she removed the pendant of the goddess of light from her neck and handed it to the trickster. Everything was implied in silence. Bestowing the pendant signified her resolute determination. One must understand that if her father discovered she had given the goddess of light to another, all her efforts would be in vain, and her situation would worsen. The trickster felt a twinge of helplessness. While he desired the pendant, he did not wish to accept it at this moment from Winslet. Unlike other women, she possessed a rare purity. He smiled softly, remarking, humans are truly delightful creatures. Despite having encountered countless individuals, his sentiment remained unchanged. Winslet was puzzled by the trickster's sudden words. He moved closer to her. My dear, Winslet's pupils dilated, her eyes widening as they sparkled with uncontainable affection upon seeing him. My dear, I am not someone to be loved. I am a heartless monster. Winslet's heart raced at his words. Chapter 84. To seek freedom requires a sufficiently resolute heart. Shoo. Winslet stood up from the swing. How can you be heartless? Moreover, how can one ascertain without attempting? Do you truly believe that I am incapable of sacrificing everything to accompany you? Deceptive, sir. Should I refer to you as Zibowin or Fubosi? The eyes of Winslet were filled with the visage of a swindler. The trickster, somewhat taken aback, remarked, since you are aware that I know. So what? Winslet, clutching the radiant goddess, continued to extend it toward the swindler. I bestow it upon you. By presenting the goddess of light to the swindler, she had indeed relinquished everything. The swindler replied, you cannot even step outside this place. How could you accompany me in risking it all? My dear, forget me, and then begin anew. Just as the swindler turned to depart, Winslet suddenly approached him. She walked past him, resolutely heading outside. The swindler observed her departure. Winslet traversed several gardens and pools, reaching the front, where guards awaited her. Towering and clad in black suits with sunglasses, they extended their hands to block her path upon seeing her. Miss, where are you headed? I am the eldest daughter of the Jones family. Must I report my whereabouts to you? Step aside. Winslet feigned anger. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, appearing somewhat conflicted. The boss has instructed that you may only move within the villa. I intend to go to the front garden. This villa possesses both a back garden and a front garden entrance. After some deliberation, the bodyguards ultimately conceded, allowing Winslet to pass. Once she exited the back garden, they seized their walkie-talkies. Attention, the eldest daughter is heading your way. Received. We will remain vigilant. Winslet displayed no outward emotion, despite the sweat that had accumulated on her palms from her anxiety. Upon reaching the front garden, she found herself surrounded by individuals, all covertly observing her. With an impending union, it was imperative that nothing untoward occurred before that moment. In the front garden, only ornamental plants adorned the area, accompanied by a broad path leading to the entrance. On either side, a swimming pool and a resting pavilion awaited. Should she proceed toward the entrance, she would inevitably be intercepted before reaching it, perhaps even forcibly returned. Thus, she made her way toward the left pavilion, where a few large trees and some knee-high greenery were planted. Indeed, upon observing Winslet's approach, the bodyguards exhibited a noticeable reduction in vigilance. However, as Winslet advanced halfway, Someone discerned the anomaly and rushed toward her. Winston quickened her pace, nearly breaking into a run, drawing closer to the entrance from the side. Yet, a towering bodyguard blocked her path a mere 10 meters away. Miss, please do not complicate matters. Return. Winston suddenly lunged against him, but he remained unmoved. He grasped her arm firmly, intent on escorting her back. In a frenzy, Winston bit his arm, breaking free, and sprinted toward the entrance. Ah! The bodyguard let out a cry, clutching his hand, which had already been bitten and was bleeding profusely. He hastily retrieved his stun baton, intent on taking decisive action. Quick! Stop the young lady. Capture her. Several individuals began to encircle the area. Those stationed at the entrance also became alert, pressing the button to close the large door. The electric iron gate began to slowly descend, and Winston was merely a few meters away from it. At that moment, the guards had rushed over, blocking her path. 1 against 2, she stood absolutely no chance. However, perhaps due to her noble status, the bodyguards hesitated to harm her. In their attempt to restrain her, they inadvertently allowed her to seize a weapon from them. Bang! Just then, the gate slammed shut. Winston, armed, aimed at the bodyguards. Open the door. The three had no choice but to attempt to pacify her. Young lady, please lower your weapon. You should know that your father has stated that as long as you obediently attend the banquet, he will no longer interfere in your affairs. Open the door. Winston disregarded their pleas. Her mind was consumed by the words of the swindler. If you can't even leave this place, how can you risk everything for me? Perhaps escaping from here had long been her desire, and propelled by a sudden impulse, she managed to take this step. The three exchanged glances. One moved forward to pacify her, while the other two stealthily approached. Winston sensed their intentions and immediately fired a shot at the ground in front of the bodyguard. Stop. Don't come any closer. Open the door, or I will not be courteous. Perhaps fearing the situation would escalate, someone from behind aimed a tranquilizer gun at Winston. Bang. Upon hearing the sound, Winston had no time to react. But after a moment, she felt no sensation in her body, so she turned around. To her surprise, she saw the swindler extending his hand, shielding her from behind. The swindler relaxed his fist, allowing a tranquilizer dart to fall to the ground. Then, leaning against her back, he grasped her weapon, aiming it at the approaching bodyguards. My dear, to attain freedom, one must possess sufficient resolve. Now fire. The swindler's face radiated excitement and exhilaration. Winston's hand trembled slightly, but as the swindler held her hand, she pressed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha. The sound of the swindler's laughter echoed in her ears. Accompanied by the thuds of bodies hitting the ground, the swindler kicked the door wide open. Bang. The iron gate crashed to the floor, creating several cracks in the ground. In that moment, Winston felt an unprecedented thrill. She suddenly wished to laugh out loud. The cage that had confined her for a lifetime was shattered at this instant. The swindler grasped her hand, and together they fled, having commandeered a vehicle and unceremoniously tossed the driver aside, though they had escaped the villa. However, the eldest daughter of the Jones family fled before the arranged marriage, and this news quickly spread throughout the entire Jones clan. Soon, the Jones family dispatched a group of individuals to pursue Winston. The con artist drove swiftly, evading their pursuers, and brought Winston to a cliff by the sea. Here, they would not be easily found by their pursuers. The con artist exited the vehicle, and Winston followed closely behind. See, I made it, he declared. I know. But escaping does not signify the end of this matter, she replied. Chapter 85. Acquiring the fortune augmentation card. I am destined to be a wanderer, forever adrift. The con artist said, standing at the edge of the cliff. Winston responded, it matters not. I shall accompany you wherever you go. The con artist remarked. Human emotions can compel one to act in the name of love, yet love inevitably wanes. I am not one to be loved. Winston, her gaze resolute, declared, no. My love shall never fade. How can you prove it? Are you willing to die for me? He interjected, halting her words. He extended his hands, stating that dying for another is easy. However, can one truly live for another? I can show you. I beg you, accept me. Winston clutched the goddess of light tightly, its brilliance shimmering in her palm. The con artist, somewhat exasperated, had initially thought that such a well-educated woman from a prestigious family would possess a gentle heart. He did not expect her to harbor a wild side. He took the goddess of light from her grasp. System, collection progress, 55, completed. The con artist gazed at the gem in his hand. The goddess of light was indeed a treasure-class diamond, impeccably polished. Winston, believing the con artist had acquiesced to her plea, could not help but smile. Yet, as the con artist looked at the diamond, he remained impassive and, under Winston's watchful eyes, cast it over the cliff. It plummeted into the tumultuous sea below. Winston, witnessing the goddess of light fall into the ocean, immediately followed suit and leapt without hesitation. Splash! The surface of the sea erupted in a colossal wave. Thankfully, the cliff was not very high. Otherwise, even a skilled swimmer could have met their demise upon impact. The con artist turned, took a few steps, then ultimately relented, leaping off the cliff as well. He retrieved Winston from the water and placed her in the vehicle. She had already lost consciousness. The con artist dived to the ocean's depths, recovering the goddess of light, while leaving behind the diluted siren's venom from their previous encounter. He instructed her on its use and assured her that if her feelings remained unchanged after a year, he would return to find her. The con artist departed. Upon awakening in the vehicle, Winston first wept profusely before noticing the vial of venom and the note left by the con artist. She made the decision to return home. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this turn of events, erupted in outrage, condemning the con artist for deceiving Winston and abandoning her. Just how deeply did she care for him? Such a man, both wicked and handsome. Who could possibly resist loving him? As the deceiver departed, he took a moment to glance at Monroe's well-being, discovering that she was thriving. He sensed that several individuals imbued with the essence of sirens had entered her abode. Those who consumed the venom would be assimilated, acquiring certain abilities of the sirens, and they would unconditionally obey the deceiver's every command. He instructed them to retain their previous occupations while extinguishing any thoughts of using Monroe for a marital alliance. Should the situation with Winston also prove fruitful, she would finally be free from distress. With this realization, the deceiver returned to the ocean, satisfied. The live broadcast concluded. Why has the observer stopped? I wish to see where the deceiver goes. What the observer intends to do is beyond our control, one remarked, as they awaited the next broadcast to commence. Meanwhile, Shun Yin had returned to the Summer Kingdom. The system's notification chimed. System, the character you portray aligns remarkably with the established traits, earning widespread recognition. The fourth ability has been unlocked. Mastering the manipulation of hearts allows you to easily discern the true nature of others, yet beware of underestimating their complexities. Upon unlocking all 4 abilities, the character's portrayal was deemed successful. At this juncture, another notification sounded. Ding! The continuation of the collaborative script has been completed, granting a mysterious reward, Luck Card. The Luck Card can significantly enhance one's fortune for a brief period, randomly multiplying it from 1 to 20 times. Upon hearing of the collaborative script's completion, Shun Yin closed his eyes, redirecting his consciousness into another demon hunter. The demon hunter lay within a pool of blood, his form having fully transformed from human to demon, evolving into a higher demon. Unlike the lower demons, higher demons possess greater strength. Following his transformation, the demon hunter's rank surged from a first-tier lord to the final tier, just a step away from transcending lordship. However, that step is not easily crossed. Are you awake? The script's content had been implanted within the demon hunter's mind, providing him with a semblance of understanding. The individual before him was the sorceress Shun Yin, a royal of the demon race, qualified to vie for the demon throne. She had unexpectedly arrived from another dimension and was astonished by the multitude of magicless and feeble humans on Blue Star. She envisioned cultivating Blue Star into a breeding ground for demons, as demons feed on humans. Once her minions grew powerful, she could return to her world and contend for the throne against other demon factions. While strengthening her followers, Shun Yin fortuitously discovered a half-demon of considerable potential, the demon hunter. Although the demons he hunted were her subordinates, they were of a lower caliber. Shun Yin sought to recruit the demon hunter, as his prowess could aid her in her quest for the throne. Thus, upon witnessing the demon hunter's demise at the hands of an illusionist, Shun Yin intervened to rescue him. Not only did it reshape a heart, but it also transformed all of the hunter's original human blood into that of the demon race. Otherwise, the hunter would forever be unable to control the other half of his lineage. Where am I? Greetings, I am Shun Yin, and you currently find yourself in my abode. Shun Yin leaned beside the blood pool, observing that the blood within had nearly been depleted. Thus, she procured a wooden barrel and poured in a fresh supply of blood. This blood was extracted from unique demonic beasts in the demon realm, capable of enhancing the strength of the demon race and aiding lower-tier demons in their evolution. Have you forgotten? You were slain before, and it was I who rescued you. The hunter bowed his head, remaining quietly in the center of the blood pool. Never mind. Your body has yet to fully heal. I shall return once you have completely recovered. With that, Shun Yin departed. The setting was a cave, where a pool had been excavated, filled with blood, and the hunter lay within. The hunter assessed his own body, noting that his heart was beating rather slowly, indicating he had not yet fully recuperated. He quietly reclined once more, patiently awaiting the day of restoration. Chapter 86, The Sixth Role. The child of fortune Shun Yin withdrew his consciousness from that realm, examining the newly acquired fortune card. System, redeem the fortune card. In the next moment, the fortune card materialized in Shun Yin's hand. If he possessed 2 of these fortune cards, he could draw another upon gaining a fortune boost, potentially landing the highest fortune augmentation. At that point, his luck would surely be boundless. Shun Yin inquired of the system. What is the cost in subversion points to exchange for such a fortune card? The system replied, 1 card requires the expenditure of 1 million subversion points. Redeem 1. Another fortune card appeared in Shun Yin's hand, albeit this one could only amplify from 1 to 5 times. It was evident that seeking higher amplifications would likely incur greater costs. Shun Yin utilized this fortune card, which vanished from his grasp. Ding! Congratulations. You have drawn a 3-fold fortune increase. Subsequently, with the 3-fold augmentation in place, Shun Yin employed another fortune card. Ding! Congratulations. You have drawn an 18-fold fortune increase. Together, this amounted to a total fortune increase of 21 times. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Yin promptly commenced the character extraction. System, initiate character template extraction. The system responded, consuming 10,000 subversion points, extracting the 6th role template. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the noble level template. Character, Zhou Xiuyu potential, noble level personality, playful, loves excitement, brimming with curiosity about everything, and genuinely believes no one is superior to him. Script, the youngest son of the Zhou family, born into a prestigious lineage, possessing remarkable abilities at the tender age of 6, with a notably high standing. However, due to his overly playful nature, he was sent down the mountain by his elders for training. Ability, unlocked. Shun Yin, commence role-playing. With a swift motion, Shun Yin's appearance began to transform. His originally handsome visage took on a youthful innocence, and his height suddenly diminished to 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Now he has become short and stubby, his voice high-pitched and childish. His stature is not tall, and he is adorned in vintage attire, dressed in black embellished with golden threads depicting auspicious dragon patterns. Behold, a noble of royal caliber. It appears that above the lord lies the aristocracy. A being of royal status, elevated from lordship, is far more formidable, possessing dominion over a territory that spans at least several million square meters. Moreover, their strength eclipses that of a lord by an unfathomable magnitude. In the eyes of a royal powerhouse, those not of their rank are but mere ants. A lord is merely a slightly more powerful ant. A single royal can vanquish 10 lords, and a prodigy among the royals can contend against 100. System ding. The first ability has been unlocked. As the Child of Fortune, your luck is exceptionally potent. You are destined to be the Child of Fortune. All attacks directed at you will have a significant chance of being nullified and rebounding upon the assailant. Any curses aimed at you will be reflected and rendered ineffective. Those harboring malicious intent towards you will find their fortune cast aside. With such formidable luck, your desires are bound to manifest. Shun Yin glanced at his luck enhancement, noting he had only 3 minutes remaining. It was likely due to the enhancement card that this character possessed an almost otherworldly ability, intricately tied to fortune. This character's personality leaned towards that of a mischievous child, starkly contrasting Shun Yan's original demeanor. The difficulty of embodying this role was considerably high, and the royal's ability slot required unlocking a total of 8. The challenge had indeed escalated. After some contemplation, Shun Yin deemed it an opportune moment to draw more individuals into the Heavenly Path website. Given the stringent online regulations, it was prudent to rely on grassroots promotion. However, directly recruiting individuals nationwide would expedite the increase in subversion value and facilitate the unlocking of ability slots. Shun Yin instructed the system to proceed, deducting 100 subversion points to finalize the arrangement. This script necessitated several auxiliary characters. Thus, he spent several thousand subversion points to exchange for these characters and various tools. Once all preparations were complete, the live stream commenced. This time, anyone in the nation utilizing a smartphone or computer was drawn into the Heavenly Path website. Consequently, the live stream was inundated with many newcomers who had never encountered such a platform before. Has my computer been hacked? Why did I suddenly enter this website? What is this site? Is my phone infected with a virus? Welcome to the new world. Greetings, newcomers. Welcome to the place where dreams begin. What is this live stream? You may perceive it as a platform run by a being known as the Observer, who, out of boredom, captures moments of individuals he finds intriguing to add a touch of excitement to his mundane existence. And what is the Observer? The Observer traverses various universes and timelines, a being transcending dimensional confines, eternal and incomprehensible since the inception of the cosmos. Is this even human? Dare one claim the Observer is not human? Indeed, he is a deity. The barrage of comments became increasingly absurd, with newcomers being thoroughly befuddled by the seasoned veterans. Particularly, someone suggested that Thunder would be an exceptionally imposing name for a powerful entity. Should it be changed to Thunder? Indeed, a few individuals were convinced enough to change their usernames on the Tiandao website to Thunder. Due to the duplication of usernames, those who were late could only modify theirs to Thunder 1, Thunder 2, and so forth. Setting aside these gullible newcomers, the seasoned members in the live stream began to enlighten others about various matters, particularly urging the newcomers to observe the updates from the Observer. As the newcomers perused through the content, their worldviews were utterly transformed. Goodness, so there truly are cultivators in this world. What? Martyrs are zombies? What is going on in Gu Zheng's mind? What? Werewolves? Is there really a sea witch in existence? Is prophecy a genuine phenomenon? The prophets are remarkable. Following this revelation, a barrage of comments flooded in, proclaiming the illusionist is forever divine. The live chat instantaneously swelled to billions of participants. Some individuals, lacking access to computers or mobile devices, or perhaps the elderly and children not being drawn into the fray, remained absent. After all, certain content in this live stream was indeed too stimulating. Nevertheless, the number of participants was ample. Moreover, despite the influx of billions into the live stream, with each individual fervently commenting, the screen showed no signs of lagging. It remained seamless. One cannot help but marvel at the strength of the servers capable of handling such immense traffic. Naturally, no one pondered this deeply. The Observer was undoubtedly an extraordinary entity, perhaps even a tier above those present in the live stream. After all, how could one possess such enigmatic abilities and dare to observe other powerful beings? Billions of viewers were engrossed in the black screen of the live stream, eagerly anticipating what was to come. Suddenly, the live stream commenced. Chapter 87, We Must Believe in Science. Wow, this time it started so swiftly. Hail to the great Observer, who, knowing we had run out of episodes to follow, specially initiated a live stream for us. Nowadays, there are few shows that capture our interest. As the live stream began, the visuals revealed a scene above the clouds. A vast expanse of white surrounded the frame, which quickly descended. As the camera angle shifted, it revealed the front of a house in a small city. A knock echoed. Knock, knock, knock. A Taoist priest, exuding an ethereal aura, was at the door. The door opened promptly from within. Who is it? A middle-aged woman, clad in an apron and seemingly engaged in cooking, appeared. Venerable one. The Taoist bowed respectfully. Are you not a descendant of Zhou Gonghuan? Zhou Gonghuan. The middle-aged woman looked momentarily bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the individual. Just then, a middle-aged man approached from behind. What is going on? Who is it outside? Dear, there is someone here looking for Zhou Gonghuan. Zhou Gonghuan. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He quickly invited the Taoist inside. Once inside, the Taoist stated, Your ancestor has long since passed, but I am indeed a descendant of Zhou Gonghuan, Zhou Jin. Thus, I have not mistaken my search. I have a matter to entrust to you. Zhou Jin presumed that this Taoist was a descendant of a friend of his ancestor, maintaining a polite demeanor. Yet, inwardly, he was somewhat puzzled. After all this time, what could bring someone to seek him out? The members of the Zhou family have diminished in stature with each passing generation, only managing to maintain a modest level of affluence. If a particularly arduous request were made, he would likely decline. The Taoist priest produced from his voluminous sleeves a sphere the size of a fist, followed by a dozen gold ingots. The gold lay piled upon the table, momentarily dazzling the eyes of both men. An estimate suggested that each ingot weighed around 1 to 2 pounds, and collectively, they must have weighed over 10 pounds. With the continual rise in gold prices, this heap of precious metal was valued at more than 2 million yuan. Zhou Jin inhaled sharply, initially believing the visitors sought his assistance, most likely requesting a loan. However, He was taken aback when the other party unveiled an offering exceeding 2 million yuan, which left him feeling uneasy. Wealth does not simply fall from the sky. The fact that the visitor deemed him worthy of such a sum implied that he would have to offer something of equal value in return. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Jin's brow, and he wondered if the other party intended to enlist him for some nefarious deed. Sensing Zhou Jin's apprehension, the Taoist priest articulated his request. Zhou Gonghuan, Zhou Jin's ancestor, had an elder brother who, late in life, fathered a son. This child, however, was notoriously unruly and resistant to discipline. Unable to exert authority over him, the elder brother contemplated sending the boy to his younger brother's line, hoping to temper his temperament and expose him to the broader world. The funds provided would cover the boy's care, with any excess going to Zhou Jin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin's first reaction was disbelief. Was this truly a stroke of fortune? Caring for a child in exchange for over 2 million yuan seemed too good to be true. As raising a child could hardly cost that much, the excess would indeed be his. Yet, he soon realized the implications. The elder brother of his ancestor had fathered a child late in life. Given that his ancestor had passed away many years ago, the elder brother must be over 140 years old, which suggested that he had lived to an extraordinary age. If he had indeed fathered a child in his 70s or 80s, that would still place the boy at over 60 years of age. How absurd it sounded to be tasked with caring for a child under such circumstances. Without elaboration, the Taoist priest departed, leaving behind the gold, but no indication of where the child in question could be found. Zhou Jin had no opportunity to inquire further. As soon as the door closed behind the priest, he vanished from sight. On the street, the Taoist strolled thoughtfully, reflecting on the world around him. A group of young people, intrigued by his attire, approached with questions. Wow, are you a Taoist priest? Is it true that practicing Taoism can lead to immortality? I've heard you can fly with swords. How true is that? Shaking his head, the Taoist replied, I do not practice the Tao. Rather, I pursue the elusive path of the immortal. Immortal? What does that mean? The youth appeared perplexed. Meanwhile, those watching a live broadcast erupted in excitement. That's the Taoist priest from the stream. We're on camera. What? This Taoist is in a live stream? Mom, come see me on TV. Observer, do you think I have the potential to be the next star of the live broadcast? Taoist, does true immortality really exist? The Taoist could only say, young ones. The path of cultivation is not as simple as it appears. As for immortality and flying with swords, those are mere fabrications. We must place our faith in science. Although the Taoist had only recently entered the world, he had heard that previously, people here believed in science. Yet there were indeed some deceitful individuals who had caused others to distrust it, even harboring deep contempt for such behavior. Thus, he spoke in this manner. Upon hearing his words, the young people wore expressions of disappointment. They had initially thought that with the Taoist's dignified presence and ethereal demeanor, he must be a master. To their surprise, he outright denied the existence of immortality and sword flight. However, before their disappointment could linger too long, in the blink of an eye, the Taoist, who had been surrounded by them, vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Look, up in the sky, they beheld the Taoist, who had just moments before urged them to believe in science, now casually standing upon a sword, hands behind his back, soaring away. The wind gently lifted his robe, presenting him as a true celestial being. It's real. Sword flight is real. Celestial being. Mom, I just saw a celestial being. Oh no. Did we just miss a tremendous opportunity? The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Many felt a sense of frustration towards the young men and women for failing to seize such a splendid chance. If it had been them, they would have immediately clung to the Taoist's leg, begging him to accept them as disciples. Who knows, perhaps one of them could have attained enlightenment and immortality. In the live stream, many viewers wished they had encountered the Taoist themselves. After the Taoist departed on his sword, the scene shifted back to Zhou Jin's home. As they gazed longingly at the pile of gold on the table, Zhou Jin's wife, unable to contain her anxiety, picked up a piece and bit into it. It's real. So much gold. We've struck it rich, dear. Zhou Jin's face lit up with joy. He could hardly believe such fortune had come to him in midlife. Just as the couple reveled in their newfound wealth, a cold snort echoed from behind them. They jumped in surprise and quickly turned to see a little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, arrogantly lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Initially startled, they wondered how a stranger had suddenly appeared in their home. Then it dawned on them. Could this be the descendant of their ancestor, Zhou Gonghuan, as the Taoist had mentioned? But he seemed far too young. Could it be that their ancestor, having lived over 100 years, still possessed the ability to procreate? They exchanged glances, astonished. Zhou Jin wore a broad smile. After all, this child's arrival had brought him immense wealth, so he could not possibly feel discontent. Child, you must be the one entrusted to the Taoist. What is your name? And how old are you? Are you in school? My name is not for you to know, mortal. Kneel and bow before me. Zhou Shiyu, with an expression of disdain for the world, stood proudly on the sofa, head held high. At his feet, a spherical object had split in two, one half shattered into several pieces. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Jin's smile faltered as he winced. He seemed to have grasped the reason why the Taoist priest had expended such a considerable sum to send this troublesome ancestor to his household. It was likely that the child had been overly indulged, resulting in a rather unruly disposition, and they, feeling too tender-hearted to discipline him, sought to refine the child's character through the intervention of an outsider. Indeed, it must be so. Zhou Jin's visage twisted in realization. He felt compelled to administer a sound lesson to this misbehaving child. A good spanking was in order. He took a few steps forward. But whether it was due to his heightened emotions or some other reason, he tripped over his own feet and fell. With a dramatic slide, he found himself kneeling before the unruly child's sofa. Zhou Jin's expression contorted further, this time from pain. Ha 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 ha. To make matters worse, the little rascal erupted into laughter, clapping his hands in delight. Zhou Jin's wife could no longer bear to witness the spectacle and attempted to pull him away. However, in an inexplicable turn of events, both of them moved simultaneously and collided, sending several gold bars from the table tumbling down. They inadvertently stepped on the gold, slipping and falling to the ground, rolling away for quite a distance. With great effort, they finally managed to rise, groaning and clutching their waist in agony. At that moment, Zhou Xiuyu, filled with curiosity, had already jumped off the sofa and was exploring the room. Before long, the shouts of Zhou Jin and his wife echoed throughout the house. No, don't touch that. Bang. The television was rendered useless. Stop. You can't play with that. Crash. A whole cabinet of cosmetics lay in ruins. Ancestor. I acknowledge you as my ancestor, alright? That truly cannot be played with. Smash. The kitchen was devastated. Each time they attempted to thwart Zhou Xiuyu, an irresistible force seemed to impede them, either preventing their intervention or contributing to the destruction. 3 hours later, a loud creak announced the opening of the door. And Zhou Jin's daughter, Zhou Jingxian, returned from school. Heavens! What has happened? Have we been robbed? Zhou Jingxian exclaimed in shock. In the brief time she had been at school, her home appeared to have been ravaged by a tornado. Not a single corner remained unscathed, save for the door. She observed her parents, dejectedly seated on the floor, their faces painted with despair. What's wrong? She hurried over to assist them. Xianxian, we regret our decision. How could we have agreed to bring this ancestor home? Now we must redecorate the entire house. Mom and Dad, what on earth transpired? We brought home a calamity. Zhou Jingshuan's mother lamented, her sorrow spilling forth in tears. Zhou Jin, in a state of emotional numbness, recounted the events from the beginning to Zhou Jingxian. Upon hearing his tale, Zhou Jingxian could not help but think her parents had been remarkably foolish. If the child were truly so easy to care for, would anyone offer millions to send him away? Did they genuinely believe such a windfall would simply fall into their laps? Where is he now? I don't know. Perhaps he has gone upstairs? After futile attempts to restrain him that resulted only in the destruction of several pieces of furniture, they ultimately resigned themselves to the chaos. Let him wreak havoc. There was nothing they could do about it now. Zhou Jingxian pondered for a moment before stepping outside to procure a bag filled with delightful snacks, burgers, fried chicken, French fries, cola, and an assortment of milk. To entertain the child, having food and playthings would suffice. She thought to herself, I shall ascend to check on him. Be careful, Jingxian. That child possesses a rather uncanny nature. Her mother, Wang Dongyan, cautioned in a hushed tone. Understood, Zhou Jingxian replied, clutching the bags of treats as she made her way upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she noticed a scattering of toys in the corridor, predominantly plush dolls. Though many of these dolls had lost their heads, rendering them somewhat eerie, sounds emanated from a nearby room, and when she approached, she discovered the little rascal fixated on her computer. Alarmed, she exclaimed, Do not touch that. No, come here, little brother. I have snacks. Hurry over for a treat. She was aware that some children possess an innate rebellious streak. The more one forbids them, the more they are inclined to disobey. In such instances, it is prudent to administer a proper lesson to ensure a wholesome childhood. Yet if one cannot resort to reprimands, it is best to divert their attention with alternative distractions. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of food, Zhou Xiuyu relinquished the keyboard and mouse, racing toward her with wide, eager eyes. Upon closer inspection, the child was undeniably charming, fair-skinned and tender, his eyes shimmering with vitality, and his features were remarkably handsome. It was evident that he would grow into a striking individual. Standing before her, his eyes twinkling and clad in a robe, he resembled a diminutive celestial being. Yet, this was merely the facade. The truth was that his arrival had wreaked havoc in the household, his destructive capabilities surpassing even that of a mischievous dog. The enticing aroma of burgers and fried chicken wafted from the packaging, a fragrance so rich it could make the neighboring child weep with desire. Zhou Xiuyu, having never tasted such delicacies, gazed longingly. Zhou Jingxian, wearing a smile that betrayed no hint of impatience, retrieved a burger and offered it to Zhou Xiuyu. Here, enjoy. Sister treats you to a burger. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiuyu accepted it, taking a bite that instantly illuminated his eyes with delight. Delicious, he exclaimed. Eat slowly. This is cola. Have a sip to quench your thirst. Zhou Jingxian handed him a cup of cola, inserting the straw with utmost care, as if attending to a revered ancestor. Zhou Xiuyu took a sip and declared, Burp, this cola is delightful. Thus, he began to indulge in the array of snacks Zhou Jingxian had brought. Perhaps the adage, a mouthful shortens the tongue, held true, for his demeanor shifted from one of initial disdain to one of eager enjoyment. Chapter 89. The little ancestor is quite well behaved. What is your name? Asked Zhou Jingxian. Zhou Xiuyu, but you may refer to me as our ancestor, he responded. And how old are you this year? She inquired. I am 8,000 minus 7,994 years, he replied. Zhou Jingxian mentally calculated and concluded that he was indeed 6 years old. May I call you Xiuyu? She asked cautiously. Zhou Xiuyu cast her a disdainful glance. Call me ancestor, dear granddaughter. Zhou Jingxian twitched her lips. Even a person as patient as she was had to concede that this child was indeed excessively mischievous. However, seeing that he possessed a certain cuteness, she generously decided to overlook his antics. In no time, several bags of snacks had disappeared into Zhou Xiuyu's stomach, and he let out a satisfied burp before Zhou Jingxian pressed a bottle of milk into his hands, complete with a straw. Very well. Zhou Xiuyu had no choice but to resume drinking his milk. At that moment, Zhou Jingshuan's phone rang. She hastily answered, recognizing the voice of her classmate and dear friend. Hello? Yuling, what is the occasion for your call? Need to borrow my notes? No. Jingxian, you won't believe this. You're on television. What? On television? Zhou Jingxian was utterly bewildered. Yes, on television. Jingxian, you're famous now. People all over the country have seen you. Famous? Everyone in the nation has seen me? Zhou Jingxian was taken aback, taking a moment to process this revelation. Could it be true? Yes, exactly as you think. After confirming with her friend, she quickly hung up and logged onto a website. Instantly, her face appeared on the large screen of a live broadcast, where a host of people were greeting her. Zhou Jingshuan's expression turned grim, and she hurriedly covered her face and dashed back to her room. Oh no, she hadn't worn any makeup. And since school rules prohibited loose hair, she had tied it back in a ponytail. She must look utterly uncouth. In truth, Zhou Jingxian was quite attractive, not in the superficial sense of an internet celebrity, but rather as a vibrant and youthful girl brimming with energy. However, at that moment, she dared not change her clothes. She could only adjust her hairstyle and apply some lipstick. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiuyu, cradling a substantial glass bottle of milk, drank slowly, creating a moment of tranquility. Indeed, to quiet an unruly child, one must find something to divert their attention. Once Zhou Jingxian had finished her makeup, her demeanor shifted as she gazed at Zhou Xiuyu. It was well known that those who graced the live broadcast of an observer were either geniuses or exceptional individuals, distinctly different from the ordinary. Then there were those peripheral figures who merely appeared alongside the main subjects. She found herself in such a position now. It was said that anyone who became the focal point of a broadcast possessed some extraordinary quality. Zhou Jingxian scrutinized this little boy, merely 6 years old, who was drinking his milk, pondering what had brought him to the live stream. Was it his mischievous nature? Zhou Xiuyu shot her a disdainful glance, turning his back to continue drinking. Haha, Jingxian, you've raised a splendid child, clearly a model wife and mother. Impressive. Even such a rambunctious boy has settled down under your care. But truly, what is this child's origin? Is he truly the long-lost son of your father's brother? That elder must be remarkably long-lived. At such an advanced age, he has only just acquired a son, spoiled to this extent. It seems rather normal, doesn't he? Quite normal indeed, I can understand that. But if he were my brother, I would undoubtedly give him a good thrashing. Once the couple downstairs tidied up the disarray in their home, Zhou Jingxian descended with Zhou Xiuyu. Both were taken aback and regarded Zhou Xiuyu with the intensity reserved for a formidable adversary, fearing that he might wreak havoc once more. Despite the fact that there were hardly any remnants left to dismantle, only a few sofas remained unscathed from his earlier chaos. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Xiaoyu is quite well behaved, Zhou Jingxian reassured, noticing her parents' anxious expressions. Zhou Jin cast a glance at the ruined television and the devastated kitchen, silently reflecting on his daughter's comments. Meanwhile, Wang Dongyan surveyed her shattered cosmetics with tears welling in her eyes. Is this what you call well behaved? Perhaps you have a misinterpretation of the term, she lamented. Zhou Jingxian felt a twinge of embarrassment, considering that Xiaoyu might simply be adjusting to a new environment. Nevertheless, it was true that Zhou Xiuyu had ceased his mischief, displaying an insatiable curiosity, as if everything around him was novel and unknown. This was perplexing. Logically, his guardian, who could effortlessly part with several pounds of gold, could not possibly be impoverished. So why did Zhou Xiuyu appear as if he had never encountered such things before? Even children from rural backgrounds would not exhibit such naivete, especially with television having reached even some remote villages, unless one resided in a particularly isolated area. Due to the destruction of the kitchen, the family resorted to ordering takeout. Frankly, had it not been for the ample allowance provided by the Taoist priest, they might have considered sending this home-wrecking child away. Just as Zhou Xiuyu was savoring a portion of cola chicken wings from the takeout, his eyes sparkled with delight. He devoured 2 servings without his stomach noticeably swelling. It was remarkable, considering he had already consumed a considerable amount of hamburgers and snacks, along with a large bottle of milk. His appetite surpassed that of most adults. As long as he could remain quiet and not cause trouble, the family felt content, and no one dared to snatch his food. If he finished, they could simply order more. The day passed amidst the family's efforts to manage the rambunctious child. That evening, after bathing, Zhou Jingxian, lacking children's clothing in the house, rummaged through her childhood wardrobe and retrieved a set of pajamas she had worn only a few times. The ensemble, a delightful pink bunny suit adorned with 2 ears and a short plush tail, appeared quite new. When she presented it, Zhou Xiuyu showed no sign of disdain and obediently changed into it. Thus, an extraordinarily adorable bunny appeared before her. Oh my goodness, Zhou Jingxian exclaimed, momentarily unable to contain herself, and she swept him into her arms. It was simply irresistible. Her maternal instincts surged uncontrollably. Zhou Xiuyu found himself enveloped in her soft embrace, at a loss for words. Eventually, when Zhou Jingxian released him, they settled into a darkened room to sleep. During their bath, the live stream had only broadcast the room's interior, avoiding the bathroom entirely. Should anything inappropriate arise, large mosaics would obscure it. The viewers refrained from commenting on the observer's actions. It is sufficient to merely observe. Should one utter an ill-chosen word and provoke the observer, he may cease his live broadcasts altogether. In such a case, they would be left in despair. Chapter 90. Seeking vengeance with the ancestors. The night swiftly passed. The following day, just as Zhou Jin was preparing to contact the renovation team, a phone call interrupted him. It was his uncle on the line. What? An ancestral ceremony? At this time? He queried. Very well, I shall return. Once the call ended, Zhou Jin found it peculiar. Why an ancestral ceremony now? Such events typically occur in April, and the current month was already far beyond that. Nevertheless, as it was his uncle reaching out, he felt compelled to return, lest he appear unfilial. Thus, the family ordered takeout for breakfast, packed a few belongings, and set off in their modestly priced vehicle towards their hometown. Given the proximity of their ancestral home, they arrived by noon. To Zhou Jin's astonishment, upon reaching the entrance of his familial abode, he was greeted by a throng of people seemingly awaiting his arrival. How could this be? He was aware that his standing within the clan was not particularly high, and during festive occasions, it was customary for him to pay respects. It was unlikely that the elders and uncles would come out to welcome a younger member. As the car came to a halt, Zhou Jin hesitated before stepping out, intending to inquire about the unexpected gathering. At that moment, the eldest and most venerable clan elder, leaning on a cane, approached him unsteadily, accompanied by several other elders. They reached the side of the vehicle and opened the rear door. "Welcome back, esteemed ancestor," they proclaimed. Even the eldest elder bowed deeply in reverence. This display startled Wang Dongyan and Zhou Jingxian inside the car. As juniors, they were unaccustomed to such formality. Suddenly, Zhou Xiuyu leaped from the vehicle, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, and walked towards the elders. Zhou Jin's eyelids twitched in alarm, and he hurriedly jogged over to retrieve the mischievous child. Although the Taoist had asserted that this child was the late-born scion of their ancestor's brother, he found it hard to believe. Given Zhou Xiuyu's tender age, such a lineage seemed implausible. As he approached, however, the clan elder raised his voice. "Go Dan. At your age? How can you still be so ignorant of etiquette? The little ancestor has returned for quite some time, yet you failed to notify us. Were you planning to keep this a secret indefinitely?" The elder's cane thudded against the ground in frustration. Had he been a few years younger, he would have wielded it to chastise the child. "Please do not be angry. Take care of your health," Zhou Jin urged, rushing to assist. "What is the meaning of all this? Is it possible that this little ancestor truly is our forebear? That would elevate his status immensely." The elder shot him a look of disappointment before turning to Zhou Xiuyu with a wrinkled smile. "Dear nephew, you have traveled far. I trust this unrefined child has not mistreated you?" Zhou Xiuyu, with her little hands clasped behind her back, exuded an air of precocious maturity. "Hello, nephew," she greeted. "No, I'm quite well at Zhou Jin's home. Their meals are rather good." The elders surrounding her beamed with delight. "That is splendid to hear. Although Zhou Jin may not be the sharpest, he is undoubtedly a dutiful child." A throng of relatives encircled Zhou Xiuyu, marching grandly into the ancestral residence. Zhou Jin's family was taken aback, realizing they had quite the little ancestor on their hands. Zhou Jin and Wang Dongyan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had not done anything foolish to offend the young matriarch the previous day. Otherwise, the clan elders would have been unforgiving. Zhou Jingxian, however, was not surprised. She understood that none who entered the live stream could be deemed ordinary. Wait a moment, perhaps that was not entirely incorrect? "Dear ancestor, after such a long journey, are you hungry or thirsty?" Upon entering, Zhou Xiuyu took her seat at the head of the table, with others promptly offering her tea and snacks. She sipped her tea but soon set it down. The clan elder sat to her left. "Is everyone gathered?" he inquired of the relatives. "A few younger members are still some distance away. It may take them a while to return. Then let us wait until everyone is present." The elder replied with a serious countenance. Turning his gaze, he noticed the little ancestor toying with the teacup, perilously close to toppling it to the ground. This particular set of teacups was a treasured possession of the elder, not to be touched by anyone else. And the prospect of it being mishandled brought a smile to his face despite the potential disaster. "Are you bored, dear nephew? Shall I have Gongzi take you out to play?" Gongzi was a nickname for the son of one of the clan uncles. In those times, it was believed that giving a child a more humble nickname ensured a more prosperous life. Gongzi was summoned over. Zhou Mingfeng, now 20, had returned to the ancestral home to pay respects to their ancestors. He had anticipated being entrusted with a small child in addition to his duties. Zhou Jingxian had wandered off to catch up with old companions, leaving Zhou Xiuyu unaware that her unreliable cousin had taken her to play. "Little ancestor, come. Let me take you to catch shrimp." Zhou Mingfeng led Zhou Xiuyu to the river near their home. The water was shallow, reaching only to an adult's waist at its deepest. In summer, many children flocked to play here, but caution was essential, as young ones should always be supervised to avoid drowning. Given the shallow waters, Zhou Mingfeng paid little heed. He tossed Zhou Xiuyu toward the riverbank and settled himself on a large stone at the shore, pulling out his phone to engage in a game. Zhou Xiuyu, having played many games on the mountains, soon grew bored after splashing in the water. Spotting Zhou Mingfeng engrossed in his phone, she approached him. "Nephew, what are you playing?" Zhou Mingfeng, while focusing on the game, replied, "I'm playing a game. See, this is the hero I control. Wait a moment, and I'll defeat him." A minute later, first blood. The enemy hero has vanquished ours. Zhou Mingfeng forced a smile, somewhat taken aback. "I was careless. That was a mistake. The enemy hero has defeated ours." The phone screen dimmed as his character fell at the base of his own tower. He had been overextended and was swiftly taken down. "The opponent is quite formidable." Zhou Mingfeng's smile faltered, unable to maintain its facade. Although Zhou Xiuyu was unfamiliar with the game, he was acutely aware of one thing. "You truly lack skill. Little ancestor, it is not that our team is inept, but rather that the enemy is overwhelmingly formidable, with the jungler failing to assist and the mid lane refusing to budge. Regardless, the blame has been cast upon my teammates." After meeting his demise for the third time at the hands of the opposition, his teammates could no longer contain their frustration and urged him to play cautiously and develop his character. Zhou Xiuyu observed his teammates' struggles, yet despite their efforts, he ultimately fell victim to the enemy once more, prompting a chorus of complaints from his allies. With a decisive move, he snatched Zhou Mingfeng's phone, declaring, "Let this ancestor avenge you." As Zhou Xiuyu's fingers danced across the screen, his initial attempts were somewhat clumsy. "Oh dear, little ancestor, do not venture beneath their tower, or you shall surely perish. Quickly, ancestor, engage. I am nearly out of health. Why are you attacking minions? Oh no, you've died." Zhou Mingfeng exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. His own record was dismal, standing at 0 kills and 2 deaths, with both assists merely a result of his teammates' interventions. "Little ancestor, why not allow me to take over?" "No need." Zhou Xiuyu firmly pushed him away, his fingers inadvertently triggering the second skill. A cannon shot was unleashed. Boom. "You have claimed the tyrant. Well done." His teammates erupted in praise. "Incredible. Little ancestor, you are phenomenal." Zhou Mingfeng could not contain his excitement. He then witnessed the opposing team seemingly disconnecting one by one, carelessly throwing themselves under Zhou Xiuyu's onslaught, granting him a quintuple kill and rapidly boosting his economy. As the enemy team displayed myriad blunders, colliding with walls or sporadically disconnecting, their collective frustration culminated in a surrender. Zhou Mingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. While Zhou Xiuyu's skills were lacking, His second skill appeared as if it were guided by an invisible force. With any enemy at low health, a single shot in their direction would yield a kill. In this match, Zhou Xiuyu secured 2 tyrants, 1 dominator, and several buffs. The opposing jungler, in a fit of desperation, gifted the enemy team a few more kills before they ultimately conceded. Zhou Minfeng could sense their collapse. This match transformed what was once a negative record into a positive one, and Zhou Xiuyu even earned an MVP title. How fortuitous. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Zhou Minfeng proposed. Little ancestor, assist me in drawing a crystal. I have spent thousands yet have failed to obtain one. Should you procure it for me? I shall gift you that dazzling skateboard. Which one? Zhou Xiuyu inquired, following Zhou Mingfeng's guidance to the lottery interface. His luck was already quite high, and logically, after a dozen attempts, he should be successful. Glancing at the crystal, he queried, Nephew, is this what you desire? Yes, yes. Little ancestor, please perform a 5-draw. Zhou Xiuyu initiated the 5-draw. His luck plummeted to 0. Oh, Zhou Mingfeng leapt up in exhilaration. I got it. The first crystal. Soon followed the second. Another crystal. Wow. Little ancestor, I adore you. The third was also a crystal. Zhou Mingfeng clutched his heart, sensing something amiss. Ultimately, all 5 draws yielded crystals. Incredible. Unbelievable. Zhou Mingfeng's excitement was beyond words. How could he be so fortunate to encounter such a situation? His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Zhou Xiuyu. Not at all perturbed by the presence of a child, for this little one would soon become his ancestor. What a splendid ancestry to embrace. Elated, Zhou Mingfeng grasped the crystal to exchange for a skin. Zhou Xiuyu, however, felt rather unenthused. Nephew, would you care to accompany me to a certain place? With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he suddenly conceived an amusing idea. Absolutely. At that moment, Zhou Mingfeng was quite obedient. He would do anything his ancestor requested. Thus, the two made their way to the ancestral mountains. This was the site for venerating their forebears. Zhou Xiuyu mysteriously produced a map from seemingly nowhere and proclaimed to his nephew, Nephew, I shall lead you to a treasure. What treasure? Zhou Mingfeng assumed this was merely the fanciful imagination of a child. After all, who hasn't he dreamed of saving the world in their youth? However, upon seeing the treasure map Zhou Xiuyu unveiled, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This map appeared remarkably authentic, almost as if it truly held significance. Could it genuinely be a treasure map? Little ancestor, from whence did you procure this map? Zhou Mingfeng scrutinized the illustration. The terrain depicted indeed resembled these mountains, and the surrounding scenery matched as well. A specific location was marked prominently. If there were nothing concealed there, why would it warrant such emphasis? Zhou Xiuyu handed the treasure map to Zhou Mingfeng, saying, I unearthed this from a hidden compartment in my home. That old fellow hid it quite well, but did he think he could deceive me? Ha ha ha, impossible. Zhou Mingfeng's eyes twitched as he suddenly recalled his troublesome cousin, a veritable rascal. The fact that it was hidden away indicated its preciousness. He wondered how his cousin would fare if their parents discovered this escapade and serve him a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Nevertheless, Zhou Mingfeng soon became exhilarated. What did this imply? It suggested that the treasure map might very well be genuine. Could it be that the location marked on it concealed a substantial amount of gold? He had heard tales of the Zhou family's prosperous lineage in the past. They were said to be a distinguished family, wealthy beyond measure, though the reasons for their subsequent decline remained a mystery. Hence, if this treasure map were authentic, it could indeed lead to hidden gold. Perhaps it was a precautionary measure left behind by their ancestors, anticipating future misfortunes. Zhou Mingfeng rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He followed Zhou Xiuyu in search of the marked location. The two ascended the mountain for quite some time, leaving Zhou Mingfeng thoroughly exhausted. In contrast, Zhou Xiuyu, despite his diminutive stature, showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he appeared invigorated, hands clasped behind his back, as if on a leisurely outing rather than a strenuous climb. Nephew, are you up to the task? Hurry up. At this pace, when shall we ever uncover the treasure? Zhou Xiuyu continued to prod. Zhou Mingfeng, originally bent over and gasping for breath, straightened his back at this challenge, gritting his teeth to press on. After all, he could not allow himself to be outdone by a mere 6-year-old child, could he? Upon hearing the mention of treasure, an invigorating energy surged through him. A man must never concede defeat. I am aflame with excitement. Zhou Xiuyu's face radiated with the satisfaction of a mentor observing his junior. After a lengthy journey, the two finally arrived at their destination. Judging by the markings and the surrounding environment, this must be the place. However, upon reaching their goal, Zhou Mingfeng suddenly slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, What should we do? We forgot to bring the tools. Are we really going to have to trek back to retrieve him? The arduous journey he had undertaken made his legs ache at the very thought. Not to worry. I have brought a tool. Zhou Xiuyu revealed a shovel, seemingly conjured from thin air. Where on earth did you get that? Zhou Mingfeng exclaimed in disbelief. I didn't see you carrying it. Are you a magician? Zhou Xiuyu tossed the shovel to Zhou Mingfeng, urging him to begin digging. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Mingfeng accepted the tool and commenced his labor. As he dug, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Was he merely being used as a laborer? He glanced at the little ancestor beside him, whose cherubic face beamed with encouragement as she smiled at him. This dispelled his doubts. After all, she was merely 6 years old and scarcely taller than a shovel, incapable of digging herself. With only one shovel available, it was only fitting that this task fell upon him, the adult. Thus, he rubbed his hands together and set to work. An hour passed in this manner, and Zhou Mingfeng was drenched in sweat, having excavated a considerable pit in the ground. Why isn't he anything surfaced yet? Little ancestor, are you certain this is the right spot? How much longer must we dig? Despite his complaints, his hands continued their relentless toil. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he sensed he had struck something. The hole had grown deep enough to accommodate a person. With another thrust of the shovel, Zhou Mingfeng seemed to unearth a solid object. Just as he was about to inform the little ancestor that he had discovered something, he felt himself plummeting downward. Oh no, crash. With a thunderous rumble, a stone was dislodged, causing the surrounding earth to cave in. Perhaps the ground had been hollow beneath, or perhaps it was simply erosion. In any case, a deep pit formed, and Zhou Mingfeng found himself falling into it. As he descended, he caught a glimpse of the little ancestor above, joyfully sipping from a cup of milk. Surely, he thought, he was hallucinating from fatigue and thirst. What if he were to meet his demise? Soon enough, Zhou Mingfeng landed amidst a shower of soil, thudding onto the ground. Ouch! He rose, rubbing his legs, relieved to find the fall was not from a great height, perhaps only 1 or 2 meters. He had escaped unscathed. However, he worried about the little ancestor being alone outside. Would she be frightened by his sudden fall? Would she cry in terror? In the next moment, he was knocked to the ground by a weighty presence. The little ancestor, Zhou Xiuyu, had descended upon him, clapping her hands in delight. Well done, nephew. You caught me. Zhou Mingfeng, trembling, extended a hand and gave her a thumbs up. He was almost struck dead by the blow. Cough, cough. Zhou Mingfeng rose, hissing in pain. Yet, he had no choice. After all, this was his little ancestor. As he thought of the crystals, the pain in his body became somewhat bearable. Where exactly was this place? He glanced around, noticing another hole ahead, which likely led to a hollow area. He had dug through the earth above, resulting in his fall. Could this possibly be our ancestor's tomb? We certainly cannot enter. After all, to rob one's own ancestral grave would be to become an unfilial descendant. Zhou Xiuyu stepped forward, saying, Your family tomb isn't here. Indeed, there were no tombs in sight. Moreover, this place did not resemble a grave at all. Could there truly be a treasure buried here? Yet it was buried quite deeply, wasn't it? Zhou Mingfeng hurried to catch up. Zhou Xiuyu stood before a dirt wall, gazing upward at some murals painted upon it. These murals, crafted with natural pigments, had withstood the test of time without fading. They seemed to document something significant. As Zhou Xiuyu placed his hand upon the wall, suddenly the murals appeared to come alive. The wall became as soft as a quagmire, ensnaring Zhou Xiuyu's hand. Zhou Mingfeng gasped and rushed to pull him away, but Zhou Xiuyu blocked him. At that moment, the innocence and charm had vanished from his face, replaced by a mischievous grin. I've longed to know what the old man has concealed. This time, I shall uncover the secrets of the past. He had feigned innocence for long enough, finally revealing his true nature. As the murals absorbed energy from his hand, a thick veil of white mist enveloped them. When they regained their senses, a magnificent celestial palace unfolded before their eyes. Before the palace stood an imposing gate, towering over 100 meters high. The door was supported by clouds, with the words Southern Heavenly Gate inscribed upon it. The palace was exquisitely crafted, arranged in a staggered manner, with celestial cranes soaring above, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The two stood before the Southern Heavenly Gate. Zhou Mingfeng felt his legs weaken. After all, he was standing on clouds. A single misstep could send him tumbling down, likely to meet a disastrous fate. Trembling, he grasped his little ancestor's hand. Little ancestor, where are we? At that moment, Zhou Xiuyu lifted his gaze, intently studying the inscription on the plaque above the gate. The characters were not in the script of Blue Star. They resembled ancient traditional characters, but bore some differences. Zhou Xiuyu recognized this script. He had once come across a book containing it in his family study. Southern Heavenly Gate, Zhou Xiuyu slowly pronounced. His eyes filled with an unprecedented gravity. It felt as though he was on the brink of unearthing a monumental secret. Zhou Mingfeng also looked up. Before Zhou Xiuyu could pull him back, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Ah, my eyes. He crouched down, hands clutching his face. Agony etched across his features. Zhou Xiuyu sighed, unable to reach him in time. Oh dear nephew. Remember, mere mortals must not gaze directly upon the celestial texts. However, a fleeting glance poses no real danger, though it may bring forth a moment of intense pain. Zhou Mingfeng experienced an excruciating sensation as if his very eyes had been wrenched from their sockets, the agony prompting him to cry out repeatedly. Once he finally regained his composure, his eyes remained sore and weary. Looking around, he wondered where his little ancestor had gone. He hurriedly ventured forth to search. For this place was undeniably peculiar. Even a single glance at a character seemed to threaten blindness. Who knew what other dangers lurked here? Ancestor, where have you gone? Do not wander off recklessly. Zhou Xiuyu arrived at a grand palace, just as he was about to respond. Suddenly, the sounds of drums reverberated around him. Shouts of battle erupted, and the clash of weapons resounded like thunder. Zhou Xiuyu immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Outside the Southern Heavenly Gate, countless celestial soldiers manifested, wielding their weapons, arrayed in formation, bravely contending against the approaching foes. The attackers, though fewer in number, were remarkably formidable. Despite the presence of hundreds of thousands of celestial warriors, they struggled to withstand the assault of merely over 1,000 adversaries, who drove them back in a chaotic retreat. Countless celestial troops fell, plummeting from the skies. When Zhou Xiuyu beheld the leader of the intruders, his eyes widened in astonishment. An old acquaintance? No, it was not so. The leader bore a striking resemblance to his father, yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was not him. The newcomer was extraordinarily handsome, wielding a long blade with a style both grand and fierce, effortlessly besting every celestial soldier he encountered. In contrast, his father had always favored the sword. Among the 1,000-strong force, the insignia emblazoned upon their attire bore a striking similarity to that of the Zhou clan. And their brazen entry through the Southern Heavenly Gate had not come without cost. At least several dozen had perished along the way. Yet, not a single one of them displayed any hint of fear. Chapter 93, The Ancient Cataclysm, Dragon's Pool. All of them closely followed the individual at the forefront, undeterred and resolute, vowing to stand by him to the death. Was this the truth the old man sought to conceal? Zhou Xiuyu stood atop a stone lion, gazing distantly at the battlefield. At that moment, Zhou Mingfeng finally arrived, his face a mask of panic. Little ancestor, a battle has erupted over there. Zhou Xiuyu, his expression grave, spoke slowly. Enian, the heavens are in turmoil. Countless immortals have perished in this calamity, and thereafter. The passage between the celestial realm and the mortal world has been severed. Mortals can no longer ascend to immortality, and immortals can no longer descend to the mortal realm. Years will pass, and immortals will fade into obscurity. When future generations inquire about the celestial beings, they shall merely scoff, dismissing it as the ramblings of the marketplace. Until none remain who remember that there are indeed immortals above. I once believed this catastrophe to be solely the downfall of the immortals, unaware that it was intricately linked to the Zhou family. No wonder the old man never spoke of these matters to me. As the battlefield neared its conclusion, the celestial soldiers, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, were no match for the Zhou family and were being relentlessly driven back. Suddenly, the heavens themselves shifted dramatically, and the powerful beings of this realm made their move. As the might of the celestial beings surged forth, the very fabric of space around them began to tremble and fracture. This strike was aimed not only at the Zhou family but also at their ancestral lands. Should this blow go unimpeded, the Zhou clan's heritage would surely be reduced to ashes. The ancestral patriarch of the Zhou family stood resolutely before all, wielding his long blade, which transformed into a towering presence, and he struck fiercely towards the celestial being. Boom! As the surrounding space and time crumbled, the palaces caught in the aftermath began to collapse, and even some celestial warriors were reduced to mere ashes, their souls extinguished by the shockwaves. The sheer magnitude of this strike was evident. The ancestral figure of the Zhou family faced off against a powerful being from the celestial realm. His eyes gradually transformed into golden orbs, with golden patterns emerging upon his skin. This was the ancestral divine ability of the Zhou clan. When the golden patterns appeared, even deities would tremble in fear. The celestial being bellowed, "Fool, cease your delusions." Laughing heartily, Zhou Qiling retorted, "I, Zhou Qiling, have lived my life without committing any heinous acts. Why should you tear us apart simply based on your claim of a distinction between celestial and mortal? It is an immutable heavenly rule that immortals should not fall in love with mortals." Aoyun, having defied this celestial decree, was condemned to endure a century of relentless thunderous punishment. The celestial being, wielding a treasured artifact, bore a grim expression. Perhaps he had not anticipated that a mere mortal would dare to challenge the heavenly court and provoke the divine. Zhou Qiling's gaze turned icy as he raised his blade, exclaiming, "What are celestial beings? What are mortals? And what is this so-called heavenly rule? Prepare to meet your demise. Today, I vow to shatter this absurd decree and reclaim my beloved." The strike of his blade, imbued with traces of the Tao, unleashed boundless fury, transcending its limits and reaching a new realm. As the blade was drawn, the entire universe trembled in response. The celestial being, witnessing this, hastily summoned his artifact for defense. Yet, upon mere contact with the blade's intent, his treasure shattered instantaneously, causing him to spew forth blood as he faced imminent obliteration from the blade's aura. From the heavenly court, an attack imbued with the essence of the Tao descended from above, seemingly arriving before Zhou Qiling's strike could manifest, effortlessly dispelling the force of his blade. This strike, capable of severing the ancient bonds, was effortlessly neutralized. The only one capable of such a feat was none other than the sovereign of the heavenly court, the celestial emperor. Zhou Qiling retorted with a sardonic smile, "Celestial emperor, I must inquire, what rationale permits the dismantling of a pair of lovers, condemning one to a century of suffering merely for loving a mortal? What kind of justice is this?" After neutralizing Zhou Qiling's attack and rescuing the celestial being, the celestial emperor refrained from further intervention. The celestial being, still shaken, spat with resentment. Were it not for the chaos in the heavenly court today, how could a mere mortal dare to invade this realm? Seemingly receiving some form of communication, his expression shifted dramatically as he abandoned the Zhou family and hastily led the remaining celestial warriors away. Noticing this, Zhou Qiling quickly rallied the remaining members to flee in another direction. Upon witnessing this, the surroundings abruptly vanished, and they found themselves plummeting from the clouds, awakening to find themselves lying on the ground. Before them stood a mural depicting the recent events. Zhou Xiuyu rose, placing his hand once more upon the wall. Yet this time, there was no response. Did the Zhou family also partake in the ancient upheaval? From the imagery, it appeared their involvement was minimal, at most. They had seized the opportunity during the heavenly chaos to rescue their imprisoned beloved. What has befallen the Zhou family? Zhou Mingfeng awoke, utterly bewildered. Was that merely a dream? When did I fall asleep? Zhou Xiuyu sighed, patting his head, urging the child not to overthink and suggesting that they treat it as a dream. Come, let us venture ahead. Zhou Mingfeng, upon rising, felt an unsettling sense of disorientation, unable to recall the specifics of the dream he had just experienced. He vaguely sensed that he had soared to great heights, yet all other details eluded him. Scratching his head in frustration, he decided to abandon the pursuit of those forgotten memories and followed Zhou Xiuyu. Upon exiting the tunnel, they discovered an expansive underground mansion. Before them lay an ancient pool, steaming with heat, accompanied by a stone tablet inscribed with the words Dragon Pool. To the side of the tablet, a small inscription read, "The golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When encountering wind and clouds, they transform into dragons." Zhou Mingfeng approached the pool. Observing that the water was murky and tumultuous with steam rising fiercely, the oppressive heat palpable even from the edge of the pool. Noticing some unidentified small grass growing nearby, he plucked a few blades and tossed them into the dragon pool. To his astonishment, before they could sink, they were instantly vaporized into steam. Goodness! The temperature rivals that of molten lava. Zhou Mingfeng had initially contemplated testing the waters with his hand, but now he refrained, fearing that a mere touch could spell disaster. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiuyu stood at the pool's edge, addressing his nephew. "Nephew, I have discovered treasure." Where? Zhou Mingfeng eagerly looked around, but found no sign of treasure. Zhou Xiuyu gestured towards the dragon pool, exclaiming, "This is it." This, a hot spring with temperatures akin to molten lava? Surely this cannot be a suitable place for a relaxing soak. At this heat, one might as well be stewing meat, cooked in an instant. Zhou Mingfeng lamented. Indeed, it seems all talk of treasure is mere deception. One cannot expect fortune to fall from the sky. Despite his disappointment, he had never genuinely believed they would uncover treasure. Though he had joked about gold, he understood it was unlikely. If such riches existed, they would have long been retrieved by their elders, considering the Zhou family's dwindling fortune. After all, if word had spread of gold hidden here, they would have taken it long ago. How could it remain undiscovered until now? Chapter 94, A Thin Bloodline. Unable to transform into a dragon, Zhou Xiuyu remarked, "Did you not notice the inscription above?" "What inscription?" "It's in traditional characters." Zhou Mingfeng struggled to decipher a few characters before reading aloud. The golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When encountering wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. What does this mean? Zhou Mingfeng was perplexed. This is the legendary dragon transformation pool. Transform. Dragon transformation pool? What is a dragon? It symbolizes the Xia kingdom, although it is merely a mythical creature, who among the Xia people does not cherish the dragon. But dragons are mere figments of imagination, are they not? Zhou Mingfeng exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Xiuyu replied, as a descendant of the Zhou family, you must possess a trace of dragon blood. To discern existence or non-existence, one need only try. Gulp. Zhou Mingfeng swallowed hard, pondering the heat of the water. You want me to jump into such scorching water? If I do, will I ever resurface? The individuals in the live streaming room were utterly astounded at that moment. What? A dragon? Is it truly a dragon? It cannot be. Aren't dragons merely mythical creatures? Wasn't it said that dragons were figments of human imagination before falling into this alternate space? Who would have believed in its existence? And what of cultivators, zombies? Did you ever truly believe in their existence before? A portion of the audience fell silent. After a brief pause, excitement erupted. Could it really be the dragon transformation pool? Oh my goodness. I long to visit. Where's the location? I am booking a flight right now. Goodness gracious. I too wish to transform into a dragon. Enough of this. Those without a lineage who wish to transform into dragons should consider the temperature of that dragon pool. One touch, and it would be fatal. This dragon pool serves as a test of true dragons versus false ones. A true dragon fears neither water nor fire. Yet, how can one discern their essence before leaping in? The live streaming room descended into chaos once more. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingfeng remained in a state of hesitation, standing at the edge of the dragon pool, gazing at the scalding, bubbling, murky waters tinged with deep green. He hesitated to jump. What if this is not the dragon transformation pool? Wouldn't that mean he would perish if he jumped in? Suddenly, Zhou Mingfeng smacked his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. A mere 6-year-old child. Could his words be trusted? Children often speak fancifully, imagining themselves possessing extraordinary powers, saving the world, but upon growing up, they come to realize they are no different from others, merely ordinary individuals caught up in the hustle of life. Just as Zhou Mingfeng contemplated leaving, an unexpected force propelled him from behind. He lost his balance and fell into the dragon pool with a resounding splash. Bubbles erupted on the surface. Zhou Mingfeng sank to the bottom, and after a while, he had yet to resurface. The audience began to fret. Why hasn't he come up yet? Could he have melted away, leaving no bones behind? Bubbles surfaced again. Suddenly, Zhou Mingfeng emerged from the depths, gasping for air, coughing violently, nearly suffocating. He hurriedly crawled ashore, his body soiled by the murky water. Zhou Xiuyu stood nearby, examining him with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, "How strange, why is there not a single change? What change do you expect, young one? To transform from a living being into a mere skeleton? Were it not for my good fortune, you would be preparing for a feast in my memory." Zhou Mingfeng shook off the water, his face contorted in despair as he shouted, "That was close. I nearly fell victim to that innocent-looking little rascal." Zhou Xiuyu, hands behind his back, remarked, "Your bloodline is too thin to transform into a dragon. Do not be too disheartened." Zhou Mingfeng was utterly speechless. After all, he was dealing with a 6-year-old child. Yet, he still felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. How infuriating. His fist was clenched. However, why had he not felt the water's heat when he fell? Instead, it felt like plunging into a pleasantly warm hot spring. An indescribable comfort and tranquility enveloping him. In that moment, it was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Zhou Mingfeng turned around, gazing at the dragon pool. Could this truly be the legendary dragon transformation pool? Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat radiating from his hands, the intensity escalating rapidly to an unbearable level of discomfort. He hastily rolled up his sleeves, only to discover steam rising from his skin, which had turned a vivid crimson, with faint traces of blood vessels visible beneath the surface. This is it. I've been scalded. Until now, he hadn't felt any pain. Could it be that he had already become numb to it? Or perhaps the agony was so overwhelming that his nerves had dulled, rendering him oblivious to the pain until this moment? Oh dear ancestor, you have led me to my doom. Zhou Mingfeng cried out in despair, resembling a dog that had just had its tail stepped on. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiuyu remained calm and even elated. I had assumed your bloodline was too thin to awaken even a trace, yet here you are, displaying a stroke of fortune. He immediately grasped Zhou Mingfeng's hand. The searing heat from his skin gradually transformed into patches of dragon scales. Though only a few, it marked a significant change. After a considerable time, as the dragon scales emerged, the intense heat subsided. Zhou Mingfeng then realized that his hands had become covered in scales. What on earth is this? He was taken aback. No matter how he rubbed, he could not remove them. The scales seemed to have fused with his flesh. Even pulling at them caused him pain. Come, strike the wall before you, Zhou Xiuyu urged, pulling him towards a stone wall and pointing at it. Why on earth would I strike a rock for no reason? I'm not foolish, Zhou Mingfeng retorted. You have already begun your transformation. That stone will crumble before you. Zhou Xiuyu looked at him as if he were dim-witted. How could this nephew be so naive? Well, he is my dear nephew. I must endure his foolishness. Me? Transforming into a dragon? Is this truly the transformation? Zhou Mingfeng stared at the scales on his hands, recalling the earlier conversation and his sensations in the dragon pool. A profound sense of joy welled up within him. Could it really be? Is this truly the dragon transformation pool? He quickly gathered his strength and struck the stone wall with his fist, expecting to leave merely a dent. However, his arm penetrated the wall as effortlessly as if it were soft tofu. The once formidable stone crumbled under his newfound strength, appearing as fragile as a mere morsel. By heavens! Zhou Mingfeng exclaimed in disbelief. As he turned to share his excitement with Zhou Xiuyu, a splash echoed from the dragon pool. Looking back, he found that Zhou Xiuyu had leapt into the water. Instantly, the pool began to stir. The water bubbled vigorously, steam rising to form serpentine shapes that danced above the surface, roaring in celebration. Zhou Mingfeng, wide-eyed and astonished, marveled at the spectacle. Did it look like this when I jumped in? This is astonishing. The viewers in the live stream began to bombard him with comments. Don't overthink it. Nothing happened when you jumped in. Well, there was a slight change. Didn't a few bubbles rise? Ha ha ha. My heart is heavy with disappointment. I am filled with envy. With just one leap into the dragon pool, one could achieve the power to shatter stone walls. But where is this dragon pool? I shall hasten there post-haste. Dear friends, do not be overly excited. In truth, such feats can also be accomplished through diligent practice of the body cultivation techniques. As the saying goes, the impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. It is far wiser to earnestly pursue the cultivation methods revealed by the esteemed observer. Above the dragon pool, wisps of white mist coalesce into a dozen dragons, surging and occasionally emitting a resonant roar. Suddenly, all the dragons dive deep, causing the waters of the pool to churn and form a dragon-shaped pattern. Then, a vortex of water spirals upward, dancing within the cave before soaring towards the pool's edge. As the splashes subside, Zhou Xiuyu emerges. Upon his appearance, all eyes are drawn to the horns atop his head and the dragon tail trailing behind him. The malevolent dragon roars. With a flick of his tail, he strikes Zhou Mingfeng's calf. In an instant, Zhou Mingfeng is sent flying like a ball, tumbling far away until he crashes into the stone wall, leaving a sizable dent before finally coming to a halt. Had it not been for his partial transformation into a dragon, rendering him somewhat sturdier than before, he might have suffered catastrophic fractures. Why attack with your tail? You wicked dragon? That is cheating. Zhou Mingfeng quickly scrambled to his feet, stretching his arms and legs, finding himself unscathed. This is merely a feint. Zhou Xiuyu cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Zhou Mingfeng felt a surge of frustration but dared not voice it. Strangely, after his transformation, his battle instincts seemed altered. He quickly comprehended that in a real confrontation, he would be no match for the mere 6-year-old Zhou Xiuyu. Consequently, he resolved to remain calm. The two ventured into the decayed palace, finding nothing of value. It appears that the true treasure of this place is indeed the dragon pool. And indeed, this dragon pool is a priceless gem. In reality, however, the dragon pool is a fabrication. It is merely a result of Shun Yin exchanging a sum for a drop of dragon blood, which transformed an ordinary pool into a dragon pool. Of course, this dragon pool currently possesses the same capabilities as the dragon transformation pool. As long as that drop of dragon blood remains, this place is a genuine dragon pool. The two traversed the cave and returned to the spot from which they had fallen. The several-meter-high entrance left Zhou Mingfeng momentarily bewildered. How on earth was he to ascend? He patted his clothes and discovered that his phone, submerged in water, was ruined. Alas, was he to be trapped here indefinitely? Zhou Xiuyu cast a derisive glance at him. Nephew, a true dragon can fly. Zhou Mingfeng's eyes widened as he watched Zhou Xiuyu, with hands clasped behind his back, ascend effortlessly. Ancestors, ancestors, please take me with you. Your nephew remains here. He wailed, lamenting his fate. Alas, I am indeed a false dragon. Why can I not fly? Zhou Mingfeng wept bitterly at the bottom of the cave. Dear nephew, find your own way up. It's time for dinner, and I must return home to eat. With that, Zhou Xiuyu abandoned Zhou Mingfeng and descended the mountain alone. Upon his return, he discovered that dinner was nearly ready, and the clan uncles were already contemplating sending someone to fetch Zhou Xiuyu. Upon seeing him return, everyone felt relieved. Uncle is back. Come and take a seat. Initially, they greeted him as they usually did. However, as Zhou Xiuyu stepped through the door, the nearest clan uncle suddenly exclaimed, "What is that on your head? It resembles 2 twigs. Where did you find them? Here, let me assist you in removing them." As he spoke, the uncle reached for Zhou Xiuyu's head. But Zhou Xiuyu swiftly darted inside, evading his grasp. Once seated, the elders and uncles could not help but fix their gaze upon the peculiar adornment atop Zhou Xiuyu's head. Those twigs are rather distinctive, the elder remarked after a prolonged observation. Indeed, they appear quite lifelike. Laughter erupted from the gathering, as they assumed it was merely a child's whim to wear something atop his head, mistaking the adornment for mere twigs. As for Zhou Mingfeng, what? He hasn't returned yet? Surely as an adult, he cannot have lost his way in his own hometown. They concluded that his absence was due to his playful nature, far less obedient than a 6-year-old child who knows to return home for meals. Consequently, no one sought to find Zhou Mingfeng. Dinner was served with an abundance of dishes, necessitating several tables to accommodate everyone, who filled the room with laughter and conversation. The Zhou family was not bound by strict customs that dictated silence during meals. Thus, during festive occasions, inquiries about children's academic performance, career status, and social relationships ensued. Parents of diligent children beamed with pride, while those with more mischievous offspring wore strange smiles. Only Zhou Xiuyu remained absorbed in his meal, his head bowed in concentration as he devoured several bowls of rice. By the time Zhou Mingfeng returned, dinner was nearly concluded. His appearance startled the gathering. Where have you been to return covered in mud? At your age, playing in the dirt is quite disgraceful. Zhou Mingfeng's mother was instantly incensed, for he was entirely caked in mud. his face smeared as well. Zhou Mingfeng felt a deep sense of frustration after struggling in the muddy depths for an extended period. The slick and unstable terrain had caused him to fall multiple times. Having finally climbed out, his clothes were rendered useless, leaving him a muddy mess. Quickly wash up and change your clothes before returning for dinner. In front of so many relatives, his mother refrained from saying much more. Zhou Mingfeng cast a sorrowful glance at Zhou Xiuyu, lamenting, "You've truly gotten me into a predicament." Zhou Xiuyu merely flicked his tail, clutching a bottle of soda, and drank directly from it. The elders said nothing against it. After all, he was the youngest in the family, albeit the one with the highest standing. They could only indulge him. At that moment, viewers in the live stream observed the scene unfold, and someone suddenly remarked, "I recall how the Taoist master took the young dragon down the mountain, perhaps intending to temper his temperament. Indeed, yet, I cannot shake the feeling that rather than refining him, it has had an opposite effect." Chapter 96. Divine Blood, Justice Descends After Dinner. As many members of the Zhou family were still outside, the ancestral rites could not commence promptly. Following the meal, the elders gathered in the hall to engage in conversation. They discussed how one child had achieved success by gaining admission to a prestigious university, while another spoke of a young lad who had started courting a young lady, hinting at auspicious developments ahead. Zhou Xiuyu, feeling quite bored, stifled a large yawn. Just then, he caught a faint scent in the air. It was the unmistakable aura of malevolence. Why would it manifest here? Observing the aging and youthful members of the family, Zhou Xiuyu leapt from his chair and dashed outside. The others inside merely assumed he was a restless child, and an uncle began to instruct his own son, Gongzi, hurry and follow him closely. Do take good care of your ancestor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingfeng promptly followed suit, while Zhou Jingxian, feeling a twinge of concern, decided to follow as well. Under the shroud of night, Zhou Jingxian suddenly sensed that something had appeared behind the young one, though it was too dark to discern clearly. Woof, woof. A dog from a neighboring household, disturbed by unfamiliar footsteps, began to bark. Where are you going, little ancestor? Zhou Mingfeng called out as he hurried after him. How can someone so small run so swiftly? As Zhou Xiuyu ran, he attuned himself to the hidden traces of the malevolent presence. Upon sensing their approach, he confirmed they were indeed advancing towards him. Consequently, he made a swift decision to lure them away from the ancestral home. However, two nephews followed closely behind. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xiuyu continued onward, seeking to divert them to a less populated area. Perhaps it would be beneficial for them to witness such phenomena. As members of the Zhou family, exposure to the world would serve them well. Swish, swish, shadows flitted through the darkness. Zhou Mingfeng suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere and glanced aside, yet saw nothing amiss. The trio arrived at a secluded spot. Zhou Xiuyu stood atop a large rock. Gazing skyward, "Come forth," he proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Mingfeng and Zhou Jingxian emerged cautiously. "What brings you here, little ancestor? It's rather late. Should we not return?" Zhou Mingfeng inquired. "I sensed something amiss just now," he added, his senses heightened since part of him had transformed into a dragon. Zhou Jingxian, puzzled, suddenly recalled something and pulled out her phone. Upon opening the live stream, she gasped in surprise. The stream is still live. What live stream? Zhou Mingfeng leaned closer, his eyes widening. Wait, isn't this the Heavenly Tao website? I haven't checked it in ages. Who would have thought I'd end up on camera? He foolishly posed with a peace sign, aware of the extraordinary nature of the little ancestor, thus readily accepting the situation. Observing the two foolish nephews interrupting, Zhou Xiuyu flicked his tail and directed his gaze toward the shadowy left side. There, an old tile-roofed house, seemingly neglected over the years, suddenly collapsed. And in the next moment, several dark figures sprang forth. Their forms resembled those of humans, yet they bore sharp claws and pointed teeth, adorned with ram-like horns and a pair of black wings sprouting from their backs. These were mid-level demons, their strengths hovering around the earth rank. Ha ha ha, little ones. Who would have thought we would find two bearers of divine blood in such a small place? Once we take them back, the adults will surely reward us. The intentions of the mid-level demons became abundantly clear upon their arrival. To them, mere mortals, even with divine blood, posed no threat as long as they had not awakened their powers. And indeed, this was the case. Even Zhou Mingfeng, who exhibited some dragon-like traits, possessed only the strength of a second-tier human rank. He stood no chance against the mid-level demons. Monsters! Zhou Jingxian exclaimed in terror, hastily dialing for help, only to discover her phone had no signal. Cackling. Useless. This place is already ensnared in our barrier. Come along quietly. With that, the mid-level demons surged forward like lightning. As Zhou Jingxian attempted to pull Zhou Mingfeng away, he forcefully pushed her aside. Get behind the rock. Damn it, I'll fight them. One of the three mid-level demons remained to confront him, while the other two advanced towards Zhou Xiuyu. To the demons, Zhou Jingxian, an ordinary person, was of no consequence. Standing atop a large stone, Zhou Xiuyu observed the mid-level demon overpowering Zhou Mingfeng. The latter, lacking combat ability save for his greater strength and the formidable defense granted by his dragon transformation, had no means to retaliate, especially against foes of a higher rank. Were it not for his reasonable defense, he would have surely been defeated by now. The two mid-level demons charged at Zhou Xiuyu. Upon witnessing their ruthless intent toward a mere 6-year-old child, Zhou Jingxian instinctively stepped in front of him. The demons exchanged a cold glance, and determined to eliminate this troublesome mortal first. Suddenly, a deafening thunder echoed through the sky. As the demons' claws lunged toward Zhou Jingxian, the sheer force of their strike would have certainly torn the ordinary girl apart. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking one of the demons directly. The impact left it battered, its flesh torn and smoke rising from its head. The demon shuddered momentarily before becoming rigid, crashing to the ground with a thud. The other demon, startled by this unexpected turn of events, stumbled over a protruding rock and fell awkwardly, struggling to regain its footing. It looked up in horror at the sky, which had inexplicably darkened, obscuring the once starry expanse. Dark clouds loomed overhead, with thunder rumbling ominously and lightning flashing intermittently. Could it be that the heavens of this world had awakened? No, that was impossible. This realm had undeniably entered an age of decline, and the divine could not still exist. The demon, who had been mercilessly assaulting Zhou Mingfeng, immediately abandoned him and charged toward this unfolding event. What was happening? The third had been struck down by lightning. Regardless, it was imperative to rescue the child. The demon sprang atop a large stone, towering over a person, and logically, a child barely reaching waist height should not have been able to ascend. Yet, without a second thought, it extended its sharp claws toward Zhou Xiuyu. Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the demon intent on grasping Zhou Xiuyu with unerring precision. The demon let out a scream, tumbling down from the stone. Chapter 97. The temper of the Celestial Emperor is quite fierce. This strike of thunder startled everyone present, save for Zhou Xiuyu. The remaining demon became increasingly convinced that the heavens of this world were beginning to awaken. Terrified, it hastily retreated. It needed to return post-haste to inform its superiors. Zhou Jingxian was merely puzzled as to why, among so many present, this lightning had only targeted the demon. Upon checking her phone, she discovered that the signal had been restored. The live stream was back online, and she quickly opened it to find that everyone in the chat was exclaiming about divine justice. Surely, this was the offspring of the heavens. How audacious. Bullying a 6-year-old child had even drawn the attention of the heavens. Why not to stand in high places during a storm, lest they become a target? Did the demon's talk of an age of decline resonate with you? Decline? It sounded akin to the end of days. As the demon fled, the barrier here dissipated. However, the peculiar phenomena and celestial disturbances did not go unnoticed by some powerful entities. The live stream abruptly shifted to an aerial view, passing through a veil of mist until arriving at a celestial realm. Here, clouds swirled and golden light shimmered, evoking a profound sense of reverence. It inspired a compelling urge to kneel and worship. Yet, this once sacred celestial domain bore the scars of battle, with many palaces reduced to ruins. The continuous remnants of grand structures lay haphazardly scattered. This was the former majestic heavenly court, now devastated by the catastrophic conflict, with only a few palaces remaining relatively intact. The celestial disturbances roused a slumbering deity. Emerging from the glimmering lotus pond, the deity donned a magnificent dragon robe embroidered with a vivid 9-clawed golden dragon. So lifelike it seemed poised to leap forth at any moment. The audience could not discern the deity's features, only perceiving the golden light enveloping them, which caused their eyes to sting if they gazed too intently. Only by averting their gaze could their sight return to normal. The deity slowly emerged, peering through the countless layers of clouds toward the earth below. The viewer's perspective was not from above, but rather from below. Looking up, it appears to be that ethereal, divine man, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. He stands so exalted, beyond reproach. Merely catching a glimpse of him evokes feelings of reverence, admiration, and worship. He seems to be the embodiment of heaven, the manifestation of the Tao. His existence represents heaven, the Tao, and the essence of all things. With a gentle touch of his finger, a celestial aura descends upon a nearby jade stone. In an instant, the jade transforms into a young man, as warm and refined as the stone itself. Such a single breath of celestial energy allows a mere stone to transcend calamities and directly become an immortal. What immense power this is. The youth, now formed from the jade, bows deeply in gratitude. Thank you, revered one, for your illumination. Without your guidance, I might have to cultivate for countless eons to have even a sliver of chance to become human, and even then, I would face innumerable tribulations before attaining immortality. This singular step grants me direct access to the heavens, a fortune that would surely incite envy and madness among countless cultivators. The young man, now possessing the strength of a celestial being, gazes upon the mortal realm and swiftly discerns the unfolding events below. The commotion caused by a small dragon barely draws his attention. Rather, the pervasive foreign energy enveloping the blue star causes him to narrow his eyes. The countenance, once gentle and smiling, now takes on a frost-like demeanor. The celestial beings, long in slumber and remaining concealed, are now confronted by such audacity from worldly intruders. Revered one, Bai Lang humbly requests to descend to the mortal realm and eradicate all malevolent forces. Very well. With a flick of his sleeve, Bai Lang vanishes from sight. Just as the audience anticipated the continuation of the live stream, the celestial being suddenly lifts his gaze. Through an impenetrable mist, his golden eyes gleam like twin suns, piercing through the darkness. The camera trembles slightly, as if he has taken notice. In that fleeting glance, countless viewers feel as though they are being scrutinized by a divine presence, their innermost thoughts, past, present, and future laid bare before him. He is both unfeeling and compassionate, omniscient and omnipotent. This is the Celestial Emperor. He embodies heaven, the sovereign of the heavens, with countless titles. Heaven itself is his manifestation, the very essence of his will. He governs all realms, being the origin of all and the conclusion of everything. Mortals cannot glean even a hint of the Tao from him. Were it not for the impossibility of gazing directly upon his visage, he would appear no different from an ordinary person. Yet, to behold him ignites an irresistible yearning for worship deep within. He quickly retracts his gaze, perhaps realizing that those observing him from behind the lens are but a swarm of insignificant ants. He steps back into the lotus pond, sinking once more into slumber. The camera soon dims. The audience in the live stream remains transfixed, still enraptured by that glance, as if ensnared in a spell, unable to extricate themselves. Countless chaotic thoughts swirl in their minds. Some witness every moment of their existence since birth, while others perceive nothing, as if plummeting into an endless abyss. A minute passes. They remain unresponsive. 10 minutes have elapsed. They sit motionless, as if transformed into statues. 20 minutes pass. Their eyes widen, bloodshot and glazed. Nearby, someone notices their unusual state and attempts to rouse them, yet no method proves effective. In a flurry, countless individuals dial emergency services. Although they remain utterly still, their breathing persists in a normal rhythm. Those who discern the anomaly are typically family or friends in their vicinity. The situation escalates dramatically. Even those who had missed the live broadcast due to work or other obligations become aware of the unfolding events and flock to the stream. Suddenly, the viewer count surges to 700 million. Abruptly, the screen in the live stream darkens and flickers. In the void, a figure cloaked in black robes appears, one hand gripping a quill, the other a tome. The temper of this realm is truly formidable, he remarks. His voice is elusive, oscillating between that of an elder, a child, and upon closer inspection, a vibrant youth. With a flourish of his pen, a silvery ink bursts forth, and a multitude of mysterious runes materialize, streaming directly into the eyes of countless onlookers. The families of those watching the broadcast are left in shock as they witness enigmatic symbols emanating from their devices, flowing into the bodies of the entranced viewers. Chapter 98. A minor reprimand. The heavens are not to be offended as the runes infiltrate their beings, their bodies tremble. A cacophony of chaotic thoughts abruptly ceases, and they awaken from their stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, they clutch their heads and scream, as if their minds have erupted. Their vision blurs, rendering them nearly blind. Fortunately, that inscrutable force not only awakens them from their daze, but also slowly mends their bodies. Once they recover from the throbbing pain, they find themselves largely unharmed. Some are horrified to discover that nearly half an hour has passed, yet they cannot recall a single moment of it. It is as if time has been swiftly advanced by a hidden hand. Their memories are confined to the pain following their awakening. Inquiring with those nearby reveals that during those 30 minutes, they had sat transfixed, gazing at their screens, utterly motionless, as if entranced, or perhaps, as if their souls had been captured. An overwhelming shock reverberates through everyone present. It is commonly understood that those featured in the live stream possess extraordinary abilities. Among them, some individuals are so powerful that they can sense the presence of those beyond the camera. For instance, the illusionist, as well as the Heavenly Emperor, who, with a mere glimpse, has already imparted a lesson to them. However, the existence of the live stream, particularly the enigmatic observer from the Taoist website, who has yet to reveal themselves, looms subtly yet significantly over the proceedings. They felt a sense of security under the watchful gaze of an observer, convinced that no harm would befall them. Thus, their attitude towards the individuals appearing in the live broadcast was akin to that of spectators at a theatrical performance. While there was admiration, genuine respect was a rarity. Ultimately, this time, that magnificent presence imparted a lesson in the supremacy of the strong. Those who stand before someone more formidable must accord them the respect they rightfully deserve. The astonishment that left them speechless for 30 minutes served merely as a minor reprimand. For such an entity, the boundaries of time and space could be traversed in an instant, and with but a single thought, the blue star could be reduced to ashes, vanishing into the vast expanse of the cosmos. This punishment was but a warning to the Heavenly Emperor, a caution directed at these lesser beings that the heavens are not to be trifled with. One must harbor a sense of reverence for the celestial. All were still in shock. This extraordinary being, though only glimpsed briefly, would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Was that the esteemed observer? Did the observer just intervene to save us? How terrifying. The gaze of that entity was beyond my capacity to withstand. Had it not been for the observer, I might have remained in that stupor until death claimed me. They also viewed recordings of themselves in a daze, motionless, a sight that would haunt them with nightmares for many nights to come. After they awoke, the observer faded once more from the scene. Although they had glimpsed the observer's visage, in time, they found themselves unable to recall what the observer truly looked like. Some believed it to be a man. Others thought it was an elderly figure. Yet, no one could vividly recollect the details. Even after each broadcast, when recordings were available on the Heavenly Tao website, no matter how many times they watched, the image of the observer would elude their memory. Furthermore, when they attempted to draw or record their impressions, the images would blur and the words would fade with time. After much turmoil, they all ultimately resigned themselves to forgetfulness. The observer, such a powerful entity, seemed to wish for his visage to remain unremembered, and thus, they could not retain it. After all, they were but ordinary mortals. This particular broadcast, although the responsibility lay with the observer, as he controlled the lens and directed it towards that formidable presence, the audience was merely collateral damage. Yet now, who would dare to speak ill of the observer? As for the Heavenly Emperor, that was even more unthinkable. Not one person would dare to utter the title directly, instead referring to that presence. Following this event, some family members, concerned for their well-being, insisted on taking them to the hospital. After much persuasion, they finally conveyed that they were entirely unharmed. Aware that the issue arose from the live broadcast, some relatives began to worry about potential dangers, advising against further viewing. Would this incident dissuade the audience from returning to the live stream? The viewer count spoke volumes. 800 million. Not only did they not abandon their viewing, but the numbers continued to swell. What was there to fear? As long as one can avoid death, they shall gaze unflinchingly. Such a riveting live broadcast even allowed them to glimpse into a world filled with secrets previously unknown to them. To catch a glimpse of the primordial existence of celestial beings, what is a mere trifling pain in comparison? After all, as long as one does not perish, they shall soon rise again like a hero. However, missing the live broadcast would truly mean a missed opportunity. One must not underestimate the resilience and fortitude of modern individuals. Remarkably, even those who initially paid little heed to the broadcast found themselves intrigued, eagerly seeking ways to join in. The camera shifted back to Zhou Shuyu, their hearts still brimming with trepidation. They hoped that this time, the observer would not lead them to confront any formidable entities, though they professed to be unafraid. An undercurrent of anxiety lingered, requiring several days for their spirits to recover. At this moment, Zhou Mingfeng and Zhou Jingxian gleaned some information from online sources and the Heavenly Tao group, leaving them utterly astounded. Zhou Mingfeng felt an overwhelming yearning, wondering if he too could someday wield such formidable power. Zhou Xiuyu, meanwhile, snatched the phone and began playing a game. Surprisingly, despite his clumsy gameplay, he achieved a series of victories, earning the MVP title in every match, swiftly elevating his account to diamond rank. Once he had satisfied his gaming cravings, Zhou Mingfeng cautiously approached him. Little ancestor, were those creatures we saw earlier the Demon Clan? Both Zhou Mingfeng and Zhou Jingxian had perused the Observer's published materials regarding the Demon Clan, though they were merely textual descriptions. The Demon Clan's forms were highly variable. The lower-tier demons differed significantly from the mid-tier and high-tier, making it difficult to ascertain whether they belonged to the same lineage. Little ancestor, why did they choose to attack us? And what is divine blood? Zhou Jingxian inquired, her confusion palpable. This question had lingered in her mind. Zhou Xiuyu accepted the bottle of milk she offered, took a sip, and finally felt inclined to enlighten them. Our Zhou family's lineage is indeed extraordinary, yet ultimately, it remains within the realm of mortals. Chapter 99. Preparing for ancestral worship, a sudden change in truth. The Zhou family is divided into two branches, the main family and the collateral branch. The main family possesses a unique bloodline, enabling most members to awaken their latent powers. Conversely, the collateral branch, burdened with a diluted bloodline, is unable to awaken and has faded into obscurity over countless years. The origin of the Zhou family's bloodline is said to stem from the first patriarch's union with a demon clan, resulting in a lineage that underwent transformation. Then why do we lack extraordinary abilities? Our strength does not surpass that of others by much. Zhou Jingxian pondered, perplexed. Zhou Mingfeng coughed lightly. Had anyone previously told him that the Zhou family's bloodline was special and linked to a demon clan, he would have scoffed and suggested they seek psychiatric help. Yet now, the scales upon his arm had yet to fade, making him hesitant to wear short sleeves. Zhou Xiuyu glanced at him and replied, "That is because the bloodline is too thin. Without external assistance, awakening is simply impossible." Wow, is that true? Is there any way to awaken it? I have indeed witnessed the transformation of my cousin. He must have awakened his bloodline, right? Zhou Jingxian said with a sly expression. When three demons attacked them, Zhou Mingfeng faced one of them alone. Though he suffered greatly, he emerged unscathed, proving beyond doubt that he was no ordinary individual. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Zhou Mingfeng divulged to her the adventure he had embarked on with the little ancestor in search of treasure, culminating in his unexpected fall into the dragon transformation pool, which led to his successful awakening. Zhou Jingxian was taken aback by this revelation. She tugged at Zhou Mingfeng's sleeve and, indeed, noticed patches of slightly reddened scales adorning his arm. Subsequently, she abruptly turned her head, almost twisting her neck in the process, and glanced at Zhou Xiuyu, who at that moment had his back turned to them, indulging in snacks from the table. As Zhou Xiuyu tore open a packet and munched on the treats, a dragon tail revealed itself, swaying contentedly behind him. Only then did she realize that, unbeknownst to her, Zhou Xiuyu had sprouted a tail. Perhaps it was due to his diminutive stature and the fact that he had been seated directly in front of her all along, which had obscured her view. Little ancestor, don't move. Zhou Jingxian shouted. The tail quivered in alarm, as if it might bristle if it had fur. Zhou Xiuyu turned around, a look of confusion on his face, his mouth stuffed with potato chips. Zhou Jingxian swiftly approached, reaching out towards the dragon tail. Zhou Xiuyu, glancing sideways, flicked his tail, evading her grasp. It's a tail, and it has horns. Oh my, Zhou Jingxian exclaimed, her excitement palpable, despite not catching it. Her exhilaration soared. Zhou Mingfeng, exasperated, remarked, didn't you see the horns before? Why the outcry now? Your reflexes are astonishingly slow. What do you know? I initially thought they were hairpins. I never imagined they were genuine horns. But why do they look like? Zhou Jingxian, suddenly inspired, pulled out her phone and searched for an image. It depicted a grand structure, adorned with intricate carvings of a dragon on its columns and walls. The horns on the dragon's head bore a striking resemblance to those of Zhou Xiuyu, albeit smaller, as though they had only recently begun to sprout. Could this possibly be a dragon? Zhou Jingxian pondered, incredulity etched across her face. Dragons are legendary creatures, revered as totems of the Xian nation. Could it be that our Zhou family has ties to dragons? If it were some other kind of anomalous beast, perhaps there would be disdain, aversion, or even hostility. Yet, dragons are different. How many people in the Xian nation dream of transforming into dragons? The idiom wishing for one's son to become a dragon, although not referring to the literal transformation, speaks volumes. Why are you so excited? I have dragon scales too. Zhou Mingfeng boasted, flexing his muscles with pride. Zhou Jingxian shot him a dismissive glance. Yours are hardly distinguishable. I thought they were fish scales. Zhou Xiuyu finished one packet of chips and reached for another, adding, if you wish to awaken the dragon bloodline, you might as well visit the dragon transformation pool on the mountain, though the chances are slim. One cannot fully awaken. It will only manifest partially as it has with Zhou Mingfeng. Tomorrow, I shall go and take a look. Zhou Jingxian has not yet relinquished her aspiration to grasp the dragon's tail. Regrettably, Zhou Xiuyu forbids her from doing so. After indulging in snacks, he departed to wash up and retire for the night. On the following day, several younger members of the Zhou family returned, accompanied by a few children of tender age. Once the younger members of the Zhou clan had assembled, the ancestral rites were set to commence. But where was the little girl, Jingxian? The ancestral worship required the gathering at the ancestral hall, and when Zhou Jin noticed his daughter was absent, he inquired with Zhou Mingfeng. Zhou Mingfeng, equally perplexed, replied that he had not seen her since they arrived together. Suddenly, he recalled their conversation from the previous day and speculated about where Zhou Jingxian might have gone. Zhou Mingfeng promptly declared, I know where she has gone. Uncle, do not worry, I shall fetch her. Having transformed into a dragon, his physical prowess had greatly improved, allowing him to ascend the mountain with much greater ease. Thus, he set off alone towards the dragon transformation pool in search of Zhou Jingxian. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiuyu was still in a deep slumber. The elders of the Zhou family, noticing his continued rest, refrained from waking him. The younger children had already risen early, cradled by their mothers for nourishment. Only Zhou Xiuyu remained asleep. It was not until the time to depart approached that he was roused. With a yawn, Zhou Xiuyu was assisted in donning his garments and attended to in brushing his teeth and washing his face. Once he had refreshed himself, he became more alert. At the entrance, all had gathered, each adorned in formal attire and equipped with the necessary offerings for the rites. Zhou Xiuyu glanced around, only to realize that neither Zhou Jingxian nor Zhou Mingfeng was present, which struck him as odd. At that moment, a peer from the Zhou family, seemingly named Zhou Yanhua, rushed over, exclaiming, "It's terrible. Cousin and cousin's sister have fallen into an alternate space." It turned out that he had observed Zhou Mingfeng running towards the mountain and, out of curiosity, had followed him. However, his speed could not match that of Zhou Mingfeng, and he fell significantly behind. Witnessing in disbelief as Zhou Mingfeng vanished upon the mountain, the tales of the alternate space had ceased to be mere rumors. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family was enveloped in anxiety, particularly the parents, whose worried expressions were impossible to conceal. What should be done? Had Jingxian and Mingfeng truly fallen into the alternate space? The mothers of the two were overwhelmed with distress, bursting into tears. Chapter 100. Daring to act recklessly on my territory, Zhou Xiuyu's gaze hardened. In an instant, he unleashed his perception as a sovereign-level powerhouse. His awareness enveloped the entirety of Xia country. No movement escaped his perception. Boom. Zhou Xiuyu detected the residual energy fluctuations from the alternate space, tracing them to the dragon transformation pool within a cave on the mountain. Yet, he found no sign of his niece and nephew, confirming that they had indeed fallen into the alternate space. Whoosh. Zhou Xiuyu vanished from his original position. When it emerged, it had reached the location of the most potent energy left by the alternate dimension. Zhou Xiuyu's gaze transformed entirely, becoming cold and ruthless, shedding the innocence he once possessed. As if he had finally cast off his disguise. The current Zhou Xiuyu was the true embodiment of a formidable figure, wielding the strength of a sovereign, dominating the sect without fear of opposition, a veritable demonic overlord. How dare a mere lord act with impunity on my territory? He extended his hand, his fingernails elongating instantaneously. Golden patterns surged from his fingertips, enveloping his entire being, rendering him akin to a celestial deity descended from the heavens. He clawed the air, tearing it asunder. A fissure, half the height of a man, was rent open. The surrounding space warped, and upon the fissure's opening, chaotic spatial currents erupted within, slicing through the fabric of reality. Should anyone dare to traverse it, only those of lord-level strength could hope to escape the tumultuous currents unscathed. Zhou Xiuyu stepped boldly into the rift. The chaotic flows brushed against him but could not pierce his skin, nor could they damage his attire. This was because Zhou Xiuyu had enveloped his clothing in energy, shielding it from harm. After all, it was an ordinary shirt prepared by the Zhou family, without protection. It would likely be reduced to tatters upon his emergence from the spatial turbulence. Following the energy left by the alternate dimension, Zhou Xiuyu navigated the chaotic currents, ultimately pinpointing the coordinates of the alternate realm. Amidst a flurry of movement, he found himself before an alternate space roughly the size of a small city. This realm floated amidst the chaotic currents, shrouded by a transparent spatial barrier, safeguarding it from the destructive winds of the atmosphere. Zhou Xiuyu raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers high, aimed directly at the barrier before him. Open for me. His hand descended, unleashing a strike imbued with sovereign-level power, erupting from his fingertips. Instantly, a dazzling golden light filled the air, cleaving the spatial barrier cleanly in two. Boom. The explosive shockwave sent ripples through the surrounding chaotic currents, stirring them into disarray. The fierce gusts whipped Zhou Xiuyu's hair and garments, creating a cacophony. The viewers in the live stream, having just tuned in, beheld this spectacle. This strike resonated with the hearts of all who witnessed it. Dominance. Power. Zhou Xiuyu forcefully tore apart the severed barrier, boldly invading the domain of a lord. The lord of the alternate realm looked up, his face stricken with terror. How could this be? A being capable of effortlessly breaching the spatial barrier must possess at least the strength of a sovereign. How could such a formidable entity be drawn to my humble alternate realm? Zhou Jingxian, bloodied and battered, saw the heavens split with a resounding crash, causing the entire space to tremble. The monsters encircling them were startled by the cataclysmic shift, some less fortunate souls being caught directly in the blast of the shockwave. Vaporizing instantly, a rift appeared in the sky, the sounds of explosions reverberating as the spatial barrier was cleaved in twain from the outside. To the creatures within the alternate realm, it appeared as though the very sky had been split in half. A powerful being had breached their domain. The monsters, in a state of panic, began to retreat. They had to return to their lord's side. Zhou Jingxian hurriedly clutched Zhou Mingfeng, exclaiming, "Cousin, hold on. Help is on the way." Zhou Mingfeng lay on the ground, his body riddled with wounds, his life hanging in the balance. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiuyu, having traversed into the alternate realm, beheld the lord who had manifested before him. At the same time, the forces of the domain enveloped the area. With a thunderous crash, a gravity heavier than Mount Tai descended upon Zhou Xiuyu. Gravity? Zhou Xiuyu placed his hands behind his back. Thousands, even tens of thousands of times the gravitational force bore down upon him. Yet his expression remained unchanged, and even his form, suspended in the air, remained undisturbed. Suddenly, the gravity caused the lord's expression to shift dramatically. His body, which had been airborne, plummeted violently to the ground, creating a deep crater several meters wide. After much effort, as he crawled from the pit, he trembled all over, his bloodied hands clawing at the earth, desperately resisting the relentless gravitational pressure. With a cough, blood spurted forth. This lord, who wielded the power of gravity, had intended to demonstrate his might to Zhou Xiuyu, to impress upon him that even a noble would not dare to intrude upon another's domain lightly. He unleashed the oppressive force of his domain, believing it would render Zhou Xiuyu helpless. To his astonishment, however, Zhou Xiuyu appeared unfazed, while he himself was brought low. In a panic, the gravity lord retracted his overwhelming force, and only then did the weight upon him vanish. Another spurt of blood escaped his lips as he gazed up in horror at the elevated Zhou Xiuyu. What have you done? Why has the gravity that should have affected you instead turned against me? He pressed his hands against his body, injured by the weight, as fear of the unknown began to seep into his eyes. Was this the power of a noble? Suddenly, he recalled a saying. Without entering the ranks of nobility, one remains but an ant. Swish, swish, swish. From the depths of the alternate realm, countless subordinates of the Lord rushed forth. They were either grotesquely distorted or monstrous insects. Creatures born of the alternate space, now subjugated by the Lord. Tens of thousands of these beasts, most of whom were of heavenly tier, and even dozens of pseudo-lord level monsters, surrounded and shielded their master. These creatures possessed feeble minds, lacking intelligence, entirely reliant on the alternate realm for their existence. Should the Lord perish, so would they. The monsters commenced their assault on the airborne Zhou Xiuyu, launching a barrage of energy beams toward him. The power of this attack was formidable, quaking the very fabric of space. Even a noble would be gravely injured by such a strike. Yet, Zhou Xiuyu merely extended a hand, palm facing downward, and pressed down forcefully. Boom. An invisible energy radiated from his palm, and the multitude of energy beams was abruptly suppressed. Bang, bang, bang. Countless monsters, unable to withstand the force of this energy, erupted into a shower of blood. In that moment, the ground blossomed with countless crimson flowers, while Zhou Xiuyu, standing majestically in the sky, resembled a deity, effortlessly conjuring a vivid tapestry of blood plum blossoms with a mere wave of his hand. Chapter 101. My journey is the divine punishment. The gravity lord gazed in horror as his amassed legion, cultivated over many years, numbering in the tens of thousands, was instantaneously transformed into blood. These were not merely a multitude of celestial beings, but dozens of pseudo-lord level entities, his foundation for dominating the world, reduced to naught by a mere child with golden hair who appeared only a few years old. An icy chill enveloped him, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. He collapsed to his knees, trembling, fear consuming him. He could scarcely utter a sound, only staring blankly upwards at Zhou Xiuyu, whose cold gaze bore down upon him. This was the essence of a sovereign. His emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. Before such overwhelming power, even his myriad abilities were rendered impotent. Zhou Xiuyu, from his vantage point in the sky, swiftly detected the presence of Zhou Jingxian and Zhou Mingfeng in another location. With a simple gesture, he summoned them forth. Upon witnessing these two seemingly frail humans, the gravity lord suddenly realized why such a formidable figure would go to the lengths of tearing through space to invade his domain. It was because he had unwittingly provoked the progeny of this powerful being. Regret overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. If only he could turn back time, he would never have harbored greedy thoughts upon seeing the divine blood coursing through their veins. How could he not have considered that those who possessed divine blood were not to be trifled with? Even if they appeared weak now, their elders were undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, how long had it been since he had drawn them here? Their elders had already come knocking at his door. The gravity lord could not believe that Zhou Xiuyu was as young as he seemed. Surely, he had cultivated for countless years, masquerading beneath a youthful facade. Little ancestor. Upon seeing Zhou Xiuyu, Zhou Jingxian was unable to contain her tears. Her cousin, after leaping into the dragon transformation pool, she had awakened certain draconic traits, her scales manifesting upon her body, and she had even acquired the ability to summon rain. Yet, during her joyous return, she had inadvertently fallen into this alternate space. Zhou Mingfeng arrived almost immediately, mere seconds after her fall, sustaining grave injuries in his attempts to protect her, while she too bore significant wounds. Had it not been for Zhou Xiuyu's timely arrival, they both may have perished in this realm. Nonetheless, it was too late for Zhou Mingfeng. He had not survived long enough to await Zhou Xiuyu's rescue. A grievous wound pierced through his heart. Zhou Xiuyu nodded, indicating his understanding. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped them in protective energy and extricated them from the alternate space, before turning his cold gaze upon the prostrated gravity lord. The gravity lord hastily bowed his head in supplication. Esteemed one, I was unaware they were your kin. Had I known, I would never have dared to lay a finger upon them. I beg for your mercy. I vow to serve you faithfully unto death. In Zhou Xiuyu's eyes, there was a chilling indifference, devoid of any trace of compassion. No need for further words. The gravity lord gritted his teeth, fully aware that this time he was doomed. Had that young one not encountered misfortune, perhaps he could have survived. Alas, it was futile to lament now. He could only fight with all his might. The domain re-emerged, enveloping the entirety of the space. This was the pinnacle of its power, and utilizing it would deplete a significant portion of the gravity lord's innate strength. Gravity was omnipresent, as if it were a tangible substance, solidifying in every corner. If anyone else were to enter, they would likely find themselves incapable of even a single movement, potentially crushed into mere pulp. Yet, Zhou Xiuyu appeared unaffected. As if the oppressive gravity weighed upon him with indifference, he ascended slowly into the air until he reached the zenith. Gazing down, he perceived the gravity lord as diminutive as an ant. My words are the decree of destiny. My actions are the punishment of heaven. Let it collapse. At that instant, time and space abruptly halted, as if an incomprehensible and unfathomable force had descended. The next moment, the alternate space began to crumble from the inside out. No. The lord's mouth gaped wide as he frantically consumed his essence in a desperate attempt to halt the disintegration of the alternate realm. His eyes bled tears, and he unleashed all his divine abilities, yet nothing could avert the impending doom. The alternate space disintegrated like scattered snowflakes, slowly melting away, a process far more agonizing than instantaneous annihilation. As the alternate space shattered inch by inch, the gravity lord, ensnared like a fish in a net, could only watch helplessly as his demise unfolded. The demise of this realm was both silent and magnificent. The inherent laws and powers contained within it became evident during its dissolution, manifesting like a resplendent rainbow across the sky. Though breathtaking, this scene instilled a profound fear in all the lords who witnessed it. Zhou Xiuyu clenched his right hand fiercely. After the alternate space collapsed, the countless fragments coalesced under a powerful force, which then compressed them into an infinitesimal point invisible to the naked eye. At that moment, the chaotic currents of space seemed paralyzed by an unseen pressure, momentarily ceasing their flow. After a brief pause, the currents resumed, filling the void left by the alternate space. Should anyone arrive here afterward, they would likely find no trace of the alternate realm's existence, as everything had been utterly erased. In the live streaming room, the audience only regained their composure at this moment. Previously, the silence in the chat was due to their awe at the figure before them, a seemingly ruthless and decisive little dragon. Wow, what an imposing presence. At that moment, he appeared as if a deity or demon had descended. Goosebumps covered my entire body. You cannot imagine how I dared not even breathe loudly upon witnessing the little dragon's formidable aura. Are Zhou Jingxian and Zhou Mingfeng all right? I don't know. They seem gravely injured. Zhou Xiuyu tore through the fabric of space, taking the two of them away from the chaotic currents and back into the open. He gently set them down upon the ground. Zhou Xiuyu proceeded to examine the injuries of Zhou Mingfeng and Zhou Jingxian. The moment his hand grazed Zhou Mingfeng's pulse, he discerned the grim truth. Zhou Mingfeng had succumbed to death. Indeed, with a gaping wound in his heart, survival was an improbable feat unless one possessed extraordinary abilities. Zhou Xiuyu withdrew his hand from Zhou Mingfeng's lifeless form. Zhou Jingxian, her face awash with tears, lamented, "Little ancestor, is there no hope for my cousin? He sacrificed himself to save me." Zhou Xiuyu shook his head. Even if he desired to invoke the esoteric arts of reversing life and death, it would demand a significant toll. Moreover, he lacked such arcane knowledge. Alas, with hope dashed, Zhou Jingxian collapsed upon Zhou Mingfeng's body, weeping uncontrollably. However, Zhou Xiuyu interjected. There exists another means to rescue him. Is that true? Zhou Jingxian wiped her tears away. Zhou Xiuyu placed his hand upon Zhou Mingfeng, channeling energy into his body, sealing away all vitality to stave off decay and foulness. Yet, this method proved somewhat challenging. Zhou Xiuyu glanced at the system panel. The progress of his royal-level persona was advancing sluggishly. Nevertheless, he was on the cusp of unlocking the next capacity. Indeed, in the next moment, Zhou Xiuyu's second ability was unveiled. Perhaps the first ability had paved the way for this revelation. The dual energies of yin and yang, in their chaotic interplay, could traverse the realms of the divine and the dead. By shifting from yang to yin, one could commune with spirits. Conversely, by shifting from yin to yang, one could reverse life and death, compelling even the most formidable entities to retreat. All things could return to the primordial chaos. As he acquired this newfound power, Shun Yin received a notification from the system. Ding. Triggered a linked script. Completing this role will yield additional mysterious rewards. Would you like to activate the linked script? Activate. Ding. Deducting 100,000 subversion points. The linked script is now active. Please perform flawlessly in the upcoming narrative. Shun Yin observed his remaining subversion points. Nearing 100 million, an opportunity for monumental endeavors was at hand. The script unfolded within his mind, and he meticulously reviewed it. Fortuitously, the characters presented themselves at an opportune moment. Within the linked script, he had the liberty to summon characters at will without the need for random selection. However, once the linked script concluded, the powers of these characters would become unavailable. At that juncture, a phone call rang through. Zhou Xiuyu glanced at Zhou Jingxian, who quickly wiped away her tears, disregarding her injuries, and retrieved her phone. Initially anticipating a call from her family, she was taken aback to find an unfamiliar number. As she extracted her phone, it inexplicably connected without her pressing any buttons. On the other end, the voice of Gu Zheng emerged. "Hello, is this Zhou Jingxian? I have heard about your cousin's predicament and that there might be a solution. I have encountered a situation that I wish to entrust to you." Meanwhile, Zhou Mingfeng's body remained temporarily preserved by Zhou Xiuyu. Each lord-level individual, upon acquiring an alternate space, could freely store items within it, akin to a personal spatial realm. For instance, the illusionist, having acquired a realm of alternate space, stores his puppets within this ethereal domain, summoning them only when necessary. As a noble, Zhou Xiuyu possesses a considerable space of his own, a prerequisite for his elevation to such a rank. In this alternate realm, time is manipulated by the lord, allowing for a temporary cessation of time on an object. However, this ability is challenging to comprehend, and only a handful of lords manage to grasp it. Even for nobles, mastering this skill requires an immense investment of time. Nevertheless, individuals of noble status enjoy prolonged lifespans, rendering time to them as ephemeral as fleeting clouds. The two did not return to their hometown. Instead, they made a phone call to assure their safety, weaving a benevolent falsehood. They did not disclose that Zhou Mingfeng had perished, opting instead to claim he had sustained grave injuries and required treatment elsewhere. Others, lacking suspicion, had no choice but to accept her words, thereby postponing ancestral rites. Zhou Xiuyu, accompanied by Zhou Jingxian, soared through the skies to the location mentioned by Gu Zheng over the phone. It was a hospital. Strangely, it was filled with patients suffering from the same ailment, all quietly lying in their beds as if in slumber. Yet, their brainwaves were nearly absent, indicating that these individuals had succumbed to brain death, although their bodies remained alive. They existed as mere shells. Hundreds of such individuals lay in the hospital, connected to machines administering life-sustaining fluids. Gu Zheng, standing nearby with a notebook, recorded data and greeted them, saying, "You have arrived." Upon seeing these patients, Zhou Xiuyu immediately discerned their condition. Soul loss syndrome? You indeed know what afflicts these people, she remarked. Gu Zheng adjusted his glasses, a glimmer reflecting off the lenses. At that moment, he resembled a research scientist more than anything else. This is not an illness, Zhou Xiuyu stated as she approached one patient, checking the pulse of a nearby individual while simultaneously scanning their body with energy. Gu Zheng nodded in agreement. They were all perfectly fine, yet suddenly collapsed, unresponsive to any calls, and the number of such cases is increasing. Currently, the medical community classifies it as acute damage, but my examinations reveal that their brains suffered no prior injury before their collapse. Gu Zheng then led them to see the first patient discovered. Now emaciated, he could not endure much longer. Even with continuous intravenous support, his body was gradually succumbing. If a solution was not found soon, the 381 individuals in this hospital would inevitably face the same fate, their bodies deteriorating to death. Thus, upon witnessing Zhou Xiuyu mention a potential remedy for the already deceased Zhou Mingfeng in the live stream, Gu Zheng felt compelled to reach out to them. The viewers in the live stream were struck by a sudden realization. They gazed at the patients lying in the hospital, some as young as 17 or 18. At the peak of their youth, the thought of their potential demise was truly tragic. Gu Zheng refrained from vocalizing his plea, silently imploring Zhou Xiuyu to intervene and save those individuals. He is well versed in alchemy and naturally understands the principle of equivalent exchange. To revive so many individuals at once would undoubtedly require an immense cost. His intervention is motivated by a research-oriented mindset, as well as the urgency of the situation, which has escalated rapidly. In just a few days, nearly 300 to 400 people have been affected. If the mastermind behind this calamity is not apprehended, it would leave Gu Zheng feeling uneasy. You would not be able to detect it. They are not suffering from a disease, but rather, they have lost their souls. Generally, calling back the soul resolves the issue. Fortunately, Zhou Xiuyu has some knowledge in this area. He produces a bell, a wooden sword, and some talisman paper. Zhou Xiuyu, please call out their names. When my sword points to someone, I will begin invoking their name. Shall I call them? Gu Zheng begins to diligently record the names. Having family members present would enhance the effect, but in their absence, any other individuals would suffice. Due to the severity of this matter and the uncertainty regarding its contagiousness, family visits were prohibited. Even if permitted, they could only observe through the window. Thus, summoning the patient's relatives would require considerable time. Chapter 103. The guide, ferryman of the underworld. Gu Zheng allows some medical staff to enter and wait nearby. Zhou Xiuyu, with a playful demeanor, holds the bell in one hand and the wooden sword in the other, shaking the bell as he begins to chant an incantation. I have horns upon my head, horns, a tail behind me, tail, none know the secrets that I hold within. The waiting medical personnel exchange glances. Is this truly a serious incantation? Clearing his throat, Zhou Xiuyu adopts a solemn expression. Return, O soul, return. Dingling, dingling. The wooden sword pierces a talisman paper, which ignites spontaneously without fire, directing the sword towards a patient. Observing this, the medical staff immediately call out the person's name. After over an hour of invoking names, there is still no response. Zhou Xiuyu draws a circle beneath his feet, activating his ability to reverse the yin and yang. He perceives the life energy and death energy enveloping everyone, yet he does not see the returning souls among the patients. This situation suggests that either the souls are trapped in a certain place, unable to return, or they have already reincarnated. However, if the souls had truly reincarnated, their bodies would have perished simultaneously, not leaving them in such a vegetative state. As Zhou Xiuyu examines the patients, he notices a trace of ghostly energy. He reaches out to grasp this essence, stating, "This poses a bit of a problem. Their souls are ensnared by something and cannot return." Oh, that explains why they remain unawakened. Zhou Jingxian, initially burdened with sorrow, finds herself inexplicably amused, realizing that the young ancestor is likely indulging in mischief at their expense. What must we do? She inquires. Knock on the gates of the underworld, traverse the ghostly realm, and retrieve the souls, Zhou Xiuyu replies, putting away the wooden sword and bell and instructing the medical personnel to leave. They are ordinary individuals, and their presence would be of no assistance. It would only distract him from his protective duties. Originally, Gu Zheng intended to go as well, but Zhou Xiuyu stopped him. Her wounds required treatment, and it sufficed for me to proceed alone. Entering the realm of the dead is no trivial matter. For ordinary individuals, exposure to its essence can lead to contamination by the yin energy, transforming the living into the departed. Zhou Xiuyu instructed someone to cut a few strands of hair from each person. He ignited the hair, reducing it to a minuscule pile of ash. He then combined these ashes with other materials to fashion a candle. After this, Zhou Xiuyu made a swift motion with his hand, and a large black door emanating a chilling aura materialized from the void. The door exuded a sense of dread. Faint echoes of ghostly wails could be discerned emanating from within. Even before entering, the bone-chilling cold enveloped him, as if it sought to permeate his very marrow. Without a backward glance, Zhou Xiuyu stepped inside. Once he crossed the threshold, the door closed behind him with a resounding thud. Boom, boom, boom. The scene shifted. Zhou Xiuyu found himself standing on a frigid expanse. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of sunlight, creating an atmosphere most suitable for the existence of souls. A faint chiming resonated, echoing through the thin mist. A lantern, drifting closer, revealed a figure holding it aloft. The person was shrouded in black garments, a hat obscuring their face. Their head bowed low, rendering their features indistinguishable. They walked along the path, ringing a bell, trailed by several translucent figures, their faces expressionless, following in silence. Zhou Xiuyu too began to advance, Gradually, the number of lanterns increased, converging from various paths onto the main thoroughfare. Numerous silent figures, each bearing a lantern, guided the wandering souls. These individuals were the guides. After death, some souls could not find their way back to the underworld unaided, necessitating the assistance of guides to lead them. Thus, the vocation of the guide was born. While traversing the path of the dead, guides adhered to a strict rule: they must remain silent. They relied solely on the ringing of their bells to direct the souls. Should they utter a word, dire consequences would ensue. Zhou Xiuyu found no need to search. He simply followed the lantern bearers, arriving at the first destination, a place all souls must enter, the Gate of Ghosts. At the Gate of Ghosts, guardians of the underworld stood watch. Once the lantern bearers delivered the souls to this point, emissaries from the netherworld would take over, ushering the souls inside. Most guides were still living beings, unable to cross the threshold of the Gate of Ghosts. Thus, they returned along the same path, disappearing into the mist. Zhou Xiuyu strode boldly into the Gate of Ghosts. The guardians paid him no heed, likely mistaking him for another soul. He proceeded towards the Yellow Springs Road. By the bank, a boat awaited, manned by a ferryman who not only guided souls, but also traversed the underworld. This vessel was no ordinary boat. Currently, it appeared unoccupied, leaving one to ponder whether the ferryman was idly shirking their duties during work hours. Zhou Xiuyu stepped onto the ferry, the vessel swaying slightly beneath him. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from behind. Where's the young man headed? Zhou Xiuyu's tail flicked in surprise. Just moments ago, no one was there. He turned abruptly to behold an elderly man with white hair, clad in a raincoat, who had mysteriously appeared at the bow of the boat. The fact that this old man could approach unnoticed by even a prince like him indicated his exceptional prowess. Indeed, the history of the ferryman was long and shrouded in mystery. His strength was beyond estimation. Once aboard, the ferryman inquired only about their destination before he began to row the boat. His sole responsibility was to transport passengers from one shore to the other, a service provided free of charge. However, should one wish to journey elsewhere, additional payment was required. Zhou Xiuyu felt the vessel gently sway as it began to drift away from the shore. The ferryman remained at the helm, his back turned to Zhou Xiuyu. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. A look of astonishment crossed the ferryman's face. Before he could react, he was unceremoniously hurled onto the bank, left helplessly watching as a 6-year-old child commandeered his boat. The typically stoic ferryman erupted in fury. Alas, the waters of the netherworld were perilous to souls. Without a boat, one could not traverse them nor dare to touch their depths. What kind of mischievous child was this? The ferryman cursed under his breath, realizing that while he had been careless, it was no ordinary feat to have been thrown from his vessel. In that instant, he surmised that yet another powerful being or their descendant had come to play. The spectators mourned his misfortune. Indeed, encountering a mischievous child was a stroke of bad luck. Just like that, his boat had been seized. Zhou Xiuyu retrieved the candle he had crafted earlier and approached the bow. There, he discovered a lamp that seemed to have been placed specifically for this purpose. Zhou Xiuyu placed the candle atop it, and to his astonishment, it ignited spontaneously. The flame was not the warm orange hue one might expect, but rather a chilling shade of bluish-green. At that moment, the boat began to navigate on its own. Beneath the surface of the netherwater, countless white figures seemed to drift aimlessly. Standing within the vessel, Zhou Xiuyu perceived that this ferry was ushering him into an even more enigmatic realm. The vastness of the netherwater and the destinations it could lead to remained an enigma to all. As the candle burned down a bit, the viewers in the live stream found themselves clutching their blankets and pillows, enveloped by an inexplicable chill. The longer they watched, the colder they felt, uncertain if it was merely an illusion or if the frigid essence of the netherwater was seeping through the screen. The surroundings of the two shores gradually morphed into a vague and indistinct haze, reminiscent of flowers seen through mist. Slowly, the previously desolate scenery of mountains and stones began to reveal towering skyscrapers. One could even glimpse vehicles traversing the roads, with people bustling about amidst the urban landscape. The Yellow Springs, a realm that traverses the boundaries of life and death, harbors a lesser-known ability. It serves as the eternal resting place for all souls, a repository of their memories. It also acts as a conduit to the innermost worlds of these spirits. Ahead, countless tributaries diverged, and the ferry boat glided into one of these streams. From the reflections upon the banks, the spectators could discern the identity of the city before them. A few gasped in recognition, realizing it was their own city, and soon, more and more recognized the familiar landscape. As the ferry boat drew closer to the shore, a dock materialized. Zhou Xiuyu leaped onto the dock, embarking on a stroll through the city. The scenes here mirrored reality perfectly. Yet while the real world thrived vibrantly in color, this place resembled an aged black and white photograph. It was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Among the sights, Zhou Xiuyu discovered an unusual area, a secluded neighborhood enveloped in a shroud of black film, resembling an inverted bowl that completely obscured the enclave. Gazing through this dark veil, Zhou Xiuyu struggled to discern what lay within, a realm of enigma. Such an extensive domain could only arise from formidable malevolent energies, particularly in today's technologically inclined world. Often referred to as the Age of Decline, the spirits inhabiting this domain undoubtedly possessed the strength of a ghostly monarch. This peculiar realm, composed of potentine sheet, was a space where the living could not tread. The spectral energy here indeed resonated with what Zhou Xiuyu observed in the patients. It appeared that the cause of over 300 individuals succumbing to a vegetative state was rooted in this very essence. Having identified the source, it was time to return. The candles aboard the ferry had a finite burn time. If they did not depart before the candles extinguished, the souls aboard would be eternally lost, ultimately assimilated by the Yellow Springs, where all memories would be cleansed, rendering them as nameless specters unable to reincarnate. Of course, this fate befell only the weak. Typically, a noble possessed means of self-preservation, making demise far less imminent. This notion gave rise to the adage, without nobility, one remains an ant. Nobles, compared to lords, possess greater survival capabilities, enhanced power, and longevity that far surpasses that of lords. If a lord's lifespan was merely a mere 10,000 years, a noble could transcend to another realm, living for 1,000,000 years with ease. Zhou Xiuyu hopped back onto the ferry, which slowly departed from the shore. Soon, the vessel navigated back to the main route through countless slender tributaries. As the ferry docked once more, only a small remnant of the candle remained. After Zhou Xiuyu disembarked, the candle gradually melted away, merging into the ferry. The ferryman, who had been waiting at the shore, displayed a furious countenance upon seeing Zhou Xiuyu's return. That child, who is your guardian? Speak up, or you shall not leave today. Await your guardian's arrival. Zhou Xiuyu trod along the banks of the Yellow Springs, while the ferryman, realizing the audacity of this mischievous child who had commandeered his boat without so much as a word of thanks, was incensed. Today, he intends to impart a vital lesson to this child's elder about the essence of respecting elders and cherishing the young. As the ferryman's thoughts stirred, numerous white hands emerged from the soil by the banks of the underworld. They all reached towards Zhou Xiuyu's feet, attempting to ensnare him in this realm. The white hands were ubiquitous, dense, and countless, leaving no space for him to step. Were he an ordinary person, he would likely have been paralyzed by terror. Yet, Zhou Xiuyu remained unperturbed. He stepped upon those white hands, producing a crunching sound, as the echoes of bones fracturing resonated beneath him. Those hands were utterly incapable of restraining him. Zhou Xiuyu raised his tail high, evading their grasp. Ah, this infuriates me. How dare you, insolent child? The ferryman's robes billowed in fury. For the first time, he contemplated breaking the rules of remaining by the banks of the underworld. He felt compelled to personally reprimand Zhou Xiuyu. The palpable wrath of a formidable being descended upon him, accompanied by an oppressive aura that loomed in the air. Without glancing back, Zhou Xiuyu proclaimed loudly, "My father is the Emperor of Hengshan." The Emperor of Hengshan? As the oppressive force threatened to descend upon the young dragon, the ferryman, a being of profound cultivation, realized that such pressure would undoubtedly be overwhelming for Zhou Xiuyu. However, upon hearing Zhou Xiuyu's declaration, the oppressive force arrived swiftly yet receded even faster. The ferryman understood the identity of this troublesome child's lineage, which elucidated his audacious demeanor and penchant for stirring trouble. The influence behind him was formidable. That individual possessed immeasurable power, far beyond the reach of a mere underworld ferryman. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had refrained from acting against this unruly child. Otherwise, had he provoked that formidable presence, his continued tenure in this idle position in the underworld would have been jeopardized. Thus, he chose to lightly gloss over the incident and refrain from further mention. It is said that having a powerful backing is not essential, but it is certainly unwise to be without one. Zhou Xiuyu had achieved one of his objectives in coming here, yet another remained unfulfilled. He boldly ventured deep into the underworld, seizing Zhou Mingfeng's soul from a group of underworld officials. Fortunately, at this moment, he had not consumed the Mengpa soup. Otherwise, the situation would have been troublesome. Zhou Xiuyu dispatched several bull-headed and horse-faced officials with a kick, all the while contemplating the lack of tension in his audacious escapade through the underworld. After securing Zhou Mingfeng's soul, he traversed the road of Yellow Springs and the Ghost Gate, wounding countless underworld officials along the way before ultimately returning to the realm of the living. Chapter 105. The soul drawn by Yin energy. At this moment, Zhou Mingfeng's soul was in a state of bewilderment. Once Zhou Xiuyu brought him back, Zhou Jingxian was still waiting in the hospital. By the time they returned, her wounds had been treated and bandaged, and she had changed into a new outfit, appearing far less tragic than before. Having undergone partial transformation into a dragon, she could perceive Zhou Mingfeng's soul, and upon seeing him, she could not contain her exclamation. "Cousin." As a result, Zhou Mingfeng appeared to be oblivious, his face marked by an expression of numbness and bewilderment. Newly departed souls often exhibit similar traits. Typically, only those souls burdened with deep-seated obsessions or grievances retain a semblance of consciousness. Otherwise, the majority of souls remain in a state of ignorance and apathy, merely following the guides toward the cycle of reincarnation. It is important to note that the true underworld does not exist. The earlier manifestations of eerie pathways, the ghostly gates, and the Yellow Springs were all products of Shun Yin's substantial investment in transformative energy. Essentially, it served as an expansive stage. However, once materialized, this previously non-existent realm of the underworld began to exist. Yet, it contained nothing, requiring Shun Yin to gradually establish its essence. Setting aside these considerations, Zhou Mingfeng's soul was returned to his body by Zhou Xiuyu. With a sudden exhalation, Zhou Mingfeng sat upright. Zhou Xiuyu had already released his body and was now engaged in repairing his heart. Due to having absorbed a trace of dragon's blood, Zhou Mingfeng possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Had he not sustained a critical injury, his wounds would have healed gradually. Zhou Xiuyu commenced the process of controlling Zhou Mingfeng's circulatory system with his own energy, fashioning a new heart. The wound at Zhou Mingfeng's heart healed, and aside from a hole in his clothing, there was no visible indication of injury. Upon sitting up, Zhou Mingfeng gazed around in confusion, as if he had visited a place but could not recall its appearance. Zhou Xiuyu patted him on the shoulder, advising him not to dwell too much on it, lest he experience premature baldness. Zhou Jingxian exclaimed, "Cousin, how wonderful! You are finally safe. What happened to me? Wait, did I not die?" Zhou Mingfeng asked, touching the substantial hole at his heart, still struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. "It was the little ancestor who saved you," Zhou Jingxian responded. Noticing Zhou Mingfeng's intent to express gratitude, Zhou Xiuyu quickly intervened, saying, "Your parents are quite worried about you. Indeed, we should return swiftly." Zhou Xiuyu remarked to Gu Zhang, informing him that he had identified the issue and would address it shortly. Gu Zhang nodded, and after relaying this information to the authorities, he returned to his research on mechas. Ever since he developed artificial intelligence, the progress of mecha development had accelerated significantly. It was likely that it would not be long before the mechas were completed. Upon returning to their hometown, they found that everyone had gathered, especially their parents, who were overwhelmed with tears of joy at their return. The group embraced, weeping for a considerable time. With their safe return, and seeing that no harm had befallen them, the elders finally relaxed their anxious hearts. The ancestral rites proceeded as usual. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Zhou Xiuyu, merely 6 years old, stood at the forefront, undoubtedly occupying the central position due to his seniority among those present. After paying homage to their ancestors, the clan elder explained to the Zhou family the reason for summoning everyone to honor their forebears. Feeling his advancing age, the elder began to allocate the various assets passed down through generations within the clan. According to tradition, every descendant of the Zhou family is entitled to a share. Thus, the clan elder seized the opportunity of the ancestral rites to gather everyone together. Once the ancestral estate was distributed, Zhou Xiuyu received his portion. After the rites concluded, he set off alone for Xiangshan City. The distance was not great. It was merely in the neighboring city, a few hours by car, but Zhou Xiuyu, flying through the sky, arrived in mere minutes. Upon reaching Xiangshan City, he found the familiar neighborhood surrounded by police tape. The government, having identified the source of the incident during a live broadcast, initiated an investigation, only to discover that all those affected had fallen into a vegetative state. Each had, to some extent, approached this neighborhood. The area was still under construction, but due to certain reasons, seemingly a lack of funds, the work had ceased midway. Consequently, the neighborhood remained uninhabited. Nevertheless, other residential buildings nearby were bustling with activity, and several hundred individuals had come into proximity with the area. The few hundred who encountered the incident appeared to share no commonalities, which led the investigation to a standstill. Following the broadcast, upon realizing that the neighborhood was the cause, the authorities cordoned off the area. As Zhou Xiuyu approached, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from within. The oppressive atmosphere was almost palpable. Anyone who stepped into the vicinity of the neighborhood would immediately feel a chilling dread wash over them, often leading to severe illness, even if no incident occurred. In the event of an incident, they would end up like the hundreds of patients lying in hospitals. As Zhou Xiuyu arrived, those who had been stationed 100 meters away to prevent anyone from approaching seemed oblivious to his presence. They had already received word that if this individual were to arrive, there was no need for concern. Such a person would only foster goodwill with the state, especially since Zhou Xiuyu's actions were beneficial to the nation. Little did they know, this was all part of Shun Yin's orchestrated plan. Zhou Xiuyu entered the neighborhood without hesitation. This was not yet a realm of the uncanny. Gaining access to such a domain was no simple feat. First, Zhou Xiuyu compressed his aura and energy within himself, disguising himself as an ordinary individual. After wandering through the neighborhood, he emerged, now cloaked in a faint, almost imperceptible aura of malevolence, the very essence that would later cause the patients to slip into a vegetative state. Exiting the neighborhood, he settled onto a stone bench outside, feeling the chill of that sinister aura gradually eroding his soul. Soon, he sensed a tugging sensation pulling at his spirit. This process varied among individuals. Some would find their souls extricated within a few hours, while others might take a day or two. Not wishing to wait that long, Zhou Xiuyu silently exerted additional effort. Before long, his soul, entwined with the malevolent energy, was drawn forth and carried into the realm of the uncanny within. The human soul, unless perceived by those endowed with yin-yang eyes, celestial sight, or formidable beings of higher caliber, remains unseen. Yet, within the confines of the live broadcast, an astonishing sight unfolded. Two identical Zhou Xiuyu appeared. In chapter 106, titled 123, The Wooden Man, Zhou Xiuyu, originally seated on a stone bench, witnessed another version of himself rise from his form. Upon closer inspection, the standing Zhou Xiuyu appeared somewhat translucent. This was, in fact, the manifestation of his soul. Following the pull of the guiding energy, he seamlessly entered the eerie domain. In truth, entering such a realm need not be so intricate. Akin to tearing a sheet of paper, he could effortlessly rip through to alternate spaces. The eerie domain posed no barriers to him. But in a bid to avoid alarming others, and, more crucially, to indulge in a playful exploration, he opted for this particular method of entry. The scene in the live stream shifted dramatically. The once bright sky above the community transitioned into the darkness of night, and the neighborhood itself seemed to expand exponentially, stretching into an endless expanse. Zhou Xiuyu, a mere child, stood alone in the desolate corridor of the community, resembling a lost little one, curiously surveying his surroundings. He soon discovered a small playground within the community's garden, complete with slides and other amusements. With glee, he dashed over, momentarily consumed by joy as the innocent laughter of childhood echoed through the quiet neighborhood. Behind a window on the ground floor, a pale-faced girl stood, her expression marked by trepidation. The curtains were tightly drawn, but she cautiously lifted a corner to peer down at the source of the laughter. From her vantage point, she could just make out the slide and the presence of what appeared to be a child of only a few years. A sense of dread gripped her. The community was fraught with peril, every corner brimming with hidden dangers. If that child had indeed wandered in, his survival was far from assured. How young he was. Xia Tong hesitated, uncertain whether the child below was truly human or something else entirely. Moreover, descending would undoubtedly expose her to the gaze of others, introducing numerous uncertainties to the unfolding events. Ultimately, compelled by the seemingly carefree laughter, she recalled something vital. Gathering a few essentials, she armed herself with a bow and arrow, then ventured downstairs. Zhou Xiuyu, reveling in the slide, displayed the innocent exuberance of an ordinary child. Now, he awaited the arrival of others who might engage with him. The souls of 300 individuals, alongside the ghostly king who had established this eerie domain, were undoubtedly present within this community. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. An 18-year-old girl, bow and arrow in hand, advanced cautiously, her demeanor alert and vigilant as she surveyed her surroundings for threats. Sensing her approach, Zhou Xiuyu paused, tilting his head to observe Xiaotong. At that moment, she clearly discerned Zhou Xiuyu. Noting the two horns sprouting from his head and the tail that had emerged behind him, she initially believed it to be mere decoration. As some children today delight in dinosaur costumes, while certain parents with peculiar tastes adorn their offspring with bunny ears. This was not particularly surprising. Xiaotong softly inquired. Little one, how did you come here all alone? Are you lost? What is your name? Zhou Xiuyu smiled at her, replying, I am lost. Xiaotong chuckled. The child was quite endearing, even employing interjections, which was truly charming. Would you like to go back with your sister? It's quite dangerous here. Later, I can help you find your mother, alright? In truth, these were mere pretexts. Xiaotong herself was uncertain how to exit, and after their interaction, she realized the child had likely wandered into this residential area by mistake. Under such circumstances, it was unwise to take a young child along. As their mental and emotional stability was precarious, a sudden outburst of tears or erratic movements could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, having made her decision, Xiaotong braced herself for the worst. Zhou Xiuyu gazed up at her with innocent, wide eyes, responding sweetly, okay. Xiaotong took his hand, leading him away from the slide and towards her home. Internally, she mused about how unguarded this little one was. She wondered how his parents could allow him to leave with a stranger without even a snack. What if she were a nefarious individual? It would be all too easy for him to be deceived. However, all was well for now. If Zhou Xiuyu had refused to accompany her, it would have been far more challenging. Xiaotong initially intended to return quietly, avoiding drawing attention. She had deliberately refrained from turning on her flashlight, navigating through the darkness. And fortunately, the light was not so dim as to obscure her path entirely. Just as they neared the stairwell, a child's laughter suddenly echoed. This laughter carried the innocence of youth, yet bore an eerie, hollow quality. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of a bouncing ball resonated through the corridor, accompanied by the child's tender counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiaotong's face drained of color, a chill creeping up her spine. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently disturbed something. To return to her apartment, she needed to pass through the stairwell, forcing her to steel herself. Xiaotong tightened her grip on Zhou Xiuyu's hand as she stepped into the corridor. Inside, a child was bouncing a ball, the object rhythmically rebounding in his hands, while he continued his counting. Upon closer inspection, the viewers in the live stream gasped. What they saw was not merely a ball, but rather a head. A shiver ran down their spines. Faced with this shocking scene, Xiaotong was drenched in cold sweat. Only Zhou Xiuyu, tilting his head, regarded the child with a look of curiosity. The child ceased bouncing the ball upon their entrance, turning to face them, his eyes devoid of any whites. Merely two dark orbs. Do you wish to play a game with me? Xiaotong swallowed hard. At that moment, refusing was not an option. Yet acquiescing was perilously fraught with danger. As she hesitated, uncertain of what to do, Zhou Xiuyu readily agreed. All right. The little boy glanced at him, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Xiaotong had no choice but to consent as well. The little boy proposed a game. Let us play red light, green light. The loser must become a statue. This game, known to many, was a common childhood pastime. They made their way to the vacant space outside the corridor, where the little boy positioned himself at the forefront. Are you ready? He called out, while Xiaotong and Zhou Xiuyu took their places about 10 meters behind him. Listen carefully, little friend. You must remain still from here on, Xiaotong cautioned, worried that Zhou Xiuyu might not grasp the game's rules. The consequences of failure could be dire. Zhou Xiuyu nodded, appearing obedient. Chapter 107. Lacking warmth, lacking heartbeat, I'm starting now. 1, 2, 3, red light. As he counted, Xiaotong took a step forward. When the little boy shouted red light, she froze in place. Upon calling out the phrase, the boy's body remained motionless. Yet his head spun a full 180 degrees to look behind him. Despite her mental preparation, Xiaotong was startled. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself. Otherwise, if she had moved and been caught by the boy, she would indeed have been transformed into a true statue, unable to move or smile. Xiaotong felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Zhou Xiuyu might not heed her warning and risk moving. However, after a few seconds, the little boy turned his head back. 1, 2, 3, red light. Xiaotong cautiously advanced, taking only one step with each call. Steady now, haste is not an option. Zhou Xiuyu, positioned behind, let out a tremendous yawn. After a considerable time had passed, observing Xiaotong's painstakingly slow progress, he decided to take action. He moved swiftly, covering 3 or 4 steps each time, pausing when the little boy turned around. Having evaded capture several times, he quickly surpassed Xiaotong. Xiaotong remained focused on the little boy, oblivious to Zhou Xiuyu's movements. By the time she noticed, he was already nearing the boy. 1, 2, 3, red light. The boy slowly turned his head, and their gazes met, both nearly at the same height. The little boy paused briefly before looking away again. 1, 2, 3, red light. This time, he noticed Zhou Xiuyu had shifted positions, and his expression changed as well. Zhou Xiuyu stuck out his tongue and made a silly face at the boy. The boy's face contorted for a moment before he turned back. According to the rules, unless he caught someone moving, he could not act against either of them. Ultimately, Zhou Xiuyu seized the little boy's clothing. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice, a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes bore no warmth as he declared, I've caught you. In an instant, the little boy vanished. On the ground, only a solitary, abandoned ball remained. Upon seeing it, Xiaotong realized that this ball looked strikingly familiar. It belonged to someone who had entered this place alongside her. She averted her gaze, unable to look any longer. Unexpectedly, she had managed to win by relying on a child. Indeed, Children seem to possess a unique aptitude for games. Xia Tong led Zhou Xiuyu to her room. A modest single-occupancy space devoid of excess furniture, containing only a bed. "What is your name, little one?" she inquired. "I am Xia Tong." Zhou Xiuyu stood by the window, his demeanor transformed from that of a bewildered child. "How long have you been here? Where are the others?" Xia Tong hesitated. "I think it's been 4 days. As for the others, they were hiding just like me. We are surviving in this community, encountering entities like that little boy we just saw. If we fail to comply with their directives, the consequences are dire. Conversely, should we triumph over them or fulfill their demands, we can earn survival points, which can be exchanged for food and weapons." For reasons she could not fully comprehend. Perhaps due to his youth, Xia Tong instinctively lowered her guard around Zhou Xiuyu. She extended her left hand, adorned with a metal tag inscribed with a series of numbers, 015, representing her current total of points. Zhou Xiuyu glanced at his own left hand, discovering a similar metal tag, with the number 020 inscribed upon it. It appeared that winning a game could yield 20 points. However, Zhou Xiuyu harbored a question. Since they were already souls, their existence relied on certain energies, such as resentment and negative aura. They were incapable of consuming food. Why then did Xia Tong mention exchanging for sustenance? Did they still need to eat here? Xia Tong utilized 2 points to redeem a piece of bread. If you are hungry, you should exchange for something to eat as well. Simply grasp the metal tag, and you will be able to see what can be exchanged. Following her advice, Zhou Xiuyu grasped the tag and beheld a list. It contained numerous items. Some required few points, while others demanded a considerable amount. The item requiring the least points was the bread, priced at 2 points per piece. As he observed this, an idea struck him. Why had the master of this eerie domain captured so many individuals, choosing not to consume them entirely, but rather establishing such a rule to witness their torment and struggles for survival? They were not even informed that they had long since perished. The food on the list seemed to taunt them, offering a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were ensnared within the grasp of the domain's master, unable to escape. Zhou Xiuyu redeemed 2 points for a piece of bread, only to discover that it was formed from negative energy. Its exterior resembled bread, but its essence was merely a manifestation of that energy. Thus, it was no wonder they could consume it in their spectral state. However, one must not indulge excessively in the essence of shadows, for overindulgence would lead to gradual assimilation into the enigmatic realm, ultimately resulting in complete fusion with it. Zhou Xiuyu inquired further, "Have you encountered others? How many people remain in the community?" "Little one, do not ask too many questions," Xia Tong replied, her gaze somewhat peculiar. Is it possible for a 6-year-old child to possess such clarity of thought? Typically, at this tender age, when separated from their families and thrust into an unfamiliar environment, children either succumb to fear or burst into tears. Initially, Zhou Xiuyu behaved like a typical child, yet now he seemed to transcend that demeanor. As he gazed at the piece of bread he had exchanged, he suddenly addressed her. "Do you not sense anything amiss?" Xia Tong appeared bewildered. "A soul requires no sustenance. Do you not realize that you lack warmth and even a heartbeat?" "No warmth, no heartbeat? A soul?" Thud. The bread slipped from Xia Tong's grasp and fell to the ground. In light of Zhou Xiuyu's words, she abruptly comprehended that she indeed lacked both warmth and a heartbeat. Just as he had described. Was she truly a soul? Did this imply that she had perished? An overwhelming panic engulfed her, rendering her mind foggy, and she fainted. "So it is, I have transformed into a soul, which explains my recent lack of fatigue." Xia Tong's expression shifted dramatically, her tone becoming notably more composed and steady. Chapter 108. A symbol for the battle. Engage the monsters. There seemed to be an inexplicable change in her demeanor, as if she had become an entirely different person. "Little one, you have yet to share your name. Who are you, and how do you possess such knowledge?" Xia Tong began to harbor doubts about the boy before her. For Zhou Xiuyu's insights were indeed remarkable, marking him as extraordinarily unusual. Zhou Xiuyu shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, and answered in a voice tinged with age. "In truth, I am not a mere child. Though I may appear to be but a few years old, I am over 2 centuries old, having mastered a technique that restores youth, thus granting me this youthful visage. I recently passed through this area and sensed the pervasive essence of shadows, foretelling impending calamity. So I came to investigate." Zhou Xiuyu spoke with conviction, particularly with his solemn tone. It was rare for a child, even one as clever as he, to possess such extensive knowledge. Xia Tong listened, momentarily taken aback, and found herself somewhat inclined to believe Zhou Xiuyu's assertion. However, 200 years seemed implausible. She could accept 20-something, but not 2 centuries. There exists a peculiar condition known as the immortal disease, wherein individuals remain eternally youthful, unable to grow, their bodies forever resembling that of a child, while their minds are those of adults. Xia Tong suspected that Zhou Xiuyu might be afflicted by such a condition. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xiuyu, Xia Tong had begun to doubt his state of being. "Then, how do we escape? Am I truly dead?" "Not dead, but nearly so," Zhou Xiuyu clarified, revealing the current state of her body. Upon learning that her body had become akin to that of a vegetative state, Xia Tong clenched her fists tightly. Striving to calm herself, her mind began to race, desperately searching for a solution to their predicament. Unfortunately, her limited knowledge left her in a state of ignorance, making the notion of escaping on her own a mere fantasy. This community felt akin to a cage, entrapping them within its confines. They had attempted to flee before, but every effort had proven futile. "Do you possess any means to assist us in leaving?" Xia Tong recalled the words of Zhou Xiuyu. If Zhou Xiuyu had not been deceitful and had indeed entered of his own accord, there must surely be a way out. "How many people remain here?" Zhou Xiuyu countered with a question. "Approximately just over 200, Xia Tong instinctively replied. "Over 200? Zhou Xiuyu wasted no time. Who knew how much longer the others could endure? "There is a way to escape, but it hinges on your willingness to take the risk." His use of you implied that Xia Tong could not accomplish this alone. He outlined a rough plan to her, After a moment of contemplation, Xia Tong asserted, "Let me handle persuading others." They decided to act separately. Familiar with the whereabouts of the residents, Xia Tong visited each door, sharing her plan. Some deemed her insane, dismissing the audacity of her scheme, while others, perhaps feeling that living in hiding was less appealing than taking a chance, agreed to join her. Ultimately, only a little over 60 people consented to her proposal. The remainder continued to sequester themselves in their rooms, scoffing at what they perceived as a reckless endeavor. They believed Xia Tong's plan to be utterly unattainable, a venture devoid of hope. Xia Tong gathered the 60-plus individuals together. "Now, let us create a ruckus. The louder, the better." Thus, they commenced a spree of destruction within the community, actively seeking out the enigmatic troubles that lurked around them. In an instant, they attracted the attention of all the peculiar entities present in the vicinity. Each anomaly seemed to abide by a specific set of rules. While engaged in these rules, they could not harm those participating, unless the participants transgressed the established norms. For example, a woman in a red dress, having lost her eyes, would demand that one assist her in finding them. If her eyes were not located within an hour, she would claim the eyes of her counterpart. However, if the eyes were found, she would refrain from acting. Regardless of the outcome, participants were safe for at least that hour. Moreover, once an anomaly was triggered, it prevented the activation of another. Zhou Xiuyu instructed Xia Tong to trigger as many anomalies as possible and lead them to the open space within the community, ideally escalating the situation to greater heights. Xia Tong had questioned this demand, as the existence of these anomalies was terrifying. Dealing with even one was daunting, let alone luring all the peculiarities of the community. Would this not lead to their utter annihilation? Zhou Xiuyu, however, declared that he possessed a means to eliminate them. Xia Tong had no choice but to believe him, as she had meticulously analyzed all possible outcomes, both favorable and unfavorable. Ultimately, she could only place her faith in Zhou Xiuyu's capabilities. Otherwise, they would be destined for a dead end. She was also taking a gamble. She had calculated the time remaining before her soul would depart from her body, and her physical form was nearing its limits. The 60 or so individuals were all engaged in this desperate endeavor. The peculiarities